So the main income comes from sponsorships, right? Yeah, sponsorships. That's how you actually make money, correct? You see, it makes almost zero from the freaking that's most guys until you get to a certain level. Then you're making enough money, and then also the sponsorship money increases where you're making real money. But in general, until you can fight those big marquee main events, your camp, especially when you're doing, especially these days, even when I was playing, if you're doing a proper camp, they're super expensive. Very expensive.
Oh, weird.
Very expensive.
My friend, are you from Twitter?
Yeah, I popped in over here.
Excellent. What's good, my friend?
Nothing much, just driving currently. I own a roadside business, so at nights I just hop out, go change tires, jumpstart cars, all the easy shit.
Okay, very cool. Do you ever get any damsels in distress?
No, honestly, I get mainly guys that can't change a tire.
Word, dog. Yeah, usually ladies are probably in bed by then. All right. Or they're just capable of changing the tires themselves. You never know. All right, well, I know that I've needed the assistance of roadside service in my time for some different reasons. All right. So I'm sure you do changes of tires. I don't know if I've ever needed that. No, I know how to change a tire, and I've done it. Have you ever done? Let's see here. Do you do lockout of cars?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do lockouts, I do tire changes, I jumpstart cars, fuel deliveries. So if someone runs out of gas on the expressway, I gotta hop out and get them going again. All the easy stuff, man. I don't do towing or none of that.
Okay, no towing. All right, well, very well. So is it like a AAA thing or something like that?
Yeah, no, I'm contracted through AAA. I own my own contract here in Chicago.
That's an amazing opportunity. All right, are you in crypto?
Yeah, I build using Anchor and Rust for the Solana blockchain.
Oh, wow, so you're quite the well-rounded individual.
Yeah, I was also in the Marine Corps, which is the Marine Corps' birthday today. So
yes, it is. Well, thank you for your service. And as I
thank you for your
and as I understand, tomorrow is Veterans Day, correct? Excellent. Okay, very well. Just one moment, because Devil's Den, I want to talk to you. Devil's Den, pardon me. I want to talk to you in depth and keep you company, and I always will. Super Supply Chain is my friend who I met last night. Super Supply Chain, can you hear me? Are you ready to get your?
I still got 31 minutes before I can stream, but I've been setting up like nano customization stuff.
Okay, excellent. Okay, excellent. So we got 31 minutes to wait. Very well. Devil's Den, do you mind? Have you ever heard me in a Twitter space ever show myself?
Yeah, you popped into Spurgeon. Like I said, I've been following you since January. Been popping in and whatnot. Main thing I was following you for is because you got the Obama Sonic Harry Potter bedroom set.
100%. Okay, so you know that project.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. I'm live in their Discord, in their Telegram right now. Amazing. So, if I may ask, how long do you go back in crypto? What got you interested? Tell me your journey.
Yeah, so originally got involved in it in 2017 when I had my shoulder and my back messed up in the Marines. In 2020, I messed around with it even more, mainly on Cardano, just doing blue chips. And then for this cycle, I started off in early 2024 when Pump Fund was really kicking off, so around January. Got to enjoy that whole fun little cycle. And then now I've started, self-teaching myself since earlier this year how to code, how to use Rust. I could do other chains, right? So I could use Move for Sui or try and work on Ethereum. But Solana is currently one of the hardest ones to do. So I'd much rather learn to work on that one and build what I I like to build compared to starting off easy.
Okay, that's amazing. And are you involved in the Scrooge project?
For the ducks or whatnot, yeah.
Yeah,
I have
the
a
ducks.
couple of them.
Okay, wow. Okay, and then do you have any other favorite Twitter hosts?
I don't really do too much when it comes to Twitter wise. For a little while, I did artwork for Sam and Jamie, the ones behind Wall Street Bets, the original owners. So
Yeah.
I used to do NFT stuff with them, work with Little Pump, work with Joe Exotic on those fucking spaces with their management team. So I got through a lot of fun stuff, but the bottom line is I didn't really gain anything from it. I was still in the same place I was, even though getting to go talk to those people.
Okay.
I could just go to the gas station for a Red Bull.
Oh, sure. You said you're gonna run in the gas station.
Yeah, no, I'm in there right now.
Oh, okay. Very well. What flavor do you get? The regular, the sugar-free, the raspberry, whatever? What do you get?
Usually like watermelon or one of the fruity ones,
Okay.
just so it's more palatable.
Yeah, because the other kind, from what I know, kind of tastes like shit.
Yeah, they're not that good. The other ones with it.
Right. Okay. Let me ask, Devil's Den, do you have a link tree?
No, I don't use Linktree.
Oh, why not?
I just mainly keep to myself for the most part.
Okay,
At
that's
least the past year.
totally legitimate. So you're not looking to market yourself yet.
No, I don't really need to. When I build stuff, like I have a launch pad that's got live streaming with also professional futures trading already built into it. So like if I'm building stuff, I build projects and then just go off of that. I keep the same usernames, but
That's important. Yeah.
that's
No.
still only marketing.
Okay. And so you don't do Twitter Spaces that often. You just happen to be in Scrooge's, and you see mine. You know that I've been doing my. And usually you can see video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which makes mine a little different. I don't know why more people don't do video spaces. To me, it makes them more entertaining, but I understand if people aren't comfortable being on camera. All right, so Devil's Den, you've heard my spiel. You know I stream my life for world peace. Can I give you the second half of it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to do the whole thing because I don't know exactly if I was able to communicate the first part. I think I did partially, but here we go. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a real-life timeline of the world and a time capsule of society. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And when that happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family all independently wealthy. I want to make sure you have the opportunity of generational wealth, and most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to find. Most people who are on YouTube have one account. I'm live right now simultaneously on more than 20 different streams. This is an incredible amount of data. Not only do I stream my life for world peace, but I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and it's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump out seawater onto land to make it drinkable. In addition to all of that, I am someone who likes to talk about futurology. I'm a futurist. I like to talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think that this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I just think these are really exciting things, and I consider it a privilege to be able to stream them. Additionally, when you were born, Devil's Den, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that. I want to give you the resources, if you want, with your consent, to be able to utilize oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps peptides, nootropics, cold shock therapy, things like red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, to get you to be not just 80, but 100, 120. But at 120 years old or so, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you said sounded like science fiction, but now has become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is all with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Devil's Den, is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I like it. I don't know how the memory aspect would go when it comes to like a neat 3D printer type aspect with it. Have they done studies on what exactly produces a memory and how can you, if they know what produces a memory, can they replicate it?
Yeah. So currently, tests are being done on small mammals, essentially mice, and they allow mice A to complete a maze, and they're able to do some type of memory transfers into a second mouse, mouse B, and mouse B is able to do the maze exactly correctly the first time without any clues. So we're already able to do some types of memory transfer in small animals, but what you're saying is certainly a hurdle that we're working through in science. I'm sure you've heard this before, but basically every cell in your body has a lifespan on it of a maximum of about 7 years, aside from some really unique neurons and perhaps eggs if you're a woman. Um, the idea is that you've already self replicated most every cell in your body multiple times, depending on your age, and thus uh, the idea of the transitioning of memory might be a similar process. So essentially, we could perhaps be able to map your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system down to the atom and then be able to replicate that in another being. Many times people raise the question, is this really you if you create a secondary being? And it's really a paradox known as the ship of Theseus. Basically, the idea that if you have a boat in one port and you take it apart piece by piece and rebuild it in a second port, is it the original ship or is it a new ship? And it's really just a matter of opinion whether you would consider that new being yourself or if that's a new being altogether. Essentially, though, the idea is this: if we can preserve our memories, knowing where the every atom is essentially in our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system, we'll be able to put this consciousness into different beings. So that's when I get into the android, the cyborg, the cybernetic being, all that stuff. And if we're able to do so, we're also going to be able to save this information, which is really important. Like in a video game where you have a save point, you would have the same essentially in your life. So let's say you, Devil's Den, wanted to go base jumping or go to space, and God forbid something bad happened. We could go back and basically remake you using the memory that we were able to save. While this is still hypothetical, with humans, it is being done at a certain level with small mammals, and within a generation or two, we may have human trials. So I hope that's the best I could do to answer your question at this time. But I can say this: a generation ago, something like Neuralink seemed like science fiction, and now we have more than a dozen people who have working Neuralink systems within them. And additionally, we have people who not just have the Neuralink brain computer interface implanted in them, but there are also caps that you can wear, like a shower cap or a swimming cap, that allow for brain wave transmission and communication. So if we can do brain computer interfaces this generation, perhaps in the next generation or the generation following that, we may be able to have memory transfer. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. It's a big thought, and I totally get it. I get a lot of people, I get a lot of pushback, especially from religious people, even though I'm a religious person myself, but I much have a very scientific aspect of my life as well. And they say, well, isn't that playing God? And, isn't basically taking vitamins in your own way playing God? I mean, this is technically a life extension technology. Um, and I get some people who say, well, that's not really you. And it's okay. That's fine. That's a subjective opinion. That's why I reinforce when I say this, at least 2 or 3 times I try to say, with your consent. There are people who say, I don't want that. And I say, okay, I understand that. That's why I say, with your consent, if you want to die at age 80 and not have any life extension technology, then that's fine. If you want to have just the basic life extension technology, like a artificial heart, or perhaps a an artificial limb, or something along those lines, you can have that. But if there are those of us who basically think that we are at a point in time where technology may allow us to escape some necessary aspects of our life, like death, traditionally, why not take advantage of it?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Now, one thing I did want to ask you, because I've never been able to really talk to you too much. Before you were starting to do these live streams, what did you used to do when it came to crypto, or like work, or kind of like what all entailed to being able to do this now?
Absolutely. Well, I'm a rabbi, but as a profession, I'm a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. They were very successful, and additionally, I've had major contracts, six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 organizations. So I was what's known as a project manager, but also a scrum master. If you're not familiar with that word, with that phrase, basically someone who helps to organize projects for development teams. And I launched projects on every continent, um, aside from Antarctica. So we're talking Asia, Oceania, certainly the Middle East, Europe, Africa, North and South America, and I uh, prior to that was just like basically in management, and so I have a technical background. How did I get into crypto? Um, Believe it or not, it was around 2015 or so, and I wanted to be able to buy things on the dark web, like LSD, and um, I didn't know anything about crypto or anything like that. I bought Bitcoin under $1,000, and so you would pay for LSD in Amsterdam with Bitcoin, and they would just mail it to your house in a birthday card, and that's how you get
Yeah,
a bunch of LSD. So that's
yeah,
how.
yeah. I'm familiar with like Silk Road and all the back end stuff with it, along with the issues originally they had for Bitcoin with the block sizes. That's part of the reason why Ethereum and the other blue chips came out. So with the project lead stuff you used to do, if you want me asking, how old are you?
I'm 39 years old. I was 35 years old when I started this project.
shit, okay. Yeah, I'm 26.
Okay, so, boy, you're quite the entrepreneurial spirit. Good on you, man.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, my main goal is to be able to get a house. So that's why I'm for crypto. It's definitely it's still a gold rush with it, right? There's still going to always be people buying X amount more and leveraging more than they really need to. And it's always, when it comes to the altcoins and whatnot, it's just a transfer of wealth for a lot of new projects that come out on it. And that's why instead of me running towards the gold rush, I'd rather be the one selling the axes, like the pickaxes for it. I'd rather learn the ins and outs and know exactly to position myself in the best way possible. So that's kind of my whole thing with crypto. Just because initially, I mean, the original like Bitcoin white papers were even criticized because it was done fairly shittily compared to what encryption data was already out there since the 90s and like the late 80s. Or even the people that Satoshi emailed that were known in the space for encrypted data, they even critiqued it, and they're like, "This is not that good. This is very like a novice kind of thing." But what made it so popular was, personally speaking, I think Bitcoin was made by a three-letter agency.
Thank you.
Mainly just because
Thank you.
with the Treasury put so much money
Thank
into
you.
it, unless they had all the ins and outs with it.
Thank you.
Along with when they used to do the raids to try and take out, different drug busts and also steal all the Bitcoin.
Right.
Why would they take the Bitcoin, right? Why
Right.
would they find a value in it back then? So I think that's America's main goal, is to become the crypto capital of the world, like they said, because if they do, and if everyone at mass adopts it, then they, basically run a monopoly to be the richest country. Smart.
That's true.
Like,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, extremely smart. I live in America. Please fucking do it.
Right.
Big taxes.
Right.
But it's definitely a dog eat dog kind of world for the crypto space. And I appreciate you sharing that with me. I was just kind of wondering, kind of what made you kind of get into it, what did you used to do before?
Absolutely.
I've thought about doing stuff like this prior, but not to that extent. My issue is I have ADHD, and like, even if I try and do streaming for gaming, like even for the newest Doom game, I started doing live streaming for that. And after like 12 hours, I just can't do it, But it's also because I have a lot of like personal stuff I have to take care of and handle that I just can't all day be able to do it,
Absolutely. I get a lot of people who say, boy, that's the dream. I wish I could just stream all day. And to some extent...
Oh, absolutely not. It's quite terrible. You can't do a lot of things.
Well, I do my best to live my life generally as normally as possible. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. And IRL streaming is great, but you can't do a lot of interaction with people. And basically, it's expensive. You have to always worry about power banks and your phone overheating and lighting, and you can't do it with as many devices. And so, while I do IRL streaming, I have primarily been a desktop streamer for most of the time that I've done it, and I live my life the way that I normally live it, which is quite enjoyable to me. Well, aside from perhaps more social interactions I would have, but I mean, at least my life at home is listening to what Daf Yomi. That's what I have. It's basically within Judaism our daily Talmud study. It is davening, so that's like praying. That's something that I do every day on camera. It's listening to podcasts and watching documentaries. It's watching sports. It's interacting with people, and those are kind of things that I have always done. And I just make sure that a camera's on me when I do it. Um, there are issues that arise when you're a full-time live streamer.
I'm sorry to
Go ahead.
cut you off. I'm pulling up to the tire change, so I was got to knock that out real quick.
Absolutely. Come back when you're ready. No big deal. I'm glad that we've gotten to speak.
Yeah, 11 minutes, right?
11 minutes. Are we going to do a countdown? Okay. Super Supply Chain. Have you made your link tree yet? No, I know. I'm gonna be on you though until you do. Don't worry. And then I have to figure out other things on which to get you, making sure that your biography is perfect and your banners are perfect and all that other stuff. So don't worry. I'll be here to help you. Okay, so we got 11 minutes. Well, how was your day, Super Supply Chain?
It was pretty good.
Excellent. Super Supply Chain. Do you do any Twitter Spaces?
Do I do it in Twitter?
Twitter Spaces, which is like the audio function of Twitter.
I don't even have a Twitter account.
Oh, you're too cool for school.
I just, I'm not checking. I'm 45 years old. My kids are like, you know.
My man, you say that you aren't techie. You run a 24/7 stream. That's as techie as you get.
But I'm learning it from them, right?
I know.
See the potential in it, all of that. And so my goal is to like IRL my life as I go sort of what you're doing.
Excellent. All right. So let's say I took care of all your bills and your kids were all grown. Would you ever do 24/7 on camera?
Yes.
Is that the goal?
Yes.
Oh, that's
I'm
tight.
trying to set the house up now like that so we can start doing that.
Oh, now you're talking, Super Supply Chain. Now that is really cool.
Yeah, so we got 8 cameras. I'm thinking I'm gonna use the like what we talked about today. We're gonna add like a camera to each living room, kitchen, bedroom, basement, common area, and stuff like that. So you can like switch between the screens. I guess use them like an Elgato or something the kids did. And then we'll have each one of them have their own screen. So like if you went to like the living room, so we were all in the living room, you would see a camera. You would go to any one of the other cameras that's for whoever's channel, I guess.
Absolutely. There's a guy in Russia who does this. They've been doing it about 4 years as well. However, they don't archive the footage. Would you want the footage archived, or you just want to do streams?
Some of the footage I will archive, but then I'm gonna need a big. I don't have all the stuff I need to be able to. I'm trying to raise money, so we have this 501c3. I'm at max with, mentally capacity wise. So what we're doing is trying to figure out how to navigate, build out the web page, get some online presence, raise some money. The stuff's tight right now based on the economy.
Absolutely. Okay, and if I mean, to store all of that data yourself is practically impossible. It's a lot of money in storage. Unless storage gets significantly cheaper, it's a big lift. Um, every day I put out like pretty close to a terabyte of footage myself. So to buy a terabyte a day, that's maybe anywhere between like $200 or so, just depending. So that's a lot of storage. But that doesn't mean it can't be archived on the servers of Google or Alphabet and Amazon and Meta and all those guys. So okay, so you want to basically have like a like a Big Brother house, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So there's this guy who does this. It's called Fish Tank, and he basically, this is not what you would want to do, but I'm just making sure you're aware that this is a thing. So basically, he offers people the ability to come live in a house. Just one moment. We had somebody who joined us. Hello, hello. What up, Check for Problems? How are you?
How are you?
I'm well. Check for Problems. May I ask how old you are?
19.
Okay, you're 19.
How old are you?
I'm 39. Good question. All right. Check for problems. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies?
It's a hard question. I don't even know.
Okay, that's all right. How'd you find out about me? Check for problems.
Um, I got invited to the server.
Okay.
I don't know when, but I joined. And I keep getting notifications, so I just joined be Sarah now.
Okay, very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
I would love to.
Excellent. I'm Rab. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a time capsule or a timeline of human development. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens, I want to make you check for problems, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I want to make sure you have the opportunity at generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Check for problems.
It's awesome, man.
Excellent. I'd like to
Wow.
100%. I talk about solutions for the world's problems, like world hunger. I'd like to help solve that with technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'd like to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
That sounds great.
Excellent. I'm a,
Really good.
I'm a futurist. I'm someone who likes to study the future and technology of the future, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, space elevators, space tourism, interstellar travel, terraforming of other planets, things like invisibility cloaks and Santa Claus machines. De-extinction is another thing that I like to study. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to document. Additionally, when you were born, check for problems. The average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old, and I want to increase that. I want to give you the resources to be able to live longer if you want. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, things like cold shock therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, things like perhaps cold, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy to get you to be anywhere between 100 and 120 years old. But at 120 years old or so, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you said sounded like science fiction, but it's become scientific fact. But my body's starting to break down. That's the next plan. This is, if you want, with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying, you check for problems, is there may be an opportunity of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
That would be really cool. I think that'd be awesome.
I'm in
Am I
agreement.
allowed to swear?
You,
I'm sorry.
you're 100% allowed to cuss. Absolutely. Not just that time.
I'm sorry, that just slipped out. But
Absolutely.
That'd be really cool. Yeah.
Wouldn't it? Yeah.
That sounds awesome, man.
100%.
Swear.
Well, I do my best to be. In my free time when I'm not entertaining people in the Discord, I'm on something called Twitter Spaces. If you're not familiar, Twitter has an audio aspect where you can talk with people, and I like to tell them about what I do, and they have the exact same reaction that you do. They're like, "Wow, this is really cool," and then many of them are just either new to social media or don't necessarily have the correct strategy to be able to promote themselves. So I help them. So I get a lot of people in here from Twitter Spaces. A lot of times, people from other countries are in here. So if you ever see people from other countries, there's a good chance they found out about me either from Discord or one of my other social medias. But Twitter Spaces is a big one. And the other people who I've met in here, I met one off of Kick, one off of Twitter, and then I met you off of Discord, right?
That's right.
Excellent. So I'm
That's
literally.
awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for your high praise. I'm literally in here 24/7. I mean, I do leave, I do go outside, but generally the cameras are always on, and you can always come in the Discord. So it's not. I'm unlike any other influencer you're ever going to meet. That normally they go offline, and then you go do something else. In this case, you go offline, and I'm always here. So you can find all of my streams. If you have the opportunity, in the upper left corner of this Discord, you'll see a red circle that says 24/7 live streams. If you'd like, you can click that link and you'll see all my live streams in YouTube right now. But you said that you've been getting the notification, so you know I'm on a lot of YouTube streams, I take it, right?
Yeah, I'm like looking at one right now.
Excellent.
I just clicked on one of the links from the notifications, and this is your YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, but I
I
have
don't know if you have other ones.
oh, I have 20 of
Oh
them.
yeah, you have multiple.
Oh yeah, definitely. So here's
Yeah,
what
I just checked.
You're good. So here's what I want you to do. Check for puns. Go in the upper left corner of this Discord. There's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that?
Yeah, I'm on your YouTube description where you have all your socials linked.
Okay, there's that works. But if you would, I want you to see all my YouTube streams. So in the top left of this Discord, look at the red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Click that link, and now you're gonna see all my live streams, and it's like more than a dozen. It's a huge amount. I even have a ceiling cam.
Yeah, I see that. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, you've never seen someone with so much social media, at least social media, but never someone who's live on more than even one YouTube stream, right?
I mean, yeah, I'm not really big on streams,
No, I understand,
to
but
be
like,
honest, but
so this is a really big deal. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I have not, no.
Okay, that's okay.
Unfortunately.
That's all right. The Truman Show is a movie from the late 1990s starring Jim Carrey. And it's basically the story of someone whose entire life is on camera. And that's essentially what I've made my life. So when I say this is a real life Truman Show, that's what I mean in the movie sense. Or real life Big Brother. If you've ever seen that show, it's on CBS. Basically, where there are cameras everywhere and you can see what somebody's doing 24 hours a day. The thing that makes my streams different than any other person who live streams, because there are other people who live stream, is I archive all the footage. And I think that's really important. It's basically uh, maybe 100 years ago or 200 years. Exactly. It's a time capsule or a timeline of human development. 100 years ago or 200 years ago or so, I might be a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, somebody who writes in a journal. But I just do that with the medium of video.
I think that's really cool.
I
Yeah, it's
appreciate
not
that.
every day that you see somebody who's really big on to what they're into, and they do a lot of research and like to talk about it.
100%. I'm passionate about what I do. People ask me, don't you get bored of it? And I absolutely love it. I would rather, aside from going viral and traveling the world and streaming my life, which I want to do when I go viral, um, I want to live stream my entire life. With each day, I become more impassioned in what I do. I think it's important for the world. If you're not aware, like AI needs examples of humans to be able to build its models. And I have more human data archived than any person ever, which means there's a good chance that I'm going to be very important to AI in the future. I already know, like AI already knows who I am. You can ask AI about me and what I do. Additionally, there's the fact that I keep a radio going in the background of all my streams 24 hours a day. So you can literally go back to any of my streams at any point and get timestamps, essentially, of what was going on in world history. And I think that's really important too. It helps us to have a consistent knowledge base of where we are in history. And also, I've seen some really amazing events. I do say we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've seen assassinations and assassination attempts, Olympic Games and World Cups. When I talk about the birth of AI, certainly AI was around before my stream, but what I'm talking about more so is the use of large language models. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user of ChatGPT on its launch date, November 30th, 2022. And we've seen how the world's been changed by ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini and Copilot and all the other large language models over the course of the past few years. So you can really go to my streams and actually see when these things were launched and people were very hesitant to use them and did not take them all that seriously, and then they started replacing people's jobs and they became very important in people's in society and such. So I think that's an interesting aspect of my streams as well. So that's what I do, and we make friends. I've got over 2,400 people in here, which is great. And over the course of my day, every night we get some friends in here who will be in here in the next 2 hours or so. And we play games every night before they go to bed. So that's fun. Um, I like to play games. And aside from that, I like sports a lot. Do you like sports? Check for problems. Check for problems. Can you hear me? It's okay if you
Oh,
can.
sorry.
You're good.
No, my Discord muted me.
That's okay. Do you like?
I'm back, by the way.
Oh, excellent. Okay, very well. Devil's Den. We have our friend here, new friend. Check for problems. Devil's Den. How did everything go with the tire change?
There was a nail in the tire. It's too cold, and my hands hurt, so I just aired it up. Wished him best of luck to him for tonight.
Okay, very well.
Thanks.
So you don't remove the nail?
No. If the nail's still in there, you just leave it. You can air it up, or you can swap it to the spare. The problem is the spare he had is a very shitty, flimsy one. He's hopping on the expressway, and it still couldn't maintain holding air. It's just his car sat for about 8 hours, so it completely went flat.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. So if you guys weren't aware, our friend here, Devil's Den, is helping people on the roadside assistance, but they're also in cryptocurrency, and they've seen me streaming for almost a year now, but frankly, the stream in which they always come, while it has an open mic, I can't really hear people in there that well. It's just an old iPhone that I use, so finally we're able to convince them to come in here today, and we could really find out about each other. So we're all kind of learning, and then our friend here, Super Supply Chain, I met him yesterday. One of my bots went into his streams and made a clip of his channel and got him in here. To give you an idea, the other person in here, their name is Brandon. They live stream their life in here alongside me, though they don't always have their camera on. But they are a young man who loves sports and just loves to be around people. So they found me in Discord, and they are the number one streamer in here, aside from my accounts. And then we'll have some female ladies who will come in later tonight, and they're the number two streamers in here. And so we've got a really diverse group of people. And as you may know, or I may have said, apologies if you've already heard me say it, I'm always live in here. You can always check in with me. You can live in here if you want to, like Brandon does. He just leaves his devices in on there. I get some people who just sleep in here, so they just don't like to sleep alone. And I totally understand that. So whatever you want. And then there are people who come in one time, say hi, they're very nice, we have great conversations, and they never come back. It's whatever you want it to be, but they don't leave the server. They stay and they're always connected to
Yeah,
me.
I gotta pop out. Sorry for cutting you off once again. I gotta pop out. They keep putting calls on me tonight for tire changes.
Absolutely,
So
go
I'll
get
probably be back tomorrow.
one.
I'll be out here a little bit late tonight.
100% Devil's Den. I'm glad we got to connect. And yeah, whenever you're bored, come in here. I'll keep you company, okay?
For sure. I appreciate it. All right, I'll talk to you later, man.
Take care. Peace.
Well,
All right, so back to my original question for you, Check for Problems. What are your hobbies? Do you like video games? Do you like history, literature, art?
well, you asked me if I like sports. I do ballet. I've been ballet since I was like 5, you could say.
Okay,
So I'm passionate about that.
so you're a
And I
ballerina.
also go to med school.
You're in med school?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Very impressive. So you're a ballerina and you're in med school?
Yes.
No way. Wow, you're really amazing. That's really impressive. Okay, so
I,
what kind of doctor do you want to be?
uh, I was hoping for a heart surgeon, which will take a while, but
You-
I'm really hoping
So,
that's what I will stick to.
so cardiologist? Wait, you said heart surgeon. Oh, apologies, not a cardiologist. That's a heart
Like
doctor.
surgeon, not a doctor.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. I didn't think about what I had said until it was too late. Okay, so you finished college really early, right? Is that?
I live in Iraq.
Oh, you live in Iraq. Okay, it's very cool. Okay, wow.
I'm Kurdish, so it's different here. The education system's kind of different here. So
Yeah,
I
definitely.
finished high school when I was 17. And I did 2 years because I finished early, and then I did 2 years of pre-med while still in high school, and now in med school.
Okay, very well. I have somebody else in here from Iraq. So you're not alone. Who's in here quite often? They started off in here. They were just working construction, and I was able to guide them to be a translator. And now they are an English, Arabic translator, and also a Russian Arabic translator. And they're making like 10 times the amount they were before. So that helped that person. But for you, you're going to school to be a heart surgeon, and that is already very successful. So you don't have to worry about anything like that. So you're a ballerina. Okay, just one moment. We got a friend here. Guest judge. How you living, big dog? Did you send me something? Yes, you did. All right, I'm coming to look.
Sometimes we meet people who naturally carry a heart of kindness, who help and support others without noise, without pride, without expecting anything back. Rabbi is exactly.
Oh, how sweet. Guest judge, you're so sweet. Thank you so much, my man. You're so sweet. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're welcome, sir.
100%. So you got it to work.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Isn't it like mind-blowingly cool?
It's very cool, sir.
It is.
Very cool.
It is very cool. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. Now I know it's really late, so I want you to get some sleep, but I want you to play around with it. Okay, so make some fun ones for yourself. If you want, you don't have to, but you can upload your face to it, and it'll put you in whatever you want. I want you to play around with it and get good with it because you're going to be marketing companies with it in the future. That is so sweet of you, though, to make that for me. I'm so glad that you were able to experiment with it a little bit. And you can tell that's the future, right?
Yes, sir. I really like it.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I like it too. So, what we're gonna do, you practice with it a little bit, and then um, what we'll do is I want you to make them for yourself. So you say like whatever you want. Great judge, giant judge, pardon me, is an excellent social media marketer. Contact them for all of your social media needs, whatever you want. And you can put yourself in a big skyscraper or whatever. I want you to make, you're going to need 10 of these. Now they don't have to be made in one day, and you can do up to 30 a day. And but once we get 10, we're gonna put them on your social media, and then you're gonna have really strong social media, and we're gonna tag them, and then your social media won't look like skeletons anymore. They will look robust. Okay, so that's the next plan. Okay, Giant Judge.
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
You're most certainly welcome. I want you to know it's a privilege to work with you. I wish everyone was as appreciative and as easy to work with as you. Now, it's time for you about now or so. You get some sleep in the morning. I want you to start. Your goal is to have 10 really good videos. We'll check them out when you're done. They're not all going to come out perfect. So some of them you'll have to do again. And then when you're done, you send them to me, and I'll tell you this is a keeper or this is not a keeper, okay?
All right, thank you very much, sir. I will do that.
Absolutely, Giant Judge. You take care. Sweet dreams to you. Great job. Thank you so much for the gift. And I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? God willing.
All right, thank you, sir. Good night.
You're welcome, my friend. So check for problems. You do ballet. All right. So is ballet in Iraq the same as it is in the United States? Like, do you wear a tutu, or how does that work?
I mean, it's just I go to private ballet classes because there's not really competitive ballet like here because of the culture and of the religion that's like surrounded around the country. It's not really acceptable. So there's usually classes for kids and there's private classes for adults. I usually just these days I just go around to like coach um, kids and like teens because I've done it for a while and I think when there's like no it's just I don't want to say it gets boring but like there's nothing else to like really do so I just go and kind of use that to coach and help other people kind of learn but it's essentially the same within like how they do it and the technique and the teaching.
Okay, excellent. And I see in your profile you say my wife crashed breed. What does that mean?
Yeah, that is an inside joke between me and my best friend. Um, it's a really weird story, but I don't know if you're interested in hearing it. It's kind of like
Absolutely. Let's hear it.
I mean, so my friend's boyfriend lied to her. I guess like they were together for like 6 months, and turns out he had a wife and kids on the side. And how she found out was that so he ghosted my friend for like 2 months and came back saying that his ex had a baby, but in reality it was actually
His wife. Yeah.
It was an ex.
Right. Oh
and
no.
How she found out that it was the wife? He just messaged her one day. It was like my wife crashed, bro. Like she's fine. So, but she finds it funny how that's literally how she finds out that he has a wife.
Right. That is
And
hilarious.
another life aside from her.
Yeah. Okay, so I take it she broke up with him?
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, good for her.
Of course.
Well, not everybody is.
Yeah.
That's not that obvious to everybody in today's day and age. So, I'm glad to hear that your friend has a good head on her shoulders. Okay, so I get it now. My wife crashed. Bree. What is the BRIH part?
I'm guessing that he was trying to spell bruh, but he misspelled it. So me and her put it as our pronouns on Discord. In the
Absolutely.
same way, because we use Discord to play games and stuff
100%.
when we're not hanging out
Yeah.
in person.
100%. Okay, excellent. Okay, and that is now I know. Okay, very well. Now I'm in on your joke. All right, so you have a best friend. What do you like to do with her?
I mean, we've been friends for 7 years, so we do a lot of things together. We live really close, like 7 minutes away from each other,
Okay.
and we just do quite literally everything together. I don't know.
Is English your first language?
No, my third.
Wow.
Actually.
What other languages do you speak, if I may ask?
So I'm Kurdish. I don't know if you know what that is, but
Yeah.
Kurdish is my first language, and then Turkish because I went to a Turkish school.
Okay.
And then Arabic because I live in Iraq and it's like mandatory kind of for me to learn it.
Right.
And then I learned English when I was 14 through YouTube videos.
Oh wow.
YouTube videos.
You are so inspiring. So you didn't know any English or very little English until you were 14?
I knew like I don't know, like I didn't know it that well. Maybe like simple phrases for like, oh, I don't speak English.
Right.
And like the standard ABCDs that they teach you here.
Yeah.
That was it.
Wow. Okay, so when you came in, I thought you were definitely an American, so you have an American accent, and your English is so perfect that it's so impressive. So you're an impressive person, and you're studying.
I mean, I have my days with English.
Don't we all? Don't we all? Don't worry about it. So when you came in, you have a very youthful voice, and I thought, well, I get a lot of people in here who aren't 18, and if you're wondering, like, why is he asking me that? I just don't want to talk with children. Not that I don't think children are our future, but they're not as mature. And a lot of times people come in here and ask me questions that may not be appropriate for children. So I did want you to know that, but don't think that this is a not safe for work server or anything like that.
I understand. I get that a lot about my voice, especially. A lot of people actually, whenever I join VC, they tell me that I either sound like a little boy or a 13-year-old little girl. Either the two, I don't know.
It's certainly youthful, but that's a positive thing. So, and your English is just so perfect. I know you say, "Hey, I've got issues with it" or whatever, but I mean,
there's just days where I don't speak it as much, and kind of like remember my words, but
sure,
it depends.
Absolutely. So, do you have to wear a head covering?
No.
No. Okay.
We don't follow Sharia law.
Okay. Did you used to?
No, I'm not religious.
Okay. So let's see here. If you're 19, you were born after the invasion of Iraq, right?
Yes.
So you were never under the Hussein regime.
Saddam Hussein
Saddam Hussein.
in general hated Kurdish people. Yeah, he hated my people in general.
He tried to wipe you off the planet. They gashed you.
Like my parents were always like they always talk about how they had to there was times where they would run away and go into the mountains because he was just bombing everybody.
And gassing.
He felt like it.
And gassing them as well, as I recall. That was a major issue. Yeah, definitely. Okay. So wow. That's amazing. And now Iraq is turning out little Americans. I say that jokingly because you just sound so American. I know you're Iraqi. Well, you're Kurdish and Iraqi and all these other things, but okay, excellent.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you stream at all?
Do I what? Sorry?
Stream? Do you stream online?
I do not know.
Okay.
Do you have come on here to talk to people?
100%. Are people usually respectful towards you or no?
Well, it depends on what kind of community.
Agree. I get that too. Yeah, I get that too. Okay. Excellent. All right. Do you game? Did I ask you this?
I don't think you have now. I mean, I used to.
Okay. What games do you play?
My PC kind of stopped working.
Okay. Oh, what game did you play? Or what games?
I mean, I used to just pick up on any game that my friends were playing at the time, so I just play with them.
Okay.
I was really big on Minecraft because that's kind of what I grew up watching.
100%. Okay. And do you ever play like Fortnite?
But around the time where it was like becoming popular, I did.
Okay.
It was a thing back then, but I never really continued like playing it.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand. All right. And now you're studying to be a heart surgeon. And do you go to school 5 days a week, or how does that work?
Yeah, 5 days a week. Not right now though, because there's elections happening
Okay.
currently. So we get days off for that.
Excellent. I could.
But yeah, 5 days a week, and we have actually Fridays and Saturdays this weekend too,
Okay.
which is unlike where you're from.
Yeah. No, definitely. Isn't Friday like the day of rest there?
Yeah, Friday.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
It's because like it's like a holy day.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just like how on Sunday they go to church,
Right.
Friday they go to the mosque.
Yeah. Exactly. I've seen that. Okay. And so you're a religious. You're a secular individual. You're a secular individual. A religious. You don't follow any religion.
Not really.
Okay. Absolutely. Wow. Such a. I mean, you have a beautiful spirit, a beautiful soul. You're very intelligent.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
You
Um,
too.
you are impressive. I really mean that. Um, just
Likewise.
thank you. Um, you give me a lot of hope for our future youth. I can tell you that I meet a lot of people you can imagine, and they aren't all as respectful and accomplished as you are. Many people, boy, they just they can be very immature and very um, let's see here mean. Frankly, a lot of people can be mean, and I think that you are just incredibly gifted. Okay, so and then when you said
Thank you.
absolutely, well, so here's the funny thing: when I'm like, okay, so you're in med school in the United States, to be in med school, you're usually in your early 20s, and you're like 19. I'm 19 in med school. I'm like, wow, and then you're like, I'm from Iraq. Oh, wow. I would have never guessed. I thought you would be from, where I'm from. Like that's you just you're just you could fool a lot of people, which is such a compliment to your work ethic and how difficult it must have been
Thank you.
to just say I'm going to start learning English. And so YouTube taught you. Okay, YouTube's a wonderful teacher, isn't it?
It really is.
It really is.
I mean, I think I kind of just learned English out of study.
I could see that. I could certainly see that.
Yeah, because I got when I was younger, I got a scholarship to this Turkish school that I told you about.
Yeah.
Which was a private school, and everybody there kind of were like picking up on languages because they had to learn multiple since it was a private school. I wasn't used to it, and a lot of teachers were picking on me because I didn't really understand what they were saying. Like I couldn't understand anything because I was new, and they kept picking on me, and I could understand when they were picking on me. That was the most the extent of my English at the time. So during this summer of that year, I just started watching like YouTube videos, and I picked it up the next year, and that's when I started talking back to them, I guess, because
Good
they
for
were
you.
really mean.
Yeah,
I would say.
absolutely.
And I was like really young, and I got mad at it, to be honest.
Sure. So, do you? I'm not sure how the education system really works there, but do you go away to college? Do you call it college or do you call it university? Or
We call it
graduate?
university, but
Okay, you call it university.
usually we just call it school.
Okay, you just call it school. And aside from your friend who was unfortunately in a situation with that gentleman, do you have other friends?
Yeah, I do. I have a lot of friends, actually.
I can see why.
I hang out with them. Yeah, it's just like I've known them since I was younger, and then I've met a lot of them in university as well.
Excellent. And
yeah, so I hang out with them a lot. Sometimes I bring them on Discord with servers, like we server hop together.
absolutely, they're always welcome here, so long as they're anything like you. A friend of yours is a friend of mine. Do you guys throw parties together? Do you have celebrations, or are you very studious?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
I mean, we don't really do anything kind of like, we don't really, whenever we party, it's not like we're doing drugs and stuff, like we're not, I don't know if that's the definition of partying in the US.
That's one of them. Yeah, no, that's one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Is alcohol
We
legal?
don't abuse substances.
Good for you.
I mean, occasionally, yeah.
Okay, is alcohol legal there?
No, it's legal.
Okay, it's legal. Okay, great. Some Middle Eastern countries, it's illegal, and it's like the death penalty if you have it, or it's like really strict. So I don't know all the laws there. Okay, so do you drink in moderation?
Yes,
Okay,
I would say so.
okay, very well. So you do a little bit of partaking in that college life kind of deal. Okay, not that that's necessary. You don't have to drink. That's certainly there are a lot of people who don't, but I understand. Okay, but no drugs, and that's a good thing. Excellent, and you study, and you're a ballerina. And do you know what? Do you know what? Okay, so I don't know if I'm using this term correctly. I've known some ballerinas in my life, but so you're very flexible, right?
That's true.
Excellent. Do you know what active isolated stretching is?
Um, I, maybe I do. Just
I'm sure you do. Just for a
I
moment.
just don't understand it in
Yeah.
English.
No. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you know more about it than I do. But basically, I'll just show you a version of it. So you can do this in a lot of ways. But you take a rope and basically just hold positions, and no matter the different positions, but it's known as active isolated stretching. You focus on a certain area of your body to get it more flexible. I'm sure this is something that you have to do, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Okay, excellent. And then you do that.
I mean, stretching and like maintaining the flexibility is a part of like a daily thing for people who do ballet or like gymnastics or any kind of like sport that requires you to be flexible.
Right.
Or just in yoga.
That's exactly right. And then you do the bar, the dance bar, right?
Oh yeah, the bar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, very well. All right. Have you been in any ballets that I might know? I only know like two of them: Swan Lake and the Nutcracker.
Oh, that's I mean, I know them obviously. Like I know the whole routine of everything, but like I said, we don't have them as like it's not a competitive kind of thing here. So
Okay.
it's never like, oh, I'm getting ready for a competition and I have to know it. Like, I mean, I do know it like step by step. Like, kind of, I've done it since I was younger.
Okay.
See, now I'm slipping on my words and my English is kind of like messing up.
That's okay. We want to challenge you with
I
that.
guess I'm getting kind of tired. Sorry.
I
So sorry.
completely understand. It's either really late or really early.
Oh, it's 6 in the morning and I haven't slept since like yesterday.
Okay.
So like, it's been 24 hours, maybe more.
Okay. Well, I mean, of course, you're going to need your sleep. But here's what I want you to do. Your English is amazing. I am a certified foreign language teacher, so I'm always here to help you if you want to work on glossaries to improve your language. But just by being in my stream, I use a lot of words that people don't normally use in everyday society, and to help you build your vocabulary. So I want you to know I'm here if you ever want to work with that. I'm always here to be a friend. If you ever need somebody to talk to, or you want to, do you have a question about something? I'm a good resource, especially because I'm always online. So feel free to connect with me. And
Sure, thank you.
yeah,
It's really sweet.
100%. I don't want to take up all your time though. It's 6 in the morning. You should be getting some sleep. And But I just want you to know overall how I really, really am impressed with your maturity. You're a very mature individual, and that's incredibly
Thank you.
impressive. Absolutely. So, with that, feel free to stay there. Feel free to sleep in there. I'm gonna get on the Twitter Spaces. I'm gonna continue to promote myself and get more people in here,
Mhm.
like that gentleman who came in, who I'm working with him on some projects. And feel free to enjoy and chime in if you want. You're more than welcome to. I want you to know more than anything, you have a new friend.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So if you ever need anything, just like any other friend,
Thank you.
I'm here for you. And the thing I really like about you, a lot of things, but when I was like, "How old are you?" You're like 19. How old are you? I'm like, "Hey, that's what's good for the goose is good for the gander," as the phrase is. So, um, yeah, excellent. And I'm not
Yeah,
shy about that. I just want to make sure everybody's of age. So, excellent.
well, that's great. Thank you. We'll definitely come back here because I like this space. I didn't expect it to be like this because somebody, the opposite of you, actually invited me into here. So,
Okay,
but I'll definitely be back here for sure.
absolutely.
But I'll try to get some sleep.
Please do.
I
That's
can't really
important.
stay for long because I'm running on data right now.
Oh no,
I
I
think that's
totally
gonna run out.
understand that. Totally understand that. You take care. We'll put a bookmark in this for right now, and come back whenever you have time and update me on your life, and I'll update you on mine. Okay?
For sure, you can always text me and tell me to join, and I will be here if I'm awake.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan.
Thank you.
One last question. Why is your name Check for Cubs? Before you answer, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. I'm a rabbi, and my last name is Rothschild, so that answers my version of it. Why are you Check for Problems?
Okay, I was going to ask that.
Yeah, 100%.
Check for phone. I like to change my name really often.
Okay.
So
I
I
get
asked
a
my friend in a Discord call. I told him what should my new name be, and he said a bunch of things. And at the end, I added check for problems, which was the name in itself was too long, so I just picked the last part of it and added check for problems.
okay.
But I'm usually known as extra around the online, so
Okay. Are you extra?
I go by extra. Yeah.
No. I know that. But are
Without the
you
B.
okay? Like XTRA?
Yeah.
Okay, but are you an extra person? Are you like very simple or are you extra? Like, are you
Um,
basic or are you extra?
well, I don't really know.
Okay. Do you know what the terms mean? Like in, uh, so how would I
Yeah, I
describe it?
do.
Okay. Okay. Good. So you know what I
I
mean.
do. But I
Yeah.
just don't know. Yeah, I
Okay.
do know what you mean. I really can't answer that because I don't know.
That's all right. As I can tell you, the world is moving towards being very basic, and so being extra
Mhm.
is unique. And so if that's what you are, then that's great. Be whatever you want to be. There's a big part of your life that has to be basic, though, to be a doctor and such. But don't ever forget your unique style and such. Um, okay, so feel free to change your name whenever you want. Uh, but just know if I don't remember you right away, all you have to say is I am in studying to be a heart surgeon, and I'll remember just like that. Okay.
And I live in Iraq.
You could say that too. There's only one other person, and I know him. His name is Mufasa, and he's a really nice person. And so we're two for two of the people who I've met from Iraq who I've been able to. I've met other people too, but been able to get to know a little. You're both very very nice. So
Mhm.
let me ask you
Thank you.
before you
You
go.
too. Like,
Thank you. Is your goal to live in Iraq the rest of your life, or do you want to live in another country?
well, I don't really have any plans to do so, but when I do, I think I can really easily.
I think you can very easily too. You're educated. You're going to be a doctor. Your English is impeccable. You'll be able to go to basically. You'll be able to come to the United States and probably most European countries. So, okay. So like I meet other people. Just a quick story. I met this guy last year. And he's from Tunisia. I love this story. Uh, and he just came in here randomly, and I'm just doing my thing, and I'm like, a lot of times people, I'll be busy, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? He'd be like, I just saw you just live streaming with your camera on in the socialized Discord or one of these other Discords in which I am. And I'm like, okay, yeah, uh, you know, what's your deal? Basically, what do you like to do? Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay. So he starts. We start talking about desalination technology because that was something that was interesting to him that I had mentioned, and we start talking about Tunisia and Tunis and um, I'm basically like, so what's your plan for life? And he's like, you make America sound so wonderful. It's always been my goal to live there. And I was like, okay, well, what's stopping you? And he's like, well, I mean, it's just such an overwhelming amount of stuff to do. And I was like, well, there are a lot of people who are just migrating here today. Like, it's, I'm not saying to break the law, but you could perhaps seek asylum. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, what's the worst they're going to do? Send you back to Tunisia? It's like, they're not going to hurt you. And he's like, yeah, I mean, you're right. So, like, I don't think too much more of it. We talk a little bit about whatever. If he were going to come, like the way people come. And he comes in, like, just a couple months ago. And he's like, Rabbi. I'm like, yeah, how are you? I don't remember. I get so many people coming here. I'm like, okay. He's like, we talked last year. And I'm like, okay, can you remind me about yourself? And he said, yeah, I'm from Tunisia. And he's like the only person I talked to from Tunisia. And I go, oh, yeah, we talked about water desalination. He's like, yeah. Well, get this. So after I talked with you, I started saving my money like you said to do. And if I recall correctly, it happened so quickly. I may get the route that he took, but he's like, so I got on a cargo ship and it took me to South America, and I walked from South America to Panama, took a ferry at Panama, and then walked from Panama to Mexico, and then just came over the border, and I'm living in California. I'm like, dude, we're like neighbors practically. And he's like, yeah. So I'm like, what are you doing nowadays? He's like, I'm working as a security guard. He's like, I don't want to tell you where I live in California because um, I'm live streaming, and so he's like gotta kind of stay on the low, the DL. But like he literally like just in a phone call in here changed his whole life to move to the United States. So he had a little. It is, isn't that? I'm like, man, when I go viral, we're gonna make your life a movie because it's just such a funny story that like, I mean, you never know how someone's gonna change your life. And just this discussion that I had with him, and all of a sudden he's here and living his life. So that reminds me of Mustafa. Mustafa wants to come to the United States, and that's absolutely fine. And he may have like, I don't want to get into his story too much, but just the government has been really well. They caused a great amount of harm to his family, and with not necessarily the government, but like like basically we could say like terrorist organizations, so to speak. And they there's like a good argument that he has to seek asylum, and so he's saving up his money to basically do the same. But you, on the other hand, you're going to be different. We're going to make sure you go through all the proper channels if you want to come to the United States. But there are people in Iraq who need help too. So you sound like you could help people anywhere in the world. But yeah, uh, if I can ever help you in any way, if you want to come to the United States or whatever, I'm certainly someone who would do my best to give you good advice to be able to come here. But I think that you. How much more time do you have until you graduate?
To become a heart surgeon.
Yeah,
In 10 years.
yeah. I would imagine so. They don't just let you start sticking your hands in people's chests without you getting enough education and
Especially
everything.
somebody's heart.
Exactly, 100%. Okay, so you're going to be in school for at least 10 years, and I'm going to be your friend for at least 10 years until you get that done. And, but yeah, that's, yeah, absolutely. Well, we can consider this the beginning of a beautiful friendship, and you get your sleep, and we'll talk soon, okay?
Yeah, we will
Absolutely.
definitely talk soon. It was really great meeting you.
Great meeting you as well, Extra. Take care.
It was great.
Excellent.
I'm glad I met you.
I'm glad I met you as well.
Have a great day and have a great rest of, I can't say rest of your stream because
It doesn't end. God willing, yeah. Well, and tell the person who sent you my Discord link, thank you.
Oh, no, please don't thank him.
I won't. Don't worry about it. Okay, very well. Bring your
Man, but
absolutely. Bring your friends
Great.
next time. I'd love to meet them as well. Take care.
Of course. Yeah, you too.
Peace.
I'll talk to you soon.
God willing.
Bye.
Bye bye. Chef Mario, how are you? Hey, Super Supply Chain. Your 11 minutes is done, big dog.
Yes, sir. I got in the studio.
Okay, you got in the studio.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all you needed to do. Now go back to Rumble, and you know how you press the, you press those toggles. This time you can press YouTube, and we'll check and make sure that you're live.
Okay, so I need to cut off my other screen.
Yeah.
So I go to Creative Studio, go live. I go to Rumble Studio. It will only let me hit direct RMP.
What are you talking about?
What am I hitting now? Canvas screen.
Oh, one moment. Are you sharing your screen or somebody else? No, somebody else is. No, that's okay. I know. Okay. Yeah, you're in Rumble. Okay. So it won't let you do what you did yesterday?
Okay, let me see. No.
Uh, re- Refresh. In the upper left corner, you should see the Rumble Studio logo. Click that. That should take you back home.
Only one camera stream, one permission can be created at a time.
No, we can do this. Okay. Go to rumble.com. So in your browser, type rumble.com.
I fixed it. So it has something up there that needed to be deleted. I guess the one we started yesterday had to delete it. It said expired.
Okay, that's fine.
Camera Studio now.
Okay.
Select the template.
Yep.
I'm gonna add YouTube. Add Twitch. Add Kick.
So make sure you add YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble.
I gotta add Rumble on there too.
No, I shouldn't have said that. Rumble's default.
I'm lying.
One second before you go live.
Already did it.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know what your YouTube username is?
Super supply chain.
Are you sure you got that one? Okay. So you already went live, right?
Yeah, it looks like I'm on. When I went to YouTube, super supply chain.
Okie doke. Super supply chain. I gotta find you.
Okie doke. Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
You see it?
Let's
No, I don't see anything.
just one moment, Chef Mario.
What?
Just one moment.
What?
Does it say Jalil?
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't turn your camera on though. So stop your streams and restart them.
Network error. Error.
Yo, so Chef Mario, what's your deal? Why you so loud today?
I'm loud.
Yeah, in the background, it's like super loud.
What can you hear? Can you hear my fan?
Yeah.
Do I need to put on my noise suppression?
Yeah, turn on your noise suppression.
Is that what you?
Yeah, turn on your noise suppression.
Put on crisp. Crisp. How about now?
It's a lot better now.
Better now?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Excellent,
Sorry.
thank you. No problem at all. How have things been for you on Kicks, Chef Mario?
Loud. I'm like, what do you mean it's so loud? I didn't even say anything.
No, you're good.
I thought you were saying I was loud.
No, I should have been specific. The background noise was loud. So how have things been? How have things been?
Some shit in them. So good.
Hey, your Blue Jays almost did it.
Yeah, they did. They tried. You came close. Come on, you gotta admit.
As close as you can
It looked
come.
like they were gonna win.
As close as you can come, basically. What? They took the Dodgers into the 11th inning of the Game 7 of the World Series and played them to the 18th inning.
It's just like the other way around. If they were getting beat at the beginning, you know what I mean? And then they end up winning, they would be like, yay! It just happens to be the Dodgers, you know?
Word, dog.
They already won, right? So that's we like hoping we've been.
Yeah.
So is this the third year in a row?
That the Blue Jays have been it. No, the Dodgers have won 2 years in a row.
2 years. I think that's why the Blue Jays made it such a big deal, is because we haven't won since '93. You know, like Dodgers won last year, so but whatever, it was close.
That's right, but you guys won back to back then, so that's not too bad.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. The division, you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
They came close. It's not like they got their ass beat.
Oh no, not at all. They were very. They came as close as any team basically has ever come, except they didn't win. They played.
Teams won, then the other one won, then the other one won. It's almost like they forced it so that it was a tie, so that it lasts longer and more.
More revenue.
You don't want to force it done quick.
I know what you're
Big
saying.
games are done.
I get what you're saying.
Those cities are making more money with the fans coming to the restaurants, and think about it. Toronto made a lot of money that weekend.
Oh, totally.
All the businesses.
Giant amounts. 100%. How's Kick been treating you, Chef Mario? What'd you say, Big Dog?
Like hotel rooms, those alone.
Yep.
How much money they made and how much they could have put the prices up.
Hotel rooms, merchandise, restaurants, all the hospitality.
Tim Hortons.
And it's not just for Toronto, the whole state, basically everybody, or the whole state, apologies, the whole country. But even the whole country. I know people who were excited in Vancouver.
The watch parties, yep. It just didn't have to be in Toronto.
Right. The whole country.
There was people in BC, they made bars and made going out to watch it a reason to go and watch it. Yes, people stayed at home and watched it, but
exactly,
it's not the same when you're in a place with 100 people cheering.
Exactly. Did you see that soccer match where that guy made a bicycle kick? They're calling it the icicle kick because it was snowing.
No.
It happened in Canada, I think, over the weekend. Yeah, you'll probably see it upcoming. But yeah, the Blue Jays played really well. Shout out to them. Next year might be their year. And now it's the official time for hockey, right? All right. Super Supply Chain, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Trying to do it now.
All right, take your time, my man.
Alright, so I'm in the studio. I hit the glass room or the go by.
At the very bottom, remember there's a microphone and a camera. You want to make sure both are on. So make sure before you go live, you can see yourself on camera. And it's not just that green triangle on to the side. It's not just their logo.
Alright, you see me?
Can I hear you?
Can you see me?
Oh, let me see. You mean on YouTube? Okay, just a moment. I can see you, but it's really dark. I see you moving the camera. Is there a reason why your video is really dark?
Should be right in there. I had to write.
Just one moment. There's like a 30-second delay. You're still really dark, but do you just not have the light on in your room or something? Oh, now I see it. Now it's better. Yeah, you're good now. Yeah, I can see you.
Perfect.
Okay, so I checked you out on YouTube. You're good. Now we're gonna check you out on Rumble. And I tried this yesterday, and you did not come up. I don't know why. Still don't come up, but they can be slow. I'm not exactly sure why. Um, but then you sent me that link yesterday, so I'll go to that link on Discord. So Discord, my man is named Super Supply Chain. All right, let's find you. Okay, I'm looking at your Rumble now. I uh, it shows that you are live. Do you have your sound on Rumble?
Yeah.
Okay, just a moment.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, turn your sound on so I can hear it.
Okay.
You just turn off your camera.
Okay, I'm doing that.
All right. Um. Okay. Now I can hear your sound again. Okay. Yeah, and you turn the camera back on, so you're good there. Rumble, you're 2 for 2. Okay. Now Twitch. My man is Super Supply Chain on Twitch. Super Supply Chain. Show us that you are live. You're good there. You've been going for 4 minutes. Okay, and Kick is the last one, which is how I found you in the first place. Super Supply Chain. It shows you're live. You are live. All right, big man. You're live on everything.
I can add Instagram and TikTok as well.
What'd you say about Instagram and TikTok? You want to do those?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You can, but it's a little more. It's more difficult. So you don't currently live stream on Instagram and TikTok under normal conditions, do you?
No.
Okay.
I do TikTok like shorts and reposts and stuff like that.
Right. But you don't live stream usually, right?
Not 24/7.
Right. So Instagram, you can do it, but well, do you have at least 1,000 followers on Instagram? Okay, so you need 1,000 followers. They just changed it. Before you could do it with 0, but now you need 1,000 followers. So Instagram is not going to be possible right now unless you get 1,000 followers. And then TikTok, They don't give you the RTMP key usually very easily. They want to push you to doing TikTok Studio, which you can do. So you've got to download TikTok Studio from their website, and then you can go live. But um, it's a little more difficult, but you can do it.
I'll just wait.
Okay.
How do I set Rumble up to have like my background screensavers and all that?
Right. Do you know how to get your background and screensavers and all that stuff to run in OBS Studio?
I think so.
Okay. Once you get that ready in OBS Studio, let me know. And then you press the virtual camera button. And then in Rumble, instead of using your normal camera, you have it use the virtual camera. And then it's all set.
So so go to OBS.
Yeah. So you want to go to OBS and get your screensavers and everything set up the way that you want. That banner at the bottom that's scrolling, all that stuff.
get this set up, Rabbi, and I'm going to do it with you tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan. Is there anything else you need tonight?
No, I'm going to get that set up, like you said. And, I can get that set up first.
All right, big dog. You know I'm here for you. Take care, Super Supply Chain. Sweet dreams.
All right, you too, Paul. Thank you. Have a good night.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care. Absolutely. My pleasure. Where's Mr. Aquarius?
was interesting as well. This is Derek when you were talking about Sean Strickland.
Where's Miss Aquarius?
Oh,
Miss Aquarius.
Mike Perry goes, come on, man, I'm out here on these streets. He was, I'm a real journalist. I love Mike Perry. Dude, he does an awesome job. He's great. He's good at everything. Mike Perry is the it factor. And if you go back, it was probably below the belt, might have been the Big Brown Show. I fucking told you, when Mike Perry has a kid, he's gonna quit being a knucklehead and he's gonna fucking step his game up. Look at this motherfucker now. Crushing it. Perry was in trouble saying the N-word, fighting a dude at some sushi spot. Dude, remember all that shit? You don't see any of that with Mike Perry now. It's just, if you're a fucking real man, when you bring kids in this world, if that doesn't make you sober and grow the fuck up, you're just a bad person. Mike Perry's a good fucking dude, and I've known him for a while, and I knew that was going to be the case. And look at his life now. Dude is crushing it. Yeah. All this should be celebrated. The Mike Perry's, the guys that leave the UFC and go on to do great things. When you talk about shit about fighter pay law stuff, it's just the MMA culture. It's just culture in general. Everyone wants to hate on these guys and make fun of them. You got to celebrate Mike Perry. I always said I'm like Andy Dufresne. I crawled through that UFC shithole, right? Well, I love the UFC, but I'm just saying, from the grips, the fucking, they have the grips on your life and your career, and you gotta fight for your meals, and you gotta crawl through that shithole and hope you make the other side so you can escape to San Montanino, where the fuck Andy Dufresne went to. When the guys do this, like Mike Perry, like Darren Till right now, you celebrate all of that. It's so hard to do. These guys should be celebrated and repost them and watch their videos. I'm telling Mighty Mouse, another one. You got these guys, dude. These guys that go on to have bigger careers when they're done fighting or move on to another organization and become bigger. I can't emphasize enough. Support them and celebrate them. Because the odds of that happening are less than 1%, and these fucking guys are doing it, and it's so hard. What they're doing is so hard. Play this. Before you play, you have to be the first one. I can't remember who did a fighter that did podcasts where he's before me. That was the first one, yeah. Probably the shittiest one. The first one, Jim, yes. Yes, I'm the Jackie Robinson of UFC fighters. Yeah, that's something I'm trying to remember. I don't think there was. There's not. That was the first one. Now, it was timing, right? That podcast was just starting to be a thing. And I was the first, I met Brian Callen, who was doing bad podcasts in his garage, and we became buddies. So it's timing and luck. That was the first one. And out here, when their mom has it. That's something that goes from that. Yeah, people forget. You almost forgot.
Said things about you not being in live events or competing, and you called him out to compete against him, and you do it. Why couldn't you accept?
When Sean started talking, man, I don't got no trouble with any of the fighters. I got so much respect for you guys. I literally want to make fun of it on the internet. I couldn't care less, but for some reason, Sean decided to say a lot of things about me that are not true. He can have whatever opinion he wants about a black belt. I said, come train with me then. And I said, I've been to your gym several times. I know the owner. I know your coach. I know a lot of people on the team over there. Get to train at that gym. So I'd be happy to come train with you. I asked him different times to do an interview with me. And he just wants to talk on the internet. It seems. That's my impression. He says a lot of bullshit on the internet, but when I'm standing face to face with him, you don't want to have a conversation. When I'm 2 feet away from him, you don't want to have a conversation. When I'm training, I go over to Sharon's gym, and he's there. He didn't show up for the gym for 2 days because, in my opinion, because I was there, you don't want to. And I said, hey, I'll go there for the gym in an hour. If you believe that, come roll with me in an hour. Go to the gym together.
He's said
I see both sides. So for Strickland, trust me, and kudos to Buddy Bird for being like, I'm down to train, man. Like that, so give him some credit because I'm around, I'm down to train, so he can see what's up. Kudos to him. That takes a lot of balls. He's gonna get destroyed, but kudos to him. So listen, I know he takes a lot of shit, but you gotta have balls. Be like, if he wants to train, I'm at all these gyms. I'm down, you know. But on the other side, Sean Strickland's going, I don't give a fuck if you want to train. Sean Strickland doesn't want to be the guy that gives him another platform. That's where Sean's at. I'd be willing to bet. Sean's like, nah, man, you ain't getting views and building your name off my shit. Don't do that with these other guys. I want no part of it. Sean doesn't like what he stands for. So it's not a case of Sean like, oh, maybe he is really good. Sean doesn't give a fuck. Sean will eat him alive. It's more of Sean going, I give you the platform, man. I'm not going to entertain it. That's what that is. I see both sides. Kudos to Money Bird for going, I'm down. But also kudos to Strickland. Like, dude, I'm not some fucking internet whore. You're not going to use me for my platform. It's not happening. This is also funny. You mentioned it. Like, also, this is here Rosh was talking about how he loses weight.
Keeping any diet before the weigh-in, and my body just naturally went from 100 kilos to the 93 in a 5 week. Naturally, like the next day, I have 97, 98 kilograms. That's how I'm doing the weight.
So you don't have to diet or anything?
Yeah, gotcha. I just realizing when is the fight. I just know that. I just know when is the weigh-in, and then I just my weight is going down. Day before the weigh-in, 94, 95 kilograms.
So I'll make sure I get straight. So you tell me that Yuri Prohaska can sit here and think like I didn't be 93 kilograms and bones are gonna be there.
I don't want to say like I'm just doing that because my dad, but I feel my body like in the next week I have the weight. I need to be down. I don't know how I'm going with the weight down.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. So this lets me know he can probably make 185, or he could fight at heavyweight. You know, it's like if you just tell yourself you make weight, you make it to a 5, you can probably fight at 85 if you had an actual weight cutting coach. You know, yeah, you can fight 80. That means you can fight 85. If you're not killing yourself to make it like most guys, you can probably fight at 85. Yeah. Okay, so Ahmed Okayev, obviously he got pretty much kicked out of UFC because his attitude there. Yeah, he's still winning. But some boring fights, but you got this one a bit different swag. Yeah, but at this point they should. Yes.
There was it.
2 different kicks at the same time. Sometimes guys just need a reality check. It's like benching a starting quarterback, or putting a number 3 hitter at number 8. They just need a little bit of. They just need more. The only way they're going to learn that is by sending him out of the UFC or something like that. So this could be exactly what he needs to get to where he needs to get in the UFC. And he's excited. Lots of kid. Okay, this is the last one. Pretty much, your favorite talking about the GFC thing, or how GFL, how they kind of just stopped all their fights. Let me see what he says. I'm in the dark, how to do it. See, your favorite, so your favorite was one of the famous fighters got the fallout of the Global Fight League, and he recalls why it seemed like a good idea at the time. In 2024, entrepreneur Darren Owen announced the launch of a new MMA promotion, which promised a roster of names surrounded any fight fan. However, in April, the event were officially canceled with no words as to when or if the league would attempt to relaunch. The late updates have come from GFL's Instagram with a post-encrypted message in October, though substantial details. The premiere of episodes of Norman Cruz 11-4 podcast again celebrate these guys. Hosted like the shit. Norman Cruz fans and many red so if you're not producing this something too much, they're offering a ton of money. I actually had the main guy, the guy I knew that used to run West Coast Fight Championship, come to my house and kind of explain it. I was just thinking, first off, this doesn't make much sense. Parts of it made sense. But what he was offering and everything else didn't make sense. The guy had an earnest idea, a bit delusional. Some pieces that weren't making any sense, agreed. I feel like this guy was a bit gullible, a bit delusional, which is okay. My manager had seen Owen's checking account with $30 million in it, saying that was the only reason I agreed to it. I was like, okay, this guy's real. He can write these big checks. Same. I also talked to Andy Pettis, Patriots, and get checks from him, private pre-checks. Pettis was the one that, like, bro, I'm going to tell you this GFL thing. He looked at it, so honestly for me, I would have to know that the blessing of the UFC. Favorite receiver Kyle should even go as far as reach out to the UFC CEO and ask him if he's okay for him to sign the GFL for a rematch with a one-time opponent and Corral. Favorite believes he was contractually clear of obligation to the promotion competed for. He still felt it was a good idea to keep White in the loop. It turned out to be a wise decision for Faber not to fully commit to GFL. They found out that the Scots funds that had been allocated to the fighters weren't all they were chalked up to be. The jinx in the armor started showing Faber side. It turned out that the money in the bank was just a snapshot of money and briefly. I'd have to give back and all this kind of stuff. I had to do something at a time, get my medicals and stuff. I had already saw the writing on the wall. Told my management, don't get medicals, this thing's gonna fall apart. Shittiest. Whatever the one's ambition, provide general alternative to UFC, which was only for things I my favorite admirers was always going for it. I know just Tusk is just taking sides, especially since he doubts him when he can win a business battle with UFC. One point of the GFL said, okay, this is what's wrong with UFC and everything else. I'm like, everything's separated from me. They run the way they're going to do it. They have their success. I feel like the GFL was kind of to that note, but for me, I have a lot of gratitude. I feel like this was growing in position that way. Please, but it was good stuff. That was it. It's been sick. Yeah, for us, it was like snapshot. Is that how you guys my team vetted him. He showed us the same snapshot. So it's like, oh damn, this dude does have the money. My thing with any of these leagues, like, I always go into it 1 foot in, 1 foot out, knowing the chance of them being around long term is not good. I'm down for them to pay guys like Tony Ferguson, Drag Faber, Andy Pettis, Paige Van all the boys, Andre Arlovsky, all the guys. They're getting their paycheck, they're getting more money. So I'm usually, yeah, we're all getting paid, let's do it. It's probably not going to be around long, so get it while you can. And then, as far as I know, is he in the backing of, I don't know, who's from Saudi or some shit? And at the last second, when they're supposed to reserve the arena, wherever it was, in LA, like the week they had to put down a deposit, they were like, no, we're out. And the dude's like, did direct. So, he had a good idea, has a good heart, good intentions. It takes a lot. But I'm always 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I'm always like, hopefully it works out, but the chances are not good. Because you are competing against the UFC. We don't need another league. But again, if all of us are going to make money, and these fighters who can't fight in the big fights in the UFC anymore but have these big names, I'm in. Alright, that's pretty much it. Maybe this guy getting knocked out as a Rodsterd's team, son. Rodsterd's son is in the Corals. Yo, when they got knocked out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, Corals. Why did he set them off like that? I don't know. Also, how you not even gonna include his name? It just says B. Davis, Rod Stewart's son. That's so fucking messed up.
There she is. Miss Aquarius. I was waiting for you.
I had to get myself together, take a bath, take a shower, and all that.
I was saying in my stream, where's Miss Aquarius?
No comment, I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I just missed you. I just missed you.
I know, I missed you.
Alrighty.
How
was your day?
It was good. How was yours?
It was lovely. I got to help a lot of people with their projects. They're gonna They love me in Nigeria, Miss Aquarius. And we just had a young lady from Kuwait. She's in medical school. She's studying to become a heart surgeon. And we had this guy who I helped. Two other people came in. They were just here. They were, one of them does a live stream and he helps like underprivileged youth. And then the other person, they are like, they're in the Marines, or they were in the Marines, and now they are in cryptocurrency, and they're also like a programmer. So a bunch of very diverse people. And then this one guy from Nigeria in particular, he's so sweet, he's so nice to me, and he's very smart. Oh, come on, give it to me. And he came in and he made me like a nice thing, he made me a nice video. So that was appreciated.
Okay.
Word. All right, get it, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, you got to get this. I'm going to do what you do to me. Go get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
That's right. That's that one.
That would have
Go
been.
where I go.
There you go. Not good. Give it to me. All right, this is what you do. Go, Miss Aquarius. Go, Miss Aquarius. Go, Miss Aquarius. Go, Miss Aquarius. Like, I can't go yet. I'm just playing with you. I know. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. I know you do. Get it, girl. You've got 4 to get here. Get these 4.
Yay.
That was beautiful.
Thank you. Rabbi, go. Strike it.
I'll take it. I'm doing well. I'm going to get these 2.
You got this too, Rabbi. You got this.
No. No. I can't believe I did not do better. Get it. All right, that was good.
Okay, you win it.
You got this. Get these 2. Get it. That was a really hard one. All right. Give me the strike. I'm going to get these 2, no doubt. I don't even know why Play-Doh makes me throw it, because it's no doubt. And then I'm going to get these ones because I want to get in the 80s. There we go. 80. Oh.
Good job. You win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. All right. It's Miss Aquarius's turn to win. Even though she just won. She's going to win again.
Yeah.
Get it, girl. Oh, Miss Aquarius. Right off the bat. That's what I'm talking about. Give me this. Oh, Miss Aquarius, how am I going to match you? Get it. Are you serious? Oh, Miss Aquarius. I can't believe I didn't do well there. Now, take a big lead. Oh, Miss Aquarius, 2 in a row. She's on fire. This girl is on fire. Fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. Get it, 3 in a row, 3 in a row, 3 in a row. Oh,
I wish.
I wish too. Oh, girl, talk about being on fire. Get this. Get it.
You got a chance, Rabbi. Come on.
Oh,
You got this.
are you kidding me? Comeback of the century right here.
Roger.
You've already got 50. Oh, not even. Not even. We can give up, but I choose not to. But look at you. You've got 50. Get it. Get another strike. Ooh. She's got 58, folks. There's no touching her. She is Elliot Ness in the Untouchables. Miss Aquarius, you are so on fire. It's not even funny. Not even funny. This is such a hard shot. Give it to me. Boom. Boom. Miss Aquarius is so good. Get it. Get it. Okay. 74. Get it. I don't know how. I don't even know what you do. Get the 2 on the left, I guess.
I know, right?
That's okay. 75 is a good score. Not even close. Which, of course, I'm not even going to get 50. Give it to me. Give it to me. All right. Get this. Whoa. Miss Aquarius, you played like a pro. Amazing job. She has 144 wins, people. I won one. You won one. We both won 2. We're both undefeated. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Excellent job, Miss Aquarius. Alrighty. Are you ready to go to bed?
Yeah, they use that person. I'm going to bed, brush my teeth, and go to bed, and so to be ready in the morning.
Yes, ma'am. You excited?
Yeah. I don't want to go out there and they're cooking it though, but yeah, I'm excited.
Good on you. Alrighty, Miss Aquarius.
No, dude. You get to stay in the house.
100%.
But it's okay. I've been in the house before. They're trying to get out.
Alrighty.
Alright, after the morning.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. God willing.
Rabbi.
Take care.
You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Say bye.
I will if I speak to him. Thank you. Shout out to Miss Aquarius, everybody. This girl is on fire.
Aussie knocked him the fuck out in the first round. But of course, what you think was gonna happen? Influencer jumped in there with Andre Orlovsky. Yeah, man, that's how it goes. It got to the 4th round. That's how this goes. Shout out to Orlovsky, one of my faves. Is that it, brother? That's it. All right, UFC 322 is going down. It's going down in Madison Square Garden, the great state of New York, with the new Mondani in charge. We'll see how that shit show goes. Either way, you got a great fight. Who cares about the politics? You got a great freaking fight. I cannot wait. I will be in Dallas with my son's travel football team, but trust me, I will be watching this. I swear to God, no nickel. Let's freaking do it, dude. Get it done. Let's fight at the White House after this. All right, kids, if you enjoyed the show, go over to Patreon ad-free. It's patreon.com/TFADK. Love you guys. If you see me out there on the street, come say what's up. Till next time, I'm out. That's the star.
Look at this.
That's
Let us
star
send them
was
folks.
was a gym.
Join the Patreon. Generally speaking, you get early access to demos if you do that. Usually a few days
Was
early.
the gym.
This week I was on vacation.
Inner Primal. Ultimately, again, there's no need to go ahead and there's no need to certify. So therefore, again, what's happening over here is that halacha l'maisa, according to the mayor, the giver has to do that there was a shemira. But ultimately, again, the document is a valid document. On the other hand, Rabbanan hold, both Rishach Shakasto, Trafla Kaimo, Rabbanan say, no, even if all the parties admit that the star is a legitimate star, therefore what? Nevertheless, it still requires certification. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, that was ultimately the result in Hamotzin Tabura Allah Haraya. Okay, I have immersed the heart in Gubal. But we already had this method we've already seen this method before. This is not design, no. Ain't one in the post though, Divrei Rabbi Meir. So I'll say, what's the case over here? We'll look at Rashban for just a moment. Rashban is in the last of the intermediate Wi-Fi, email us every class. This in the Emonon, Rashban says, this is not awesome. Even Shamu Sadia Denu Bizah about Anusim Hayinu, Kikanim Hayinu, Psulim Hayinu. So this is an interesting case. So let's say you have a star, whatever it is. God says that we're going to lend $200,000. Now what happens? The witnesses pull up. The witnesses say, "Yep, that's our signature." So they testify that that's their signature, but they qualify their signature. They say, "Yes, we did sign it, but we were coerced, or we were minors, or we were hustled in dollars to give this edus." So what's that? So generally we would say that they are believed. Now why are they believed? Because the Pesha Shatash that since the edus is coming through them, right? They are the ones who, so to speak, create the transaction. They are also believed to qualify the transaction. The tiny big Gemara, ain't one of the postal give Rabbi Meir. And Meir, on the other hand, disagrees. The Meir says they are believed to certify the document, but they are not believed to invalidate it. The Chayish V'Pesha Asar Gabi Shtaras the Naqshidu Yisrael Al-Kaf. That was what the Meir says. That's because when someone says, "Yes, that's my signature, but I was coerced," or "but I was a katan," or "I'm a apostle," so they'll say. So then, what they're doing essentially is they're eroding their own cheskes kashrus, like they're eroding their own credibility. And the Meir says you're not believed to erode your own credibility. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, so fine. So the Gemara says we've already had this machlokes before. If that's the machlokes over here, we've already learned this. Back to the Gemara for just a moment. The Gemara says. They already argued about this principle before the Sanya. Ain't the Emma in the post of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir says if witnesses come along and they say, "Yes, that's our signature on the star, but, and what's the but? But again, we were coerced, but we were psulim, we were kitanim. That ultimately, again, they're not believed. Why are they not believed? Because the Meir holds that. The Meir holds that Modu B'Shtar Shekasva is Rakakaimo. And once you admit that the star was written, there is no need to see in Shtaros. The Chum say Ne'eman. The Chum say no, that they're Ne'eman. Let's say, so again, if that's the Machlokes over here, if that's Machlokes in our Mishnah, why do we need to state it again? It's already been stated once. The Mishnah says, no, we both use the title of Shita. It's Maraki, if you would just write down the Brisa, in that case, the Islam would be liable, because the Islam are the ones who create the effect of transactional effectiveness. So because they create transactional effectiveness, they have a tremendous amount of power, and therefore perhaps they have the ability to undermine the effectiveness of the transaction as well. About half of it over here in Mishnah, about whole community. Even though over here, about say in Mishnah, remember again, who is undermining the effectiveness of the star? It's the giver. Maybe the giver doesn't have that level of power. The Itmar Baha, if we're just in Mishnah case, Baha come over there, and they're only holds his particular position in Mishnah. But maybe in the Bryce, even Modi Rabbanon. Maybe he missed the piece with Rabbanon. Therefore, it's fine. So, bottom line, two different ways to interpret the whole disciplinary from the Rabbanon. So, in Amar Rabba, so what's this? Rabbi said as well, Raya Be'ik. So, what's this? Remember again. Essentially, what we have over here is the fundamental focus in terms of how to interpret the Raya in the Mishnah. Right? How many say, let's go back, just circle back just a second. Ruvain gives the gift to Shimon, right? Ruvain now comes along and says the gift is for why? Ruvain claims that the Shchidna at the gift. Now Baruch Hashem Lema, Matna Shchidna is the gift of the Tanai, therefore the gift is void, nothing to it. Shimon says, when you are Shchidna, you're perfectly healthy, and therefore the gift is a bona fide gift. What do we do? So my focus for the air and the family. Focusing on the Chomtzeh Motzi Shahiro, Allah's Haraya. Right? Remember again, Rabbi Nosson says, Rabbi Meir says, the burden of truth is upon the giver. Right? Right now he's a bar. The burden of truth is upon him to see that he was a shooter at the time of the giver. Chomtzeh, no. The burden of proof is upon Shimon. The extractor, Motzi Shahiro, Allah Haraya. What raya? What are we looking for from Shimon in this particular scenario? So again, Rafuna, and now Rafuna, Kiyomashtar. Now, depending on which way you go in this understanding, will determine my focus, Rabbi Meir, and okay, let's go back. Again, Amar Rabba also said, Raya, from say Moshe Chaver Lava Raya, they mean witnesses. Only a Raya in my time, what's the reason? Maybe you'll say like this, because generally, the reason we need witnesses is as follows. Generally, in the Matnas Shemira, we spoke about this yesterday, there's a particular verbiage that is employed. Originally, right? So it says, Sid, I'm sorry, can't have a mahalech arag loy b'shuka, ubahalo sivka. So let's say so again. Normally, again, in a healthy person's case, let's say it's actually interesting. It seems to be that they would indicate in the shtar that this was a matnas bari. How would you indicate in the shtar that this was a healthy person's gift? You would use the following verbiage. Ruvain made this gift when he was walking on his own 2 feet in the shul. What if he wasn't walking in the shul? It doesn't matter. It was an expression. It was an expression that was used fascinatingly. So in order to show that it's a matnas bari, they would employ this lashon. When Reuben was walking on his own 2 feet in the marketplace, he went ahead and conveyed this property to Shimon. The fact that that phrase is missing compromises the authenticity of the shtar. So the fact that that line is not in there, it must be that it's a matnas shchina. It's the opposite. Whenever there's a matnas shchina, that also has a particular verbiage. What's the verbiage that's used? Normally a matnas shchina, let's say, has the following lashon. What's the lashon? I remained right when I was confined to my deathbed. We have that lashon also my matnas shchina. V'halok sibba, and yet in this case over here, this case in question, that lashon is not used. What do you see from there? Shmanina, bari. What do you see from that? That it's a matnas bari. Matnas bari. So you don't know how you don't know. Right. You guys message finding it interesting enough what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a shtar that doesn't have either of the lashonos. It's fascinating. So it's like, you know, it doesn't feel like I think you know I already got it insensitive to this. That you have to indicate, we always thought that the obligation was to do this with matnas shchina. It's not to do this with matnas bari. It seems to be that people indicate, is this a matnas bari or is it a matnas shchina? The problem in this case over here is a shtar has neither of these lashonos. So it doesn't have the lashon of I was walking on my 2 feet in the shul. It doesn't have the lashon of I was laying in my deathbed. So what do you do in a case like this? So you guys either so therefore you can interpret this to be a matnas shchina or a matnas bari. What do you do in a case like this? Ultimately, again, so we'll say, therefore, what's the halacha in the case of suffix mammon? So, what do you do when you have a suffix in mammon? You assume whoever is currently in possession of it is the owner. And if you want to change that, what do you need? A raya. And what kind of raya? Eidos. Egos, beautiful. Over Plukta to Rabbi Yochanan. Over Plukta. Sorry, and this whole thing is Mardim Machlokes. Rabbi Yochanan Amarai Ve'idin. Rabbi Yochanan says, the Rai earlier going to say, just going back to the Chum. Come say, Mosini Chaber Lavaraya. You think either give to Shimon, Reuben is claiming it was a Matzah Shemira. Shimon is claiming it was a Matzah body. Rabbi is talking about a case where the shtar itself doesn't point in the direction. What the Lashon is missing. So what does Shimon need to do in order to prove this point? So Rabbi Yochanan says Eden. So right, Shimon has to bring Egos that Reuben was Shimon at the time of the gift. When Shimon Lucky Shimon Rai became a shtar. Shimon Lucky says no, it requires certification on the document. So Isi Rabbi Yochanan, Shimon Lakish. So Rabbi Yochanan is catching to Rish Lakish. My son Bnei Brak was actually interesting to this. There was an episode in Bnei Brak. What happened in Bnei Brak? Listen to this. So there was a father, we'll call him Yaakov. Yaakov had multiple sons, Reuben, Shimon, and Levi. What happens? So Levi sold off, so Yaakov died, and Levi sold off some of the estate's property. Okay. And then Levi died. What ends up happening is Reuben and Shimon come along to the purchase, and they say, guys, the sale is Levi's sale is void. Why? Levi was a katan at the time of the sale. He had no right to start selling off estate property. He was a katan. Okay. In Baba Shalosh Rabbi Akiva, Mahu Lebota. So now watch this. This whole thing goes south really fast. If you take a look at the Rashbam, the Rashbam says over here, V'chumda lo b'nei mishpacha, v'kasaka leit chahashta, v'chase b'cheskas yarshin kaini, below ba'adai le'ez. The Rashbam says, what we are assuming this case over here, we're going to prove this in just a moment, but what we are assuming is the case is like this. Levi sold property, state property, right? And then what happened? But the property was not yet transferred to the purchasers. Levi dies, the purchasers show up to take possession of their property. So now Reuben and Shimon saying, no, the sale is void because Levi was a katan at the time of the sale. He had no right to sell the estate property. Now what happens? So Ba V'Shalu Rabbi Akiva Mahu Lebota. So they came to Rabbi Akiva. Now the purchasers said like this. The purchasers apparently did not have any other form of proof. So they came and asked Rabbi Akiva, are we permitted to exhume the body in order to go ahead and see if Levi had physical signs of maturation? Right? The appearance of 2 heirs is enough to go ahead and establish that he was a brother. So can we exhume the body in order to prove that he has physical signs of maturation and therefore that the sale was valid? So what happens? The Gemara says, you are not permitted to desecrate the dead for this. Furthermore, Furthermore, like Simonim, things change, in other words, the body changes after a person dies. So what you see now on the body is not necessarily indicative of what was there or how it looked during life. So the key is saying 2 things. Number 1, the answer is no. Right, because you can't desecrate a body for financial purposes. That's number 1. Number two, even if you find something, it's not going to be a proof because halacha l'maisa, simanim change ultimately again even after. Because it's interesting. It's very taken by this line. Simanim to understand. So we'll say we like to think that. Although life is filled with the possibility of change, that is not. Right? Death is when the door closes and change. But it's possible that maybe at the end of the Gemara says, is that even after death, something is possible. Simanim asui and the challenge to ask himself. Certain things, the change even after death. I ask yourself, but okay, so how do things change after I'm dead? So how do things change after death? So let's say this is the profundity of leaving behind family. But sometimes again, when a person leaves this world, what you can no longer do for yourself, your loved ones have the ability to do for you. and this is incredibly important. Right? For those of us maybe who don't have parents in this world, or all of our parents in this world, but sometimes our loved ones, and we think that once they're no longer here in this world, we think the truth of them is no longer their threshold. See, one last thing in the Shai, the dead experience change as well. The difference just is the dead cannot affect change for themselves. But we, the living, have the incredible force and the incredible ability to affect change for themselves. And one of the greatest Zufrios we have is when we learn the most of love ones, when we do tzedakah, when we do chesed, when we become better people because we are inspired by the memory of our loved ones, they experience change. Their neshamas experience change. They can't be the engines of that change, but we could be the engines of that change for them to experience even in the next world. Such a profound Gemara. I see Gemara says this house. Let's analyze this case a little bit. So Bishlama on the base. So Bishlama with the Da'amina Raya Be'egin. So Yohan is like this. So according to me, this makes sense. This makes sense. Because I hold that in general, when we talk about Amotzim Yechaveh or Lava Raya, so Raya is the agent. So people don't know the both isolated and what happened in the case of Meibach? What happened in the case of Meibach? Right? So the purchasers say that Levi was a Gadol. So what do the brothers say? What do Reuben and Shimon say? Okay, Reuben is a Gadol. What do they say? Bring angels. Bring witnesses. Okay, in other words, you're making a claim. Support your claim with witnesses. So ultimately, again, the purchasers were unable to go ahead and produce witnesses. And that's why they come to Rabbi and say, that's why the witnesses say Rabbi Akiva, are we allowed to examine the body, for physical crimes and maturation? Because again, they were asked to furnish witnesses. They could not furnish witnesses, so therefore they asked to examine the body. According to you, the Amrit Raya became a star if, but according to you, that the Raya, the truth in these cases, the certification of the documents, I'm going to both go to Kamish I'm sorry, I'm going to both go. Why are they asking me to keep up to examine the body? Just simply, right? Not allowing the boat. The time we start as looking at the chassid, the threshold is so much lower. All you need is what? Certification of documents. You don't say, by the way, how do you accomplish Kiyum Shtaris? How do you accomplish Kiyum Shtaris? Right? You go to Bezdin, witnesses attest that it's their signature. Bezdin puts the stamp on it, and that's it. There's no zooming times. What are you talking about? So you're Yochanan is saying, the Yochanan is saying is the fact that the purchasers asked for the exhumation of the body indicates to us that they couldn't produce witnesses, right? So the inability to produce witnesses looking for physical evidence that he was a gadol. But the mindset is if Raya is certification of document, well, we're not exhuming anything. Call to witnesses, find out this right signatures, or find someone who recognizes the witness's signatures, certify the document, and we're good to go. So the Yochanan Jesus has proof that he is clearly right over his point. And it's one side. Me and Sabbath, the Chassid, the first was much rejects case law. So as we were saying before, we were assuming that what's the case? Who has the property? That the property was in the possession of the family members. Right? Now what had happened over there? Levi sold off property and Levi died. But he died before the property was ever transferred to the purchasers. So now, after the Levaya, the purchasers thought this in, hey, they're so sorry about the loss, but Levi, your brother has sold us property, it's in your possession, so hand it over. And that's not the case. Me Sabbath, the Chassid, the Chesed, the Mishpacha Taimim, the Kuchos, do you think that the case over here is where the property is in the possession of the family and the purchasers are coming to extract it from the family? That's not the case. The Chassid, the Chesed, the Kuchos. No, the case over here is where Levi sold the property and purchasers took possession of the property. And now what's happening? The Ka'asu b'nei Mishpacha, the Kama'arim. Reuben and Shimon, the surviving brothers, are coming to one for Christmas and saying, give us back the property. So what you said, you see how this changes the story a lot. So the case over here, the Gemara wants to suggest, is where Levi not only sold the property, but transferred the property as well. So therefore, the property is in the possession of the purchasers, and the brothers are showing up in order to get their property back from the purchasers. So let's take a look at the Rashba for just a moment. Ba'asu Yoshi, it's in the short lines about the Hafirah. Ba'asu Yoshi come out. Ba'ami Katan Haya, V'shelo kedin tafastem. The husband Rabbi Yarshin lo shayach kiyum shtarei. So he'll say, so now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. Remember, those guys, the Yarshin, they don't have a star. There's no kiyum shtar. Why don't they have a star? Because the star was between Levi and the purchasers. So for the Yarshin to prove their claim, kiyum shtaris is not a possibility. What's the only possibility? What's the only possibility? Only possibility? Eidos, and because they're not eating, then what? Exhumation, right? So it works like this. Now this makes a lot more sense. How can I understand it? Now this makes sense. So ideally, Reuven and Shimon would produce witnesses that Levi was a cotton at the time of the sale. But that's kind of hard to produce witnesses like that. And clearly, in the case in question, they couldn't produce testimony like that. They couldn't produce testimony like that. So therefore, then they come to Rabbi Akiva, and one of them said Rabbi Akiva. They said Rabbi Akiva, allow us to exhume the body of our brother. So how can I understand it? If you become a rule, so listen, now it's interesting. So now this story makes much more sense. The brothers, surviving brothers, Reuven and Shimon go to Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva, please allow us to exhume the body of Levi in order to prove that he was a katan at the time of the sale and to show that the sale wasn't valid. And what does Rabbi Akiva say? Rabbi Akiva says, you cannot desecrate the dead. What was the response? What was in the story? And of course, what was the response? Ishtik was silence, acceptance. So it's like, that makes a lot more sense because he's talking about brothers. He's talking about family. So the Gemara says, Ishtiku. So I say, if you understand that it is the brothers who are making the request for exhumation, and Rabbi Akiva says we don't desecrate the dead, so it makes sense that the brother, the family, no one wants to do that. Rabbi Akiva says you can't do it. The fact that they readily accept that, it makes more sense that Rabbi Akiva is talking to family members. Rabbi Akiva is talking to the person the case was as we originally thought. Namely what? That the property was still in the possession of the family, and the purchasers were trying to extract the property from the family. And it was their purchaser comes to Rabbi Akiva saying, let's exhume the body of Levi to see if he was in fact the brother. Then ultimately, again, when Rabbi Akiva says, sorry, we don't desecrate the dead, then they would have responded back. On my shaski, why would they just accept that? So again, why couldn't they say that to Rabbi Akiva? Again, listen, you hear that? Money's money. That's no. This is not right. I understand you don't want to disagree with dead. We just don't want these money. And this person maybe sold us property. So you have every right to exhume his body in order to ascertain whether or not he was a brother or not. So we'll say, so it's interesting. First of all, it's interesting about how people get when it comes to money. Right, so we know this, right? We see it. Like the Gemara says, there are a few things that you don't look at this throughout the few reasons to see the true nature of a person. Koso, Piso, and Paso. So again, Piso is fucking, this is money. You see a lot about people in terms of how they deal with money. We've also met even the nicest and most well-mannered of people. When it comes to money, it's a different side comes out. So again, you're not present. The fact that in the story, once Rabbi Akiva said we don't desecrate except for financial purposes, the fact that the claimant accepts that so readily makes more sense if you really understand it. Right? So if you understand the case that we just established, that the property is in the possession of the purchaser, family was trying to get it back, they want to exhume the body to show that he was a katan. Then the Akiva says, we don't go ahead and desecrate the dead, and the claimant accepts it. That makes more sense if it's within the city with brothers. They'll accept that because they don't really want to do it to begin with. But if the case is as we originally thought, maybe the property is of the family, and the purchaser is coming to extract it, and Rabbi Akiva says, I'm sorry, covered our race. What are the purchasers going to say? Covered our race, shmovered our race, right? Get that body out of there, right? Because we spent a lot of money on this property, and we have every right to see if the sale was a valid sale. The fact that does not come up indicates to us that it makes more sense this new way that the property is in the possession of the purchasers, and if the family members are trying to extract it. So the Gemara says, no. If that's what your proof is, so the Gemara says, Lo area. How do you cover it? Because ultimately, this is what Rabbi Akiva is saying. Kada, so what Rabbi Akiva is saying is like this. I would say, it could very well be This is not a raya to the second version of the case. It could very well be that the case, as we said before, meaning that halacha and Isa, it was the family who still had the property and the kids took them to extract. So how did Rabbi Akiva is going to keep saying two things. Number one, Rabbi Akiva says you cannot desecrate the dead for mindfulness. What's it? That means you just know this is not a topic. There are cases like this that do come up. Well, let's say again, you have to exhume a body for autopsy purposes in order for insurance claims and other things like that. So there's a lot of discussions in halacha about whether or not autopsy is permitted, exhumation is permitted for financial purposes. So it's interesting that Rabbi Akiva is saying over here, we do not desecrate the dead for money. That's number one. Rabbi Akiva is saying something else. But if he came to zero shakal and naval b'nivo, Simon Hashem Yishtanas la'atam. So the Akiva is saying, or maybe, if we go with the first version, right, where the property is with the family, and it's the purchaser who's trying to extract the money. So maybe the purchaser will say, you know what? Sorry, we don't care about the situation of the dead. Money is money. Right? Get that body out of there, and let's see if he's a god or not. No. It doesn't matter. Why? Because Simanon Asuyah L'Shtanos. So the Akiva will be saying two things. Number one, you can't desecrate the financial benefit. That's number one. And number two, it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you because at this point, what you're trying to see is, does he have physical signs of maturation? And Rabbi Akiva, I'm telling you, physical signs change after a person dies, and therefore, you can't glean any raya from the present state of the body anyway. So what we originally thought is Rabbi Akiva saying one thing in two ways. He's in fact making two distinct statements. Number one, can't desecrate body for financial purposes. Number two, what you're looking for can't be accomplished because the body changes form after the person dies anyway. Okay, let's go back there. So by the way, I want to point out, we are still mired in our same machlokas. It's the same machlokas, right? In the Mishnah, right? Remember again, we didn't give Shimon a gift. Reuben is claiming you Shemira, and you were cutler. Shimon is claiming you are a bari. So what do we do in this case? So Shimon has to bring the what kind of raya do you have to bring? These are ongoing machlokas. So one opinion says eidos witnesses, the other opinion says kiyum shtar. So we're still mired in this machlokas. That's what I know. Shaul, but you should have been looking for the opener. There's lucky that's why you have to go. Mishnah is bar kapala. We learn the following idea in the Mishnah bar kapala. What does Rashi bar kapala say to this? Look at this. There's a guy, Reuben, and Reuben was consuming produce in the field. For a very long time, Reuben was using his field, and he was consuming the produce, and everyone around assumed that what? That Reuben was the owner. Right? The Kara Alav Echad Irer Lomer Shalihi. Shem comes on and says, Reuben, not your field. That is my field. So now what happens? Reuben takes out a star. And what does it say in the star? The star shows that in fact Shimon sold Reuben's field. Okay? So in other words, you were having Reuben using his field for some period of time uncontested. Right? Everybody assumes this is. Shimon comes along and says, hey, it's mine. So Reuben says, yes, it was yours. But Lamais again, you sold it. You can set a star, right? You can set a star that says, ultimately again, you sold it to me. Or Reuben claims to Shimon, give me now what's Shimon is saying, right? So Reuben can get it was yours, but you sold it to me, it was yours, you did it. So if I were not to be charged on the old let's say Shimon says, I never saw that star before. Never saw that star before in my life. It must be a fortune. Okay, keep starting. So we have a mechanism for that. I will say, by the way, someone just because you produce a document, you've seen it before. Just because you produce a document doesn't mean okay, you won, right? Case over. document. It could be forged. There could be so many documents could be tampered with. So that's why there is a process of kiyum shtaros. So Shimon claims, I never saw that document before in my life. No problem, certified in basics. If Amar Shtar custom was that, here's where it gets. Shimon says, yeah, I wrote that document. And in the document it says that Shimon sold within Shimon says it's called a shtar pasim. Because he says, what's a shtar pasim? Sometimes a person wanted to appear wealthier than they actually were. They would have their friend write to them a document of sale or a document of deal. So when I show up to the bank, it's on the floor. But when I show up to the bank, right, and I want to secure the loan, or I want to do business with someone, so it's Ruben's got that shipping. Now, Ruben doesn't know the shield. Shimon's not going to make orders for the shield. It's a fraud. Was misrepresentation. I like that, right? It was a misrepresentation of the actual factual deal. Right? So again, Shimon says, yeah, I wrote you that shtar, but that's a shtar person. I wrote you that shtar that you should look wealthier than you actually are. Or shtar amona shebakartilacha, or I made a mistake. What did I do? So let's say shtar amona means sometimes if Shimon is selling to Ruben, Shimon will write a document that says that the property is sold even before Ruben gives him the money because he trusts Ruben. Really misplaces trust in this situation, right? So Shimon says, yeah, I wrote the shtar, I gave it to you on good faith that you were going to give me the money, but you never paid me. So I was like, so what do we, I want to say what to do, we'll still have to stop over there today. We'll pick up and answer some of this case tomorrow, finish up in the Homes of Milk and Shlakish, and also get clarity in terms of what kind of raya, and get further clarity on how he passed like that Chaman or like Rabbi Meir in Mishnah. Shkayach, everyone.
Somebody's like, are you first class? I'd be like, 8 inches. I don't want to be doing it. Yeah, just
all right, have a great day, everyone.
I'm going to say Shabbos because I'm scared. Listen, dude, when you're waiting in line for the plane, it's not taking off without you, baby. I'm just but no, like also too, people bring in big bags for carry-ons. You know what I mean? Yeah. I love doing the quick and the voice. It is great. I'm catching it.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our commentator sponsors for the lucky year of Tavshin Pei 57 days by the Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We dedicate all the Sheminish Rosh Hashanah this year as a zichus for B'Solos Tovos for Am Yisrael. Commentator sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen carries in honor of the birth of their granddaughter Devorah Eliana Zin and graduation of the outside of Dr. Zin's father, Baruch Tzvi Ben Chaim Zichron Lebracha, Shmuel Rabbi Kratkin, schools of Roshman for Rabbi's cousin serving in the IDF, Nomen Chaim Pesach Ben Moshe Chana, and mission of the outside of Rabbi's mother, Tessa Mira Bas Chaim. Dr. Moshe and Aaron Durant, in memory of Dr. Durant's parents, Yaakov Meir Ben Moshe Leib, and Shina Bas Abba, Dr. Bezat, and Yemina Salford. We spoke to Shalima for Esther Bracha Bas Chayo. We open the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Slavia, the families in the Homa, all those who in the Hua, should have a good call for Luisa, for the Father, should have Hashem, the Homa, hostages, B'Shalom, and B'Karam, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The call Naaseh Yideh. Was with that, let us begin. A lot to do today, a really great job ahead of us today. Today's job is Kuf Nun Gimel 153. We are picking up the next Hashem on Kuf Nun Days, other days. Right? No. I'm so not used to ever starting on the right back. Yes. So we are starting on Kuf Nun Gimel Amud Aleph 153A. We are picking up the next Hashem. 5 line L, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 lines down from the top, last one line. Hahi. Okay, now 6 lines down. There you go. Okay, she went off the top. Hahi, Matrasa, the Habikasa, Baluchaim, the Chaim, Ubimobes. So it's a very interesting case over here. So again, Shemira goes ahead and conveys over ownership of property, and in the document he writes, Schematic says, Shemira, I convey ownership to Ruvain, the Chaim, Ubimobes, which literally means in life and in death. So the shaila is, of course, what exactly does this mean, the Chaim U'B'Mavas? Take a look at the Rashban for just a moment. The Rashban says, it's actually the first of the intermediate lines. Let's leave aside the Rashban is getting into this partial gift, whole gift. We actually don't need to step into that right now. But the point over here is matna shemira, and he's conveying the gift, and the shtar itself has the lashon. I can give you over this gift. The chayim u'v'mavas in death and in life. Now, obviously, this is part of the ongoing motif of the cases that we've seen, which is that contradictory Rishonos in terms of what type of gift is being given. So is this a matnas bari? Is this a healthy person's gift? Is this a matnas shchumira? What exactly is the mechanic? What are the mechanics of this gift given a contradictory Rishonos? So once again, machlokes. Rav Amar, Harei ki kematnas shchumira, Ushmuel Amar, Harei ki matnas bari. So Rav says this is a matnas shchumira. Shmuel says it's a healthy person's gift. Now, say that before we go on, so again, remember, we always understand wherein lies the fundamental distinction between being a matnas shchumira and a matnas bari. What's the fundamental distinction? If the individual of the shchumira recovers, what happens with the gift? If it's a matnas shchumira, then the gift is voided, because every matnas shchumira is essentially a gift with a tonight. If it's a matnas bari, then the gift stands, because the matnas bari is just a regular gift, which stands no matter what the circumstances. Okay, so now let's analyze both of these. So that Amaharei to matnas shchumira, so that says this is considered to be like the gift of shchumira, yidichsev ba b'maves. Hanisa Kalame, Shach says it's simple. Remember, what does the Shekhinah say? The Shekhinah says, this is your gift when I die. So again, any gift that hinges the full receiving of the gift with death, by definition, is a matnas shchumira. Okay, what about the B'chayim the Chayim? What about that it says the Chayim? What do you do with that? What do you do with that phrase? So the Gemara answers, Simin ba'alma the Chayim. It's a simin ba'alma. Now, what does it mean, simin ba'alma? It's the Rashban says over here in the intermediate lines about three lines looking before it gets wide. First, about Amar Hari Kimat Hashchira, the Mikri Va'achanisa, the Amar Kozer, the Kozer in the Mat Hashchira time. So, I say on time, Rashban says, Kilomar, the Maves Dafkahu, Omichai Lab Dafka, Ella with Simin Tov. So, when the Shchira writes, so according to Rav, he's writing Maves. So Benisa makes it a matnas shchumira. What about the fact that he also writes, this is your gift, not only in death, but also in life? Why does he include that phrase in life? If this is a matnas, which is what the Rashban says, the fiche is scared misaso, shelo ratzon l'ftoach piv l'satan. Kilomar, hamakom yatzilini michom zeh, v'lo yamos. So isn't that beautiful this is? So Shchumira is saying, really, according to Rav, this is a matnas shchumira. What makes it a matnas shchumira? What makes a matnas shchumira? What makes a matnas shchumira is the fact that it says b'maves, in death. So why does he also include mechayim from life? It's like, I'll take that power something. So as I said, which means what? Like, don't give yourself an idea. You're a shchumira, but you're shchumira, and you're writing that this gift is chal when you die. But the mice is still, I'll take that power something. Don't open your mouth to the satan. Don't distort this concept. Don't go ahead and bring and almost like unnecessarily bring about terrible things upon yourself. So therefore he goes ahead and he says, Mechayim, also to teach us, Hashem should save me from this illness, and I should not die. So as I said, this is a very, very profound idea. We'll come back to this in just actually let's do it right now. So what's interesting about this is their thoughts. First of all, what you see here? What you see here is the profound and deep wellspring of Jewish hope. That even though this guy is a shchumira, right? He's on his deathbed. He's making a deathbed gift. Yet nothing is stronger than the optimism and then the hope of a Jew. who even when he is a shchibira, is engaging in an anticipatory tefillah of HaKadosh who save me from this illness. What's interesting to note, however, is this concept of Al Tiftach Pele Satan. So it's almost as much as the shchibira is saying that this is my gift to you when I die. In the next breath, he says that HaKadosh Hu should save me from this illness. So it's also something incredibly beautiful, quoting the name of the Mario Diskin. So the Mario Diskin says as follows. He asks a question on this. He says, you see from here that you're not supposed to say something that is fully negative. So to speak. In other words, even though the Shekhinah is saying, this is your gift when I die, he's supposed to kind of like buffer that a little bit by saying, B'chayim, right? B'chayim, you should save me from this illness. So the Mario Diskin asks a fascinating question. He says, if you look a couple of parshas in Parshas Vayichi, Yaakov Avinu says, Vayomer Yisrael al Yosef, Amusa hapam, Acharei v'osi es panecha, ki otcha chai. So Yaakov, again, remember, after being separated from Yosef for over 2 decades, sees Yosef, finds out that Yosef is not only alive, but he's thriving as viceroy of Egypt. And Yaakov Avinu, when Yosef again locked in an embrace with Yosef, says, I can die now. I can die now. After I've seen you and you're still alive, I can die now. So asks the Mario Diskus from the Sebastian, the Self-Hop, and I don't understand. Eich Omer Yaakov Alatzmo Kiyomos, V'har Klau Nokut B'yadenu, Li'olam Al Yiftach Adam Piv Satan. Incredible. So now this is what's going on over here. How can Yaakov even say, okay, I'm ready to die. I'm ready to die now. The Rav teaches us, I'll take that kind of sometimes. Again, you could say, I'm ready to die now, but the answer is well, give me many years of life. Kind of like the same much over here, according to that. The Chaim Ubin Maves, like the Chaim Maves, what's going on with Yaakov? Great kasha. Listen to what he says. This is so beautiful. He says, Shiakov Amar Davar Zeh, Biyosa Asuk B'mitzas Kriyas Shema, Ukimo Shehidi Rashi Ala Hosek HaKorim Shamu Chazal, Shekori Eshma, Ub'mitzvah Zeh Shahari Asuk Ba Hayim Medaba. So let's repeat this. So remember, the Mario quote the thing that Rashi, that at the moment that Yaakov Avinu had met Yosef, he was engaged in the mitzvah of Shema. Engaged in the mitzvah of Shema. He was saying Shema. Now listen to this. He says, Shahari Mecharki HaMitzvah, Rechavim Ba'anivas Sechol Nafshecha, Limsor Nafsho Akidushas Hashem. Yaakov Lo Hayim Yaakov Rechavim Davar Zeh B'Shem Sagmura, Ki Hari HaKadosh Baruch Hu Tichu Shiyanit Yud Beis Shvatim, Ve'ev Limsor Nafsho Kasher Chaser Lo Shevet Echad, Ba'asher Yosef Ne'edav Be'eyo De Yaakov Ma'imo. Yosef is wild. I don't think he does it too much, but it's absolutely worth it. Listen to this. Yaakov Avinu understood that a Kriyas Shema is a mitzvah of Yehavtas Hashem Elokecha, B'chol Levavcha U'B'chol Nafshecha. To love Hashem with all of your heart. We did this in Amidami not so long ago. What does it mean to love Hashem with all of your heart? A willingness to give your life to Hashem, to give up your life for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's the problem? Yaakov Avinu wasn't able to make it. Why not? Because at the end of the day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu had made him a promise that he was going to establish 12 tribes. All the years that Yosef was gone, Yosef was missing, Yaakov Avinu felt that he had not fulfilled that destiny. Because of that, he was unwilling or really unable to give his life to Hashem because his mission had not been accomplished. So the moment he went ahead and he saw Yosef, when he saw Yosef and Yosef was alive, that represented that what? His life's work was complete. He had established 12 shvatim. And the moment that he saw that his life's work was complete, Miyad Omar Amusa Hapam. Hineni Yochol Lechavim Ramos V'Limsor Nafshi Akidu Shmo Yitzvah B'Shem L'Sagimura. The moment that he saw that Yosef was alive, he realized he had fulfilled his destiny of establishing 12 tribes. And the moment that he had finished, he had fulfilled his destiny, he was able to say with complete conviction, I'm ready to go. I've completed my life's work. I'm ready to take leave of this world. And he did not have to buffer that statement with something positive, because it wasn't an Al-Tiftach Parasat. Yaakov said, literally, I'm ready to go. Ishmael, you could take me now. You could take me now. My life's work is complete. Yosef is alive. 12 Shvatim have been created. Amusapam, I'm done. What's incredible? Incredible, absolutely incredible, dramatic verse. But to me, what's so incredibly beautiful about this, we'll say, is imagine reaching a level in life where you feel like your life's work is complete. Right? That's the avodah. Imagine reaching a darga in Olam Hazeh, in this world, where you say, Ribono Shel Olam, I feel like everything you put me on this world to accomplish, I have done. Yaakov Avinu reached that moment. And interestingly enough, it appears that maybe Yaakov Avinu was the only one to reach that moment. Right? You never see a similar statement by Abraham Avinu or a similar statement by Yitzchak Avinu. Yaakov is the only one who is able to say the words, Amusapam, I'm ready to leave this world now because I feel that literally I have reached my life, I've accomplished my life mission. And because of that, my time in this world is over. Take me now. So I say, Hallelujah. That's what we aspire to. This is what we yearn to reach. This is what we bring to accomplish. To reach a level of existence in this world. We're ready to say, Ribono Shel Olam, I've done it all. I've accomplished it all. Amusapam. Yaakov said, there's only one last thing that I've never done. I've never given my life for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's one last mitzvah. Now at this point in my life, I'm ready to accomplish, I'm ready to give this last piece of giving myself to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. So again, so back to the Gemara. So that's just a fantastic, and what's coming, by the way, the Mario's entire kasha is motivated by this Rashban. And Rashban, according to that, says, I'll keep that kind of Satan. That's why the Shechidin, when he gives the gift, he says, the Chaim of the Noves, he reads that gift. So why are you including Chaim? Why are you including anything about life? I'll take that kind of Satan. You always have to hold on. So it's two lessons. The one that you go back to Dayati, right? About to live a life where you feel ready, I'm ready to go because I've done everything. And also lesson number two, the power of hope. Like you understand, this bracha says, even if a sharp sword is against your neck, never despair of hope. Never give up hope. Never give up hope. Your shchimina, still doubting for the possibility that he's going to be able to foolish you. Incredible. That was all that. And it's only Monday. Which Shmuel says, Shmuel says, on the other hand, that Lamaisa, again, this gift is like the healthy person's gift. And therefore, Lamaisa, it stands no matter what happens to the Shchimira. Now, what's the pshat with that? No, this is like a regular healthy person's gift. Why? Because, again, what's written inside of the document? B'chaim, like lifetime. This is my gift for my lifetime. So Mechaim Kama, so the why doesn't include anything about death in this. So ultimately, again, it's more like an expression. When a person says that this is, I'm gifting this to you, B'chaim U'b'Maves, that's like an expression of forever. So it says the following is Rav and Shmuel. Shchimina, one more time, the case is Shchimina writes a gift to living, and in the gift, in the document, he says, this is the gift I'm giving you, B'chaim U'b'Maves, in life and in death. Rav says, mention of death makes it a matnas Shchimina. The only reason why life is mentioned, ultimately, again, is a form of anticipatory hope that is going to somehow have a reflection. Shmuel says, no, the mention of the Chaim life makes this a regular matnas bari. And the only reason why death is mentioned is to represent the eternality of this gift. Okay. So in our Adon says, Halacha is like Rav. Meaning, this is a matnas shchimira, and halacha l'maisa, again, the mention of life was only there almost like as an anticipatory desire for the foolish lady. Okay, Rabbi. So Rabbi says something interesting. Now Rabbi says something very interesting. Rabbi says, what if it didn't say Bichayim, but instead it said Mechayim? So let's say here the distinction. So Bichayim means in life, Mechayim means from life. From life. So Rabbi says, Mechayim is different than Bichayim. And Mechayim ultimately makes it into a matnas body. If you take a look in the widest lines in the Rashban, second line in Mechayim Kana, the mashma dafka me'atot his skill with nose. So also here's what's interesting. So if you remember again, going back to this moment, we keep on revisiting certain core concepts. When does a matnas shkina actually take effect? When does it take effect? When he dies. Like that's all the shmir. So the gift is being given out, the mechanics have been created now, but when they say then the gift itself doesn't really take effect until the shkina passes away. Now what Rabbi points out over here is as follows. If the shkina uses Russian of Mechayim, Mechayim means the gift is chal now. Now, Mechayim, from when I'm alive, is it in life, right? Mechayim, right? And Mechayim, like from life. From life, the Gemara seems to understand means that the gift takes effect right now. The Gemara says, let's focus on Kavasei Rava. Amina says the halakha does not follow Rava. So Amalei, Rashi Lamei, Rashi says Pshita. That's obvious. The whole Aminardoi focus on Kavasei Rava. You just have to saying that the halakha follows Rava. Meaning that even when you have a gift that has this expression of both Mechayim Ubeneves, it is considered to be a that gift. So obviously the halakha doesn't follow Rava. He says that Mechayim makes a lifetime gift. I said you are not doing you have thought Mechayim maybe Rav. You might have thought that as Mechayim, maybe even Rav agrees in that case. So listen, maybe even Rav agrees that Mechayim is stronger than what? Stronger than Bichayim. How much more no? First, I will say that essentially according to Rav, as long as this gift has some mention of death, what does that do? Matnas Shedera. That's it, nothing more to talk about. Okay, so let's so this concludes our first topic for today, right? The first leg of our Talmud journey for this beautiful Monday morning, which is that halacha l'maisa, if you have a matana, and the matana has both an expression of life and death, the chayim is the mavis, and also you can see someone like colloquially using that expression. This is your gift. The kind of in life and death, what do you do with such a gift like that? So Rav matnas shchidnera, because it says the mavis. Only when it says B'chayim is that's like a tefillah for the Fush Shmuel says no, because it has an expression ultimately again of life that makes it a matnas body. And the only mention death is to have the eternality of the gift. How do we pass him? The Rambam paskin denies love and I don't paskin. The Rambam paskin like Rav. The Rambam we treat this like a matnas shchira. Any time that the gift document that has an expression of death. Again, I must say, remember, I just want to point out, this is dafka shchimera, right? If a regular person, right, just a regular guy, healthy, fantastic, and he writes a gift, in that document, he says, Shimon, I'm gifting you this property, the chayim ubemaves, then obviously, that's just a regular gift. Everything is about context. Remember, who's writing this gift? Who's writing the gift? A shchimera. So again, Rav says, whenever a shchimera writes a gift, and he's going ahead, he's mentioning death, that is a matnas shchimera. What about the chayim? That's an anticipatory desire, anticipatory funeral furniture with shalima. That's how Hashem will say. So the chayim of Lovas is not the shchimera. Good. Next. Halul. Halul. The asa mikamei. I'm sorry, who does like a man? I'm not going to let it go. So there was a situation like this that came up. So called up Nachman in Naharga. If you take a look at the Rashban, so the Rashban is about 4 lines into the white line. So who does like a man of Nachman? To have a kasab b'shtar b'day, they're chayim u'l'mavas. So those like, so a case like this came up. Like so Nachman was in Naharga. So now I'm saying a case like this came up, where Shchemera wrote a gift, and in the gift document they said b'chayim u'l'mavas. They gave it to Nachman, because it's not Nachman, is this a matnas bari, or is this a matnas shchina? I will say, they say to yourself, what's the case that is coming to a basin? Very soon I will say, what's the case? The case ultimately again would be the shchina recovers. So the shchina is claiming that this was a matnas shchina. And because he recovered, he's taking his property, quote unquote, taking his property back. The recipient says, look, this was a mashmas body, and therefore again the gift stands no matter what. So coming before Rav Nachman, what happened? So he went to Shagir, they come into that Yirmiyah bar Abba, Rishum Tanya. So Rav Nachman sent the case, he kicked it over to Yirmiyah bar Abba, who lived in the place called Shum Tanya. Okay, so Rav Nachman went ahead and sent it over to Yirmiyah. Why is that? Now let's listen to this. This is incredible. Amar Haha Asra Shmuel Hechi Navid Kavase Rav. So this is beautiful. Rav Nachman said that Shmuel was the Mark Asra Nardo. So Rav Nachman was discussing. Rav Nachman knowing that Halakha L'Maisa, we really follow Rav, but yet felt that he could not pass against Shmuel, the Mark Asra Nardo, in Nardo. So therefore, what does he do? He says he moves it to a different court. He moves it to a different base. He says that Shabiyami and Shantanya, Shabiyami that he passed in Halakha according to Rav. Okay. So listen to what happened. And you now become that. Fine, that's it. How do you finish it? How do you that just shows that even in Narda, which was in the locale of Shmuel, they understood that in reality that Allah followed Rav. Again, out of deference to Shmuel and Shmuel's mockery, they couldn't pass in that way. But the Messiah follows Rav. Beautiful. Next, he's also the Rabbi. So there was, listen to this. There was a case that came before Rabbi. So once they saw again, same thing like we saw before, same case. Right? Not a shkimila, or a shkimila is giving a gift, and in the gift he wrote the Chaim of Rabbi. Now, interestingly enough, in this case, he wrote a difference over here. It didn't say the Chaim of Rabbi, instead it said me Chaim of Rabbi. Now, remember again, according to Rabbi, if it says Mechaim, he holds is really a matnas body. It's not a matnas shkina. Rabbi makes this distinction between Mechaim and Mechaim. Okay, so watch this. So that's when the coming to Rabbi. So there was a case that came before Rabbi, and Rabbi passed in like his own movement. Take a look at the Rashban. The Rashban says over here, Kishmaite. Good. Dahavaksid be Michaim, Vikona Balashtar, Vikona Balashtar, Vaishev Sida. Okay, so just to give you the context of the word. So what happened? So the situation over here was that someone had written a document, and in the document it said Michaim Ubenisa. Rav Paskin that in the case of Rabbi. Rabbi Paskin that in the case of Mechaim, he treats it like a matras body, right? Rabbi says he exceeds Mechaim Kana. So what happened? So the woman was bringing this star to Rabbi. She had apparently again lost the property as a result, ultimately, of the wording in the star. So what happened? He got sent to Rabbi. All of Rabbi Kishmaite. So Rabbi went ahead and passed in according to his ruling, right? That Mechaim ultimately makes it like a matnas body. Hava turned away. This woman was bothered. She didn't like his psak. Take a look at the Rashban. Lomar, Lo Yachad Dantani. This is interesting. So the woman in question did not like the way that Rabbi Paskin, and she kept chattering him that you're not passing the right way. So what happened was incredible. I'm going to pop up Rav Hanan Safei. So what happened? So now Rabbi had to write up his psak halachot. So Rabbi says to Rav Papa, the son of Rav Hanan, who was the scribe of Rabbi, he's no Kasavla. Now you have to write up the Din Torah. You have to write up the Din Torah. The Kasavla, Sofa Alayim, Omutan. Okay, here's now what happens. Rabbi Paskin in a particular way, in this case, that this particular situation was a matnas body. Right? Because again, he held that Mechaim was a healthy person's gift and not a mamashkira. So the woman who ended up losing property was very upset with his psak. So what happened? So Rabbi went ahead and wrote up the Din Torah. Now, in this, what he did was he wanted to get this woman off his back. So he went ahead and he wrote up the shtar in such a way that made it look like she won the case, right? That she got a favorable verdict. In the end of the shtar, he included this lashon of socher aleim, to hire extra workers, or mithar, or you could deceive them. And they'll say, now what does that phrase have to do with anything? So the answer is nothing. So why is it here? So there's an interesting halacha, actually, to take a look. And we take a look at the Rashban. The Rashban says, Amar the Safrei, Zil Kasava, Shadim Ima. So he said to his scribe, okay, give me David. Right at the start, that says that she won the case, right? The Sak is like her. Sak is like her. The Kasava is on Shad, and go and write at the end of the document, Mishnah Hashemim Bav Mitzvah, Basoka Sholmi, Soka Le'ed, Omerdan. What's the case? It's actually a very interesting case. If I hire workers and they walk off the job, leaving me, with no one to finish the job, the halacha is I can promise them a higher wage and lie to them. I can lie to them, right? Or I can go ahead and hire additional workers and make the guys who walk off the job pay for it. In other words, since they committed to something and they walked away, I could deceive them in order to get them to finish up the job. I say, okay, guys, it's another 20% for you. And then when they do the job, I don't have to pay them. So Rabbi included this lashon in the shtar. The Siman Hayam is reading what's Rashban. The Siman Hayam is so fashtar, Shemrit Chol Sa'ir Sholach Osa Niskavein, Lipatin Rachot, Nachlakosa, that he had been of the Dvar Nikilasa. So what happened? So it's fascinating. So Rabbi writes this at the end of the shtar. So what he does is this English chapter, which doesn't have very testing. So he wrote a shtar indicating that she was right. And she was right. In the end of the shtar, he wrote, and by the way, you can hire additional workers or deceive the workers that you have. So he understood that what's going to happen. If another day you see this shtar, you're going to realize there's something weird about this. And obviously, Rabbi wrote this because this lady was a shtickle on him, and he just had to get her out. Just had to get her out. So he wrote this lashon in the shtar. So he knows this is what happened, but fascinatingly enough, he thought this particular woman would not catch on to what he was doing. But it turns out that she did. So what happens? So the Gemara says, Amra, so she realized what he was doing. Amra, she cursed him. Litava arbe. So she said to Rabbi, your boat should sink. Do you think that you could deceive me? So as I say, of course, Rabbi kind of made it worse. And up until now, she was just upset about the psak halacha. Now she's upset because she feels he's actively trying to deceive her. So therefore, she could think, and she said, your boat should sink. Your boat should sink. It's not a metaphor. It's quite a bit. You both have possessions. Your boat should sink because you tried to. Do you think that I don't know what you're doing? That's what says. Your boat should sink. Do you think I don't know that you're deceiving me? So the Rav says, what happened? So Rabbi Tamim said this. Anshu Lemani Pirava Benaya. So what did they do? They quickly took Rabbi's clothing and they soaked it in water, hoping that maybe again the klala of the curse would devolve upon Mark. Obviously, when the person's boat sinks, so the clothing becomes wet. Maybe if they just take the clothing and they sink it, there's like a tomb of the curse right there. It says, Vafilu Hafi, so Israf Mitzvah. So you know what happened? Rabbi's boat sank. So you go to the Rashban says over here, look, Israf Me'oshay, Rashban says, the Arti, so I'm sorry, it's actually the Gemara doesn't ask for this expression, right? The Gemara ends over here, Vafilu Hafi, well, Israf Mitzvah. Nevertheless, Rabbi was not spared from the sinking of his boat. His boat sank. Now, if you look at the Rashban, interestingly enough, the Rashban, about 6 lines up, has the Divrei HaMasim over here. Well, this Palak Me'osha. Rabbi was not spared from punishment. The Gemara says, why? The Alti Kilas Hedyot Kala Be'inecha. Do not allow the curse, even of a simple person, to go ahead and be taken lightly in your eyes. This is incredible, right? This woman, by the way, who from the perspective of the Gemara, was just living unreasonably. But it's really unreasonable, right? Rabbi gave her the psak. She came to the basics. She gave her the psak. You know, the psak, that's life. That's life. Right? So she got the psak, so she wouldn't stop. He deceived her, or tried to deceive her with this shtar. Again, in Rabbi's defense, he's trying to take, there's a lot of lessons in this. But okay, so let's finish Rashban. So the Rashban says, but she cursed him. What do you see from here? Number one, what you see from here is, don't allow the curse of a simple person to be taken lightly in your eyes. The curse of another Jew. Like angering another Jew, upsetting another Jew to the point that they curse you is a serious thing. Now, the Rashbam also says, they and what's interesting enough, the Gemara offers a depth from this story, ultimately again, being Chaim or Mechayim, ultimately again is a symbol of a matnas bar. And I'm happy to see that's not how we pass it. Right? We pass it like Rav, that's whether it's Mechayim or Mechayim, Halacha L'maisa is considered to be in matnas shchidera. Okay, interesting aside. So let's say, what's the most hospital from this story? What exactly is the hospital? So Rabbi says, the most hospital from this story is that Halacha L'maisa, don't take the curse of even a simple person like you. Right? Don't take the curse, which is incredible, which is the power of a Jew. Let's say now, this is the power of a Jew when a Jew gets angry. Right? Can you imagine the power of a Jew when a Jew is happy? Right? Because whatever koach you have, the kas, you have 10 times more koach when you are b'simcha. Right? So there's another important lesson of this, and it is the importance of dealing with problems head on. What's happening over here? Rabbi is trying to circumvent the issue, right? Rabbi is saying, let me just take this out. Right? I don't want to deal with this. I'm going to tell you whatever you need to say. I'll put in a little fine print on the bottom of the document. No one else pays attention to fine print except for lawyers and dayanim, right? So she's going to be happy thinking that she gets something that she wanted. But then when she comes to collect, the basin's going to see it and then it's not a document of question. What should Rabbi have done? Rabbi should have engaged. Let's say, no one's ever solved the interpersonal problems by skirting them. No one's ever solved the interpersonal problems by pretending they don't exist or by wishing them away. If you have challenges with other people in life, the only way to deal with them is to deal with them. They will not change unless they are confronted. Sometimes even if they're confronted, they won't change. That's possible also. But one thing is clear is, if you never confront it, it certainly does not change. If maybe you confront it, it has the possibility to change. Such a profound misrasky. Let's go back here. Send the Mishnah. So much in these Gemaras, so much. No, Mishnah. No, Alright, so there's a really interesting case on here. So let's say again, in general, the way it would work would be as follows. A matnas shchina. So remember again, and this is interesting, like tension that we have over here, which is that on one hand, a matnas shchina. Okay, we have fine. Just the way that I'm final word on the previous video. Raman was the Chiyuv Matana, Halakhes, Halacha Yutes, Hanosim Matana Kishu Shchina, Mikasa Ba, Bechayim Ubemaves, or Mechayim Ubemaves, whichever lesson you use, right? Bechayim Maves, Mechayim Maves, the Rashbam says, Holy of the Kassav Ba Ubemaves, Hariz Yu Nata Shchina. So we'll say that's very fascinating, like Rabbi, as long as there's a mention of death, then Halacha L'maisa makes you not a shchina. What do you do about the expression of life? The Rashbam says, the Rambam says, Zeh shekaseh mechayim simin liyashid es daito sheyichem echalizeh. So how does he put mechayim in there? Again, it's a tefillah. It's a way of hoping making himself feel a little bit better. That there is always the hope, there is always the possibility, ultimately again, of a refuah shaliva. It's a power of hope. Mishnah. Now let's say, so remember again, let's come back to Mishnah. Matnas shchina does not require documents. Matnas shchina typically requires words. When you are writing a document that we call the name of a shchina, right? The name of a death that will is called a. Good. That's easy. Excellent. Okay, so it's called a daitiki. So remember again, so halacha l'maisa. So there is a way that was written. There was a certain verbiage that was used for that, which would indicate that this was being written by a shchina. Let's say the document makes no mention that the giver is a shchina. He makes absolutely no mention of it. Just doesn't say anything about it. So lo kasa b'shchina. Now take a look at the Rashbam for just a moment. It's about 6 lines up in the bottom. Lo kasa b'shchina. the Kotze Barami Ba'arse, the Gamoshim Matman is part of the Kosovo, so listen to this. Normally, a Magna Shemira, if you're writing a document, they would say, Shemira, when he was in his bed, right? So the Kotze Barami Ba'arse, when he was sick and in bed, Shemira wrote the following gift to the So the document itself would make mention that the giver is a Shemira. Conversely, if you're writing stomach gift to someone, the document would also mention, interestingly enough, the document would also mention, right? When the giver was walking on his own 2 feet in the shuk, he said over, I want to give over this property to Reuben. So it's interesting, by the way, how, again, contemporarily, you don't find this in our modern day documents, right? Modern day documents don't seem to make any mention, I don't think, any mention of the particular state of mind or state of being of the individual. Right, I guess you could say when so-and-so was of clear mind, they executed this particular document. But when I said these documents were a little bit more specific, so Matna Shchimera would say Shchimera was dying in bed or was sick in bed. So the Matna's body, the giver was walking in the shuk and he said he wanted to give this to you. So now you have a document that doesn't make any mention about this well-being, right, with the state of the giver. Okay, now let's see, here we go. So who Shchimera, you see? So the guy, the giver, we'll call him the giver, the grantor, is that the right word? Grantor, giver, giver. Right, the giver says, I was a Shchimera. Now let's say, now remember, what is his state of being right now? When this is happening in the what's happening over here? The giver, Baruch Hashem, is feeling great. Full of the Full So the giver says, this was a Matna Shchimera. And now Baruch Hashem, I'm fine, which means the gift is void. The Halo, the Bari Yisa. The other guys were sitting and saying, wow, you were the Shchimera. You were totally healthy when you made this gift. And therefore, again, this is Matnas Bari. We're so happy you're feeling great until 120. But the gift was a gift, and you have no right to take it back from us. So what's that also? So Havidaya, Shishchimera Hayadirai. So it's interesting. So there it says that the burden of proof is upon the giver. Right? That the giver has to prove that he was a Shchimera at the time of the gift. Okay? The Chacham come and say, no, it's not true. We'll say, remember again, who is the possession of the property? Who is the possession of the gifted property? Right? The giver. The giver. The Chamisha now, the recipient wants to say that this guy, the giver, was in fact healthy at the time of the gift. So the burden of proof is upon them. The burden of proof is always upon the extractor, right? The one who is muhsab, the one who owns the property, he's the presumed owner. You want to extract it, the burden of proof is upon the extractor. So this is something like Logas, area in the Chab, so who not to Nasa, the Kasa, Bekat, have a Kasa, and I'm saying, from a Kasa, when you go marry, if the over the Kosovo, when we go married, it's still the base owner. Okay, so we'll say. So this is very interesting. So there once was a Shchimera. Once upon a time there was a Shchimera. And the Shchimera gifted property to the recipient. Okay? Now in the document, it says the Lashon, Shchimera was in his bed very well. Now apparently, what would normally happen after a man named Matna Shchimera is fascinating, right? So Shchimera would write the gift to Reuven. Now, again, remember, when does the gift take effect? When does it take effect? When Shchimera dies. So what would often happen is Shchimera obviously would entrust this document to someone, right? Because someone needs to execute the gift after the death of Shchimera. What would normally happen is after the death of Shchimera, they would go ahead and they would put in an additional note. What was the note? And on the 24th of Cheshvan, Shchimera passed away. Yeah, it's out of the right? They would put in like a little asterisk and indicate Shchimera that. This makes sense, right? Because you want to have that appendix in the document, because remember, the Matana only really takes effect if Shchimera actually dies. So you want to have some actual documental proof that the rest of Shchimera died. So in this document it says Shchimera is on his deathbed, but nevertheless, when we go marry Iftar the base Omra. But it never said in there, that I wrote for myself that he died. So let me do a document like this. We'll say I'm a base. So Rabbi says, well, what's the Shaila? Hari Names, the Hari Kibla Nokia Halal. Well, you don't really need anything written in the document. You can just go to his kever. The guy's dead, right? There's a grave. there's a tombstone, right? It's all there. It's all there. So, I understand normally you would write this into this document, and in fact, if you look at the last Rashi Rashbam says, previous Amr, Kafka Yerugim Liftov Mata Shchimira, and it covers the Achamitasam, Roviach Hanechasim Halami Misunim Mizam Kabal B'Tzav Shchimira. So again, first of all, it's just fascinating. You know, you're doing Shchimira because I've been doing Shchimira for years, right? But the mindset, it's fascinating just to see how it's actually, even though you don't use a document, when a document is used, it's executed in a particular way. So first of all, what you would say, Shchimira was dying in his bed, was on his deathbed, and he gifted this property to so-and-so, and then after he died, it was common to just append, and he died on the 24th of Cheshvan, Tav Shin Pei Hey. Now he didn't write it. He didn't write about his death. What's the status? Well, Rabbi says, what's the big deal? You know that he's dead. You know that he's dead. Rabbi, listen to this. It's incredible. Rabbi says this. Hashta, Imaskina, Shaluban, La'avad, Netzler, and Kumin, and Kumin, Mason. So Rabbi says like this. 1 second. Hold up here. First, let's see a group of people on a boat. The boat sinks. And at most of the time, you don't know if the people on board die or not to die. Now, the truth is, this is a much more complicated sugya of Mayim Sheesh, Mayim Sof, Mayim She'in, Mayim Sof, right? What type of body of water are they lost in? Is it a body of water where you can see the banks of the water around it? Not, but they're not getting into all the technicalities over here. If the boat sinks, and we don't know if the people on board died or not, what do? We apply specifically to their relatives the chumras if they're alive and if they're dead. And also this could have a number of different ramifications for Yibo, for Chalitza. If let's say one of the guys on the boat was a Kohen and his wife was a non-Kohen, came from the Yisrael family, could she eat Truma? Can she eat Truma? The point over here is when people are lost at sea, we give them the chumras of people who are alive and people who are dead. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, Cholim Shalom Cholim L'Chayim. So first of all, this is such a fascinating statement. Illness, where we assume that most people recover from illness. Oh, so fascinating. So that's especially Bismillah Gemara. I don't know that I would have assumed that was true, but apparently that was the truth. Most people recover from life-threatening illness. Of course, too. What is the Bible saying over there? What the Bible is saying is like this: if people sink at sea, we give them the chumras of being alive and dead, and that's taken under the assumption that what most people whose boat capsize, what happens to them? They die. Yet we still give them the chumras, the treatments, they're alive and if they're dead. So certainly when it comes to illness, when most people recover from illness, we certainly should give the people, the sick person, the chumras of being alive and dead. Now what does that mean for our case? In our case, what do we have? Shchimira was on his deathbed. He gave away property to him, right? And in the document it said, I'm a Shchimira on my deathbed dying. The problem is, it never has the follow-up phrase that says, on the 24th of Cheshvan, he died. So what do we have to be concerned about? So I would say, what's the kasha? What is Kevin? He has a grave. The guy died. Right? It's clear that he died. So what's the shaila? I would say, what's our shaila? Our shaila is, did he recover in the interim? That's our shaila. Because let's play this out for just a second, right? Shchimira, the gift is only valid if he died from that illness. But if he recovered, and then subsequently died, right? I got it. I know that he's dead. Maybe he recovered and got hit by a bus. That one, right? Right? The man says again, I know that he's dead now, but who's to say that he died as a result of his illness? And I think that's very important. Just because he's dead now doesn't mean that the gift is a valid gift. The fact that he's dead now, what does that tell me? That he's dead. Right? That's what it tells me. But it doesn't tell me that he died of that illness. So if he recovered and then died of something else, it's not shchimira. It's not shchimira if he died of that illness. So just without that extra phrase in the document, even though again I know that he's dead, but it doesn't know it's not shchimira. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Follows, I'm not going to break Rabbi Yeshua. Kiman Allah." So it's like, who's Rabbi? Now, but obviously, Rabbi feels that the existence of a grave, right, is enough. Right? Rabbi feels the fact that I know that he was a shchimira, And now I know that he's dead. I can just connect those dots and to say that he died as a result of the illness and he's a shkinira. And therefore the matana is the matana, even though we never had the additional phraseology written into the document. Who's it being this reflectable says the Rabbi Yosef? Here we go, it's great. Rabbi started to say, the sign up is great. Mi motzi miyad mi. Who has the ability to extract from, look at the Rashban, Mi motzi miyad mi, matana shen kasud bo. לא שמעת בורי, לא שמעת שכניה, כמעט כיסים, זה אומר בורי לישראל, זה אומר שכניה. So it's really kids are Mishnah. And so what happens? So there's a document, and in the document it says that giver gave to Reuben. It's called giver for now, because giver gave to Reuben. What's the issue? Giver says it was a matter shchidmira, but Baruch Shema recovered. Therefore, the gift is not a gift. Reuben says you were totally healthy at the time of the gift, and therefore this is a matnas body, and therefore you owe me the gift. So who has the ability to extract from her? So the Gemara says, "Who wants in the day and below Laila? The only thing that's in the other Ela B'Raya is Rabbi Yaakov." So what says? So Rabbi Yaakov essentially says the law is on the side of the giver, right? The giver has the ability to literally keep the gift, and they don't have the ability to extract it from him unless, of course, they can produce proof that he is in fact helping to counter the gift. It's Rabbi Yaakov. Rabbi Nosson says no. In Barihu, Allah lahaviraya shechimira. In shechimirahu, alein lahaviraya shebarihaya. Oh, I will say this is incredible. Rabbi Nosson says, Rabbi Nosson says, everything depends on how the situation presents itself in front of us now. If the giver is currently healthy, he's buried, the burden of proof is upon him to show that he was a shchimira at the time of the gift. At the time of the gift, if the giver is currently a shchimira, then the burden of proof is upon Reuben to show that giver was a bari at the time of the gift. What does Rabbi Nosson say? Rabbi Nosson says, we assume that the reality that exists now is the same reality that existed at the time that the gift was made. So whatever reality presents itself in front of us right in this moment, that's what we assume to be reality. So therefore, Rabbi said, let's take this forward back. So therefore, this is where Rabbi gets it from. So Rabbi says like this. Giver, right, Shchidmira wrote a document to lend property to Reuben, and in the document it says that when I saw I'm a Shchidmira, and I'm buying and giving to Reuben, but it never has the follow-up documentation that says Shchidmira died on the 24th of Cheshvan. It's missing that. So now, what do you do with that? So Rabbi says, who cares? There's a grave. And Rabbi says, the fact that he's dead now indicates to us that what? He died of his illness, he was Shchidmira, because Rabbi holds like Rabbi Nosson, and Rabbi Nosson holds that what you see in front of you at this present moment dictates that was the reality up until this point. And if you want to change the contract, say a past reality was different than current reality, the burden of proof is upon the one who wants to change the facts as they present themselves now. Also, stop over there today. When I take off this is a great machlokes. So maybe we'll pick this up tomorrow. The resolution, I know we're a couple of lines short of the two dots, but okay. Pick it up tomorrow. Shkak, everyone.
Also, dude, I've been watching a lot of Kill Tony. Don't introduce yourself on your waves, dude. I've been watching a lot of Kill Tony recently, and they just be saying the F word for gay people like a sport. Really, it's not even like fun. Dang, that's crazy. I'll be the first one to laugh at a good F word for gay people joke.
Great to see you. All right, everyone's another wonderful day, everyone.
But like, it's just not clever. It's just like they just. No, that's not. Say it's the sage. That was. I used to have one. Oh yeah. I would say I'm a changed man. I used to go around saying the N-word all the time, just like this, and then I would say that for people. Yeah, I'm glad you stopped that one.
All right, Jawosai, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheer to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tavshin 785, the Pilgrim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Sherman Roshos this year as a zichus for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Sid and Tarizin, in honor of the birth of their granddaughter, Vora Eliana Zin, and creation of the architect of Dr. Zin's father, Bonin Tzvi Ben Chaim's holy bracha. Shmuel Ramin Kravkin, schools for Fushlim for Rabbi's cousin serving in the IDF in Yom Chaim Pesach Ben Mushachana, and creation of the architect of Rabbi's mother, Pesa Mira Bas Chaim. Dr. Moshe and Ellen Devant, in memory of Dr. Devant's parents, Yaakov Meir Ben Moshe Leib, and Sheena Bas Abba, Dr. Bezat, and Yamina Salfer. In Mischus Refuah Shlema for Esther Bracha Bas Chayo. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Mishnah Masad and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need refuah, should have one together with Kol Chavris, who have the 12 Mishnah Nefesh, and Homer Hastiges, B'Shalom, and B'Karov, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'Chol Na'aseh Yedeim. Was with that, let us begin. A lot to do today, a really great daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Kuf Nun Gimel, 153. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Kuf Nun days of days. No, I'm still not used to ever starting on the right daf. Okay, yes. So we are starting on Kuf Nun Gimel Amud Aleph 153a. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem. 5 lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down from the top. Last one line. Hahi. Okay, now 6 lines down. Here we go. Okay, so my tells us house. Hahi matnos of the havikasa ba michayim b'chayim ub'mobes. So it's a very interesting case over here. So again, Shemira goes ahead and conveys over ownership of property, and in the document he writes, he says, Shemira, I convey ownership to Ruvain b'chayim ub'mobes, which literally means in life and in death. So the shaila is, of course, what exactly does this mean, b'chayim ub'mobes? Take a look at the Rashban for just a moment. The Rashban says, it's actually the first of the intermediate ones. Matna Shemira, the Mixos, Shekasu Bakian, the Kono Dira Kobe Amalal Oman. Let's leave aside. Rashban is getting into this partial gift, whole gift. We actually don't need this step. Right here. The point over here is Matna Shemira, and he's conveying the gift, and the star itself has the washing. I can give you over this gift. The Chayim Uben Malas, in death and in life. That was obviously, this is part of the ongoing motif of the cases that we've seen, which is that contradicting the shonos in terms of what type of gift is being given. So is this a matnas bari? Is this a healthy person's gift? Is this a matnas shemira? What exactly is the what are the mechanics of this gift, given it contradicting the shonos? So once again, machlokes. Rav Amar Harei Hi Matnas Shemira. Shmuel Amar Harei Hi Matnas Bari. So Rav says this is a matnas shemira. Shmuel says it's a healthy person's gift. They're both saying that. Before we go on. So again, remember, we always understand wherein lies the fundamental distinction between being a matnas shemira and a matnas bari. That's the fundamental distinction. If the individual shemira recovers, what happens with the gift? If it's a matnas shemira, then the gift is voided, because every matnas shemira is essentially a gift that they deny. If it's a matnas bari, then the gift stands. If it's a matnas bari, it's just a regular gift, which stands no matter what the circumstances. Okay, so now let's analyze both of these. So Rav Amar Harei Hi Matnas Shemira. So Rav says this is going to be like the gift of a shemira with the simcha the maves. Achamisa Kalabay. So Rav says it's simple. Remember again, I will say, what does the shemira say? The shemira says, this is your gift when I die. The maves. So again, any gift that hinders the full receiving of the gift with death, by definition, is a matnas shemira. So what about the Chavahai that said the Chayim? What about that it says the Chayim? What do you do with that? Please? Because the Gemara answers, Simin Ba'alma the Chayim. It's a Simin Ba'alma. What does it mean, Simin Ba'alma? Because it's Rashban says over here in the intermediate lines, about 3 lines up before it gets wide. First, Rav Amar Harei Hi Matnas Shemira, the Nikni Va'achamisa, in Amar Choder, the Kol Shekin the Matnas Shemira, fine. So, I see another Chaim, Rashban says, Klomar, the Maves Dafkahu, and the Chaim Lav Dafka, Ela L'Simin Tov. This is the Israel side. So, when the Shemira writes, according to Rav, he's writing the Maves. The Risa. So the Risa makes it a matnas shemira. What about the fact that he also writes, this is your gift not only in death but also in life? Why does he include that phrase in life? If this is a matnas shemira, look at what Rashban says. If he should hiskir misaso, shelo rotza liftoach hid l'satar. Kilomar, hamakom yatzilini michol mizeh, v'lo yamas. So that's it. See how beautiful this is. So Shemira is saying, really, according to Rav, this is a matnas shemira. What makes it a matnas shemira? What makes a matnas shemira? What makes a matnas shemira is the fact that it says b'maves. in death. So why does he also include Mechayim from life? Like Satan. So I say so, which means what? Like kind of like don't give yourself an you're shmira, but you're shmira, and you're writing that this gift is found when you die. But when I say still, I'll take that class out. Don't open your mouth to the Satan. Don't destroy this concept. Don't go ahead and bring and almost like unnecessarily bring about terrible things upon yourself. So therefore, he goes ahead and he says, "Nechayim, also to teach us, Hashem should save me from this illness, and I should not die. So what I say, this is a very, very profound idea. We'll come back to this in just actually, let's do it right now. So what's interesting about this is as follows. First of all, what do you see from here? What you see from here is he found and he's the wellspring of Jewish hope. That even though this guy is a shmira, right? He's on his deathbed. He's making a deathbed gift. Yet he's nothing stronger than the optimism and the hope of the Jew, who even when he is a shmira, is engaged in an anticipatory tefillah, the Father, save me from this illness. What's interesting to note, however, is this concept of Al-Tiftach Satan. So it's almost as much as the Shemira is saying that this is my gift to you when I die. In the next breath, he says that the Father should save me from this illness. So it's also something incredibly beautiful. Quoting in the name of the Mario Disco. So the Mario Disco says as follows. He asks a question on this. He says, you see from here that you're not supposed to say something that is fully negative. So in other words, even though the Shemira is saying, this is your gift when I die, you're supposed to kind of like buffing that a little bit by saying B'chaim. Right? B'chaim. So you should save me from this illness. So Mario Diskin asks a fascinating question. He says, if you look a couple of parshas in the Parshas Vayechi, Yaakov Avinu says, Vayomer Yisrael Yosef, Amus Sahapam, Achari Ra'osi Es Panecha, Ki Otcha Chai. So Yaakov, remember, after being separated from Yosef for over 2 decades, sees Yosef, finds out that Yosef is not only alive, but he's thriving in God's soil. And Yaakov Avinu, when he will be again locked in his grave, so Yosef says, I can die now. After I've seen you and you're still alive, I can die now. So asks the Mario of this case, I don't understand. Eich Omer Yaakov Aratzmo Kiyomos, V'hari Klau Nokot B'yadenu, Yi'olam Al Yiftach Adam Pizla Satan. Incredible. So now this is what's going on here. How can Yaakov even say, okay, I'm ready to die. I'm ready to die now. And our Torah teaches us, Al Yiftach Satan. Again, you could say, I'm ready to die now, but Knesset is not going to be many years old. Kind of like the same Lashon over here, according to Rab. B'chaim u'ben Maves, right? B'chaim Maves was going on by Yaakov Avinu, great kasha. Listen to what he says. This is so beautiful. He says, Sheyakov Amar Davar Zeh, V'yosa Asuk B'mitzvas Kriyashma. וכמו שהביא רש"י על הפסוק הקודם שאמרו חז"ל שכל אשמה ובמצווה זה שהיה עסוק בו היה מדבר. So listen to this. So remember, the Maria quotes the famous idea of Rashi that at the moment that Yaakov Avinu had met Yosef, he was engaged in the mitzvah of Shema. He was saying Shema. Now listen to this. He says, Shahari Mechelke HaMitzvah Lechavim Ba'amiras B'chol Nafshecha Limsor Nafsho Al Kedushas Hashem. Yaakov Lo Haya Yochel Lechavim Davar Zeh B'Shemus HaGemura Ki Hari HaKadosh Baruch Hu Tichu Sheyamid Good Days Shvatim Ve'ech Yimsor Nafsho Kasher Chasr Lo Shevet Echad Ba'asher Yosef Ne'edar Ve'en Yodeh Yaakov Ma'imo. This is wild. I'm not going to give us too much, but it's absolutely worth listening to this. Yaakov Avinu understood that a Kriyas Shema is a mitzvah of Nehasas Hashem L'Kecha B'chol Levavcha U'B'chol Nafshecha. To love Hashem with all of your heart, to do this with understanding and follow all of your heart. What does it mean to love Hashem with all of your heart? A willingness to give your life to Hashem, to give up your life for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's the problem? Yaakov Avinu wasn't able to mekayim it. Why not? Because at the end of the day, the Torah had made him a promise that he was going to establish 12 tribes. All the years that Yosef was gone, Yosef was missing, Yaakov Avinu felt that he had not fulfilled that destiny. Because of that, he he was unwilling or really unable to give his life to Hashem because his mission had not been accomplished. Says the Mario, the moment he went ahead and he saw Yosef, when he saw Yosef, and Yosef was alive, that represented that what? His life's work was complete. He had established 12 shvatim. And the moment that he saw that his life's work was complete, Miyad Omar, Amusa Hapam. Hineni Yochol Lechavei Lomos, Elimsor Nafshi Akidu Shmo Yitzvach B'Shnei Masagimor. The moment that he saw that Yosef was alive, he realized he had fulfilled his destiny of establishing 12 tribes. And the moment that he had finished, he had fulfilled his destiny, he was able to say with complete conviction, I'm ready to go. I've completed my life's work. I'm ready to take leave of this world. And he did not have to buffer that statement with something positive. Because it wasn't an Al-Tiftach He said, literally, I'm ready to go. You can take me now. My life's work is complete. Yosef is alive. 12 shvatim have been created. I'm done. What's incredible? Absolutely incredible, dramatic part. But to me, what's so incredibly beautiful about this is, imagine reaching a level in life where you feel like your life's work is complete. That's the idea. Imagine reaching a darba in Olam Hazeh, in this world, where you say, Ribono Shel Olam, I feel like everything that is on this world to accomplish, I have done. Yaakov Avinu reached that moment. Interestingly enough, it appears that maybe Yaakov Avinu was the only one to reach that moment. Right? You never see a similar statement by Avraham Avinu or a similar statement by Yitzchak Avinu. Yaakov is the only one who is able to say the words, Amusapam. I'm ready to leave this world now because I feel that literally I have reached my life accomplished, my life mission. And because of that, my time in this world is over. Take me now. They'll say, Hallelujah. That's what we aspire to. This is what we yearn to reach. This is what we yearn to accomplish. To reach a level of existence in this world. We're ready to say, Ribono Shel Olam, I've done it all. I've accomplished it all. I'm Musa. Yaakov said there's only one last thing that I've never done. I've never given my life for Hashem. One last mitzvah. Now at this point in my life, I'm ready to accomplish. I'm ready to give this last piece of giving myself incredible. So again, so back to the Gemara. So now, just a fantastic, and all coming, by the way, the Mario's entire kasha is motivated by this Rashbam. Right, Rashbam, according to Rav, says, Satan. That's why the Shchidner, when he gives the gift, he says, the Chaim of the Noves, really it's a death gift. So why are you including Chaim? Why are you including anything about life? Satan. You always have to hold on. So it's two lessons. The one, the beautiful part in Vayikri, right, about to live a life where you feel ready, I'm ready to go because I've done everything. And also lesson number 2, the power of hope. Like you notice that his prophet says, even if a sharp sword is against your neck, never despair of hope. Never give up hope. Never give up hope. Your shchidmira, still doubting for the possibility that there's going to be another portion. Incredible. That was all Rav. That was all Monday. Shmuel says, already Kimatnas Bari. Shmuel says, on the other hand, that Lamaisa again, this gift is like the healthy person's gift. And therefore, Allah Lamaisa, it stands no matter what happens to Shemira. Now, what's the pshat with that? We give Sivba Bechayim. Mechayim Kala. Shmuel God, this is like a regular healthy person's gift. Why? Because the thing what's written inside of the document, Bechayim. Like lifetime. This is my gift during my lifetime. So Mechayim Kamar. The hog is Sid Ubenoves. So why does he include anything about death in this? Ultimately, again, it's one of the expression. when a person says that this is I'm gifting this to you, the Chaim Uben Moves, that's like an expression of forever. Forever, forever. So let's say, so there's Rav and Shmuel. And one more time, the piece is Shemira writes a gift to Ruvain, and in the gift in the document he says, this is the gift I'm giving you, the Chaim Uben Moves, in life and in death. Rav says, mention of death makes it a matnas Shemira. The only reason why in life is mentioned, ultimately again, is a form of anticipatory hope that is going to somehow have a refuah. Shmuel says, no, the mention of the Chaim in life makes this a regular matnas bali. And the only reason why death is mentioned is to represent the eternality of this gift. Okay. I mean, our Goy. So then our Goy said, Halacha is like Rav. Namely, this is a matnas shchivmira, and halacha l'maisa, again, the mention of life is only there almost like there's a particular desire for a refuah. Okay, Amar Rabbi. The Rabbi says something interesting. Amar Rabbi, sig ba mechayim kana. The Rabbi says something very interesting. The Rabbi says halacha l'maisa. What if it didn't say dichayim, but instead it said mechayim? So we'll say here the distinction. So dichayim means in life, mechayim means from life. From life. So Rava says mechayim is different than dichayim, and mechayim ultimately makes it into a matnas bali. Take a look in the widest lines of the Rashban. Second line in mechayim kara. The mashma dafka mechata is still Lipnos. So here's the interesting. So remember again, going back to this moment, we keep on revisiting certain core concepts. When does a matnas shemira actually take effect? When does it take effect? When he dies. Right, that's not what the shemira. No, the gift is being given now. The mechanics are being created now. But when I say again, the gift itself doesn't even take effect until the shemira passes away. Now, what Rava points out here is as follows. If the Shekhinah uses the word of Mechayim means the gift is held now. Now, Mechayim, from when I'm alive. In life, right? Mechayim, like a Mechayim, like from life. From life, the Gemara seems to understand means that when I say again, when I say the gift takes effect right now. Gemara says, less focus on Havasei Gedala. Gemara says, Halacha does not follow Rava. So that's obvious. So our guys focus on Havasei Gedala. We just got finished saying that Halacha follows Rava. Many of us say that even when you have a gift that has this expression of both the Chaim to the Moves, it is considered to be a that gift. So obviously, the Halacha doesn't follow that. He says that Mechayim makes it a lifetime gift. I said to your mountain, what would you have thought? Mechayim Moti Rav. You might have thought that when it says Mechayim, maybe even Rav agrees with that. Listen, maybe even Rav agrees that Mechayim is stronger than what? Stronger than Dechayim. Much more no. I want to show what that essentially what is Rav? Some mention of that. What does that do? Matnas Shemira. That's it, nothing more to talk about. Okay, so this concludes our first topic for today. That's the first leg of our community journey. Which is that if you have a matana, and the matana has both an expression of life and death, the Chaim Uben Moves. And also you can see someone like colloquially using that expression. This is your gift. The Chaim Moves in life and death. What do you do with such a gift like that? So Rav Matnas Shemira, as it says the Moves, or using the things that Chaim is that's like the tefillah for the Fush Lema. Shmuel says no, because that is an expression ultimately of life that makes the Matnas body. And the reason it mentions that is it has the eternality of the gift. How do we paskin? The Rambam paskins generic love and our Goyim paskins. The Rambam paskins like Rav. But I've also mentioned treat this like a Matnas Shemira. Any time that gift document, that will, has an expression of death, I can also remember, I can't point out, this is Dafkin Shemira, right? If a regular person, right? Ruvain, so a regular guy, healthy, fantastic, and he writes a gift. In that document, he says, Shimon, I'm gifting you this property, the Chaim to the Moves, and obviously, it's just a regular gift. Everything is about contrast. Remember, who's writing this gift? Who's writing the gift? A Shemira. So again, Rav says, whenever a Shemira writes a gift, and he's going ahead and he's mentioning death, that is a matnas shivnera. What about the chayim? That's an anticipatory desire, anticipatory tefillah for the future. That's how I possibly will say. So the chayim lovas is a matnas shivnera. Good. Next, hahu. Hahu. The asa mikame. Who does like Rav Nachman and Rav? So there was a situation like this that came up before Rav Nachman in Harda. If you take a look at the Rashbam, so the Rashbam is about 4 lines into the white lines, and who does like Rav Nachman? The Havakasav B'Shtar B'Day the Chaim Ubemabas. So we'll say, so a case like this came up. Right, Rav Nachman was in Harda. So Mom said, a case like this came up where Shemira wrote a gift, and then the gift document said the Chaim Ubemabas. The Rav Nachman. Is this a matnas bari or is this a matnas shir? Like I said, you're saying yourself, what's the case? It's manipulating. Very similar. Also, what's the case? The case ultimately again with me is Shibra recovers. So the Shibra is claiming that this was a matnas shimira, and because he recovered, he's taking his property for taking his property down. The recipient says, no, this is a matnas bari, and therefore again the gift stands no matter what. So it comes before a person. What happened? So he was the Shagir, the Kamei Rab Yirmiyah Bar Abba, Rishum Tamnas. So Rab Nachman sent the case, he kicked it over to Rab Yirmiyah Bar Abba, who lived in the place called Shum Tamna. Okay, Rab Nachman went ahead and sent it over to Rab Yirmiyah. Why is that? It wasn't considered. Amar Chava asked for the Shmuel, Efi Navit Kavase Geras. So this is beautiful. Rab Nachman said, Shmuel was the Lord the answer of Nardo. So Rav Nachman was discussing, Rav Nachman knowing that halacha l'maisa, he really followed Rav, and yet felt that he could not ask him against Shmuel, the Lord the answer of Nardo, in Nardo. Therefore, what does he do? He essentially moves it to a different court, moves it to a different basis. Sends it to Rabbi Yirmiyah in Shulchan Rabbi Yirmiyah could ask him halacha according to Rav. Okay, so what's this? What happened? If we now because that fine, that's it. That's the end of the story. That just shows that even in Nardo, which was held as Shmuel, they understood that in reality that Allah follows Rav. Again, at a definite Shmuel in Shmuel's Mokum, they can ask me that way. So the Ma'aseh Allah follows Rav. Beautiful. Next, he does certainly the Rabbi. So there was, listen to this, there was a case that came before Rabbi. So once I saw again, same thing like we saw before, same case. Right? Not for Shkimira, or Shkimira is giving a gift, and in the gift he wrote the Chaim in Rabbi. Now, interestingly enough, in this case, in Rabbi, it didn't say Bechaim Rabbi, instead it said Mechaim Ubemabas. Now, remember again, According to Rava, if it says Mechaim, he holds is really a matnas bari. It's not a matnas shkina. Rava makes a distinction between Bechaim and Mechaim. Okay, so watch this. Shagi dasher Mechaim de Rava. Ava le Rava Kishmaitei. So there was a case that came before Rava. And Rabbi Paskin like his own ruling. Take a look at the Rashban. The Rashban says over here, Kishmaitei. Good. The Hava Ksiv Bei Mechaim, Vikona Balashtar, Vikona Balashtar, Vaishev Siva. Okay, so just to give you the context over here. So what happened? So the situation over here was that someone had written a document, and in the document it said Mechaim Ubem Musa. Rav Paskin that in the case Rabbi Paskin that in the case of Mechaim, he treats that like a matnas bari. Right? Rabbi said Yiksiba Mechaim Kana. So what happened? So the woman was bringing this child to Rabbi. She had apparently again lost the property as a result, ultimately of the wording in the shtar. So what happened? He does say correctly, Rabbi. So Rabbi went ahead and passed him according to his rule, right? That Mechaim ultimately makes it like a matnas bari. Habakatir delay. This woman was bothering. She didn't like this psak. Take a look at the Rashbam. Katardi, Lomar, Lo Yafet Dantani. This is interesting. So the woman in question did not like the way that they were asking, and she kept separating that you're not asking the right way. So what happened? I'm going to leave it at top of the ray. Rav Hanan separate. So what happened? So now Rabbi had to write up his Psak Halacha. So Rabbi says to Rav Papa, the son of Rav Hanan, who was the scribe of Rabbi, Zil Kasavla, now you have to write up the Din Torah. You have to write up the Din Torah. The Kasavla, Socher Aleyen, O Midah. Okay, so now what happens? Rabbi Paskin in a particular way in this case, that this particular situation was a matnas bari. It was a matnas bari, right? Because again, we know that Mechaim was a healthy person who's getting out of Manashkira. So the woman who ended up losing property was very upset with his psak. So what happened? So Rabbi went ahead and wrote up the Now, in this, what he did was, he wanted to get this woman off his back. So he went ahead and he wrote up the shtar in such a way that made it look like she won the case, right? That she got a favorable verdict. In the end of the shtar, he included this lashon of socher alein. You can hire extra workers, or mikran, or you can deceive them. I don't say, now what does that phrase include? The answer is nothing. So why is it there? So there's an interesting halacha, actually, take a look. Take a look at the Rashbam. The Rashbam says, I'm going to the Safrei, Zil Kasavla, Shadin Ima. So he said to the scribe, write up the shtar that says that she won the case. Right? The psak is like her. Psak is like her. Because of the Safar shtar, I'm going to write at the end of the document, Mishnah Hashemi Bav Mitzvah, Basocha Shemim, Socha Le'en, Omitan. So it's actually a very interesting case. If I hire workers and they walk off the job, leaving me, with no one to finish the job, the halacha is I can promise them a higher wage and lie to them. Right? Or I can go ahead and hire additional workers and make the guys who walk off the job pay for it. In other words, since they committed to something and walked away, I could deceive them in order to get them to finish up the job. Say, okay, guys, it's another 20% for you, and then when they do the job, I have to pay them. So Rava included this lashon in the shtar. The Siman Hayam is being responded. Siman Hayam is so kashtar shalit kosa yisho lachus in his cabin. We part in the nachlakosa. He had vina b'dvar l'kilasa. So what happened? So it's fascinating. So Rava writes this at the end of the shtar. So what he does is this little chapter. So he wrote the shtar indicating that she was right. She was right. In the end of the shtar, she wrote, and by the way, you can hire additional workers or deceive the workers that you have. So he understood that what's going to happen. If another Bezdin sees the shtar, they're going to realize there's something weird about this. And obviously, Rabbi wrote this because his lady was the shtickle on him, and he just had to get her out. He tried to get her out. He wrote this lesson in the shtar. So the message is what happened. But fascinatingly enough, he thought this particular woman would not catch on to what he was doing. But it turns out that she did. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Amra, so she realized what he was doing. Amra, she cursed him. Mikaba Arbe, Atuyekam, because she says, Rabba, you're both the same. You're both the same. Didn't think that you could be seen. So it's just now, of course, Rabba told him it works. And up until now, she was just upset about Psak Halacha. Now she's upset because she feels he's actively trying to deceive her. So therefore, she cursed him, and she said, "You're both should sink. You're both should sink." It's not a metaphor. Quite literally. You're both right. Rather had possession. You're both should sink. You try to leave. Do you think that I don't know what you're doing? Like the Rashbam says. You both should sink. I just sleep. Do you think I don't know that you're deceiving me? So the Rava says what happened. So Rava's Talmidim heard this. Anshu lemani Rava b'naya. So what do? They simply took Rava's clothing and they soaked it in water, hoping that maybe again the flow of the curse would develop on that. Obviously, the person was focusing so the clothing becomes wet. Maybe if they just take the clothing and they sink it, there's like a tomb of the curse right there. You know, it says Bafilu Haki, or Ifrak Mitzvah. So what happened? Rava's both sank. You go to the Rashban. The Rashban says over here, look, this bracha Oshay, the Rashban says, the Alki, so sorry, it's actually the Gemara doesn't have this expression, right? The Gemara ends over here, Vafilu Hachi, Lo Ifrak Netiva. Nevertheless, Rabbi was not spared from the sinking of his boat sank. Now, if you look at the Rashban, interestingly enough, the Rashban, around 6 lines up, has the Divrei HaMasim over here. Well, it's Parach Me'onsha. Rava was not scared from punishment. The Gemara says, why? Da'al kilas edyot kala be'emet. Do not allow the curse, even of a simple person, to go ahead and be taken lightly in your eyes. This is incredible, right? This woman, by the way, who from the perspective of the Gemara, was behaving unreasonably. Rabbi gave her the psak. She came to the basic. Gave her the psak. You know, the psak, that's life. That's life. Right? She got the psak, she wouldn't stop. He deceived her, tried to deceive her with this again. In Rabbi's defense, he's trying to take. There's a lot of lessons in this. Oh, okay, so let's finish Rashbam. Rashbam says, B'shi Karsten, what do you see from here? Number one, what you see from here is, don't allow the curse of a simple person to be taken like the curse of another Jew. Like angering another Jew, upsetting another Jew to the point that they curse you is a serious thing. Now, the Rashbam also says, Umei Hasham Inon, Tebein Chayim Bein Mesim Simna L'Chayim. It was interesting enough, the Gemara wants to suggest from this story, ultimately again, being Chayim or Mechayim, ultimately again is a synonym of a matnas part. And unfortunately, that's not how we pass it. Right? We pass it like Rav, that whether it's Bechayim or Mechayim, halacha l'maisa is considered to be a matnas shchidera. Okay, interesting aside. So let's see, that's the end of the story. What's the most hospital from the story? What exactly is the hospital? The Ram says the most hospital from the story is that halacha l'maisa, don't take the curse of even a simple person life. Don't take the curse, which is incredible. Now, the power of a Jew. Let's say now, this is the power of a Jew when a Jew gets angry. Right? Can you imagine the power of a Jew when a Jew is angry? Right? Because whatever thoughts you have, because you have 10 times more power when you are resilient. Notice that there's another important lesson in this, and it is the importance of dealing with problems head on. What's happening over here? Rava is trying to circumvent the issue. Right? Rava says, let me just take this out. And I don't want to deal with this. I'm going to tell you whatever you need to say. I put in a little fine print on the bottom of the document. No one else pays attention to fine print except for lawyers and Dayanim. Right? So she's going to be happy thinking that she got something that she wanted. But then when she comes to collect, the basin's going to see it and realize, it's not a document collection. What should Rava have done? Rava should have engaged. Let's say, no one ever solves people personal problems by skirting. No one ever solves their problems by pretending they don't exist or by wishing them away. If you have challenges with other people in life, the only way to deal with them is to deal with them. They will not change unless they are confronted. Sometimes even if they're confronted, they won't change. That's possible also. But one thing is clear is, if you never confront it, it certainly does not change. Maybe you confront it again, such a profound disaster. Let's go back here. It says the Mishnah. So much in these Gemaras, so much. The Mishnah. Lo kasaba shchemira. So let's say again, in general, the way it would work would be as follows. A matna shchemira. Remember again, this is interesting, like punishment, which is that on one hand, a matna shchemira. Just the way that I'm just final word on this previous video. Raman was in Matana, Harekas, Halacha Yukas, and those same Matana Kishu Shmira, because of Bechayim Ibamaves, or Mechayim Ibamaves, whichever Russian you use, right? Bechayim Maves, Mechayim Maves, Rashbam says, How will the Kassav Ibamaves? So we'll say that's why asking like Rabbi, as long as there's a mention of death, then it's halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa makes you not shmira. What do you do about the expression of life? Rambam says, Zesha Kasabal Mechayim, similarly Yashiv is Daito, Shiyis name is Horiza. So how does he put Mechayim in there? Again, it's a tefillah. It's a way of hoping making himself feel a little bit better. But there is always the hope, there's always the possibility, ultimately again, of a definition, powerful Mishnah. The Bible says, remember again, Matash Shemira does not require document. Matash Shemira typically requires words. When you are writing a document, we call the name of a Shemira, write the name of a text that will and full name. Right, so it's called a daitiki. So remember again, it's the halacha l'maisa. So there is a way that was written. There is a certain verbiage that was used for that, which would indicate that this was being written by a shchivira. Let's say the document makes no mention that the giver is a shchivira. He makes absolutely no mention of it. It just doesn't say anything about it. So lo kasa b'shchivira. I think I'll just for this moment. It's about 6 lines up from the bottom. Lo kasa b'shchivira. The katse v'rami ba'arsei. So listen to this. Normally, a Mata Shemira, if you were writing a document, you would say Shemira when he was in his bed. Right? So when he was sick and in bed, Shemira wrote the following gift to him. So the document itself would make mention that the giver is a Shemira. Conversely, if you are writing stomach gift to someone, the document would also mention, interesting enough, the document would also mention, right? When the giver was walking on his own 2 feet in the shuk, he said over, I want to give over this property to Reuben. So it's interesting, by the way, how, again, contemporarily, you don't find this in our modern day documents, right? Modern day documents don't seem to make any mention of the particular state of mind, the state of being of the individual. Right? I guess you could say so-and-so was of clear mind, they executed this particular document. But the nice of these documents were a little bit more specific. So not just Shemira, I would say Shemira was dying in bed, or was sick in bed. So the Matnas Bari, the giver was walking in the shuk and he said he wanted to give this to you. Now you have a document that doesn't make any mention about this well-being, right? The state of the giver. Okay, now here we go. So who Omer Shemira? So the guy, the giver, we'll call him the giver, grantor, is that what it is? Grantor, giver, right? Giver. Right? The giver says, I was a shchivnera. Listen, now remember, what is his state of being right now? When this is happening in days, what's happening over here? The giver, Baruch Hashem, doing great. Full of the The giver says, this was a mafresh shchivnera. And now, Baruch Hashem, I'm fine, because the gift is void. The Halo, Mimbari Ayisa. The other guys, the recipients, say, no, you weren't the shchivnera. You were totally healthy when you made this gift. And therefore, again, this is a matnas bari. We're so happy you're doing great. But the gift is a gift. You have no right to take it back from us. What so Meir says that the burden of proof is upon the giver. Right? That the giver has to prove that he was a shchivnera at the time of the gift. The Chacham say, no, no, it's not true. Let's remember again, who is in possession of the property? Who is in possession of the gifted property? Right? The giver. The Chacham say now the recipient wants to say that this guy, the giver, was in fact healthy at the time of the gift. The burden of proof is upon them. The burden of proof is always upon the extractor. Right? The one who is the one who owns the property, he's the presumed owner. You want to extract it. The burden of proof is upon the extractor. So this is something like Logas, they're in the incredible. So I think that's the Kasa they have a Kasa going down. I'm saying, so the Kasa umigo marry if the base the Kasa umigo marry if the base owner. So this is very interesting. So there once was a Shemira. Once upon a time there was a Shemira. And the Shemira gifted property to the recipient. Okay? Now in the document, it said the Lashon Shemira was in his bed very ill. Now, apparently, what would normally happen after a Mount Nashville is fascinating, right? So Shemira would write the gift to Ruvain. Now, again, remember, when does the gift take effect? When does it take effect? When Shemira dies. So what would often happen is Shemira obviously would entrust this document to someone, right? Because someone needs to execute the gift after the death of Shemira. What would normally happen is after the death of Shemira, they would go ahead and they would put in an additional note. What was the note? And on the 24th of Teshvan, Shemira passed away. That's how they do it. Like they would put in like a little asterisk and indicate Shemira, that which makes sense, right? Because you want to have an appendix in the document, because remember the Makara only really takes effect if Shemira actually dies. So you want to have some actual documental proof that otherwise Shemira died. So in this document it says Shemira is on his deathbed, but never lo kasavah umigo mari ifter lebase omya. And it never said in there, that Allah that he died. So what do you do with such a document like this? We'll say Amar Beis. So Amar Rabbi says, well, what's the Shaila? Hari Meis, the Hari Kibra Mofiach Allah. Well, you don't really need anything written in a document. You can just go to his kever. Or his dead. The guy's dead, right? There's a grave, there's a tombstone, right? It's all there. It's all there. So I understand normally you would write this into this document, and in fact, look at the last Rashbam. The Rashbam says, previous Amr, Kafi Yuridim Lichtov Mata Shkinira, and it covers the Achamisa. So, Rogesh and the Qasim Halalu Nisunim Nizam and Halobitava Shkinira. So, again, first of all, this is fascinating. We're doing Shkinira for years. Right? But for it's fascinating just to see how it's accurate, even though you don't need the document. When a document was used, it was executed in a particular way. So, first of all, it would say, Shemira was dying in his bed, he was on his deathbed, and he gifted his property to so and so. And then after he died, it was common to just append, and he died on this one before the cash fund. Tav Shin Pei Hey. Now you didn't write it. You didn't write about his death. What's the status? Rabbi said, what's the big deal? You know that he's dead. You go to his kever. Only I buy it. Rabbi said, Ashta, Umas, Sheruban, the other Nostar, and the combination. So Rabbi said, like this. One second, hold up. So let's see a group of people on a boat. The boat sinks. And Achmanos, then we don't know if the people on board died or not died. And this is a much more complicated subject of Mayim Shenish when it's sold, Mayim She'in when it's sold, right? What type of body of water are they lost in? Is it a body of water where you can see the banks and the around it? Not. But again, we're not getting into all the technicalities over here. If the boat sinks, and we don't know if the people on board died or not, what do? We apply specifically to their relatives the homeless if they're alive and if they're dead. And I say this could have a number of different ramifications. For people, like Chalitza, let's say they're one of the guys on the boat was a Torah, and his wife was a non-Torah, came from the Yisrael family. Did she eat Truma? Can she eat Truma? The point of it is, when people are well fed seen, we give them the hummus of people who are alive and people who are dead. Now watch this. Hogan, Shalom Hogan Chai. This is such a fascinating statement. Illness, but we assume that most people recover from illness. Oh, so fascinating. I don't know that I would assume that was true, but apparently that was most people recover from life-threatening illness, but both people. What is a bison? The bison is like this. If people sink at sea, you give them the chumras of being alive and dead. And that's what I said. That's taking under the assumption that what most people whose boat capsize, what happens to them? They die. But yet we still give them the chumras, the stringency, if they're alive and if they're dead. So certainly when it comes to illness, where most people recover from illness, we certainly should give the people, the sick person, the chumras of being alive and dead. Now what does that mean for our case? In our case, what do we have? Shemira was on his deathbed. He gave away property to him, right? And in the document it said, I am Shemira on my deathbed dying. The problem is, it never has the follow-up phrase that says, on the 24th of Keshvan, he died. So what do we have to be concerned about? So Rabbi said, what's the Kesha? What was Kevin? He has a grave. The guy died. Right? It's clear that he died. So what's the Shaila? What's our Shaila? Our Shaila is, did he recover in the interim? That's our shayla. Let's play this out for just a second, right? Shchid the gift is only valid if he died from that illness. But if he recovered and then subsequently died, otherwise, I got it. I know that he's dead. Maybe he recovered and got hit by a bus. Right? Right? The nice again, I know that he's dead now, but who's to say that he died as a result of his illness? And I say that's very important. Just because he's dead now doesn't mean that the gift is a valid gift. Right? The fact that he's dead now, what does that tell me? That he's dead. Right? That's what it tells me. What it doesn't tell me is that he died of that illness. See, if he recovered and then died of something else, it's not a matna shchira. It's not a shchira that he died dafka of that illness. So just so, without that extra phrase in the document, even though again I know that he's dead, it doesn't know it's not a shchira. Incredible. So he wants to tell us, I'm not going to bring that Yeshua, Kiman Azla Ha. So it's like, who's Rabbi right now? But obviously, Rabbi feels that the existence of a grave, right, is enough. Right? Rabbi feels the fact that I know that he was a shchunira, and now I know that he's dead, I can just connect those dots and to say that he died as a result of the illness and he's a shchunira. And therefore, the Matana, even though he never had the additional phraseology written into the document. Who's agreeing with this? Here we go. It's good. I will start this today. Yisanya is great. Mi motzi miyad mi. Who has the ability to extract from the Rashbam? Mi motzi miyad mi. Matana shem chassid lo. Lo rosh matana lo rosh matana sorry. Lo rosh matana shkirira. Kimasti. So you say, oh my body like you. So it's young Mishnah. So these are Mishnah. Hey, so what happens? So there's a document, and in the document it says that giver gave to Reuben. Giver gave to Reuben. What's the issue? Giver says it was a matna shchidnira, but Baruch Hashem recovered. Therefore, the gift is not a gift. Reuben says he was totally healthy at the time of the gift, and therefore this is a matna body, and therefore you owe me the gift. So who has the ability to extract from him? So you want to two motes in your day and below rayot. Then he motes in the other elaborayot. So as I saw, Rabbi Yaakov essentially says the law is on the side of the giver. Right? The giver has the ability to literally keep the gift, and they don't have the ability to extract it from him unless, of course, they can produce proof that he was in fact healthy at the time of the gift. Rabbi Yaakov. Rabbi Nassim says no. In Barihu, Allah l'chavirayah shemira. In shemirahu, Alein l'chavirayah shebarihaya. Oh, I will say this is incredible. Rabbi Nassim says, listen to us. Rabbi Nassim says, everything depends on how the situation presents itself in front of us now. If the giver is currently healthy, he's bari, the burden of proof is upon him to show that he was a shchidnira at the time of the gift. At the time of the gift, if giver is currently a shchidnira, then the burden of proof is upon Reuben to show that giver was a bari at the time of the gift. What does Rabbi Nassim say? Rabbi Nassim says, we assume that the reality that exists now is the same reality that existed at the time that the gift was made. So whatever reality presents itself in front of us right in this moment, that's what we assume to be reality. So let's take this forward back. Therefore, going back, this is where Rabbi gets it from. The Rabbi says like this. Giver, right, Shchidnira wrote a document conveying property to Reuben, and in the document it says that when I saw I'm a Shchidnira and I'm dying, I'm giving to Reuben, but he never has the follow-up documentation that says Shchidnira died on the 24th of Teshuvah. It's missing that. So now, what do you do with that? So Rabbi says, who cares? There's a grave. And Rabbi said the fact that he's dead now indicates to us that what? He died of this illness, of this Shchidnira. Because Rabbi holds like Rabbi Nassim, and Rabbi Nassim holds that what you see in front of you at this present moment dictates that was the reality up until this point. And if you want to change the context, say that past reality was different from current reality, the burden of proof is upon the one who wants to change the facts as they present themselves now. What's the sample for today? We're going to pick up this. This is a great machlokas. So maybe we'll pick this up tomorrow because I know we're a couple of lines short of the two dots, but okay. Pick it up tomorrow. Shkaya, everyone.
Oh my God, we gotta figure out how to do this soundboard better, but I think it's hilarious. I think it's working. Alrighty, so we're on to the next clip. It's okay. I haven't seen this one yet, but I am anxiously waiting. Your stand-up is good. It says, yeah, but this is what I'm reading, dude. The fucking title has it's posted by Nervous at 67.
All right, then we'll say good morning, to begin another week together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our Comic-Con sponsors. First, our Comic-Con sponsor for Caption Pay, our annual Comic-Con sponsor, Testing Family Rights, representing all the Shimmer dressers this year. As a host for the Soros Talbot's Fall of Israel. And our Comic-Con sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, the families who dedicated all the Sherman dressers this month, Stephen Tarizin, in honor of the birth of their granddaughter, Deborah Ariana Zin, and the of Dr. Zin's father, William Tzvi Ben Chaim Zichron Rabbi Shmuel Rabin Karapkin, and exclusive portion of Rabbi's cousin Shevin Yaviyah, Yom Chaim Pesach Ben Moshe Chano, Krishna V'Yartik of Rabbi's mother, Hansamira Bas Chaim, Dr. Moshe and Aaron Grant, in memory of Dr. Grant's parents, Yaakov Meir Ben Moshe Reed and Sheena Bas Abba, and Dr. Bezad and Nina South of Los Angeles, in memory of our full Shaliva for Esther Bracha Bas Chayekon. And of course, we all Bas Chay, and then of course we also dedicate our really the news over Motzei Shabbos about the murder of Rabbi Tzvi Kogan in Chabad Shaliach in the United Arab Emirates. Dramatically terrible, horrible. Just amazing to see just the lengths that our enemies go to. But you can imagine like the amount of resources and time that it took for our enemies to coordinate this, and that we were filled with such animosity, such hatred, such vitriol. And just like an innocent young man, just some wherever, the UAE, helping Jews, wherever they may be, like Chabad always does. He just overwhelmed. And to his family in Chama, and the source of all of our Torah, all of the Shem Shabbat, and the families in Chama, all of those who need it for, Shabbat, given its whole Chama Yisrael. And the Torah has to do the Shalom and the Kara of our holy soldiers should be successful in the Torah Maaseh Yedei. Let's do that and let us begin. We have a lot to do today. A really great dash ahead of us today. Today's dash is Kuf Nun Beis 152, and we're starting at the top on Kuf Nun Beis. So the Gemara says as follows. Always good to start pretty together with exactly what we said, but we'll see what Hashem can take us over the course of the week. So as it says in the Gemara, it's really interesting. I will say that I think we're all in agreement. Whoever knew there was someone who thought about Shchid Mirah, right? For a guy who's on his final moments in life, there's certainly a lot of Torah going on over here. So the Gemara says it's not Shchid Mirah shekatzu bokim. It's an interesting case over here. And Shchid Mirah, remember again, one of the terms that we've seen used a number of different times is the concept of a daitiki. Daitiki is a deathbed will. So as much as the shchina, remember again, doesn't need to use any written instruments, right? Because the shchina does not use any type of kinyan. However, it would not be uncommon for a shchina to go ahead and record his final request, his shchina gift in a document. That's called a daitiki. And we've also seen, by the way, we'll talk about this well, but let's take this. So, interesting case over here. Let's say you have a document, so you have what we call this daitiki, you have this daitiki, and inside of the document, there's a kinyan written into it. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at the Rashman for just a moment. It's Rashman Shekasel Bakinyan. It's right in the middle of the thin lines. Shekasel Bakinyan. What in any Kasel Kinyan Besor Hashtar, or Afido any Kanashtar cloud, I was Shkina Shehiskit Sabah Shkina, Kishakala Komakasa, the Gam Hikna Osam the Kinyan Sidder in the Kabal Batana. About Orchadinosa Lakisha, Derek Shekasel as well. So the case of here is as follows. So the case of here is, so we'll call him Shkina. Shkina is giving something to Ruben. And in the document it says, I Shkina Yikita Ruben, and we did a kinyan siddur. So the document records that a kinyan was performed. Now, why is this intriguing? Because the Shkina doesn't need a kinyan. Right, so now he has a document, a deathbed will, which is fine. Again, by the Shmuel doesn't even need that. Right, but he's got a deathbed will, and in the deathbed will it says that kinyan was done. So the Shmuel says, so now what's going to be the Shiloh over here? Shiloh is, so what is this? Now again, the transaction could work, but is this a Shkina transaction? Is this a regular gift? And again, it's kind of a major ramifications. Let's see. So Beirav Mishmei Beirav Amri Arkabiyat Sheyekshi. So again, we're going to explain all of this in just a little bit. But Beirav, so essentially Beirav, Yeshiva Rav, the name of Rav said, Arkabiyat Sheyekshi, which really means this transaction rides on two horses. Which, again, before even knowing what that means is, we couldn't know what it means. This transaction has like a dual identity. This will explain this in a moment. Shmuel says, Lord, you've done on my ordering law. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to categorize it. So it's not a lot of both of these opinions. So Rav Mishmei Rav Amar Arkabiyat Sheyekshi. So in the name of Rav, they said that the transaction rides on two horses, because on one hand, Hari Kimatnas Bari and Hari Kimatnas Chimera. In certain respects, this is like a healthy person's gift. And in other respects, it's like a shchimera. How so? Hari Kimatnas Bari. So on one hand, it's like a matnas bari. Now, why is it like a matnas bari? Shim Amar Interchon. We're supposed to remember, let's take a step back over here. The way a matnas shchimera works is how? It is essentially matnas shchimera is a gift that is in halacha is usually being done for tonight. What's the tonight? What's the condition? What's the condition? If I die, the gift is good. And if I don't die, I'm kind of going to need my stuff back, right? In other words, now remember again, just to be clear, we said this last week, but just to clarify it again, the shchimera is not actually giving anything away now, right? Remember, the matnas shchimera is a gift that is being made now while he's shchimera, but nothing is actually being given until after his death. So when we speak of this idea that he takes back choser just means transactionally nothing is given away. But Lamaisa, again, it's not like he has to go and claw back any property. So again, every matnas shchimera is essentially done out tonight on a condition that I die, but if I recover, I'm not giving you anything. So on one hand, Yeshiva Rav, the name of Rav, said that it rides on two horses. On one end, it's like a matnas shchimera, and it's like a matnas bari. So it's like a matnas bari in that what? In this case, the shchimera recovers. And when the shchimera recovers, in halot so it's over. The gift comes back. So I can matnas bari shim amad. I'm sorry, just said it the wrong way. Hariki matnas bari shim amad eno choser. So on one hand, it's like a healthy person's gift, and that's what. And I like from the money, so if he recovers, the gift still stands. So let's understand what's happening over here. So remember, when a healthy person gives a gift, that is an irrevocable gift. So the idea over here is, so Rav is saying like this, because there is a kinyan employed over here, and the kinyan is not necessary in a matnas shchimera. In certain respects, the kinyan, right, the presence of the kinyan categorizes it as a matnas bari, a healthy person's gift. Now, what's the status of a healthy person's gift? If I give property, right, and a regular person's gift, whether it dies or doesn't die, doesn't make a difference. The gift stands. So in certain respects, the presence of the kinyan makes it into a healthy person's gift, and therefore even if shchimera recovers, still the gift will stand. On the other hand, Hari Kimatnas Bari, Hari Kimatnas Shchimera, Shin Amar Hava Asal Leploni, Hava Asal Leploni. On the other hand, interestingly enough, it has the status of a shchimera gift now, because let's say again, if he was doing it, let's say he was assigning a loan. Right, let's say in this particular case over here, what shchimera was gifting to Ruvain was a loan. And we'll say, I remember again, we saw this before. How do you, if you have a loan, how do you assign a loan to someone? Stop case. I want to go ahead. Ruvain owes me money. I want to assign the debt to Shimon. So Shimon can collect it. I'm giving him the debt. How do you do that? How do you do it? Excellent. Right, so if it's a written debt, or if it's a novar shtar, you vote a document. Whoever has the document has the power of collection. What happens if it's a nova al peh, a verbal loan? How do you do that? Excellent. Mine is shloshton. Yeah, this last week. Mine is shloshton. Very interesting halacha, where if you have the lender, the borrower, and now the person who I'm giving it over to, and we're all together, you could transfer it like that. Interesting halacha, mine is shloshton. The only other person who has the ability to go ahead and assign a debt without mine is shloshton, and without the star is a shchidira. So it's in this respect. So Rav says that this transaction will be like a matna shchidira, in that technically speaking, if the item being gifted is a loan, you can gift it without a star, and you can gift it ultimately again even without minus lashon. So it's like, so this is the position of Rav. So again, let's just reframe the case. Let's read in different cases. So again, shchidira is giving a gift to Ruvain. But what he did, interestingly enough, is he has a daitiki, that low, which is fine, no problem. That doesn't stare, that doesn't in any way undermine the matna shchidira. But in it says that he performed the kinyan. He performed the kinyan. According to Rashban, it says that he performed the kinyan with Ruvain. Although we'll see, it doesn't really have to be with Ruvain. It goes into the witnesses on the star as well. But he did it with Ruvain. Okay, that's what Rashban says. So the shaila now is, what does the presence of the kinyan do to the matnas shchidira? So first opinion, Rav, what it does is this transaction has a dual identity. Certain respects is like a matnas shchidira, certain respects like a matnas bari. Matnas shchidira, and that you can even assign a debt, even without manus lashtan or that shtar. And it's like a matnas bari, like a healthy person's gift, because if the shchidira recovers, the gift still stands. What makes it into a matnas? What is it that makes it into a quasi matnas bari? That is the presence of the unnecessary kinyan. Okay, so that's Rav. Beautiful, beautiful. Shmuel says, Shmuel Lover, Shmuel says, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this. Why? Because on one hand, Shema lo gamar lahaknosa ala b'shtar. So let's say, here's the interesting part about this transaction. There's a kinyan and there's a shtar. The kinyan and the shtar attests to the fact that the kinyan is made. So maybe Shchidira has in mind to go ahead and halacha l'maisa, only be makne it with the shtar. Maybe that's what it's trying to do. Or maybe the shtar is the mechanism of conveyance. Here's the problem. Let's say now, again, on one hand, fine, one is the shtar mechanism of conveyance, that's fine. What's the problem in this case? The aim shtar la'acharisa. Ultimately, again, you can't, the shtar is not a mechanism after the okay, remember again, just to be clear, there is only one type of posthumous property conveyance, and that is called Yerusha, inheritance. Right? You can't give a gift posthumously. You can't. There's no mechanism for that. The only other thing besides Yerusha that works posthumously is matna shchidira, which is, by the way, coming full circle. So this is very exciting. Coming full circle, that even though shchidira is a matana, but it's a matana that's a derivative of Yerusha, because anything that's going to work, and that's why when we saw, when we had my focus last week about whether or not the concept of matna shchidira is a doraisa or a rabbanon, according to the opinions that said it was a doraisa, which psukim they were learning it from? They're learning it from Yerusha. So again, Shom was the last. He said, so what's the connection between Yerusha, which is Yerusha, inheritance, and Shira, which is Matana? Because again, in order for Matana to work posthumously, it has to somehow derive from Yerusha. So therefore, again, you have Shmuel coming along and saying, I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with this transaction. Because since you have a shtar and you have a kinyan in the shtar, maybe Shira only wants this to be how through the shtar after he dies, and you can't go ahead and do the shtar after the death of the conveyor. So therefore Shmuel doesn't know what to do with the transaction. Okay, so let's say this is my focus Rav and Shmuel. The Rami Adirav. With the Shmuel, so this is now the Gemara brings up a contradiction between the position of Rav and the position of Shmuel. There was the Shalach Rabbi Mishmei Rabbi Abba. So Rabbi said to him Rabbi Abba the following idea: have you know Shalach Rabbi Lazar Rabbi Mishmei Rabbi? Rabbi Lazar sent out to the diaspora communities in the name of Rabbi Huda Anrasi. And what did he go ahead and send out? He said as follows: Shkidra Shakash Shamos Kisu Utinu Mani B'Ploni Race. So this is an interesting case. Shkidra says this to witnesses: I want you to write a document and give a money, give $1,000 to Ruben, and then he dies. Now he dies before the document was written. So what do we do in this case? So the Gemara says, we can't execute this gift. Why not? Gemara says Shema Mogamar Lahaknosu Elishtar, because this Shemira said Kisvu said Shemira said write the document and convey. Maybe the Shemira only wants the conveyance through the star, and you can't do star after the death of the conveyor. The in star la'achanisa. So that's the halacha. That's the halacha ultimately again as espoused by Rabbi Yehuda Nossi. Rabbi Yehuda Shmuel, and Rabbi Yehuda Shmuel. Hilchosal kosim yinosnim. And I say ultimately again, Rabbi Yehuda Shmuel. The halacha is that we write it, and we do write it. So the Gemara says as follows. See, here's the issue. So it says here again. Rabbi actually is Rav. Sorry. So the Gemara says here you see kasha the Rav, kasha the Shmuel. So it says both Rav and Shmuel are contradicting their previously espoused opinions. To which the Gemara says no. As Rav no kasha, hard to convey, hard to convey. So one can be talking about a case where ultimately again Shrinira did a kinyan with the aging, and one is talking about where he didn't do a kinyan with the aging. So the Shmuel kasha in the Yapa Eskal, and Shmuel is also not a contradiction. Why? Because the one says sometimes the only reason why the Shrinira would do the kinyan or the shtar for that matter is to go ahead and bolster the entitlement or the claim of the intended recipient. So this last piece is incredibly important. Let's just spend a moment on this. Take a look at the last Rashban. In the Apos Kofos, Kilakama and Mekani Mine, most of Almatras of God, Yito the Apos Kofos, Bakran, Sabat, Kamakitino, Penshi, Yiktu, the Star, please, let's listen to this. Okay, let's talk about this just for a moment. That's very exciting. Here's what we know. Right now, let's start with what we know. So the Gemara says, no problem, like 10 seconds, that's what we know. Let's go with what we know. Right? You know that a Shrinira has the unique ability to give a property. That's what we know. And he does not need any formal kingdom. What we also know is, the moment he starts introducing other pieces, it makes things complicated. Only because we don't know how to categorize the transactions. That's what's happening over here. So all Shrinira needs to say, is I give my property to Reuven. Done. It's Kitsurim double. That's obviously someone to witness it, right? Because the Shrinira says something and no one's going to witness it because it didn't happen. Right? It doesn't have any halachic. It doesn't have any halachic teeth to it. So that's the witness it, but that's it. What's complicated in our case over here is Shmuel is introducing Kinoi. So, which just leads us to try to understand what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? So, essentially, what we're going to see is there's two different ways to view a kinyan/star, which is sometimes what the Shmuel is saying is, I want this to be categorized as a formal transaction. Not as a matna shrinira, but I'm making this on my deathbed, but I want this to be categorized as a formal transaction. And sometimes the point of the kinyan/star is what we call miyata eskoko. It just is to bolster the claim of the recipient. The shrinira understands that although I shouldn't have the ability to convey something just verbally, I want the recipient to have an ironclad hold on it. So how do I do that? A star, a key, it's not necessary. It's not but it just bolsters his claim. So let's say the next thing is going to tell us how do we know which is which? How do we know when a kinyan/star is meant to be the mechanism of conveyance, in which case this transaction could leave the purview of matnas shrinira and just become matnas bari, versus how do we know when kinyan/star is there to bolster the claim of the recipient? Okay, so that's our next thing. Here we go. That's Rav Nachman by Yitzchak Achori Rabbi. He also Rabbi Kamed Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman by Yitzchak was sitting behind Rabbi, and Rabbi was sitting in front of Rav Nachman. So let's say two different things. Rav Nachman by Yitzchak and Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman by Yitzchak is sitting behind Rabbi, and Rabbi is sitting in front of Rav Nachman. Okay, and Rabbi asked the following kasha from Rav Nachman. The Shmuel really say that in this case, when there's a kinyan written in the star and the daititi, that perhaps the Shrinira only had in mind to convey the gift through a star. And the problem with that is that there is no star after death. listen to this. If a Shchimera went ahead and wrote all of his property to someone else, he gifted his property to Ruben. Even though the agent did a kinyan. Now listen, now look at this case. Shchimera says, he writes in a document, I convey all of my property to Ruben. He does a kinyan sudar. Remember what a kinyan sudar is? Right? You give like you do a castle. Like you go and you give the handkerchief, you give the pen, you give the queen, and ultimately again you even lift it up, and you or it could be the reverse also. But the point is, he does a kinyan sudar with the agent. The agent are doing the kinyan on behalf of Ruben, the intended recipient. So Shchimera did the kinyan with the agent on behalf of Ruben, the intended recipient. If Shchimera recovers, Choser. He can renege on the gift. They must say, even before we go on, what does that show you? That even though there is a kinyan happening over here, right? Even though there's a kinyan happening over here, it is clear that this is still categorized as a matna Shchimera. And therefore, again, it was done out tonight, and therefore, if he recovers, ultimately the gift reverts. Why? On the base of the Yadua, because, okay, I got to be doing the kinyan, but let's contextualize this. The guy's a Shchimera. So, and again, let's say number again, there are other pieces that also categorize. We saw yesterday, it's not that one, not a Shchimera, has to be everything partially. But the Gemara says, even with the kinyan, this is categorized as a matna shlev. The Yadua, Shalohaya kinyan ela matnas, and you should take a look at the Rashban. The Yadua, Shalohaya kinyan ela matnas, and so, put a thought poser, though. Hoya means kana makabel, matana for God, meaning Shalohaya kana matnas, ela bishtar, they try to achamisa, they can't share the shmuel, the amalo yedana, my other name, matna shmura, she is fucking the hainu ha. Ba'apa makana achamisa. Now, here's what's interesting. Now, for our purposes, still show what's happening over here, right? So Rab is right. Rabbi, sorry. Rabbi is asking this kasha to Rav Nachman, right? And Rabbi said like this. Now remember, Shmuel previously had said that when you have a kinyan in a shtar, Shmuel said, I don't know how to categorize that transaction. Is it Manashir or is it Matnas Bari? So Rabbi says, is that true? But what about the fact that there's another statement of Rabbi Yehuda named Shmuel? And when he's named Shmuel, that the Shchimera goes ahead and makes a gift, and he records it in a document, custom called the custom employee, and he does a kinyan with the agent. Shmuel says it's still called a Matna Shchimera because it's clear that the intention ultimately is to go ahead and halacha l'maisa, make it a deathbed gift, and therefore Shmuel recovers. The gift is void. Here you see that Shmuel says that he did a matna shchimera with the kinyan written inside of it. Is still considered to be a matna shchimera. So Shmuel's contradicting himself. So the Gemara says, "Va'achmi levi yadei v'ishtik." Rav Nachman waved me off with his hand, and I was silent. So remember again, Rav is asking to Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman waved his hand, and Rav was silent. Okay. See what it says? Kikam, Amir Rav Nachman by Yitzchak Rabbah. Listen to this. Now Rav Nachman left. Right, the Rebbe left. So what happened? After the Rebbe left, right, he waved his hand, he shut down his dialogue. So after he got up, Rav Nachman by Yitzchak said to him, remember, Rav Nachman by Yitzchak was sitting behind Rabbah. Right, so Rav Nachman by Yitzchak was behind Rabbah. Rabbah was in front of Rav Nachman. Rabbah asked his kasha to Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman gave him the hand, right, waved him off, and left. After Rav Nachman left, Rav Nachman by Yitzchak turned around and says, hey, what was that? Right? What was that? My Achila, what was happening over there? Amalei did the Afas Koko. So this is ultimately again, so apparently however Rabbi understood, but Rabbi understood what Rav Nachman was saying, that this is a different kind of case. What's this case over here? This is a case of where it was clear that the kinyan was not meant to affect the transaction, but rather the kinyan was meant to solidify the recipient's hold on the property. So let's remember again, let's go back for just a moment before. We just said before that halacha l'maisa, whether is a kinyan involved in a matna shchimera, there are two different ways to do the kinyan. The kinyan could be what I call a mechanism for the actual conveyance, transactional mechanism, or the kinyan could be just a way to solidify and bolster the hold of the recipient. In other words, transactionally, everything is being done from matnash chemira. I don't need the kinyan. The kinyan is just there as an extra added layer to bolster the hold that the recipient has on his property. So apparently when Rav Nachman waved off Rabbi, he was saying you're getting the case wrong. This is a case of where the kinyan was not used for its transactional impact, but rather again it was just used to bolster the hold of the recipient. And therefore in that case, interestingly enough, everyone agrees that what? Everyone agrees that the matnash chemira. So let's say this is very interesting. Now we're going to spell a little bit. So apparently in a case where there is a kinyan, but it is clear that the kinyan is not being used for transactional purposes. Rather, it is just being used to bolster the claim, to bolster the hold, right? To bolster the, what's the word I'm looking for? The claim, but to solidify the ownership, to solidify the ownership of the recipient, not for transactional purposes. Then Allah, when I say everyone agrees that the transaction still remains a matnash chemira. So that's the $1 million question. It's a $1 million question. How do you know which is which? Well, excellent question. So the Gemara says, hey, so how do you know? Like, just let's remember again, it kind of sounds like the words are always the same, right? The transaction. So how do you know, for example, when a kinyan sudra is being used to affect the transaction versus when a kinyan sudra is being used to solidify the ownership of the recipient? And we don't look this up. So it says when you find the following written in the document. So remember, in all these cases, they have a star also. Right? So when you find the following written in the document, the kanina mine mosif al matanasa da. So when you find that verbiage, what that phrase means is we have done a kinyan sudra with the shkidera, the kanina mine. So the kinyan was in mosif al matanasa da. Above and beyond this matana. So what does that show? Like, what does that highlight? Above and beyond this matana, what does that highlight? So that highlights the idea that the matana is valid by itself. Right? The matana is already good to go. The matana is fine. And we also did something additional in addition to this matana. Right? We also did a kinyan sudra. So you have that type of lashon. Ultimately, in a transaction that is clear that the kinyan is not being made for transactional purposes because, again, the matana is already done. But it's the kanina minay mosif. We also did an additional kinyan within, additionally above and beyond the basic transaction of the matana itself. Incredible. All right, so now that is the way the Gemara is kind of ending off in this particular sugya over here. That halacha l'maisa, if there's a kinyan written into a matnash chemira, so then halacha l'maisa, if the kinyan is being used to affect the transaction, that's when you have a machlokes Rabbi and Shmuel. But if the kinyan is being used just to solidify and bolster the claim of ownership of the recipient, then halacha l'maisa, everyone agrees it's still considered to be a matnash chemira. That does not impact the transaction. So let's just read to the Rambam. The Rambam says as follows: so this thing goes to Sechiyah u'matana, Barakas, halachos yud and yudal. Here it is. Matnas shemira shekasa b'kinyan. This is our case. So you have matana shemira that has a kinyan written into it. Now, what do you have a kinyan written into it? So again, that means that in the star, because remember again, in the star it says shemira is conveying property over to the thing. And in the star it says that we did a kinyan sudra. That's what it means. In the document it says we did this kinyan. So they try to the mitzvah nechasa, they try to the kolachasa by reading that inside. Chodesh shemla shema lo gama la'achnosa el b'shtar. V'har l'matana lo l'matana zu yitzikana el la'achamisa. Ve'isha la'achamisa v'hare hamatana b'teva. So okay, so the Rambam asking that in general, if you have a kinyan written into the document of a matnash chemira, so you have a kinyan written into a daitiki. So again, remember, the document says chemira conveyed his property to Ruben, utilizing again. It says and chemira transfers his property over to Ruben, and we did a kinyan sudra, and it says that on the document. The gift is bottled. The gift is bottled. Now, the reason the gift is bottled is why? Because we don't know what's happening over here. Is this a matnash chemira? as Shmira, or does the Shmira only want to start to affect the Kinyan de Matana after his death, and Ein Shtar La'achar Misa? So if Halacha L'Maisa, Shmira writes a Kinyan into the Shtar, invalidates the gift. However, the Rambam says, "Ben Kohen Nemek K'dir Yapos Koach HaMekabel, K'don Shekasav V'Kanina Mimenu Mosef HaMatana Zu, Harei Kayamis." And then the Rambam accepts this classification, but if it's clear that the only role of the Kinyan was to bolster and solidify the ownership of the recipient, then it's a matna shmira, and the Kinyan does not in any way share or undermine the transaction. How would you know that? For example, in a document it is written, "V'kaninu mimenu mosif al matanazu." Use that lashon. And we also did a Kinyan. In addition to this matana, we also did a Kinyan. What does that show? That the matana is a matana by itself, and the Kinyan is something additional to bolster ownership. In type of situation like that, the matana ultimately will still stand. Incredible, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, let's go back to it. So Pshita, let's say you're cooking days, 152 B's, 2, 4, 6 lines up. So Pshita, Kasav Lazar, Kasav Lazar. So the Gemara says, listen to this case. So let's say again, Shmira goes ahead and Kasav Lazar, Kasav Lazar, which means that's not say Shmira, Shakasav, Kol Kasav Lazar, not Shmira. So that's about Pavlov of the Bixav, the Matara. So because of the Kasav, almost the Shimon. So let's say again, case number 1 is Shmira. Write all of his property to Ruben. Okay, whether it doesn't matter, by the way, whether or not there's a star or this is verbal, makes no difference. He can raise all his property to Ruben. Then what happens? That's on Sunday. Then Ruben doesn't come to visit him that day. He says, you know what, forget this. Right? Shimon shows up, my brother says, Shimon, I'm giving you all of my property. So I say, what's the halacha? That works. Like that works. I knew that the Asra being honest, Daitiki, Nevatala, Daitiki. Zakabini, what's it seems on the board? Remember, this is why mechanics are important. Because nothing is actually being transferred until when? The guy on the Shemira has the ability to change his mind as many times as he wants. So again, Sunday he decides he's giving everything to Ruben. Okay, and then he decides Monday he's giving it to Shimon, and then Tuesday he's giving it to Levi. Whether he wrote in documents, didn't write in documents, it doesn't make a difference. He has the ability to change his mind as many times as he wants. Because it's such a tremendous emotional hospital in this, that what you see here is like the Shemira, literally again, the Shemira was saying he's on the last leg of his journey in life. And yet what do you see? He has the cost to change his mind as many times as he wants. So often in life, we become entrenched in certain ideas and certain outlooks and certain isms and certain ideologies that we know are flawed. We know that they're flawed. But we become so embedded and so entrenched in them that we feel that we can't change it. I can't navigate out. And the Lord says, do not be target from the truth. If someone on his deathbed could change his mind an unlimited number of times, then Allah has come to become a week. We Baruch Hashem are alive and kicking. Allah has come to become have the ability to change our mind on certain things as well. Like all of us have these things in our life, but I know this outlook, this idea, this approach is flawed. It's flawed. It could be everywhere. It could be in my parenting, it could be in my marriage, it could be in my business, it could be with my friends, it could be in my Yiddishkeit, whatever it is. I know that it's flawed. But I spent so many years embedded in this mindset and embedded in this ism, embedded in this ideology that I just feel like I can't navigate my way out of it. Why not? Change your mind. Change your mind. It's not that simple. Actually it is. Kuflin, the Baldas or Kuflin days in the days. Shchimirat can change his mind on a dime. No one can stop him. He's in charge of what he thinks, how he thinks, and where his property goes. Allah has come to say, sometimes change is difficult, and sometimes change is as simple as deciding to flip the switch. I'm no longer taking this approach. I'm no longer viewing the world in this way. I'm no longer viewing myself in this way. I'm making the conscious decision to think differently, to decide differently, to approach life differently. To sure I can do it. I can do it as well. You might say, what about the next case? Concept of the Zika was that, the concept of the Zika was that. Okay, so here that becomes much more complicated. Let's say, Shrimura decided on Sunday and give my property to Ruben. And he wrote a document, and he gave Ruben the document. right? So now we have a Kibbutz Shman. Kasa Bezika Rozel, Kasa Konafasa Vile, Umasolas Hashtar, Mulayas Zukusa. So interesting analysis. So again, so in this case, writing it to Yuvin, and it gives the start to Yuvin, and then what happens? Monday, he gets upset with or he changes his mind, and he writes a document, and he gives a document to Shimon. So he says, what's the problem over here? So Yevon has a document from Sunday that says he is the recipient of the Mata Shmiras of the Shmiras property. Shimon has a document on Monday that he is the recipient of the Shmiras property. What do we do in this case? Together with us, right? Just want to say, what everybody agrees with is pictures of a document, and all this is verbal. Shimon can change his mind as many times as he wants. The shaila now is, if the gift was put in writing, Daitiki, and the intended recipient now is holding the document, does still have the ability to change his mind or not? So you must not focus. Rav says, the first one is called Ruvain. Right? Ruvain is the one who acquires the property. Shmuel says no, Shmuel says no. Shmuel says the second guy is the one ultimately getting has the ability to acquire. Now what's the shot? So Rav Amarishon Kana Hari Kimak Nasibari. So interestingly enough, Rav says it is the first person who acquires, because Rav treats this transaction like a regular healthy person's gift. And therefore, again, let's say just an international case. So imagine today, I decide, I'm gifting my car to Ruvain, and then I say, I want to gift it to Shimon. They can't do that. Once he gifted it, it's gifted, it's done. So therefore, Rav treats this transaction as a matnas bari, and we'll see why that isn't just a little bit. And Shmuel, on the other hand, Shmuel says, Shin kana hari matnas shmira. And Shmuel says, ultimately, again, this is the second person acquires it because he holds. It's like a matnas shmira. So let's take a look at the Rashman for just a moment. Rav Amar Rishon Kana. It's 4 lines up, 4 lines there wide. The Hazika Kikinyan Chashule, the Hari Kimaknas Kimira, Shekasa Bakim, the Arkadeatre Shape, Bakilan Amad in a Koja. Look, it's interesting enough. So Rav says, pretty much Rav says, this is the same case we had before. In other words, writing a document and handing it over to someone, Rav says, is the same thing as writing a kinyan. It's the same thing. In other words, you're utilizing an additional mechanism of conveyance. So let's remember again, what did Rav say before? Rav said earlier, Rav said a gift like this, the Shema Nishura, that has a kinyan, in this case is a star, ultimately rides on 2 horses. It has the properties of a matnas bari and a matnas shmira. But because it has the properties of a matnas bari, a healthy person's gift, therefore the first guy acquires it, the second guy does not. Look at that son, Shmuel Hashem Kala, Kedin Matnas Shmira, the phone the pass of Shein Bakinim, in Amar Kozer, so Shmuel says on the other hand, remember this is Shmuel B'Shutaso. Shmuel says, I don't know exactly what to do with it. Right? But Lamaisa, Shmuel would default treat it as in Matnas Shmira, and therefore again, the Shmira has the ability to go ahead and give the start to the second guy, have the second guy acquire it. You must understand. But so say, the Matnas Shmira Shekasa Bakinim. So essentially what you're saying is, this is enough focus as we saw before. In other words, this is enough focus. How do we start today? We started today as a Matnas Shmira, where there's a document that has a kinyan in it. I read my focus on Shmuel. Essentially, we're treating this as the same case, right? Essentially, Shmuel writing a document and giving it to a intended recipient is the same thing as a matnas Shmuel that has a kinyan written into it. And Rav and Shmuel both hold their respective opinions. So why do you have to restate another case that just espouses the same opinions again? There's no, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why you read it. Because if it would have just said the first case of where the kinyan is written into the stars, so you sure the Konamine, so Rav would have said in this case, ultimately again, it's like a matnas bari. Why? Because there was an actual kinyan that occurred. But in this case of your second case, where there was no actual kinyan, there was a conveyance of the star, but there was no actual kinyan, maybe Rav will hold that Shmuel, read my Bahar, and if we're just in the second case, Bahar comes Shmuel, maybe Shmuel only holds his particular position in case number 2, but in case number 1 he'd be more good to that because it was a kinyan. Therefore ultimately again we need both cases. Fine. The Surah Nasnaki. So we'll say up until now the version that we saw was the version that they found in Surah. The term Bodhisa must be like it. Bodhisa is a different version from Rabbi Bar Abba. Shal Kula Nidei Lab Shmuel. So listen to this. So this is the same information, just different attributions. So from producing the following version. This is what Rabbi Yirmiyah bar Abba said. Shalpur Yidei Rav Shmuel. So he said to me, Shiva Rav Shmuel, Yom Din Rabbeinu, Rabbi teach us. Shchid Meirah Shekasav Kol Mechasav La'achirim V'Kano Miyadam Mahu. Okay, all right, this is interesting. So what it says now in this case over here, Shchid Meirah wrote all of his property over to Reuben, and then what happened? The Eidim did a kinyan sudar with the Shchid Meirah. Right. So remember again, you'll say to yourself, why the Eidim doing a kinyan sudar? Remember again. Who are they doing the kinyan on his behalf? And Reuben the intended recipient. Right? Something other than Shofar. Do something beneficial for someone even after knowledge. So therefore, again, in this case over here, so Reuben, so Shchimirat is writing a document. Shekasim called the Chasam Lachim. So he's writing a document to Reuben. He's writing a document to Reuben. And ultimately, again, the Eidim do a kinyan with him. So now, what is the halacha? What is the halacha? I will say now, what do you mean the halacha? What you're asking over here is interestingly enough, can Shchimira renege on the gift? Right? So again, let's take a step back. In general, can Shchimira gift his property to him? Can he renege? Can he renege? Absolutely. He could renege, decide he wants to take it back, he could assign it to anyone else, he could do whatever he wants. Do whatever he wants. What's the wrinkle over here? What's the wrinkle? The kingdom. So now Shchimira did a kingdom, right? So he assigned his property to Reuben, or doesn't matter, Reuben, whatever it is, right? And now when he did a kingdom, can he renege on the transaction or not? So Shalkulu, so he sent back, Aid Akar Kinyan Klum. No. Once there's a kinyan that's done, the Shchimira has created an irreversible reality. Once there's a kinyan, as they say, no backwards, right? That's it. You can't take it back. Type of cooking, you know. Somebody there is having you So originally they thought, okay, what does it mean no backsies? But the Shchimira cannot go ahead and take the property back, cannot assign the property to someone else. Like that's what it means. Can't assign the property to someone else. It means Avala Atzmolo. But maybe if he wants, let's say she wants to take it back for himself. Okay, right. So I understand. So once Shchimira does a kinyan, right? So if he assigns it to Reuben, he can't then decide to assign it to Shimon. Fine. But what if he wants to take it back for himself? He wants it for himself. I would have thought that should be okay. I'm going to look at his stuff. So for the good Rashban, Tab Rashban will cook me $1 Saba Mine Hanigiri, Yain La'akar Kinyan Klum, Shim Kasa Vizikal Rishon, the Kasa Vizikal Akar, do Rishon Kanali Yame, if you don't Shemish Shchimira, Abal Atzmo Yahalak Serbo, and Yamo Mechalio, Mokar Rishon, Shema Haya Kinyan Alamakmas Misa. So when do we say that Halach Halamai said there's a kinyan, that Halach Halamai said Shchimira can't renege, so that's only the matter of Shchimira. But if Shchimira wants to go and get the property back for himself, he should be able to do that. I'm going to let this level say Kufim Gimel about 153 second line down. I'm going to let this guy Kietz Rafuna Mikofi Pirsha Bein Yatzmo Bein Yachim. Fascinating. Once the Shchimira does a kinyan, it becomes an irreversible gift. It's irreversible that he can't assign it to someone else, and it's irreversible that he can't take it back himself either. He might tell us a story. How would the economy So there's a story like this. A story like this. Rashban says, Kasa Vizika Bakanamine, Vrata Laksabal Kishamachal. So this is the case. Shchimira was on his deathbed. What did he do? He assigned his property to Reuben. He went ahead and he did a kinyan. With the Eidim. And then what happened? He recovered. So he wanted to cancel the transaction. So the Gemara says, Asu B'kamei Tzvakuna. So the Gemara for Rakuna, because the Shchimira wanted to cancel the transaction. What's the Gemara in this case? Right, Shchimira assigned, wrote in his document that he's gifting his property to Reuben. And he also did a kinyan. So with the Eidim. And now Baruch Hashem, Shchimira recovers. So it goes up to Reuben. So Reuben canceling this. So Reuben, can you imagine? Reuben's so happy. So Baruch Hashem, Baruch Lo, incredible. Tell me those kiddishes. I'm not giving you back your stuff, right? But again, but so happy about Hashem. So they come for my what can I do for you? You did not follow the normal protocol. You did not follow the normal protocol of Shchimira. Well, so what's the normal protocol of Shchimira? Remember, this is the beauty of the framework of Shchimira. The beauty of Shchimira is that it allows for retraction of the gift, for the cancellation of the gift. Not even retraction, cancellation, so the person's got to recover. The problem is, once you start using mechanisms that are outside the owner's screen, what do you want from me? You made a kingdom. You didn't need to make a kingdom. That was the beauty of this. You didn't make a kingdom. You can make a mouse screen out and just leave it alone. You complicated it. You did the kingdom. There's nothing I could do for you. The gift is universal. So a tremendous responsibility also. Right? And sometimes in life, when we create difficult situations, sometimes we create difficult situations for ourselves, and then we go to other people, hoping that they're going to be able to extract us from that situation. I will say, sometimes you get help, but sometimes when you make your own mess, no one else can help you clean it up but you. When you make certain bad decisions in life, the only way to back out of them is by yourself. It might be nice always coming to ask other people for help, but sometimes if you get yourself into it, you need to get yourself out of it. So it's like, how do we pass you? So that's very interesting. So the Rambam writes over here as follows. So in this case over here, remember, in this case, so what's happening over here is, just to illustrate the cases differently. In previous case, you have accumulated into the shtar. In this case over here, and in that it said, Shechina has been accumulating with the intended recipient. So how do you view that matna Shechina, right? So again, it depends. If the kingdom was there for transactional purposes, then the gift is void because we don't know if it's a matnas shchina or if it's a matnas bari. If it's a matnas bari, then he only wants it to happen through the shtar in shalach, and he said therefore the transaction is void. If the kingdom was there to bolster, to solidify the ownership of the recipient, then it's a matnas shchina and it's fine. This case is different. In this case over here, Shechina is assigning property to Ruvain, and Shechina is doing a kingdom right now with the agent. So the shaila is, what is the status of this gift? So the Rambam writes, Shechina shekasav l'zeh v'chazav v'chazav la'acharo, chazav la'achar, achar kana. Sheesh l'lachza ad shiyam. So what's this? First of all, is Allah that we saw that Shechina could change his mind as many times as he wants. Right? In other words, he decided to Ruvain, he decided to push him back to Ruvain. He could do whatever he wants, whether this is in writing, whether this is verbally. However, he writes back, Interestingly enough, the Rabbi Paskins is like this. As you look at the name of love, if Shechina goes ahead, and even so, whether he verbally assigns it to Ruvain, he can change his mind and assign it to Shimon. Even if he wrote it down, he can change his mind. Even if he wrote it down and gave the document to the intended recipient, he can still change his mind. Right? As long as what's the key thing over here? As long as there's no kinyanim. So as long as all we're doing over here is verbal declaration, even something in writing, but no kinyanim, Shechina can change his mind as many times as he wants. Here's the problem. Avon, Shechina, Shekasa Bezika, Bakana Miyado, Ein La'achar Kinyan Kur. Let's have a here we go. Once the Shechina goes ahead, once the Shechina goes ahead and does a kinyan. So again, Shechina signs the property to Ruvain and does a kinyan with Abim, then there's no backseat. Then that gift cannot revert. You can't, he goes on, he says, Shechina cannot get it back for himself or for others. They should not cover trusting us. They won't say, why not? This is what the Mishnah says. The Maggid here is, Hakinyan Hokosh Es Hamatonos. What the kinyan does is, the kinyan essentially makes this gift into what he calls a matana mukhalatas. An absolute, thank you, an absolute gift. An absolute gift. Shahov Asal Matana, so he's a couple, because remember again, you gave this matana when he calls it a couple, like a double strength matana. In what sense? Number one, the king stood at the Atzmo, because again, remember, you went ahead and you gave a star or you gave a little declaration, plus a kinyan, the Vagai Miskabi Shetachal Amaton Yak Masmari. So fascinatingly enough, Shechina can always go ahead and change his mind. Whether he's writing, verbally assigning the gift, writing the gift, go change his mind a million times and take it back for himself. Once he does a kinyan, that kinyan, and again, remember, the kinyan is going to get the 8 dim on behalf of the intended recipient. that king solidifies the matana, makes it into that matana mukhulates, and he cannot get it back. He can't assign it to someone else in order to take it back for himself. That also tremendous. Why? Or why? Because he messed with the system. So the system is there to protect the stability, to protect the interest in Shkira. That's the beauty of it. It's structured that way because again, the system also understands that there's a possibility of his recovery, that there's a possibility of his wanting to recycle. So the system works. The system always works. Just don't tamper with it. But the moment you decide to go to tamper with it, that transforms the transaction into something else. And again, the words of the Magnus becomes ultimately again, it's my tongue of flesh. So I'm saying, what happens to somebody today? Or it's not to be.
No one knows who we are. We don't matter. That was wild. It sounds like his writing voice, like that stupid ass speech he never heard. I feel bad bashing him out because he's performing for us. But that is like that stupid voice that he has. And he did it. If he said something about a duck or a hawk, then he's watching. Oh.
I don't know why, but I am hard as it gets. So speaking of hard, thank you for...
All right, so we'll say good morning, Lord of all. Let's begin another week together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning here. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors. First, our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tufshin Pei Hey, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilson Family, very successful, dedicating all the Schumann Drushos this year. As is for the Solos Talmud for all of them this year. Now, our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, the families who dedicated all the Sherman Drushos this month: Stephen Tarizin, in honor of the birth of their granddaughter, Deborah Elmanazin, in mention of the yard site of Dr. Zin's father, Brim Tzvi Ben Chaim Zichron Rabin Karatkin, and special for Shlomo of Rabin's cousin, serving the idea of Yom Chaim Pesach Ben Moshe Chano, in mention of the yard site of Rabin's mother, Pastor Mira Bas Chaim, Dr. Moshe and Ellen Grant, in memory of Dr. Grant's parents, Yaakov Meir Ben Moshe Leib and Sheena Bas Abba, and Dr. Bezad and Nina South of Los Angeles, merit of our Refuah Shalema for Esther Bracha Bas Chaya Cohen. And of course, and then of course we also dedicate our learning, follow the news over Motzei Shabbos about the murder of Rabbi Tzvi Kogan in Chabad Shaliach in the United Arab Emirates. Traumatic and terrible. Horrible. Just, it's amazing to see just the lengths that our enemies go to. I could imagine the amount of resources and time that it took for our enemies to coordinate this. We were filled with such animosity and such hatred, such vitriol. And just like an innocent young man, just in some wherever in the UAE, helping Jews, whatever maybe like Chabad always does. Just and to stand in the source of all of our Torah, Meretz Hashem, all of the Neshama Shad and Aliyah, the families in all of those who need refuah, should have what together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should Meretz Hashem return our hostages, Shalom and Bekara, and our holy soldiers should be successful with all our maaseh. With that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. A really great daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Kofim page 152, and we're starting at the top on Kofim page. So the verse is as follows. And we should start together. So it says the Gemara. It's really interesting. I will say that I think we're all in agreement. Whoever knew there was so much to talk about Shkira, right? For a guy who's on his final moments in life, there's certainly a lot of Torah going on here. So the Gemara says, "Itmar Shkira shekasvu bokim." This is an interesting case over here. So Shkira, remember again, one of the terms that we've seen used a number of different times is because of the it is a deathbed deal. So as much as Shkira, remember again, doesn't need to use any written instrument, right? So the Shkira, however, it would not be uncommon for Shkira to go ahead and report his final request. Shkira yet, let's put it by 3D. We've also seen, by the way, we talked about this well, let's see this. So interesting case over here. Let's say you have a document, you have what we call this daikiki. You have this daikiki, and inside of the document there is a kinyan written into it. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at the Rashbam for just a moment. This Rashbam Shekhasim of kinyan is right in the middle of the thing. Shekhasim of kinyan. What kinyan ain't kasav kinyan b'shor hashtar, or afilu ain't kanashtar kal, and the shkira shaliskir sabash kinyan, kishefala kol mechasav, וגם היפנה עושה לקינין סודר למקבל בתונה. אבל אורך הגנוסה לא כשדרך שכסה כשהגיזו here is as follows. So the gizo here is, so we'll call it Shkimra. Shkimra is giving me something to read it. And in the document it says, I Shkimra, give me something to read, and he did a kinyan sudda. So the document records that a kinyan was performed. Now why is this intriguing? Because the Shkimra doesn't need a kinyan. Right, so now he has a document of deathbed will, right? Again, by the way, Shkimra doesn't need any dad, right? But he's got a deathbed will, and in the deathbed will it says that a kinyan was done. So now what's going to be the Shiloh here? Shiloh is, so what is this? What is this? Now again, the transaction could work, but is this Shkimra transaction? Is this a regular gift? And again, it's never made around the future. So let's see. So they Rab Mishmei Rab Ami Arkavei Atrei. So again, we're going to explain all of this in just a little bit. But Beirav, so essentially Beirav, Yeshiva Rav, the name of Rav said, Arkavei Atrei, which literally means this transaction rides like two horses. Which, again, before even knowing what that means is, this transaction has like a dual identity. This is what's going to be Shmuel says, Lo Yidana my Adon. I don't know what to do with this. I don't know how to categorize it. So let's analyze both of these equipments. So Rav Yishmei Rav Amar Arkavei Atrei Yishim. So in the name of Rav, they said that transaction rides on two horses, because on one hand, Hari Kimat Nasbari, and Hari Kimat Ashkimira. In certain respects, this is like a healthy person's gift. In other respects, it's like Shkimira. How so? Hari Kimat Nasbari. So on one hand, it's like a Mat Nasbari. Now why is it like a Mat Nasbari? Shim Amad Enochot. Supposed to remember, let's take a step back over here. The way a Mat Shkimira works is how it is clear. Essentially, Mat Shkimira is a gift that in halacha is viewed as being done with a t'nai. What's the t'nai? What's the condition? If I die, the gift is good, and if I don't die, I'm going to lose my stuff. Right? In other words, now remember again, just to be clear, we said this last week, but just to clarify again, the shkimra is not actually giving anything away. Right? Remember again, matnas shkimra is a gift that is being made now while in shkimra, but nothing is actually being given until after his death. So when we speak about this idea that he takes back closer just means transactionally nothing is given away. But the nice again, it's not like he has to claw back any property. So again, every matnas shkimra is essentially done out tonight on a condition that I die, that if I recover, I'm not giving you anything. So on one hand, they Rav, Shiva Rav, the name of Rav, said that it rides on two horses. On one end, it's like a matnas shkimira, it's like a matnas bari. So it's like a matnas bari, and that's what? In this case, the shkimira recovers. On one hand, that the shkimra recovers, in halacha l'maisa, it's choser. The gift comes back. So I'm sorry, said it all right. So on one hand, it's like a healthy person's gift, and that's why. And then halacha l'maisa, if he recovers, the gift still stands. So understand what's happening over there. So remember, when a healthy person gives a gift, that is an irrevocable gift. So the idea over here is, so Rabbi is saying like this, Rabbi is saying like this, the person is a kinyan employee over here. And the kinyan is not necessary in a matnas shkimira. In certain respects, the kinyan, right, the presence of the kinyan categorizes it as a matnas bari, a healthy person's gift. Now, what's the status of a healthy person's gift? If I give property, right, a regular person's gift, whether it dies or doesn't die, doesn't make a difference. The gift stands. So in certain respects, the presence of the kinyan makes him a healthy person's gift, and therefore even if shkimera recovers, still the gift will stand. On the other hand, Hari Kimat Bari, sorry, Hari Kimat Shemira, Shem Amar Haba Asan Lekloni, Haba Asan Lekloni. On the other hand, interestingly enough, it has the status of a Shemira gift now. Because, let's say, again, what he was doing is, let's say he was assigned a loan. Right? Let's say in this case over here, what Shemira was gifting to Ruvain was a loan. I both said, I remember when we started talking about this before, how do you do it? If you have a loan, if you have a loan, how do you assign a loan to someone else? Stamp case. I want to go ahead. Ruben owes me money. I want to assign the debt to Shimon. So Shimon can collect. I'm giving him the debt. How do you do that? How do you do it? Right. So excellent. Right. So if it's a written debt, it's a mobile start, you can go with that one. Whoever has the document has the power of collection. What happens if it's a milva al peh, a verbal loan? How do you do that? Excellent. Ma'am Shlashman, we always last week. Ma'am Shlashman is interesting halacha, where if you have the lender, the borrower, and now the person who I'm giving it over to, and we're all together, you can transfer it like that. Interesting halacha, Ma'am Shlashman. The only other person who has the ability to go ahead and assign a debt without Ma'am Shlashman and without the shtar is a scribbler. So it's in this respect. So Rav says that this transaction will be like a matna shivnirar, in that technically speaking, if the item being gifted is a loan, he could gift it without a shtar, and he could gift it ultimately even without minus shtar. So this is the position of Rav. So again, let's just reframe the case. Let's read interesting cases. So again, shivnirar is giving a gift to Ruvain. But what he did, interestingly enough, is he hasn't died 2 weeks. That's by gift, that's by loan, which is fine. No problem. That doesn't scare, that doesn't only undermine the matter of Shemira. But in it says that he performed the kingdom. He performed the kingdom. According to Hashem, it says that he performed the kingdom with this and Ruvain. Although we'll see, it doesn't really have to be a kingdom. There's no future witnesses on the star as well. But he did it with Ruvain, okay? That's what Hashem says. The shaila now is, what does the presence of the kingdom do to the matter of Shemira? So first opinion, Rav, what it does is this transaction has a dual identity. Certain respects it's like a matna shemira, certain it's like a matna body. Matna shemira, in that you can even assign a debt, even without manish lashtan, without shtar. And it's like a matna body that a healthy person gives, because if the shemira recovers, the gift still stands. What makes it into a matna? What is it that makes it into a quasi matna body? That is the presence of the unnecessary gift. Okay, so that's right. Beautiful. Shmuel says, Amar, hey, you're kind of my other day. Shmuel says, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this. Why? Because on one hand, Shema lo gomer lahaknosa al shtar. You must say, here's the interesting part about this transaction. There's a kingdom and there's a shtar. The king is and the shtar tests the fact that the kingdom is made. So maybe Shemira has in mind to go ahead and halach on the Mesa only be maximum with the shtar. Maybe that's just strategy. Or maybe shtar is the mechanism of conveyance. Here's the problem. Also, now again, I want to make the shtar mechanism of conveyance. That's fine. What's the problem in this case? The aim shtar la'achar misa. Ultimately, again, you can't. Shtar is not a mechanism. Also, remember again, just to be clear, there is only one type of posthumous property conveyance, and that is called Yerusha inheritance. Right? You can't give a gift posthumously. There's no mechanism for that. The only other thing besides Yerusha that works posthumously is Matna Shemira, which is, by the way, coming full circle. So coming full circle, that even though Shemira is a matana, but it's a matana that's a derivative of Yerusha, because anything that's going to work, and that's why again we saw, remember you had my focus last week about whether or not the concept of Matna Shemira is a Doraisa or a Dirabanon. According to the opinions that said it was a Doraisa, which Pesukim are they learning it from? They're learning it from Yerusha. So again, Sean was the last. So what's the destination between Yerusha, which is Yerusha, inheritance, and Shemira, which is Matana? Because again, in order for Matana to work posthumously, it has to somehow derived from Yerusha. So therefore, I think that Shmuel coming along and saying, I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with this transaction. Because since you have a star and you have a kingdom in the stars, maybe Shimera only wants this to be held through the star after he dies, and you can't go ahead and do the star after the death of the conveyor. Therefore, Shmuel doesn't know what to do with the transaction. Okay, so let's say, this is about focus on Shmuel. Rami, Adrab, Adrab. The Shmuel, the Shmuel. Let's examine another contradiction between the position of Rav and the position of Shmuel. The Gemara says, "B'shalet Rabin B'shmei Rabbi Abba." Rabin sent to him Rabbi Abba the following idea: "Have Yadi no Sheshalach Elazar Legola B'shum Rabbeinu." The Elazar sent out the diaspora communities in the name of Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. And what did he go ahead and say? He said as follows: "Shivir Hashakach Shalom Tisru Utru Money B'Kol B'Meis." So this is interesting. Shivir says this to witnesses: "I want you to write a document and give a money, give $1,000 to Reuven," and then he dies. Now, he dies before the document is written. So what do we do in this case? We learn to change post-stimulus. We can't execute this. Why not? We learn to Shema, lo gamar lahachmes ve'elu b'shtar, because this Shema said, Shema said, write the document and convey. Maybe the Shema only wants to convey and through the shtar, and you can't do a shtar after the death of the conveyor. The in shtar la'achamisa. So that's the halacha. Well, that's the halacha ultimately again as a spouse by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. I'm Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, and I listen to Shmuel. Bill Chasar kosim linosli. And I'll say ultimately again, Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, the halacha is that we write it, and we do write it. So the Gemara says as follows. So here, so says here again, nothing about you is Rav. So the Gemara says here you see Kasha, the Rav, Kasha the Shmuel. So we'll say both Rav and Shmuel are contradicting their previously espoused opinions. To which the Gemara says no. Rav no Kasha. Had to konumine, had to lo konumine. So one could be talking about a case, but ultimately again it's Shlimira. Did a king with the Asian, and one is talking about where he didn't go king with the Asian. It must be the Shmuel Lokashal, in Yafa Eskofo. And Shmuel is also not a contradiction. Why? Because sometimes the only reason why the Shlimira would be the criminal or the start that matter is to go ahead and bolster the economy or the claim of the intended recipient. So this last piece is incredibly important. Let's just spend a moment and see what the last flashback. Miatas Kofo, Kilakamon, the Kanina Mine, Moses Almatras, Yitor Miakos Kofo, Bakman Sabas from a Kisinu, Hershi Yikibu Bishtar, see what's supposed to be. Let's talk about this for a moment. That's very exciting. Here's what we know, right? Let's start with what we know. So the Gemara says, like, that's what we know. Right? We know that a Shimera has the unique ability to do that. That's what we know. And he does not need any formal training. What we also know is the moment you start introducing other pieces, it makes things complicated. Only because we don't know how to categorize the things. That's what's happening everywhere. So all Shimera needs to say, is I give my property to Reuben. Done. It's Reuben Surim Dami. That's it. Obviously, need someone to witness it, right? It's like the Shema says something, and no one's going to witness it because that didn't happen. Like, well, in other words, it doesn't have any halakha. It doesn't have any halakha. That has to witness it. But that's it. What's complicated in our case over here is Shema is introducing some water. So, which just leaves us to try to understand what he's trying to do. So, essentially, what we're going to see is there's two different ways to view opinion/thought, which is sometimes what the Shema is saying is, I want this to be categorized as a formal transaction. Not as a knock-on Shema, but as I'm making this on my deathbed, but I want it to be categorized as a formal transaction. And sometimes the point of opinion/shtar is what we call miyata eskofo. It just is to bolster the claim of the recipient. The Shema understands that although I Shema have the ability to convey something just verbally, I want the recipient to have an ironclad hold on it. How do I do that? Star. It's not necessary. It's not necessary, but it just bolsters his claim. So we'll say, so now the next thing is going to talk about is how do we know which is which? How do we know when a kinyan / star is meant to be the mechanism of conveyance, in which case this transaction could leave the purview of matnas shkubira and just become matnas bari, versus how do we know when kinyan / star is there to bolster the claim of their city? Okay, so that's our next one. Here we go. Yosef Rav Nachman bar Yitzchak, according to Rabbi, Yosef Rabbi Tamid Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman bar Yitzchak was sitting behind Rabbi, and Rabbi was sitting in front of Rav Nachman. So what's two figures, Rav Nachman bar Yitzchak and Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman bar Yitzchak was sitting behind Rabbi, and Rabbi is sitting in front of Rav Nachman. Okay, Kavar Minei. And Rabbi asked the following parsha from Rav Nachman. Mi Amar Shmuel, Shema Lo Gamar Lachor Sa'ar B'Shtar, Ve'im Shala Asa. He said, did Shmuel really say that in this case there was a tree written in the Shtar in the Gaitiki that perhaps the Shemira only had in mind to convey the gift through a Shtar, and the problem with that is that there is no Shtar after that. V'ha'amar Yidon Shmuel, Shemira Shekasa from the Chos of Lahirin, is the Shemira went ahead and wrote all of his property and into someone else who is gifting property to you. I thought these should come to ago, even though the agent did a kingdom. Now look at this case. Shemira says that hereby he writes in a document, I convey all of my property to you. He does a kinyan sudar, the more kinyan sudar is, right? You give the provides that to the customer. Right? You go and you give the handkerchief, you give the pen, you give the queen, and ultimately again the agent lifts it up and the or you do it when he does a kinyan sudar with the agent are doing the kinyan on behalf of Reuben, the intended recipient. Now Shemira did the kinyan with the agent on behalf of Reuben, the intended recipient. If Shemira recovers, goes there. Bring it on the gift. Even before we go on, what does that show you? That even though there is a kinyan happening over here, it is clear that this is still categorized as a matnas Shemira. And therefore, again, it was done tonight, and therefore, if he recovers, ultimately the gift reversed. Why? On the basis of Yadua, Shadalhaya Kinyan Ela Makmas Hamisa. Because, okay, I got it, he's doing the kinyan. So let's contextualize this. The guy's a Shemira. So and again, let's say number again. There are other pieces that also categorized. We saw yesterday that everything part of the but the Gemara says even with the kinyan, this is categorized as a matnas shtar. The Yadua, Shalachaya Kinyan Ela Makmas Hamisa. Take a look at our time. Yeah, you want to hire singing and not myself. Fill up our calls about how you made Kanamaka, my Kanababa, Mina Shalom, Domana Coach, I will be star. They shall Akamisa, the cash at the Shimo, the Amalazana, my other way, Masashmira, behind the hawk. The Alpha Americana Akamis, about to hear this interesting. Now, for our purposes, this is what's happening here, right? So Rav is, right, Rabbi, sorry. Rabbi is asking this question to Rav Nachman, right? And Rabbi says like this. Now remember, Shmuel previously had said that when you have a kinyan in a shtar, Shmuel said, I don't know how to categorize that transaction. Is it matnas or is it matnas bari? So Rabbi says to Rav Nachman, is that true? But what about the fact that there's another statement that Rabbi named Shmuel? And the reason named Shmuel that the Shemira goes ahead and makes a gift, and he records it in a document, and he does a kinyan with the agent. Shmuel says it's still called a matnas Shemira because it's clear that the intention ultimately is to go ahead and halacha l'maisa make it a bet gift, and therefore if Shemira recovers, the gift is void. Here we see that Shmuel says that even that matnas Shemira, with the kinyan written inside of it, is still considered to be a matnas Shemira. Shmuel is contradicting himself. So the Gemara says, "Ba'achri levi yadei v'ishti." Rav Nachman waved me offered his hand, and I was silent. So remember again, Rav was asking Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman waved his hand, and Rav was silent. Okay. Good. Gemara says, Shmuel says, keep calm. Amar Rav Nachman by Yitzchak Rabbi. Here's what it is. Now Rav Nachman left. Right, the Rabbi left. After the Rabbi left, right, he raised his hand, he shut down his dialogue. So after he got off, Rav Nachman by Yitzchak said, remember, Rav Nachman by Yitzchak was sitting behind Rabbi. Right, so Nachman by Yitzchak was behind Rabbi. Rava was in front of Rav Nachman. Rava asked his kasha Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman gave him the hand, right, gave him him off, and left. After Rav Nachman left, Rav Nachman by Yitzchak pushed on his head. What was that? What was that? I asked you, what was happening over there? Amalei did Miyachas Koch. So ultimately, again, so apparently, Rava, however Rava understood what Rav Nachman was saying, that this is a different case. What this case over here? This is a case of where it was clear that the kinyan was not meant to affect the transaction, but rather the kinyan was meant to solidify the recipient's hold on the property. Let's remember again. Let's go back to the before. We just said before that halacha l'maisa, when there is a kinyan involved in a matnash kehila, there are two different ways to do the kinyan. The kinyan could be what we call a mechanism for the actual conveyance, transactional mechanism, or the kinyan could be just a way to solidify and bolster the hold of the recipient. In other words, transactionally, everything is being done for a matnash kehila. I don't need the kinyan. The kinyan is just there as an extra added layer to bolster the hold that the recipient has on the property. Apparently, when Rav Nachman waved off Rabbi, he was saying you're getting the case wrong. This is the case of where the kinyan was not used for its transactional impact, but rather it was just used to bolster the hold of the recipient. And therefore, in that case, interestingly enough, everyone agrees that's right. Everyone agrees that's a matnash kehila. So let's see very interesting. Now we're going to spend a little bit. So apparently, in a case where there is a kinyan, but it is clear that the kinyan is not being used for transactional purposes, rather it is just being used to bolster the claim, to bolster the hold, right? To bolster the to solidify the ownership, to solidify the ownership of the recipient, not for transactional purposes. Now, everyone agrees that the transaction still remains a matnash kehila. So let's another question. How do you know which is which? But so you must take the dummy. Maybe dummy out there. How do you know? Let's remember again. How do you sound like the words are always the same? Right? With the transactions. How do you know, for example, when a kinyan sudar is being used to affect the transaction versus when a kinyan sudar is being used to solidify the ownership of the recipient? There we go. This stuff. So it's like when you find the following written in the document. Remember, it was all these cases together, shtar also. Right, so when you find the following in the document, mosif al machana sasha. So when you find that version, what that phrase means is, we have done a kinyan sudar with the shkidea, the kanina minay, so the kinyan within, mosif al machana sasha. Above and beyond this matana. So what does that show? Right? What does that highlight above beyond this matana? What does that highlight? The matana is valid by itself. Right? The matana is already good to go. The matana is fine. And we also did something additional in addition to this matana. Right? We also did a kinyan sudar. So we have that type of flush. Ultimately, in the transaction, that is clear that the kinyan is not being used for transactional purposes because again, the matana is already done. But it's the kanina minay moses. We also did an additional kinyan with him, additionally above and beyond the basic transaction of the matana itself. Incredible. So now that is believed to make sense anymore. If there's a kinyan into a matnash kehila, then if the kinyan is being used for transaction, that's what we have on our focus on. But if the kinyan is being used just to solidify both the then halacha l'maisa, everyone agrees this is something that does not impact the transaction. So let's have a few people on that. The Rambam says as follows. So this is your question. Here it is. Matnas shemina shekasa bakum. Again, matana shemina. that has a kinyan written into it. Now, what does it mean has a kinyan written into it? So again, that means that in the shtar, remember again, in the shtar it says, Shkinira is conveying property over to Ruvain, and in the shtar it says that he did a kinyan silver. That's what it means. In the document it said he did this kinyan. So Ben Shais, the Mitzvah in the Chasa, Ben Shais, the Chon Chasa, right on the other side. Kosher Shimla, Shema Lo Gamar Lachnosa Ela Bishtar. Oil Matana Los Baharit Moil, Matana Zutikana El Achanisa, Beisha La Achanisa, Bahare Hamatana. Yes, so the Rambam has that in general, if you have a kingdom written to a document, so you have a kingdom written to that teaching. So again, remember, the document says, Shemira conveyed his property to Ruvain, utilizing, and it says, and right, Shemira transfers his property over to Ruvain, and he did a kingdom silver. And it says that in the document. The gift is butter. The gift is butter. Now, the reason the gift is butter is why? Because we don't know what's happening. Is this a match Shemira? It's not a Shemira. Or does the effect Shemira only want to start to expect Kinyan de Matana after his death? And Ein Shtar La'achadis. With our local Mesa, Shemira writes a Kinyan into the Shtar, invalidates the gift. However, the Rambam says, when Shechona Mimenu K'vil Yaakos K'va Kamakabel, K'vil Shekasa V'Kanina Mimenu Moshe Kamakanazu, Harei Kayamet. Then the Rambam accepts his qualification. But if it's clear, if the only role of this kingdom was to bolster and solidify the ownership of the recipient, then it's a matter of Shemira the kingdom does not in any extent or undermine the transaction. How would you know that? For example, in a document it was written, V'Kaninu Mimenu Moshe Kamakanazu. Use that logic. And we also did a kingdom. In addition to this matana, we also did a kingdom. What does that show? If the matana is a matana by itself, and the kingdom is something additional to bolster ownership. By completion of that, the matana ultimately will still stand. Incredible. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, let's go back there. So Pshita, what's the New York book? And these are days 150, 2, 4, 6 lines after Mikah. So Pshita, Kasa Mazar, Kasa Mazar. So let's say, again, Shemira goes ahead and Kasa Mazar, Kasa Mazar. It means, let's not say Shemira, Shekasa, Kona, Kasa Mazar, in Maka Shemira. So Loshna Ba'pev, Loshna Ba'ebiksar, the Bar Maka. So the Kasa of Omas is Shimon. So let's again, case number one is whether or not it's done or this is broken. It makes no difference. You can leave all the coverage moving. Then what happens? That's on Sunday. Then Ruvain doesn't come. Right? Shimon shows up. Shimon, I'm giving you all my property. Giving you all my property. So I say, what's the halacha? That works. Right? That works. I knew if the Asrabini Amar that he came about Taras that teaching. So that's Rabbi. Also, we've seen this all before. Remember, this is why the mechanics are important. Because nothing is actually being transferred until when? The death of the Shemira, Shemira has the ability to change his mind as many times as he wants. So again, so Sunday he decides he's giving everything to Ruben, okay, and then he decides Monday he's giving it to Shimon, and then Tuesday he's giving it to Levi. Whether he goes from document, figuring document, doesn't make a difference, right? The ability to change his mind as many times as he wants. So again, it's Shimon is the first one. So when you see here, it's like Shemira, literally again, Shemira also means he's spending the last life of his journey in life. And what do you see? He has the power to change his mind as many times as he wants. So often in life, we become entrenched in certain ideas and certain outlooks and certain visions and certain ideologies that we know are flawed. We know that they're flawed. And we become so embedded and so entrenched in them that we feel that we can't change it. Gemara said, nothing further from the truth. If someone on his deathbed could change his mind in an unlimited number of times, then Allah has come at the time of Allah Hashem Allah has come at the time have the ability to change our mind on certain things. Like all of us have to change our right there. I know like this outlook, this idea, this approach, it's flawed. It could be anywhere. It could be in my parents, it could be in my family, it could be in my group, it could be my friend, with my Yiddishkeit, whatever it is, I know that it's flawed. I know that it's flawed. But I spent so many years embedded in this mindset, and embedded in this vision, embedded in this ideology, that I just feel like I can't navigate my way out of it. Why not? Change your mind. Change your mind. It's not that simple. Actually it is. Actually it is. Like the Bell Master 15 days more days. Shkimir has to change his mind on a dime. No one can stop him. He's in charge of what he thinks, how he thinks, and where his property goes. I will say, sometimes change is difficult, and sometimes change is as simple as deciding to flip the switch. I'm no longer taking this approach. I'm no longer viewing the world in this way. I'm no longer viewing myself in this way. I'm making the conscious decision to think, decide and do to approach life differently. You have to do it. You must decide what about this. Concept of Ezekiel is that. The concept of Ezekiel is that. Much more complicated. Let's say Shkimira decided on Sunday, give my property to Reuben, and he wrote a document, and he gave Reuben a document. I said, I'm reading out of Hashem. Concept of Ezekiel is that. Concept of the concept of Reuben, who must know as Hashtar, Mila'e Yosef Kusa. So interesting what I say. So again, so in this case, writing it to Reuben, and he gives the start to Reuben. And then what happens? Monday, he gets upset with him, he changes his mind, and he writes the document, and he gives the document to Shimon. So I said, what's the problem here? So Reuben has a document from Sunday that says he is the recipient of the Makkah Shkimira's property. Shimon has a document on Monday that he is the recipient of Shkimira's property. What do you do? Again, it was this right question. What everybody agrees with is, if there's no document, and all this is referable, Shkimira can change his mind as many times as he wants. The shaila now is, if the gift was put in writing, I get that gift, and the intended recipient now is holding the document, does Shkimira have the ability to change his mind or not? So you must not hold this. God says, the first one, Reuben is the one who acquires the property. Shmuel says no. Shmuel says no. Shmuel says the second guy is the one ultimately identifies the ability to acquire. Now what's the shot? So Rabbi how you cannot just bother. Interestingly enough, Rav says he is the first person to acquire, but Rav treats this transaction like a regular happy transaction. And therefore again, let's say just an international case. Try to imagine today, I decide, I'm gifting my car to Reuben, and then I say, what, I want to gift it to Shimon. We can't do that. Once you gift it, it's gifted, it's done. So therefore, Rav treats this transaction as a mathematical. Let's see why that is a little bit. And Shmuel, on the other hand, Shmuel says, Shmuel says, ultimately, again, this is the second person requires it because the old, it's like a mathematical. So let's take a look at the last position. Rav Amarisha Kana, it's 4 lines up for 4 lines here wide. So Hazita Kinyan Fashule, Bahari Kimakna Shkimira, Shekasa Bakuri, the actually shape, Akibon Amar Kuna Foja. Because it's interesting enough. So Rav says, pretty much Rav says, you think this we had before. In other words, writing a document and handing it over to someone, Rav says, it's the same thing as writing a document. It's the same thing. In other words, you're utilizing the additional mechanism of conveyance. So again, what did Rav say before? Rav said earlier, Rav said, this a gift like this, it's not sure that has a human in which this car ultimately rides on 2 horses. It has the properties of a matnas body and a matnas shkimira. But because it has the properties of a matnas body, it helps because it's gift. Therefore, the first guy acquires it, the second guy does not. Look at the Rashbam, the small machine color. Within matnas shkimira, the form of also she'in b'kinyin. In Amar Kozer, Shmuel says on the other hand, Shmuel Shmuel says, I don't know exactly what to do with it, right? But Lamaisa, Shmuel would default treat it as a matnas shkimira, and therefore again, Shimon has the ability to go ahead and give the shkar to the second guy twice. I would say, but if you do b'chad ezuma, don't say the matnas shkimira shekasa b'kinyin. Don't say. So essentially, what you're saying is this is not focus. In other words, this is not focus. How do we start today? We started today as a matnas shkimira, which is a document that has a kingdom. my focus on Shmuel. Essentially, we're treating this as the same case, right? Essentially, Shmuel writing a document and giving it to a recipient is the same thing as a Mashma Shmuel that has a opinion written. And Rabbi Shmuel both hold their respective opinions. So why do you have to restate another case that just espouses the same opinions again? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why you need that. Do you eat not bahal? Because if it would have just said the first piece, I would have clean and given to the sky. So bahal kumarav, you shouldn't have come in. So Rav would have said in this case, it's like a matnas bari wine, because there was an actual opinion that occurred. About bahal below coming in, but in this case of your second case, where there was no actual opinion, it wasn't condemned to the sky, but there was no actual opinion. Maybe Rav will hold like for these not bahal and the second case. Bahal comes from bahal, you know, maybe to only hold his to the position of his number two, but if he's the one who be molded to that, therefore ultimately again we need both. The surah that's not, we'll say up until now the version that we saw was the version that they espoused in surah. The Kumbudisa, they have different versions on the Jimmy Bar Abba, Shalful and Mibay Lab, Shmuel. Same information, just different attributions. And Kumbudisa are the following versions. Here's what Rabbi Bar Abba said. Shalful and Mibay Lab Shmuel. So he said to me, Shiva Rab Shmuel, Yam Din Rabbeinu, Rabbi teach us. Shriv Mirach Shekhasav Kol Mechasav La'achirim, Vikchano Miyadom Mahu Teh. Now in this case over here, Shriv Mirach wrote all of his property over to Reuben. And then what happened? The Edom did a king in Sudar with the Shriv Mirach. Right, so remember again, they'll say this up, why the Edom doing the king in Sudar? Remember again, who are they doing the king on whose behalf? And Reuben the intended recipient. Right, something like this. Therefore, again, in this case over here, so Reuben, so Shriv Mirach is writing a document, so Chassid from the Chassid document, he's writing a document to Reuben. Right, he's writing a document to Reuben. And ultimately, again, the Edom do a kingdom with him. So now, what is the halacha? What is halacha? We'll say now, what do you mean halacha? What they're asking over here is interesting enough, and Shemira renege on the gift. Right, so again, so let's take a step back. In general, Shemira gets his property. Can you renege? Absolutely. He could renege, decide he wants to take it back, he could assign it to anyone else, he can do whatever he wants. What's the wrinkle over here? What's the wrinkle? The Kenyan. So now Shimon did a Kenyan, right? So he assigned his property to Reuben, or it doesn't matter, to Reuben, Shimon, whatever it is, right? And now what he did a Kenyan, can he renege on the transaction or not? So Shalpulu, so they sent back, Aim Achar Kenyan Klum. No. Once there's a Kenyan that's done, the Shimon has created an irreversible reality. Once there's a Kenyan, as they say, no back fees, right? That's it. Can't take it back. So originally they thought, okay, what does it mean no back fees? But the Shimon cannot go ahead and take the property back. Cannot assign the property to someone else. Like that's what it means. Can't assign the property to someone else. Whereas Avala Atzmolo, but maybe he wants, let's say he wants to put it back for himself. You're right. So I understand. Once you have the opinion, like him and he assigns it to you, then he can't then decide to assign it to Shem. Fine. But what if he wants to take it back for himself? He wants it for himself. I would have thought that should be okay. I'm going to have this stuff. Summer Mine Honey, getting La'achar Kimi from Shin Casa the Zikla Rishon, the Casa the Zikla Achar, to Rishon Kana Legamre. If you don't Shemish Kimi, Atzmo Yaka Latzrebo, in Ya'amo Mechalyo, Mokana Rishon, Shema Haya King and Alanachmas Miso. So when do we say that Halacha Lamaisa, if there's a Kenyan, that Halacha Lamaisa Shemira can't be next, so that's only the Mata Shemira. But if Shemira wants to go and take the property back for himself, he should be able to do that. I mean, like this stuff was like 15 billion without 153A, something like that. I mean, like this stuff, yes, Rafuna Mikofi, Gersha, Beniat Smo, Beniat. That's it. Once the Shemira does Kenyan, it becomes an irreversible gift. It's irreversible that he can't assign it to someone else, and it's irreversible that he can't take it back himself. And I tell the story how we become a made, how we become a made, it's very like this. It's very like this. The Hashem says, Kasav the Zika of Hanim made, Raza Laks of Kisham Nefayel. This is the case. Shkimirah was on his deathbed. What did he do? He assigned his property to his name. He went ahead and he did a kingdom. Did a kingdom with the agent. And then once the dinner happened, he recovered. So he wanted to cancel the transaction. So the Gemara says, Asu the Kamei Drafina, the king before us, the Shkimirah wants to cancel the transaction. What's the imagine this case? That Shkimirah signed French wrote in fact that he's taking his property to him. And those who did a kingdom. He continues to live with the agent. And now Baruch Hashem, Shkimirah recovers. So it goes up to the Shkimirah and cancel this. He didn't see measures. It was like so happy. So Baruch wrote they folded. Incredible something of the Kiddushes. I'm not going to do that. But again, but so happy Baruch Hashem. They come for a Fudah, Amar, my Yavalacha, the Lo Akmus to the Maknish. What can I do for you? You did not follow the normal protocol. Of Shkimirah. What's the normal protocol of Shkimirah? Remember, this is the beauty of the framework of Shkimirah. The beauty of the framework of Shkimirah is that it allows for retraction of the different translation of the gift. Right? Retraction is translation to the person writing the cover. The problem is, once you start using mechanisms that are outside the normal Shkimirah, many kingdoms, you didn't need to that was the beauty of the kingdoms. To make a matter of Shkimirah, just leave it alone. You complicated it, you do the kingdom, there's nothing I can do for you, the gift is universal. Also, a tremendous responsibility also. Right? How sometimes in life, when we create difficult situations for us, and then we create difficult situations for ourselves, and then we go to other people, hoping that they're going to be able to extract us from that situation. And let's say sometimes you get help, but sometimes when you make your own mess, no one else can help you up but you. And you make certain bad decisions in life, and you need to back out of them is by yourself. It might be nice always when you ask other people for help, but sometimes if you get yourself into it, you need to get yourself out of it. So it's like, how do we pass this? That's very interesting. But I'm a nice over here scholar. So again, in this case over here, remember, in this case, so what's happening over here is, just to illustrate the piece of difference. In previous case, there was a cumulative into the star. In this case over here, and in that it said, Shkimirah did a kingdom, with the intended recipient. So how do you view that matnas Shkimirah? So again, it depends. If the kingdom was there for transactional purposes, then the gift is void because we don't know is this a matnas Shkimirah or is this a matnas bari. If it's a matnas bari, in other words, that it only was to happen through the shtar, so therefore the transaction is void. If the kingdom was there to bolster, to solidify the ownership of the recipient, then it's a matnas Shkimirah and it's fine. This case is different. In this case over here, Shkimirah is assigning property to the ring, and Shkimirah is doing the kingdom right now with the agent. So the shaila is, what is the status of this gift? So Rambam writes, Shkimirah shekasav lezeh v'chazor v'kasav la'acharo, chazor v'kasav la'acharo, achon kala. Sheyish v'lach sha'at shiyam. First of all, this is Allah what you saw, that Shkimirah to change his mind as many times as he was. Right? So if he started living, he started continuing back to living, he could do whatever he wants, whether this is in writing, whether this is written. However, he writes, Listen, interestingly enough, we have a lot of hospitals like this. As you look at the Gemara, if Shkimirah goes ahead, and so whether he verbally assigns it to Ruvain, he could change his mind and assign it to Shimon. Even if he wrote it down, he could change his mind. Even if he wrote it down and gave the document to the intended recipient, he could still change his mind. Right? As long as what's the key thing over here? As long as there's no kingdom. So as long as all we're doing over here is verbal declaration, even something in writing, there's no kingdom, Shkimirah to change his mind as many times as he wants. Here's the problem. Aval, Shkimirah, shekasav v'zika v'shana miyado, ein la'achar kiyum. Here we go. Once the Shkimirah goes ahead, once the Shemira goes ahead and does the kinyan. So again, Shemira assigns the property to Reuben and does the kinyan with Aiden, then there's no backseas. Then that gift cannot revert. He goes on and says, the Emiyoch Aratzabo, Lo La'acher, Lo Liatzmo. Shemira cannot claim it back for himself or for others. They should not say, why not? This is what the Maggid Mishnah says. The Maggid Mishnah, here it is. Hakinyan Holtes Eschamatchono Lemuchletes. What the kinyan does is, the kinyan essentially makes this gift into what he calls a matron muchletes. An absolute favor, an absolute gift. An absolute gift. Shahov Asal Mataraso Chizuk Kafel. Because remember again, you gave this matana, what he calls a chizuk kafel, like a double strength matana. In what sense? Number one, because again, remember, you went ahead and you gave a star or you gave a little decoration, plus a kinyan. So fascinatingly enough, Shemira can always go ahead and change his mind. Whether he's writing verbally signing a gift, writing a gift, don't change his mind, the million guys can take it back for himself. Once he does a kinyan, that kinyan, and again, remember, the kinyan is doing with the eidim on behalf of the intended recipient, that kinyan solidifies the matana, makes it into that matana mukhletes, and he cannot get it back. He can't assign it to someone else, nor can he take it back for himself, unless that trend is why? Because he messed with the system. So the system is there to protect the interest of Shemira. That's the beauty of it. It's structured that way because again, the system also understands that there's a possibility of his recovery, that there's a possibility of his wanting to assign. So the system works. The system always works. Don't tamper with it. But the moment you decide to go and tamper with it, that transforms the transaction into something else. And again, in the words of the Maggid Mishnah, that becomes ultimately again, it's my term of pleasure. So we'll say, Shmoyach, stop over today, or start to the week.
It's focused product, not never used. Best part, it's all natural. Visit Happy and Herbals. You say herbals, go on. That's herbal. Like he's been doing it for a while. I can't even break the word made unanimous, stuff like this, and you're not unanimous. Is that wrong? I was singing anonymous. They ring the remain unanimous on stuff. We unanimously think that's
Good morning, let us begin. I thank you all of our sponsors for this morning's gift. We thank our sponsors for Touching KA 5785 Touching for coverage. So, we're dedicating all the training sessions this year as it supports for the Torah Shellos to all of our needs. So, our training sponsors for the month of Tashman, Stephen Karizin, in honor of the birth of the granddaughter Devorah Eliana Zin and wedding of Dr. Zin's father, Steve Manhattan for the Shulgan Latin, in the Swiss of which 3 or 4 Rabbi's published in the Aliyah to the Time Prince and Meshachana, in which the Yasas of Alishmael Hashem the Rabashana, that promotion and Ellen Grant, showed many of that Grant's parents. Yaakov Meir, Ben Moshe Reed, and Sheena Bas Abba, and Dr. Bizarre in the south of Los Angeles, America, is speaking for the recovery of Esther Bracha Bas Chaya. Our Dr. sponsors for today, Baruch and Bracha Rivkin, which will be website of Relative Malcolm Rivkin, Malcolm Bas Steve, Zichron, all the shows having a friends and all those who need this watch that are doing cold Israel, which work should be met Hashem. The Torah has to just be Shalom and the Kalav and the holy soldiers should be successful before Massey and David. Let's with that, let us begin with beautiful God ahead of us today. Today's dot is cooked in 150, and we are picking up the minutes on Shem. We are picking up on cooking on test on the days 149, 3, 2, 1, 6 minutes up from the bottom. Some of that volume. So we actually began this a little bit. Remember again, the Mishnah said that, or the Brisa said, sheer culture is speaking about, remember the idea of Shemira makes a matana. So remember again, essentially the matana of the Shemira is considered to be a matana with a tonight condition. And what is the condition? I'm gifting this property assuming that I die. Which by definition means if he doesn't die, the gift reverts. There's an exception to that. And the exception to that is if the Shchudelan goes ahead and retains property for himself. If he goes in and retains something, so that indicates that most of the effect that gift, right? But rather than just a regular gift, and therefore even if he recovers, the gift that he made remains. So the Gemara says, so that also says, Russian was sheer karka culture. If he retains any amount of karka. So the point of the Gemara, we're discussing the idea of maybe it doesn't just mean karka. Maybe it means we talk to which the Gemara says he answered, no, karka always means karka. So the Gemara is going to challenge that assertion. I'm going to advise the Tadika, the Tani karka dafka. That's wherever halacha when says again, the Gemara says karka. That karka always means actual karka. But ultimately, because it's going to come from the Abdon, the person writes his entire estate to his Ebed. So in this case over here again, I have an Ebed. And what do? I gift my entire estate to the Ebed. So what's the halacha? The halacha right now, just to understand the dynamic embedded in this is as follows, which is an Ebed obviously is part of that very estate. So I have an estate and I have an Ebed. An Ebed is part of my estate. So the shayla is, when I go ahead and I gift my estate to my Ebed, I am effectively going ahead and freeing my Ebed as well. That's inherent in the gift. So it's like that's what they call it. So the person goes ahead and literally again gives his estate to his Ebed. The Ebed not only acquires the estate, but obviously also acquires himself. Sheer agriculturally, that's what they call it. But if the master retains some amount of karka for himself, no loss. Then halacha l'maisa, the Ebed doesn't go free. That was an interesting so the idea over here is avodim, avok karka. So an Ebed is compared to karka. So therefore we're considering that if the master says like this, I hereby go ahead and give my entire estate to my Ebed, but I'm retaining karka. Now that's the lashon. He says I'm retaining karka. So we're concerned about that karka retention refers to the Ebed himself. So the Gemara says, "What is important? The Shin says, "Lo ben kolen, asher kol nachasai misuin leklon abdi chutz me'achad libo shelahay." On the other hand, the Shin says, "No. In reality, the Ebed always goes free. Whenever there is a gift of an estate to the Ebed always goes free, unless of course the master says, kol nachasai misuin leklon chutz abdi chutz me'achad libo shelahay." Here's the difference. If the master says, I hereby convey my estate to my Ebed, and I'm retaining 1/1000 for myself. So the concern over there, Shin said, the concern over there is that in that percentage, in that 1/1000, is the Ebed himself. Is the Ebed himself? Top of Kofian, 158. V'amrat by Yosef, Amivalazar, Asumitalkin, Shira, Eitzel Ebed, Hello, Asumitalkin, Shira, Eitzel Ksuba. So this is interesting, and Rabbi by Yosef said that halacha l'maisa that they need to calculate a shear by Ebed, which means let's say the Adam would say I hereby give my entire estate to my Ebed, but I'm retaining some calculate. We're concerned that halacha l'maisa maybe in that calculate is the Ebed also. So therefore again, but however, that doesn't apply to Ksubim. What does that mean? It doesn't apply to Ksubim. So first we'll take a look at the Rashbam. Top Rashbam on just numerous dollars. I'm not also Abagabi Shir Karka culture, Yatsa Ben Korean, who I did in Shimitalkuli culture, the Abdinamic Shimitalkuli dummy, Shaitan Nikolai Karka, the color of the Abdinamic. So the idea over here is what Rabbi gathering on is that the master says to the Ebed, I hereby give you my estate, but I'm retaining some calculation for myself. But it's just to clarify in this case, if the other were to say, I'm giving my estate to my Ebed, but I'm retaining field A for me, the Ebed goes free, because he's explicitizing what it is that he is keeping. You were going to end up with the word. Hey, so again, always important to build our vocabulary. So again, same idea, you need to go ahead and, so the issue over here is when he goes ahead and retains karka, but he doesn't identify which karka. That may refer to the Ebed. So it really comes when it says, but it's not just true what the word says. It's not just true with karka, also true with the fact one. Also calculator goes there and he says, I'm keeping the talking, but doesn't again tell us the talking. Maybe evidence included in there. Now, finish up that Rashbam. Rashbam says, what do you see from that? What do you see from that? That people sometimes call Avodim Metalton. Now, what's the position there? Apagad dictated the Karka Lavdafka, Avodim Metalton. Was this and I'm calculating today for themselves to the Karka. So I says, what do you see from this? If you from this, that the term Karka doesn't necessarily just have to mean Karka. The Karka means property, and property can mean real property, property can mean movable property. So again, we don't want to suggest before that whenever we say Karka, always means Karka, that's the Karka. But here it says not necessarily true. The Bible word just says that holding back the talton is not a sheer vibe, is not considered to be a sheer by ksuba. Now that case actually, if you take a look at Rashbam says we saw this. It's not Gabi Ahi, it's very important Rashbam. And also talk to sheer it's a ksuba. It's not Gabi Ahi, it's for the paper rail, mercy, Rashbam, causing the price of Mubana, because of the Ishtar Karka culture of the ksubasa. When such in this case, a man is giving his estate to his sons, and while doing that, he gives a piece of property to his wife. So remember again, the wife is very honored to be inheriting, to be receiving along with the sons, and therefore she is more for the rest of her ksuba for that piece of property that she receives. Even if the value of the property is less than the value of the ksuba, she's more for. On the other hand, if she gets in counseling, she's not local. Okay, fine. So I say, point over here is you see that Karka doesn't just mean Karka can also mean conflict. To which the Gemara says, no, it's not necessarily a proper comparison. Why is that? So I say, Hassam, in the Mishnah quoted before, which was the case of Kosei Kol Kosei La'abda, person writes all of his property to an elder debtor, which is a Mishnah payoff. Hassam, the good news is that this is Karka. The truth is, in the Mishnah in payoff, there's absolutely no reason to go ahead and even write Karka. You don't have to write Karka. So you could write after the words of the Isaac is not a Reisha, but since the beginning of that Mishnah, where Rabbi Akiva on the Karka Kosei Chayav is payoff, in other words, the Mishnah of Kosei Kol Kosei La'abda is a Mishnah Peah. Peah is the mitzvah to leave a corner of your field for the poor. So since the beginning of the Mishnah starts by saying, the people on the Karka Kosei Chayav is Peah, that any amount of Karka, right, is highly Peah. Interesting how this just as an aside, right, that Allah reminds me of a big field, a small field, any amount of Peah. Is high, any amount of Karka is high in Peah, over the Kurim and Bikurim as well. We'll throw away for so these all halachos of Karka. Any amount of Karka is going to be higher in Peah. Any amount of Karka that produces produce is going to be higher in Bikurim. Any amount of Karka you throw in a Kuzbor, remember again, Kuzbor is when you go ahead and give over your debts to Bezdin in order that Shmita doesn't go ahead and cancel them. You need some amount of real property to secure that. So if you don't see more in the concentration of bias, you can't set Mishtar in the Chazaka. Furthermore, again, remember there's something called the Kinyados, which you can go ahead and require the Talpulin on the back of Karka. Now, the Talpulin doesn't actually have to be on the Karka itself. That's how it's asking. You don't need Siburim, right? It doesn't see Karka on the Karka. When you require the Karka, you require it in the Talpulin. How much Karka do you need for a Kinyaga? Any amount. Good. Therefore, you should not be Karka. So you should pay only because the Reisha began with Karka. So therefore, we added in Karka in the Sefer. So that's why it's immersified. That's the only reason why it went ahead and added it. Okay. Therefore, I'll say, Halacha L'maisa, the Gemara says that's not really a valid proof. And it is still quite possible that Halacha L'maisa, Karka really does mean Karka. We tried to prove that it doesn't, it could also mean attachment, but the proof that the Gemara brought is not really conclusive. So now goes back to I have a different question. The Kol Heicha became Kol Shubu, less than Shiva. Now the words jumping on the other statement, because remember again, we made two statements when it comes to this mathematical Shechina. And if the Shechina contains any amount of Karka, any amount of Karka, so then ultimately again it's not considered to be a gift with a Tanai, and therefore even when he recovers, the gift remains. The gift remains. So now, before we were challenging, does karka just mean karka? Now we're asking over here, what about culturally, right? It says if you attain any amount of karka. So what's the shaila now? So any means any. Now, let's say, what does culturally sound like? Culturally means sounds like anything. Anything. Is that really what it means? The Kohen called the tiny culture, that's no shear. It's actually whatever it says culture, there's no shear. But now we're going, Rabbi said in Hercules, Omer, Chavish Rechilos, Kozizos, Mana Ukras, Chayavos Bereshis Hagas. Also, there's an interesting halacha of Bereshis Hagas, which means you have to give the first of your shearings, wool shearings, to the Kohen. It's one of the macros, So if you have sheep and you are shearing your sheep, you have to give the first shears to the Kohen. Now, interestingly enough, there's a shear. There's an amount. There's a basic floor amount of shearing that you have to have in order to be chayiv. What do you have to have? There's a mana pass, so 1.5 manas are chayiv reishis hagas. So you have to have 5 sheep, which produce 1.5 mana of wool. That's the shear. The Chum say, Chumash Rechilos Kozizos Kosher. The Chum say, there's no shear. Interestingly enough, what you need is a minimum of 5 sheep. But it doesn't matter how much wool they produce. A lot of wool, a little bit of wool, so there's no wool requirements. It's saying culture means any amount. But I mean on the common culture, I think what's a second. How much is any amount? How much is any amount? The common culture, Amarad, mana ukras, 1.5 manas. As long as ultimately, again, 1/5 of that amount comes from each of the sheep. So interestingly enough, the wool yields, wool output has been evenly divided amongst the sheep. Now that's like, what do you see from there? But culturally doesn't just mean any amount. Culture can mean a small amount. But even a small amount ultimately has a definition to which we represent a Hassam beginning to know listening culture in reality, by this case, you even have to use the word culture because then again, Chazal, the rabbis are giving a shear. They're giving a shear. The Ivy to Ka'amar Tanakama Shira Rabba, Amar Ilu is Shnam Shira Zuka Karde culture. And the rest of here's the difference. Since at the end of the day, there's such disparity between the shear, between the amount, between the Joseph and Hercules and the Chachamim. So ultimately, again, so the Joseph and Hercules' shear is a large shear, and the Chachamim's shear is a small shear. The Gemara called the shear of the Chachamim culturally. Culturally, representing that obviously it is much less than the shear of Rabbi Yosef, but obviously culturally, since you don't say, like you weren't just putting over here, we don't think that like culturally just means anything. Any no shear. In this case, you see that culturally doesn't mean a shear. To which the Gemara says, you're right, but it's not really a truth because at the end of the day, you didn't even really need this lashon of culturally at all because everyone is giving exact shearing. So why use lashon of cultural? It's more used for contrast purposes. The first opinion was a large amount. The second opinion is a small amount. So the second opinion is a very large. So the first opinion is a cultural. Okay, beautiful. Says the Gemara. So Pshita. So different cases over here. So Pshita, I'm going to be talking about Planya. So let's listen to this. So Shemira says, I hereby convey my metalful into you. This is metalful. So it's just like that. Call money tashmishta, call me Rabbi sorry. So pretty much what he does is he's giving over to Rabbi everything. Call money tashmishta. In other words, any utensils, any items, movable items, with the exception of wheat and barley. So essentially, the Gemara is saying like this. Metalful means movable property like utensils, but it doesn't include food. Now, what's the kiddush over there? Now, let's say, is food without food? Food without food? Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, food is movable. But the Gemara understands that's not really what metalful means. Metalful really means movable property and not movable food. And not food. Okay, fine. The Gemara says, the call metalful lepanya. What happens if we go extremely like using the lashon and hereby give all of my metalful to Ruvain? Then I feel that he is ours, then that's going to include food. Why? What is he adding over here? Kol. Kol. That one word, everything changes the dynamic over here, and therefore it includes the food. Not only that, Moshe first white line on Kohen Avodah 158. Not only that, the Gemara says, Vafilu L'chaim Ha'olyona Kala L'bana L'chaim HaTachtono. Furthermore, it also includes the upper millstone, but not the lower millstone. So it's known as a mill has two stones. The upper stone is small and mobile. The lower stone is much bigger and wasn't even used. So again, interestingly enough, so you see the progression. If Shkira says, I do my metal into the that includes really all movable property, utensils, doesn't include food. If Shkira says, I'm giving all my metal into the then that's going to include all movable property, food, and even the upper stone of the millstone, but not the lower millstone. Okay, Kol Dimitalto. See, you notice the shift in motion? We went from the talto to Kol Dimitalto. Anything which is usable. So that is a much more expensive statement. In that case, I think the Chema Factona comes. In that case, Shkina is conveying everything. Everything. So again, moving properties, food, upper millstone, lower millstone, fruit, everything. See, by the way, so after Kimikar Kar or Kimikar Kar, here's the Shiloh. What is an Eved like? Is an Eved like Karka or is an Eved like Metalto? Which one? This one, Zimar says, good. If you take a look at that slide, I will say, I know at first glance, it seems like a very strange question because we've always operated under the idea that the Eved is like Karka. So what's the Shiloh? Take a look at the Rashban. The Rashban is about 10 lines up in the bottom. Why do you have the Kimikar done? He bothered the Abdur Kimikar done in Yeshua. The Kinyan Kesef, or the Shtara Chazaka, the whole meaning of the rights of Din in the Karkoi Yishna, and it's not need the Hisna help them, the Mechamechaim, about Rosh Hashanah Adam, Mikul Little Metalki, the Yashtan, the Kvamat, Metalki, so let's say, the Shaiba. The word is understanding that, of course, for halachic matters, an Eved is considered to be Karka. That we know. The Shaiba is, in terms of the way people speak, right? Because remember, we're seeing over here, these deathbed gifts are conveyed verbally, and the meaning of those words is very much dependent by how just contemporarily you can understand those words. Right? That's what you see everything. Metalfully, call metalfully, call metalfully, all these different things. And Shiloh is the way that people speak. The people, even though halakha do I know that Avodim are Karko, but do people refer to Avodim as Karko or ultimately again as Metalfully? So I'm going to back up maybe the bring that Adi Rodah, so touch on analyze. Hamoka S.I.E. was the interesting piece over here.
Do me and Brendan Chop have the same ism when it comes to comedy? What? We make sense to ourselves?
Myself off. Hamoka S.I.E. So a person sells a city. Let's say again, we didn't own the city. And so again, own the city, Mochabatim, Seeking, and also that's also based about it. It's a shocking. So let's say, let's talk about over here. When you sell a city, what is included? What is included in the sale of that city? So when you go ahead and you sell a city, included in the sale of that city are homes, ditches, pits, water systems, bathhouses, olive presses, all these different things, right? So the Gemara says, Avalos and Metaltalin. So no Metaltalin, right? So movable property is not included in the sale of the city. It is man sha'amar hi b'chomasha b'silcha. But if you go and you sell a city, right? I sell a city to Ruben, and I say, Ruben, I'm selling you the city and everything in it. Afilu hayu ba'behema or avodim harikulam mechir. So I say again, if I sell you a city and I'm selling you the city and everything in it, then what's included? What's included? Everything. Now, if you look at the question over here, it says everything, including what? Including livestock and avodim. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So again, if you tell me that avodim are true that I can tell for you, then it makes sense, because that's why avodim are not included in the initial sale. Because remember again, essentially when you sell a city, anything that is, you just sell stam, the city, anything that is karka or attached to karka is being included in the sale. Any metalton is not included in the sale. So therefore, the ratio makes sense that avodim, if you say avodim on metalton, it makes sense in the ratio that avodim are not included in the sale. Ella, but if you say that avodim are like karka, then amaylim is nothing. Then why would avodim not be included in the initial sale of the city? The elamai kimataki is on. So what do you see there? What do you see? You see that avodim are like metalton. So I can't find out how fascinating it is, right? So what you have over here, according to the Gemara, suggesting is that halacha l'maisa and evet, although we know that we call it kinyanically, right? Kinyanically, and in certain respects, halachically and identity-wise, an evet is like karka, right? An evet is acquired like karka, an evet is inherited like karka. But yet, in terms of how people talk, how they refer to it as an evet is often referred to as metalton. So the Gemara says, the elamai, kimetalton gami. Rabbi, what do you see from here? The evet is like metalton. So the Gemara says, kimetalton gami. My axiom, elamai is the chomer. Shani metalton denayid metalton below nayid. So let's say, so again, interestingly enough, what's unique about karka? What's unique about avodim? That even though an evet is metalton, interestingly enough, it's metalton that moves on its own. And maybe again, there are different categories of metalton. So that's why when it says even avodim are included, because an evet is a different type of metalton. Because metalton ultimately, again, certainly doesn't move on its own. It's easily movable, but doesn't move on its own. But yet an evet is a type of metalton that moves on its own. Which means, by the way, I think it's pretty karka dummy. Even if you say that an evet is like karka, so then you're shining the karka, denying the karka below nayid. Ultimately, again, an evet would be in a different category of karka. So generally, again, karka is immobile, but avodim are mobile. But so just before we go on, I should mention something. So I think there's a problem with Haskell on this. That if you look at the Gemara sitting over here, is that an evet is both like karka and like metalton. So let's say, if you notice, I think that there's a profound metaphor here. That karka is like the stationary. Karka remains in place. Metalton moves. Perhaps also the Gemara teaching us, the Derech HaShkafa, is what's the job of a Yid? The job of a Yid is to become an Evet Hashem, to become a servant of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what does it mean? How does one actualize that identity? And the answer is you have to be both karka and metalton. Karka means I'm stuck in place. So there are certain things that I will not move on. Certain things that I will not compromise. I'm standing my ground and I'm absolutely immobile. There are certain tenets of faith. There are certain tenets of hashkafa. There are certain halachas. And no matter what, I'm not moving. Certain things like this, like so often, I guess, for me, very meaningful. Learning school on Shabbos. My dad always told me about after the war. He lost his job every Erev Shabbos when he first came to this country because he refused to work on Shabbos. He had a young family, had no other means of supporting him. There was no account. He lost everything. And everyone during the war. Came to this country with 2 young children born in the DP camps and would not work on Shabbos. There are certain things in life you have to be karka about. Can't move. You can't move. I'm stuck in place and I will not compromise. On the other hand, you also have to be metalton. What's metalton? Metalton is moving around. And this represents two things. Number one, it represents that on certain things you do have to be mobile. Right? You can't stand your ground on everything. You have to learn when to yield and when to give in and when to be metalton. Metalton also represents constant movement and growth. Right? It's called the metalton. So this perfect combination of a person, an Evet Hashem, an Evet has to be karka, and an Evet has to be metalton. What are the things that you are immobile on? What are the things that you are stationary on? And then what are the things in which you're willing to give in on, willing to yield on, and what represents your desire for unquenchable growth? Metaltalin, Karka, it's the Abed in the Gemara, it's becoming the Abed of life. Such a bizarre Gemara. Alright, let's go like this. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good. I'm going to hear it actually. Tashma. So again, we're sometimes doing this out. Is he having Karka or is he having Metaltalin? So says the Gemara, I'm going to hear it actually. Tashma. Hakol says, Abdul Kol Mechal Yatsa Ben Kol, Shir Karka Kosher, Yatsa Ben Kol. So you also get in the front. Person goes ahead and writes his property to his Eved, so the Eved becomes a Ben Kol. If, on the other hand, the master retains some amount of Karka for himself, he doesn't go free. And Shimon says, the only Ben Kol, or Shimon Kol Mechal is only Andi, Chutz Mi Etta Bibo Shabbat. So Shimon says, in reality, holding back Karka does not prevent the Eved from going free. What does prevent the Eved from going free? When the master retains a percentage of the estate for himself. That's where it's problematic, because in that ambiguous percentage, perhaps again the Eved is included there. But I'm not thinking about it. I'm not the says. Also, Metaltalin Shir Eitzel Eved, although also Metaltalin Shir Eitzel Tzor. So what we're really saying is that we're just on top of the other. So again, holding back property, even holding back Metaltalin can be a problem for the emancipation of the Eved. But interestingly enough, the Metaltalin case doesn't work by the issue. Let me get quickly again. What was the case of the Ksuva? The case of the Ksuva is the husband is giving his estate to the sons. He gives property to his wife as well. The wife is so honored to be included in to be one of the recipients that halacha again she forgives the rest of her ksuba claim. That only applies if he's gifting her property, real property, land, does not apply if it's metaltalin. Damar Rav Nachman and Rav said Rav Nachman, I don't understand my time, what's the reason for this? The metaltalin, and Eved is metaltalin, and therefore what says the Gemara? The metaltalin havishir. And again, halacha holding back metaltalin. So therefore, again, if you treat the Eved like metaltalin, so therefore, again, if I'm gifting you guys, I'm the master, and I'm going ahead and I'm saying to the Eved, I'm giving you my entire estate, except for 1,000. Right? And again, that 1,000 could be Karka, could be metaltalin, and we're concerned that what I'm actually retaining is the Eved himself. So you see from here that Eved is treated like metaltalin, and therefore when I withhold metaltalin, there's a real problem with the emancipatory process that the Eved may not be undergoing. Yeah, that wasn't good. When I withhold the metaltalin, the concern is what I am withholding may be the Eved himself, because the Eved is treated like metaltalin as well. On the other hand, the Gemara says, but on the other hand, the Ksuba of a wife is your property. And therefore, giving wife some metaltalin, right, is not going to cause her to release the lien on her Ksuba. But let's say, again, but what do you see from here? This is pretty close. What do you see from here? Right, this considered to be metaltalin. She was unbased. And now you should the low cross Gita, not the law. See, interestingly enough, as he explained, actually, there's a different issue over here. What's the different issue? The reason why the Eved doesn't go free in this case is for something else. Take a look at the Rashbam. It's actually quite interesting. The Anan Yishum the low cross Gita, not the law. Eved Gama Law Medisha. So let's say, so remember again, interestingly enough, the emancipation process of an Eved is very similar to the get process. We learn out a lot of halachos. Actually, there's a gzera shava of law from a woman to an Eved, meaning that halacha l'maisa is saying that the Eved requires a document of emancipation, right? A get shifra. So you should requires a get to it, even hurt with lots of years and stuff, but you get pieces. Now watch this. וכי מדיש לבעל האבד זוכות בשטר שכסובו ששיר קרקו ומטפל לעצמו לא הקנו לו השטר לגמרי שגם זכות סחדון כסובו הלכך ולא קרינן ב-get pieces כאילו זה הפיר שלי לקננו וגם יסופר שגם לעולם עבדו כמקרקע so therefore again the Gemara says as follows. The issue over here is as follows. In the same way when a husband writes let's say a get for his wife and he divorces her, or let's say he keeps some clause in there that demonstrates, let's say
let's say this is your get on the condition. I'm not using different examples of this. Like this is your get on the condition that you never go to your father's house. So the issue is a get is called a get krisos. What's the definition of krisos? The relationship is done. How does that manifest itself? You have no control over it, right? In other words, you have no say over what it is that I do. So the moment that a husband retains some element of input into or control over what his wife does, that's not a get. That's not a get. The same concept ultimately applies in emancipation of an adult. So as long as the adult is retaining something, it's not full emancipation. So the Gemara says that's the issue of the get. It's not the issue of karka versus talmudim. It's an issue of that the document of emancipation is not complete because in some way the master is still retaining some level of control. Just think of that. I try to say the damage to Barish Kakli, all of Abdi the Kakli, the Gabi get, and my fashion, I feel the talk when she is like that. I'm trying to show the piece of God, but the Hatem Shazet, she will talk to him, my little one to the higher guy. Okay, so different combination. What's it? The idea over here is so what's the Maskana? What's the conclusion? The conclusion is that really for our purposes, what we'll call 9 out of 10 times in halacha, we continue with the motif that we've always known to be true, which is an evet is karka. An evet is karka. That's really what we know to be true. Halacha l'maisa, we just begin to see that in terms of some of the verbiage used with avodim, that sometimes avodim are considered to be metaltalin as well. But again, it's much more from I'll call it from a verbal perspective than from an actual halachic perspective. Okay, let's go right there. First, a couple of interesting things here. I'm not good. Amisha, Hashis Lukon says, those are the 5 cases. 5 cases. Where halacha l'maisa again, these people, they're all giving a matana. They're all giving a matana. And the matana is not complete until they convey all of their property. Okay, so take a look at the Rashba. I'm not going to come to show you the question. Most of the matana, she didn't call it, most of this was actually used to call it saying. ואז דין חולת משייך צעצמנו, if you go to what I said, there are 5 people, Rabbi says, there are 5 people where in order for their gift to have a special and unique status, they must be gifting their entire estate. Failure to gift the entire estate, the gift is still valid, but it's still a regular gift. Okay, we'll go through the list. Mainly, these are the 5. Shkidira, Avdo, one struggling, we'll see all of these cases. Ishto, right, wife, Bana, children, Mabrachas. Okay, Mabrachas really means when you want to shield their property, remove their property from someone else. Again, like I said, we'll get into all of these cases. Here we go. That's not Shkidira. Let's do the Shkidira. So let's say, even before we go into this, we know this. What's all about Shkidira? A Shkidira in general, a that gift. Is like a gift given out tonight with the condition. What's the condition? What's the condition? If I die, this is a gift. And if I recover, then I want it back. I want it back. Like we said before, that tonight only kicks in when the Shkina is gifting his entire estate. So Shkina, this night, Shkina shekazet on the place of Latin, the Shkina karka kol. So Shkina goes ahead and writes his estate to someone else, and he retains some karka for himself. Matanas kayamas. Ultimately, again, matanas good. Now, what that means is, so in this case over here, he's gifting the property, but retaining some for himself. So then it's blush over here. I don't know, it's a little too confusing. Matanas kayamas means his gift stands. His gift is good. And what does it mean his gift is good? It means that even if he recovers from his illness, he cannot claw back the gift. Okay? On the other hand, Lord Shia Karka Koshno, and if Allah Romanes again, he did not retain anything for himself, then Ein Matanas Akamis, what that means is, and he didn't retain anything for himself, and he then recovers, ultimately again, the gift does not stand, and he has the ability to claw it back for himself. Okay, so what's this? Maybe from what do you see from here? That Allah Romanes, a true matna shkidmira only applies when someone is gifting his entire estate. Next, Abdo. What's the case of that? Like this nun, Apostle called the Apostle Abdo, Yachsa, and Holy. Yes, we just saw this before. Right, so the person goes ahead and, so in this case over here, if I give my entire estate to my Eved, by definition, my Eved goes free by dint of that gift, because part of my estate is him. So I'm also going ahead and conveying to him, conveying to my Eved himself. Shir Karka Koshu, Shir Karka Allah Lamaisa, again, the Eved retains some property, or I should say, I retain, I, the owner, retain some property for myself. Well, that's what we call it. The Eved does not go free. Why doesn't the Eved go free? Because we're concerned that in that ambiguous retention of property, what's included in that property, in that retained property, the Eved himself. Okay, that's an example of it. So I'll say again, just to follow the chain of thought, there are 5 cases where in order to avail yourself of the unique benefits of the gift, it has to be a gift in totality of everything that you own. Good. Next, Ishto, what's the case of the wife? So what's the meaning of this? There's a person who gives his entire estate to his wife, and he don't really view it as a gift, rather what do you view it as? He's making her the apotropos. Right? He's making her ultimately, again, the executor of the estate. Because when they went to the Shlokas, they said, that it's uncommon for a person to go ahead and give their entire estate to their wife to the exclusion of their children. It's just a strange dynamic. So now that again, you better understand this meaning. He's making her the apotropos. Okay, Bana, what's the case of Bana's sons? It's this now. HaKosik from the cost of the Bana, the cost of the Ishta Koshu, of the Ksubasa. So what's the same as the case of a person who goes ahead and he's giving his estate to his sons, and we're just going to reference this case multiple times in our dollar. And alongside the gift to his sons, he also gives a piece of property to his wife. So in that case, again, it's a covenant that she is receiving along with the son's real property, ownership over property, and if Allah willing, she forgives her ksuba over the rest of the estate. But once again, that dynamic only applies when he's giving away everything. Mavrachas, what's the case of Mavrachas? So the Gemara says, Mavrachas, the Amenart, Mavrachas, Sucha, Shetikto, Kol, Nechasel. If ultimately, again, she wants to write, I want to say, take a look at, before we get into this, take a look, what is the case of Mavrachas? So we'll say, take a look about 8 lines up in point, it's wide. Rashbam, Mavrachas, the Amenart, Kilomar, Isha, Amano, Shinish, Banachasi. It's mostly a Locho. Locho is a widow. And Locho is a widow with assets, which she has property. So what's that Locho? The Dite of the Nothing. Now Locho wants to get remarried. The road to the Havriach in the Chasel, you buy Lot, Shalom Yehi Zakai in the Chasel. So what happens? Locho's married to her, and she was widowed. She has property. Now she's marrying Shimon. But she does not want Shimon to have her property. Okay, probably a little bit like a red flag already. Now let's say you have this. She wants a prenup. She has a prenup. She doesn't want to know that she has kids. She loves Shimon very much. Not that much, but she does not want him to have the property that she has going into this marriage. So what's Talacha? The Lord said, "Haviach nechaseni by the Shabbat. Shalom yirei zakai b'nechasel. V'tispamin or discourage yaksu lo nechasel." And therefore, again, just in the event, ultimately, again, if she is widowed or divorced, she just won't have the property. Then lo hotzon which you saw called the Nisuin, Yiskeva and bow. So ultimately, again, obviously, anytime a woman brings property into a marriage, a husband, by definition, has rights in that property. She doesn't want her husband to have rights in the property, so she just kind of wants to keep her property out of the marital pool. So how do you do that? So the Gemara says, so Mishnah says, Rashbam says, Sufa shetikto kol nechasel la'achar stam. Given the shiny media, alongside the nukla mizeh elo b'shol she'etzim b'nasei, or if the shetikto yaksu la. So what could she do? She just gives that property to someone else. So she's married Shimon. She's like, hereby gift my entire estate to Levi. Now, I will say that in Halacha, what we understand is this is a little bit of like
Okay, yeah, I don't remember that guy. Sounds like
It's like a tax shelter, but for marriage. So in other words, so like you say, so what she's doing over here is she's creating a halachic shelter for her property, so that she can move her property out of the marriage school, so that her husband is not going to have anything to do with it. But it's understood that she has the right to call the gift whenever she wants it, so she can ask for it back whenever she wants it. And if she takes that, first one, and if she takes that, Yaksurullah. But again, whenever she wants it back, all she needs to do is say, I want it back, and it comes back to her. And we'll say, now when does that work? So again, I'm not saying when does that work? When she gives away everything. However, the Ashman says about him, Shaila, Kol Shehu, Kana HaMikadal, Kana HaMikadal, Below Yaksurullah, Kol Mechasim Omanis. So we'll say, but again, Halacha L'Maisa, not if she gives most of her property to Lorraine, or retains something for herself, and Halacha L'Maisa, again, that is not going to work. So we'll say, so let's go back to the Gemara. So the Gemara says as follows. Fine. So the Gemara says that so those are the 5 cases where in order to avail yourself of the unique status of these gifts, you have to be gifting everything in its entirety. But the Kulu Matantri have a share. I would say all of these cases, so retaining the talent is considered to be retaining property. The discuss like Suba, so we've seen this very many different times. And when it comes to Ksuba, Ksuba by definition only devolves upon the Talmud. It not devolve upon, Ksuba only devolves upon Karka, not upon the Talmud. Good. So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, Amina Amar, the Talmud exceed the Ksuba, the Isni Be'inai Habashir. So Amina says there is an exception. The exception to this would be if you have the Talmud written in the Ksuba itself, and the Talmud are extant, then the retention of those properties could actually be a Shia. So the step of it for today, pick up this show, I'm going to cut that 20 new case. What's that tremendous, what a beautiful and incredible week together. Such a source, and yes, Hashem, we'll continue. We're actually meeting the end. We're so far at the end of our last one. Good Shabbos. All right, cut on Zoom. Shabbos Zoom. Shabbos, a very good night. Shabbos for Jerry, Mazel Tov. And then cover. We look forward to Hashem for ourselves and the Simchas together to be Shabbos of the Torah, Shabbos of Simchas, Shabbos of Aliyah, Shabbos of Yemucha for us, all of us.
You know what, though? We're not fucking millionaires. Right. I mean, there's no draw for us. We're billionaires thanks to all the people. Yeah. I mean, look at that thing. The men speak for themselves, folks. Okay. And we got a new cover girl, too.
All right, today for good morning. We have a beautiful Gemara ahead of us today. We are up to today's after school around 151. We are picking up Corpus 153. 4 lines up on the bottom. Start. Let's remember again, you're always discussing the case if the person goes ahead and says, Mechasai lefloni. Right? My property should go to Floni. So Shana goes to the Gemara trying to figure out, Shana, the Gemara trying to discuss what's included in that statement of Mechasai. What items does that include? The Gemara says 4 lines up on the bottom. Corpus 150. Stara Ukinechas. Okay, Shtar is called property. Rabbi Shnei Shtaros. There are 2 different types of Shtaros. What are the 2 different types of Shtaros? Amar Shtaros is Sagorzah. So we'll say if I say to witnesses, go ahead and acquire this field on behalf of Reuben, and also write for him a document. So I'm telling the witnesses to do a Chabal Kingdom to acquire the field on behalf of Reuben, and I'm telling them to write Shtar as well. So what's that? Only give a Shtar in a closer beside. So they have the right to go ahead, I have the right, to go ahead and recant or retract on giving the Shtar, but not on the field. Once the Eaton have been the Chabal Kingdom on the field, so the field belongs to Reuben. The difference is that the Shtar, the document itself, is just a Shtar Raya, the document of proof. Therefore, if I choose to tell the witnesses, I don't want you to write the Shtar, I have the ability to do so. Gemara says, on the last week of the law test house, on the other hand, if I say to witnesses, I want you to acquire these fields for Reuben on the condition that you write the Shtar. So in other words, I'm making the acquisition of the field dependent on the writing of the Shtar. The Shtar is going to be the mechanism through which the Eitim will acquire the field on behalf of Reuben. In that case, it was like both of these had the ability to go ahead and retract both the heel as well as the side. There are in fact three cases of start. What are the three cases of start? Trey and Idamos. Those are the two cases that we just mentioned before. Ida, the third case is if Chodam Moker Bakasar as Hashar is listen to this. Let's say I plan on selling property to Ruben. What do? I go ahead and I pre-write the start. Pre-write the start before the transaction happens. Look at the last Rashbam on the page. In Chodam Bakasar Hashar, Mechira, להיות מזון ולוקח כמו 3 של המקום בשדה. לא יהיה עיכוב במעוצות בשוק סיבת השטר. Because the idea here is I want to sell within this field. I don't really want to buy this field. I want to seal the deal as quickly as possible. I don't want the drafting of the paperwork to delay this transaction. So what do? I proactively write the stop. So I'm not going to see Ruben until Friday, and it's only Monday. I go and I proactively write the stop. Because in other people, we also allow us to just look at that from the top of the other Hosen has started on offer. Happy, they will hold a remote of a Shulas of the Philip. People say the only person who is put out, when you go and you write the star early, is the seller. Because technically speaking, if the seller accidentally loses that star, and let's say purchaser goes ahead and finds it, so the purchaser would have the ability to go ahead and claim that he owns the field with back together. If the seller is willing to take that risk and pre-write the star in order that it is ready at the time of the transaction can occur quickly, then the Ma'aseh again, the Halacha says he can do so. Top of Kohen Close to the start of Mokar, we write a star for the seller, even though the purchaser is not with him. And what happens also when the transaction ultimately occurs? So in that case, when the star was pre-written, so as soon as Ruben acquires the land, through the kinyan on the land, he also acquires the star wherever it may be. And this is what we learn. The Chasam She'im Ha'Achrayis, Niklim in the Chasam She'im Ha'Achrayis, the Kesef Yishtar B'Chazak. And also this is what we learned when we said that movable property can be acquired with real property through Kesef Yishtar and B'Chazak. So what do you see from here? You see from here the Yishtar is called the Chasam She'im Ha'Achrayis. It's called again movable property. Therefore, again, when a person goes in and conveys his property, the Chasam, to another individual, so what happens? So the nice thing that includes the shtab. Fine, behema. Suppose it's similar again, behema is giving us an animal goes for property. Where do we know this? From this land, Hamakdish the conservation behind behema if a person consecrated his property, I made my property hagdish, and including my property were animals, and there are animals who are fit for carbonic service. The carnum olos, so the male animals are offered up as a olah. When the kavos include the sarka is this fish. The female animals are also sold, and ultimately again are used, though they themselves or their monies are used for zikzit. By opos, if you're the country. Birds are called property. So once again, we're just going through the list of all the things that are included. If you make the open-ended statement of the chasai, the property goes to holy, what's included in that? Next, birds are called property. This time, Hamas the chasai by your land, farm harbi and gabi mizbeach, yenos, shmanim, ba'opos. As it was said, the pasuk says that right, the Mishnah says that if a person consecrates his property and including in his estate are things that are fit for the mizbeach, like wine, oil, and birds. So you see from here that birds are considered property. Tefillin, those like tefillin are called tefillin are called property. This not hamakdish nechasa. If a person consecrates his property, ma'alin lo tefillin, we assess the value of his tefillin. So you see that tefillin is also called property. I've also asked the question. By the way, Sefer Torah. Let's see what happens if a person possesses the Sefer Torah. What's the halacha by Sefer Torah? Look at the Rashbam for just a moment. Sefer Torah, min mikri michaz sefer tefillin. Min mikri michaz. Is Sefer Torah called property? On one hand, get tefillin done. So this is like this is halacha like tefillin. And this is established that tefillin is considered to be property. So Sefer Torah is property as well. Okluma, tefillin ha'elotaima, yahavi malkish, hava sefer mitzvahi, below nechasi. So also this on the other hand, tefillin is actually very interesting. Tefillin has the din of a malkish. A of an article of clothing. So maybe since so you guys want to remember again, we learned about this concept in Masech Shabbos. If a person finds multiple pairs of tefillin out, and right, let's say again in a place where they can't carry them, just in the typical of the year, so sometimes you go to put on tefillin in our Shabbos in order to transport them. Isn't that carrying? No, that's called wearing. It's tefillin as a certain bit of a malbush. So what's the stance of the Sefer Torah? Israelites tefillin is that a religious article. So the tefillin is given because at the end of the day, tefillin still has a small idea of a malbush of an article of clothing. Rather, the Sefer Torah does not, which the Gemara says, even the law is dazzle. The asr is that one or not the machine. Well, I would say the problem. Well, since on one hand, you are not allowed to sell a Sefer Torah. Listen, you learn this when again in Shabbos and Gila. The Gemara there discusses all of the halachos of selling religious articles. Generally, the halacha is you're allowed to sell a religious article at once. You're going to use the proceeds to buy something of a higher sanctity. So I can go ahead and sell mushroom if I'm going to go ahead and buy a Sefer Torah. But generally the halacha is you cannot sell a Sefer Torah. So do we say Kivan? So sorry. Okay, what Kivan is that? I'm sorry. So on one hand, Kivan Delom is David, plus Kivan Delom is David. The Ashul is David. On one hand, I would say, since it can't be sold, that shows that's not my purpose. On the other hand, Oklahoma, Kivan is David, Lilmo Torah, Elisa, Yisha, the Chassid. On the other hand, there is a license to sell Sefer Torah away. If a person needs to go ahead and learn, and I need the tuition, right? I need to go ahead, I need to be able to go to the yeshiva to learn, I can sell the Torah, use the proceeds for it. Or a person needs to get married, and they don't have the funds to be able to make the customer, a person can sell the Sefer Torah ultimately for that purpose. So in that respect, I can sell a Sefer Torah for certain of my own personal needs. Does that not make it my property, which the Gemara is taking? So that if all of these again, although we these benefits of all these other things are called. And the cost when it comes to Sefer Torah, the Gemara ends up with the thing. On one hand, I have the ability to sell it to certain people that should make it like my property. On the other hand, I don't really want to just sell it in any way that I want, but perhaps it's not my property. Because of this ambiguity, the Gemara ends up with the thing. Like, one tells a couple of stories in this one that are quite interesting. Halakhic stories. Ime Rav Zutra Bar Tuvia. The mother of Rav Zutra Bar Tuvia, Hasfilu Menachase Rav Zutra Bar Tuvia. So the mother of Rav Zutra wrote her property. This sounds like a mass. I will see this in a moment. I'm sorry, it's not mentioned yet. Hasfilu Menachase Rav Zutra Bar Tuvia, the Bible is Shubin. So let's say, so the mother of Rav Zutra, the mother of Rav Zutra is getting married. She's marrying Rav Zutra. Remember, like we saw yesterday, she did not want her new husband to have any rights in her property. So what does she do? She goes ahead and she gives the property over to her son. Now again, in her mind, the understanding is what? I'm gifting this to you in order that you can go, in order that my husband has no rights in this property. But should for some reason the marriage fail, then what? I want my property back. So what happens? In Sibah, so sure enough, she got married to Rabbi, and they got divorced. It was their first wife. I see like this. What happens was so she comes back to her son, Rav Zutra, for the property, and apparently Rav Zutra says no. Rav Zutra says no. You gave it to me as a gift, and I don't have to give it back to you. I said to me, Rabbi, so the Rabbi. So what happens? So the Gemara says the following. The Gemara says, fine. So Amar Mishum Insubi, so what happens? So the Rabbi is asking in a different way. He says, at the end of the day, this was a gift given on the condition that she married. And she married. Listen, the Rabbi understood that the gift was a final gift. He understood that the mother was saying to her son, I'm giving you this gift on the condition that I get married. Which meant, had she never gotten married, the gift would not have been valid. Now that she did get married, the gift was valid, and she has no recourse to get the property back. We're going to get our mouth for just a moment. But today, the cannot enough. So the Rabbi literally says, you use like a gift out tonight, but a different kind of tonight. The tonight is, I'm giving you this gift on the condition that I get married. Once I get married, the gift is final. What are you talking about? Mishum da'asumi mulai, amisu mili mulai. So once you've seen this expression before, Shapira de Rishesek Rabbi Abaye. So let's remember again, Rabbi is the son of Abaye. Abaye is a descendant of Eliyahu Cohen. The family of Eliyahu Cohen was cursed that the male members of the family will die young. This is a result ultimately again of the transgressions of Rabbi and Pinchas, Eli's two sons. He comes along to Huda. This Rabbi Rabbi, because you come from the Muloi, because you come really from the stunted ones, it could even mean blemished ones, stunted ones, truncated ones. So because you come from these blemished people, Risum Yubi Mulaisa, you say blemished stuff, which is really like saying, I politely disagree with what it is that you exactly says. I feel the Mandala Mabrachas kind. So also because remember, even the one who says that Mabrachas is the case of where a wife is getting married, a woman is getting married, she does not want her new husband to have any rights in her assets, and so she goes ahead and gives it over to her children. Senior points mother says that Mabrachas is funny. Hani Nidi Efa, Dero Galia Daita. About Papa Galia Daita, the Mishum in Studio. But it's about the Girsha. So also, it comes along with every day to show us the Rabbi, what are you talking about? In this case, it's clear that the mother of Rabzutra, was clearly only giving this property to her son. Why? In order to create a shelter so that ultimately her new husband should not have any rights in the property. So there's what we call a Gilui Das, a clear expression of intent. And I would say whenever there is a clear expression of intent, then what? Then ultimately again that becomes the Tanakh. Tanakh was not, I'm giving you my property on the condition that I get married. And once I get married, the property is yours. It's clear that the Gilui Das expression of intent was it was what? I don't want my husband to have rights to the property. Therefore, I'm gifting you this property for the duration of my marriage. But it is understood that should the marriage dissolve, then what? Then ultimately the gift is cancelled and the property returns back to the mother of ROTHSCHILD. The Gemara goes back. Another story. Because this, by the way, is a quick look at Rashbam. Mimuloi, Rashbam writes over here, Abaye Ovi, Mishpachas Beis. Remember again, Abaye, the father of Rabbi, was from the family of Eliyahu. The Darina Abaye brought Mishpachas Beis Pasu. The Zel Shem, the Komar, the gracious Rabbi. The mayor also, the Memala, Ra'a Osa Shem Shkoyer. So let's say, so some say that Muloi is actually the name of their birth. That was in the actual place. Really Mulai, Southern Rashbam says, Ba'alim Shein Bahen Mamish. As he said again, Rashbam didn't change question a little bit. He heard something on words in the name of the place. And Rashbam ultimately says that ultimately, Mishum Da'asim Muloi could either mean the name of the place that they came from, or it could be an expression of being blemished. Because you come from blemished people, do not say blemished things. So, what we get out of this story is that the Maisa, the Fula Reza Yeshua disagree with Rabbi, and custom that the mother of Rabzutra got back her property that she gifted to her son before she got married to her second husband. And upon the dissolution of that second marriage through divorce, the property goes back to the mother. Next is Ine Primer Hama. The mother of Rabbi was saying again. Now the custom, this is a case ultimately again of this is going to be a case of Shemila. So what happens? The mother of Rabbi in the evening, Kasvinu in the Chas of Rabbi was like in the evening, Rabbi went to visit his mother, and she wrote over all of her property there. Safra in the morning, Kasvinu Rabbi was like, you see what happened over here? In the morning, she gave it to her son, Rabbi. She gave all her property to her son. In the morning, she decided to go ahead and write all of that property to her second son, to Rabbi, brother. So what's the Shiloh? Shiloh, of course, is who is the owner of the property. Also, Rabbi Hama paid Rav Sheshes. Rabbi Hama was the son who received the property in the evening, went before Rav Sheshes, Uknei for the husband, and Rav Sheshes asked that indeed the property belonged to the first son, to Rabbi Bar. Also, Rav Ukva Bar Hama paid Rav Nachman. Ukva Bar Hama, the second son of who received the property in the morning, went to his Rav, with Rav Nachman, and had Rav Nachman pass Uknei for the husband. And Nachman Paskin that Rav Ukva's second son was the owner of the property. So I was like, so now what are we going to do? That's what Rav Sheshes came to Rav Nachman. So Rav Sheshes came before Rav Nachman. Rav Sheshes says, Amalei, my time of Ukne, Mar, Rav Ukva Bar Chama. Rav Sheshes, why are you claiming that the property belongs to the second son, Rav Ukva Bar Chama? In other words, why would you uphold the gift of the second son? Imishim the Hadraba, if you want to say because we view ultimately again that the mother retracted her first gift, that ultimately again she changed her mind. She first gave it to Rabbi, and then she decided to give it to Rabbi. She died. She died. Now listen, what does that mean? Look at the Rashbam for just a moment. The Rashbam here says Mesa. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up in the back. That was the middle of one. Mesa. The Bishlam in Mesa command Roshi and Moshe Matras Matana. Ukimosh Chazim and Arishon. Bishmas Loshin Taxo Bamirashini. Navi Intirsa. About Atos Shanesa. Iskayi Matana Rishon. The Yikna Rishon. Shaynatna the Matras Shchivina. Utvarek Iksurim Iksurim. Ukishamesa. Kishamesa. Well, I'm going to get to my dust. Listen to this. So Rav Sheshes comes along and says, listen, this is a Matras Shchivina. Suppose say, what happens in the Matras Shchivina? We say, that ultimately, again, a gift of the Shemira is like it's written and sealed. So therefore, once the mother gave the property to Rabbi, then what will it say? It was written, sealed, and done. She no longer has the right to go ahead and change her mind and give it the next morning to Rabbi Ukva. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Haki Amar Shmuel. So he responds back. Sheshes responds back. I'm sorry. Rav Nachman responds back to Rav Sheshes. And he said, Amar Lehakim B'Shmuel, this is what Shmuel said. Kol she'ilu amad chozer b'matarasa. So Shmuel said, I will say, any time if a person were to recover, the gift would be cancelled, they have the right to go ahead and change their mind about the gift. Which will say, that's a Matras Shchivina. Any Matras Shchivina is any gift. If a person recovers ultimately again, the gift is voided. They have the right before they die to change the intended recipient. So it doesn't make sense because what is that another way of saying? If you have the right, if you recover, the gift is voided. Because it's another way of saying that what? But the gift is not held away until you die, which means that if it's not held until I die, I have the right to change my intended recipient as many times as I want before I die. So therefore, again, in this case, I will say the mother was doing all of her property. This was a Matras Shchivina. And were she to recover, ultimately, again, the gift would be void. In that case, she has the right to change the intended recipient as many times as she wants. So again, the morning, in the evening, she gave it to Rabbi. The next morning, she gave it to Rabbi. But that's a prerogative. And therefore, the second son is really the rightful owner of the property, to which the Gemara says, so maybe Shmuel's din is only when what? When the individual ultimately is changing their mind and taking the property back to themselves. However, but Shmuel actually did his halacha even when it comes to gifting it to another. Already the thing said yes. The Beir Shem was explicitly in that small thing was that ultimately the Shmuel could change his mind and he could choose ultimately to gift the property to a second recipient, or he could choose to take the property back for himself. Either way, that is his prerogative. In other words, we'll say any gift which, if I recover, ultimately again will be voided, I have the right to change the recipient as many times as I want. Therefore, again, Rav Sheshes, Rav Nachman, back to Rav Sheshes, then halacha l'maisa, again, the mother had absolutely every right to go ahead and change the intended recipient from Rabbi in the evening, ultimately again to Rav Ukva in the morning. Next is one. So by the way, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. We accept Shmuel's principle that any time if you were to recover the gift is void, you have the right during this period of time between the giving of the gift and death to change the intended recipient as many times as you want. So what there's interesting in Amma, you can really say that the words of the Shemira are as if they're written in the Shtar. That Shemira is not true. They have the power if they're written in the Shtar, but yet what? The Shemira has the right to change his or her mind as many times as they want. But in this case, ultimately the halacha said that the property was awarded to the second son of Ukva, the son who was awarded the property by his mother. Next case. Imi Janaram Chasida, Havi Leit Maluga the Shtar. Also, the mother of Rabbi Amram Chasida had a Maluga Ishtari, Rashban says over here, Krak Shalsharas, Naminardi Mosharas, a bag filled with documents, right? Loan documents, meaning money that was owed to her. So the Gemara says, what happened? Tika Shama, when she died, Amra, Lahavi La Amra Makbar. What's this? What happened? So she said, when I die, ultimately again, I want this to go to Amram, my son. Right? I want all of this to be inherited. So that's why I'm telling you, Hanila Amram Bani, Kikon Shekhan Yada, Inai Below King of Don't Below Shadow. Was it equal as a king performed? Or the mice says, okay, this is a Matla Shivin. She was gifted going on all this. But she said explicitly, I'm looking now, in this case over here, her statement just covers this bag filled with loan documents. So she's saying, I want all this to go to Amram, my son. So what happened? Asaf will have nothing. So Rav Amram Chasida's brothers come before Rav Nachman. So the mother dies, and they come before Rav Nachman. And what do the brothers say? Amrulay, Vaha Lo Masha. So Amram shouldn't really acquire it. Why? Because he never did Mashiach. Right? This should be split up amongst us all. Amr the who, to which Rav Nachman responded, it was like he was right. Why? Because the words of Shemira are as if ultimately again they're recorded in God. But actually, Rav Tuvi Bar Rav Masna, so we say the sister of Rav Tuvi Bar Rav Masna, so it's what happened. So the sister of Rav Tuvi Bar Masna was dying, and she wrote all of her property to her brother Rav Tuvi. Now this happened in the morning. The Tanya in the evening, Asar of Ach the boy Baraman, supposed to share another brother. Remember, sister's dying, she writes her property to her brother Rav Tuvi. Rav Tuvi and his sister have another brother, and they have the name of Rav Ach the boy. So in that evening, Rav Ach the boy comes to visit his sister, Bakala. He begins to cry to her. And what does he say? Amrullah, Hashta Amri Mar Tzur Me'abanon, or Mar Lav Tzur Me'abanon. So he says to his sister, if you leave all of the property to Rav Mari, if you leave all the property Rav Tuvi, you leave all the property to Rav Tuvi, and you leave nothing to me, then what? Everyone's going to say that you left the to Rav Tuvi because he was a great Talmud Chacham, and the fact that I got nothing indicates that what? I'm not a Talmud Chacham. So what happens? So the Gemara says, Kasvinu Nihilei. So his sister changed her mind, and she wrote the entire estate to Rav Ach the boy. Right? So in the evening, or I should say in the morning, ultimately again, Rav Tuvi was the inheritor of the estate. Comes evening, his sister changed her mind, and ultimately gives it to Rav Ach the boy. So what's this? Now she dies. The child is what? Who is the owner of the estate? So the king of Rav Amalei. Hak Amar Shmuel. This is what Shmuel said. Kol Shekhi Ilu Amar Kozer Matas. So once again, this is an illustration of the same principle. Shmuel said any gift of Osai, if the person recovers, the gift is voided, that means the gift is not counted to the death of the person, which means they have the right to change the intended recipient as many times as they want. Therefore, again, I'm sorry, but ultimately, the boy is the owner of the estate. Akse Rabbi by Yosef was that he's also interesting, by the way, because it's an interesting case of where you actively have the second party lobbying for the transfer of the assets to them. Right? In other words, the second party influencing the grantor ultimately to give it to them. But again, assuming that we could establish that the grantor had proper capacity, you have the right to change the intended recipient however they want. Akse Rabbi by Yosef was listening to this. The sister of Rabbi by Yosef, how do they discuss such a party? They had a small orchard called Imas Tadakhalsha, Havamakanyan Nehemiah. And I will say that every time she became sick, so she wasn't married, didn't have children. So what happened? Every time she became sick, she went ahead and she would convey ownership of this property to her brother Rabbi. So the Gemara says, "If timeless, have a hadribah." But yeah, so we'll say. So apparently, again, I don't know what you would see here. I don't know if she was one of those people who was always dying, and therefore, again, because whenever mom is like, "This is the end, this is it," so she would convey ownership of the property to her brother, or maybe never. She was just a very simple lady. Whatever the Metzias is, every single time she thought she was at death's door, she would convey the property to her baby. But then ultimately, again, when she would recover, she would take it back from her. So let's say So apparently what used to happen was she would clean up after. So one time also, she would clean it once again very low. Very low. She would look at it from the in the one time she became very low. Shal Cholek, Ta, Kani. So she sent for her brother Rabbi, she sent for her brother Rabbi. She said, come to me and acquire my property. Shalach, lo, but he said, no, I'm tired of this already. I'm not coming to this. So Shal Cholek, Ta, Kani, Kol Heicha the boys. So listen to this. So she sent to him. So look at this. Talk, honey, come and acquire. Kol Heicha the boys. Any way that you want. Now look at the rest for just a moment. Ta, but honey, Kol Heicha the boys. Ba ata ilai. Uknei asata bekinyan gomer. V'chol inyan shetirza. Shelo uchal lachsa. So he's frustrated. I will say, why exactly this would cause him frustration? It's not immediately clear. It could be. But what happens, sounds like what happens here is, even though again she didn't need him to come to her to make a matna shkidera, she was always summoning him to her bedside, right, for her last little request. And then what happens? So she summons him. Baruch Hashem, she has an official. Once she takes back the property, so I'm not coming. I'm tired of this already. So she says, "Here's the deal. If you come now, I will give you the property in an irrevocable fashion." Or as part of his frustration is, he's coming, he's getting the property, she recovers, she takes back the property. It's a waste of my time. So she says that if you come now, I will let you acquire the property in a way that creates an irrevocable gift. Come and acquire it between your Zaman, the whole English official Ukhalaksa. So if you come now, this is the last time we'll deal with this property. I'm going to give it to you, and it's yours forever. So what happens? So also, so David shows up. Shaira, the tunnel now. So what happens, I will say. So ultimately, again, he said, okay, here's what I want you to do. Do you have other estates? Do you have other property in your estate? She said yes. He said, fine, I want you to withhold something for yourself and just give me this particular orchard. So what does that do? A matna shchimera is defined as what? When someone gives you your entire estate. If the shchimera retains something for themselves, then the status of what they're giving away is the status of what? Just a regular bona fide matana. So he says to her, keep something for yourself, give me the paradise, shalom al Yisrael. Now I own the orchard. Take a look at the Rasham with this story. Also, the Shire economy knows, the rest of the Kabbalah Kola Sanda, and the Shir La Hatzalam Na'ah, David and Hatzalam Mikdas, the Ayidu Kinyan, the Kima, the Kola, the Lot Fight, was the said to him. So what happens? Sure enough, Baruch Hashem, Ki Kaima, she recovers. Now what happens again after like the 75th miraculous recovery? Hajjaba. She wants the orchard back. So I say, so watch this. Outside is coming down now. So they brought her, obviously, Rosini is saying, no, remember, we went through this. You told me I could acquire the car no matter what. We did a proper kinyan. The property that you gave me was not a match, so I'm not giving it back to you. So they brought the gift for her now. So listen to this about it. So the sister goes to Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman is a very dramatic. Rav Nachman summons Rav Dimi. Shalach lei ta. He says, Rav Dimi, come to Beis Din. Lo asa. Rav Dimi does not show up. Amar Mai, why should I come? Ha Shaire Mikano Mina. I don't understand. Rav Nachman, you know the halacha. I know the halacha. Why don't we show up in Beis Din? Meaning, we're not disputing the facts. The facts are that I came to her bedside, I acquired the parties, she retained property for herself. It's not a matnas shchimera, it's regular matana. There's no discussion over here. Why do you have to show up in Beis Din? So let's do this. Rav Nachman says, Shalach lei. Rav Nachman sends to Rabbi. Shalach lei. You know, us, if you don't show up, Mahina Laka Silu. I'm going to strike you with a thorn that does not draw blood. So that says, if you do not show up, what does that mean? Take a look at the Rashbam. The Rashbam said, the silu in the Mavadama, coat shall not be a thorn that causes pain. The English says that Nikarbo, the Hainu Niku. So what's that? Rav Nachman threatens Rav Dimi, if you do not show up to Beis Din, I'm going to excommunicate you. I'm going to put you in prison. So we'll say again, the halacha is, you have to show up in Beis Din. The first thing is how learn the Beis Din. So you can disagree, you can argue, you can do whatever you want, but you have to acknowledge it. You have to acknowledge it. So Rabbi says you have no right. It might be your eating, but you have no right to not show up in Beis. Listen to this. So fast forward, Rabbi shows up in Beis. Rabbi is there with his Baruch Hashem newly healed sister. What happens? They're adjudicating what do we do with the orchard. Says the Gemara. So I'm going to decide. So Nachman says, so Nachman goes to remember, is heading the day. He says to the witnesses, because it was like the Pashtus, they did this transaction in front of witnesses, because the goal was the transaction should stand. So Nachman says to the witnesses, hey, tell me, what happened? What happened to your Rabbi and his sister? So one of the witnesses said, Amraham, at the time of the transaction, the sister said the following, by the Kanisa practices. Never, right? Woe that this sister is going to die. You think that's why I was at this moment. Right now says, Avai Kinisa practices. But Ochiva as Akah, Shela Rota and Rabbi the witness said that when the sister calls from her brother, so she said, woe to me that I'm going to die, and I'm not going to see my brother. So also, what did Rav Nachman just establish? Rav Nachman just established that the motivation for this gift of Osai was what? Her imminent death. So Rav Nachman goes, her imminent death. So that's why she's sending to her brother, I'm going to die. My brother hasn't even come to see me. So we see the motivation for this entire transaction was her death. Rav Nachman said, everyone's listening amazing. In case, Hava Mitzada Machmas Misha. Mitzada Machmas Misha Chomsa. Which Rav Nachman says something absolutely amazing. Rav Nachman says it is clear contextually that the entire motivation for this transaction was what the Mosai, her impending death. That was the entire motivation. Therefore, Rav Nachman says we have something called now what's to be introduced to the concept of Mitzada Machmas Misha. Mitzada Machmas Misha means when it is clear from the context, and this most important has to actually be articulated, that a person is only gifting their property away because they think they are going to die. Even though they are not conforming to a typical matnas shimon, which is where a person is divesting themselves of all of their property, but it's clear that they're giving away the property because they think they're going to die. That's called the Tzuva Machmas Misa. The Tzuva Machmas Misa is like what? It's like a gift of now. It's a gift with a condition. And therefore, again, should the person recover, ultimately, again, the gift is over. So take a look at the Rashba for just a moment. In the Mitzvah Machmas Misa, the Chol Mitzvah Machmas Misa, Choser. I will say any time, ultimately, again, you give a gift, and it's clear that the giving of that gift is motivated by a feeling that a person is going to die imminently. So ultimately, if they don't die, Choser bin Matana Mitzvah bin Matana Loshia. Listen to this. See, even if I thought I was going to die, I gave property to someone, and I went ahead and I made a kinyan with them, and I didn't give away my whole estate. But it's clear that the motivation for the gift is the impending death of the grantor, of the giver. If that person recovers, Hadar Bakuli, the Adua, Shalohaya Kinyan Ela Machmas Misa. However, if a person clearly articulates that the motivation for this transaction is their death, then that's called the Mitzvah Machmas Misa. Mitzvah Machmas Misa is the equivalent of giving a gift with a right, and therefore should the person recover, ultimately again the gift is void. Therefore, Rav Nachman's passage that because the sister made it clear that she is sending for her brother and engaging in this transaction, why? Because she thinks she's going to die, but the motivation for this gift was her impending death. Therefore, when she recovers, the gift is void, the prize goes back to her. It was like, even though what? Even though she had taken property for herself, but even though they didn't actually do this. Incredible. It's not. So also, I'm going to expand on this a little bit. It's not the Shemira makes us. So also, what happens is the Shemira only gives me part of this property. So I'm not going to be the Shemira Mezutra, they do nothing. But the Shemira nothing. Hari Kimat Nasbari, Hari Kimat Nashmir. So also, if the Shemira goes gives me part of his property, so in certain respects, that gift is like the gift of the Shemira, and in certain respects, it's also like the gift of a body. How so? So the Gemara says, Hari Kimat Nasbari, says, how about the Food? So on one hand, it's like the Achal of a body, and that the Shemira recovers, you cannot distract the gift. The Pashtus, this is the part, you cannot give away the entire estate. The Hari Kimat Shemira, the law of the Shemira. And I work at the Kaman Shemira, that a Shemira is not necessary. Amanu Rabbi. Rabbi said, come on. Lava Mimalaku. Lo titlu buki suiki Rav Nachman. Have I not told you many times not to hang empty jugs on Rav Nachman, which I will say apparently is like a Talmudic shtar. It's like another way of saying like empty jugs means you're saying stuff with absolutely no content. You're attributing statements to Rav Nachman that Rav Nachman himself did not make. Talking about Rav Nachman said, Harini kemat nasbari ubayati. Rav Nachman said that anytime a shchimira just goes there and conveys partial property, that is like kemat nasbari. In order for that gift to be binding, ultimately again you'd have to do the complication. Asa Rav Nachman, so Rav is the kind of Rav Nachman. Shia karka koshu matana. So kayamas, yet there was to learn that what? That if a person goes there, shchimira retains some property for himself. Then what's halacha? Shia karka koshu matana. Sometimes also remember what does matana sometimes mean? Matana means that even if the person does not die, the gift still stands. In other words, the shchimira conveys property or retains some property for himself is no longer categorized as a matana shchimira. Rather, it's categorized as a regular matana, which means it's an unconditional gift, which means that even if the shchimira recovers, the matana still stands. My lab no kanadimim. Are we not talking about a case of there was no Kabbalah's kingdom, which there was no the kanadimim. No, there was Kabbalah's kingdom. Yeah, in my Seifa was Shia Kafeh Goshu. In Matana Sakana, he had never did the Seifa. And the Seifa said that Shira did not receive any property for himself. The Matana is not Kalim. We eat the Kanamine, and if there was Kabbalah's kingdom, Matana Sakayames, then why isn't the Matana Kayas goes to your Kabbalah's kingdom? Let's get ready for this. This is what Shmuel said. Shchimira, Shekasa Kolachata Lachir. Look at Shmuel passing the following. When the Shchimira gives away all of his property to others, it was even if they did a king. So it was in this case, Shchimira is inviting people to his bedside. He says, listen, I'm giving you my property, and let's do Kabbalah's king. I want to do a king in you. Nevertheless, Amad Choseh. If the Shchimira recovers, the gift is void. Why? The Adua Shelo Hayam Mitzaveh Elamach. Because the Moshe, it is understood that the only reason the Shchimira is giving his property is why? Is because he thinks he's about to die. Also, you see the incredible novelty? It's the only cause that a divination that a matar of Shchimira perhaps is cancelable or is voidable when the Shchimira recovers and there was no Kabbalah's kingdom. And if he formalized the transaction to a kingdom, who's to say that he has the ability to go ahead and cancel the transaction? Comes Lord Shmuel's note that we have this now, this overarching framework that Shmuel is being called Summa Machmas Misa. Whenever it is clear, either through your words or through the context, that the only reason you're giving this gift is because you think you're going to die. So that is like a gift out tonight. When the one king in that opinion, the person does die, or the mice again the gift is so either again when a person says it, like in the case of Rabbi, I'm going to die. My brother's not even coming to visit me, or it's clear that again the only reason he's giving his property for the context. So that we're going to see. That's what we're going to see. Ace Rabbi Shashim brought up. So Rabbi Shashim brought up. We asked the question on Rabbi. Maisa, the Imam Shalom Loka, Shaisa Hol. So the mother of the sons of Rochel. Rochel is the father's name. So the mother of the sons of Rochel was the Shchimira, Shaisa Hol. Va'amra, Tinasin Kibinasi Levi. She had a pin. She had a very expensive pin, and she wanted to give her pin to her daughter. Who came my son on it? And was that pin was worth 12 money, a very expensive pin. Who made some? And she died. And the rabbis ultimately upheld her. There was a novel about that. It's the movie Rashba. Rashba says the kind of sakam that's it's about 6 lines from the bottom. Ava Peter Mashnas the Mikvah Tanasakis the Miktas the Lokinian Habi to make the Kari to Barak and Mishak to Lokinian. Let's listen to this. This was a case where she was a Shchimira. She was gifting property, but it was only partial property. Right? There was no king. Yet the Chachamim upheld her word. So what do you see from there? See from there, we'll say that even a partial gift has the ability to be like not Shchimira. So what do you see from there? Hassam, the Mitzvah Machmas Misa. What's the difference in that case? We'll say that is a case of the Mitzvah Machmas Misa. We'll say that is clear where a person is giving the gift ultimately again because of their impending death. Look at the Rashba. ונוצר מחמס מיסה שהזכירה ומדייקוס מסגים לחלקת. So say this is the way that Ashpan explains the Psuba Mahmas Misa is that a person explicitly says they're giving the gift because they're about to die. So we see here I have two different categories. Classic Matna Shemira is where a person doesn't have to mention death. It's clear that we just mentioned before. And the fact that they are a Shchid Meira, that is a Matna Shemira. So if a person is on their deathbed and they're giving away their estate, that's called a Matna Shemira, even if they don't mention death once. Then there's another category. The category is Mitzvah Machmas Misa. Mitzvah Machmas Misa, where a person explicitly articulates that the reason they're giving this gift is why? Because they are about to die. So we'll say Mitzvah Machmas Misa works even on partial property transfers. So even if I'm not conveying my entire estate, just part of the estate, if I articulate that I'm giving it away because I'm dying, then that has a status also of a Machmas Shemira. Look at the Rashba once more. She's saying, I'm giving this away because I'm about to die. The Mitzvah Machmas Misa low by Tina. Hecha Deves, Ben Ikashir, Ben Lechashir, I will say now the novelty here is the following. We'll just stop over here. But we know that the novelty of Machmas Shemira, I will say as well. What's the novelty of Machmas Shemira? It is Kichsuvin, the Chimsuvin Dam. Right? And it's as if it's recorded in Shasiku as a king. But Machmas Shemira only applies to what the most, right? Only applies to what? When you're giving away everything. Here right now is introducing us to a new concept called Mitzvah Machmas Misa. And when you explicitly articulate that you're giving away property because you are about to die, so even of us, you're only giving away some property, but not other property, that becomes like a Machmas Shemira, and is effective even without a kinyan, but even though you are still retaining property for yourself. This is going to be called a Mitzvah Machmas Misa. Because I'm stop we'll pick up a definition with this category. You have to express it. Context is only by stripping. By Mitzvah Machmas Misa, which is a partial, correct. If you want Mitzvah Machmas Misa, you need a partial conveyance that has the power of a Machmas Shemira, and has to be explicit articulation.
This next was posted by All I Do Is Lie to You. It's called Papa Makes a Joke to Break the Silence, then cut to the last thing he wants to hear on this fight companion. Yeah.
All right, people, say good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Torah sponsors for Tachshim Pei 5785, Tachshim Shbach Haber Yisrael, dedicating all the Shuman Drashas this year as usual for the Solos Tolos, for all of Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Tarizin, in honor of the birth of their granddaughter Devorah Eliana Zin, and in memory of Dr. Zin's father, Bonim Tzvi, Ben Chaim's from the Shmuel Rabbi Rakim, to discuss the first lima for Rabbi's cousin serving the idea of the Mitzvah and Pesach, Ben Moshe Chana, the Rishon of Yarkot of Rabbi's mother, Hassan Dina Chana, Dr. Moshe, and Ellen Divan, in memory of Dr. Divan's parents, Yaakov Meir Ben Moshe Leib, and Sheena Bas Abba, Dr. Zalini Salfer of Los Angeles, America, speedy and full recovery of Esther Bracha Bas Chaya. Our Dr. sponsors for today, Baruch and Bracha Rivkin, creation of the architect of Rabbi Malka Rivkin, Malka Bas Tzvi, Zichron V'Zach. We hope that America are coming to us. All of the Neshama families in the Chava, all of those who need to wash Shabbat, feeling whole Yisrael. So the Baruch Shem Hashem, return our hostages, the Shalom and the Kalav, and our holy soldiers should be successful with all Maaseh. So with that, let us begin with a beautiful, beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Kuf Nun, 150. We are picking up again Sashan. We are picking up on Kuf Nun Test on days 149, 246, 9 in the bottom. Some of their advice. So we actually began this a little bit. Remember again, Mishnah said that, or the Raisa said, Shir Karka Kulti, speaking of not to remember the idea of Shkimira makes a matana. So remember again, essentially the matana of Shkimira is considered to be a matana with a condition. What is the condition? The gift from this property, assuming that I die. Assuming that I die, which by definition means if he doesn't die, the gift reverts. There's an exception to that. And the exception to that is if the Shekhinah goes ahead and retains property for himself. If he goes in and doing something that indicates that it's not to be a deathbed gift, right? But rather, again, it's just a regular gift, and therefore, even if he recovers, the gift that he made remains. So the Gemara says, and I will say, Lashon was sheer karka kosher. If he retains any amount of karka, so before the Gemara was discussing the idea, maybe it doesn't just mean karka. Maybe it means without wood. To which the Gemara essentially answered, no. Karka always means karka. So the Gemara is going to change that description. It's actually that wherever halacha l'maisa again, the Gemara says karka. That karka always means actual karka. The person writes his entire estate to his eved. So in this case over here again, I have an eved. And what do? I give my entire estate to the eved. So what's the halacha? I will say now, just to understand the dynamic embedded in this is as follows. Which is, an eved obviously is part of that very estate. So I have an estate, and I have an eved. An eved is part of my estate. The shaila is, when I go ahead and I gift my estate to my eved, I am effectively going ahead and freeing my eved as well. But that's inherent in the gift. So the person goes ahead and literally again gives his estate to his eved. The eved not only acquires the estate, but obviously also acquires himself. Share karka kosher, but if the master retains some amount of karka for himself, then what? Then halacha l'maisa, the eved doesn't go free. There was an interesting so the idea over here is avodim are hookshua karka, so an eved is prepared for karka. So therefore we're concerned that if the master says like this, I hereby go ahead and give my entire estate to my eved, but I'm retaining karka. Now that's the lashon. He says I'm retaining karka. So we're concerned that karka retention refers to the eved himself. So what is meant by the Shimon says, "No one ben chorin, at Shlomo kol mechasai nisol v'chorin avni chutz me'achad ribon shlobahem." The Shimon says, "No. In reality, the eved always goes free. Whenever there is a gift of an estate to the eved always goes free. Unless, of course, the master says, kol mechasai nisol v'chorin chutz me'achad ribon shlobahem." Here's the difference. If the master says, I hereby convey my estate to my eved, and I'm retaining 1/1000 for myself. So the concern over there, Shimon says, the concern over there is that in that percentage, in that 1/1000 is the eved himself. Is the eved himself top of Kofilon 158? Ba'amravim v'ayosef amavalazer asu talklin shir eitzel eved, v'lo asu talklin shir eitzel tsuba. So this is interesting. And Rabbi v'ayosef said that halacha l'maisa that the need to calculate a shear by eved, which means, let's say the Adam were to say, I hereby give my entire estate to my eved, but I'm retaining some calculate. We're concerned that halacha l'maisa maybe in that calculate is the eved also. So therefore again, but however, that doesnn't apply to Ksubim. What does that mean? It doesn't apply to Ksubim. So first we'll take a look at Rashbam. Have Rashbam on Kofilon Amidalif. Bamradim Amnabalaza Asu. Avagad B'Tani Shir Karka Koshu Lo Yatsa Ben Cholim. Whoever in Shim Tankulin Koshu. The Av Dinami Kim Tankulin Dami. Shayim with the Karka. The Kohen made any other Tankulin. So we'll say, so the idea over here is that what Rabbi is adding on is that it's the master said to the eved, I hereby give you my estate, but I'm retaining some calculation for myself. So it's just to clarify in this case, if the other were to say, I'm giving my estate to my eved, but I'm retaining sealed A for me, the eved goes free. He's explicitizing what it is that he is keeping. The word couldn't end off without a new word. Right? So again, always important to hold our vocabulary. So again, same idea. If you were to go ahead and so the issue over here is when he goes ahead and retains karka, and he doesn't identify which karka, that may refer to the eved. If Dini comes along and says, by the way, it's not just true. What the word says, it's not just true with karka. Also true with Talpun. If he goes ahead and he says, I'm keeping the talcum, but doesn't identify with the talcum. Maybe it evidence of keeping the net. Now, finish up the Rashbam. Rashbam says, what do you see from that? What do you see from that? That people sometimes call avodim metaltalin. Now, what's the condition there? Avodah turning to karka lav dafka. Avodim metaltalin was this and nami metaltalin to get also to metalkoi dummy. So what do you see from this? See from this that halach l'maisa that the term karka doesn't necessarily just have to mean karka. The karka means property, and property can mean real property. Property can mean movable property. So again, you don't want to suggest before that whenever we say karka always means karka. Dafka karka, it really says not necessarily true. Now, by the word it says that holding back the talcum is not a sheer by, is not considered to be a sheer by ksuba. Now, in that case, actually, if you take a look at the Rashbam, Rashbam says we saw this. It's not gabi ahi. It's not Rashbam. It's right across the Rashbam. Lo asma talcum sheer it's ksuba. It's not gabi. It's not gabi ahi. We said spell pekul el messing up. Hashira kosim because of the banal, because of the ishtal karka kol shuru of the ksubasa. Let's just remember this case. A man is giving his estate to his sons, and while doing that, he gives a piece of property to his wife. So remember again, the wife is very honored to be inheriting, to be receiving along with the sons, and therefore she is most on the rest of her ksuba for that piece of property that she receives. Even if the value of the property is less than the value of the ksuba, she's mochel. On the other hand, if she gets metaltalin, she's not mochel. Okay, fine. So I say, point over here is you see that karka doesn't just mean karka can also mean metaltalin. Which the Gemara says, no, it's not necessarily a karka. Why is that? So I say, Hassam, in the Mishnah reported before, which was the case of Kosei Kol Hassam La'avla, person writes all of his property to an his Adam, which is a Mishnah payout. Hassam, the din was wrong, listening karka. The truth is, in the Mishnah payout, there's absolutely no reason to go ahead and even write karka. You don't have to write karka. Because you could write at the most ba'ayit kind of ratio, but since the beginning of that Mishnah, when Rabbi Akiva Omer Karka Koshu Chayav is Peah, in other words, that the Mishnah of Koshu Kol Hasav La'avda is the Mishnah of Peah. Peah is the mitzvah to leave the corner of your field for the poor. So since the beginning of that Mishnah starts by saying, Akiva Omer Karka Koshu Chayav is Peah, that any amount of karka, right, is chayav and peah. Interesting how they say it, just as an aside. Like our local amounts, we have a big field or a small field. Any amount of peah is chayav. Sorry, any amount of karka is chayav and peah. Over the kulim and each one as well. But look at all the influence. Also, these are all the halachos of karka. Any amount of karka is going to be chayav in peah. Any amount of karka that produces produce is going to be chayav in bikurim. Any amount of karka you can write a pruzbol. Remember again, pruzbol is when you go ahead and give over your debts to Beishin in order that Shita doesn't go ahead and cancel them. You need some amount of real property to secure that. The liknos iman yechasim sheish lanachayis kesef b'shtar ubechazaka. Furthermore, again, remember there's something called the kinyan agov. You should go ahead and require the talcum on the back of karka. Now, the talcum doesn't actually have to be on the karka. That's how it has to be. You don't need securing. Right? It doesn't have to be held on the karka. And when you acquire the karka, you acquire it in the talcum. How much karka do you need for a kinyan agov? Any amount. Good. Therefore, you should have the katani karka. So you should pay only because the ratio began with karka. Therefore, here we added in karka in the seifa. That's why. That's the only reason why we went ahead and added it. Okay. Therefore, I will say, halacha l'maisa. The Gemara says that's not really a valid reason. It's still quite possible that halacha l'maisa, karka really does mean karka. We tried to prove that it does. It could also mean karka. If we prove that the Gemara report was not really conclusive, so the Gemara goes back to I have a different question. The chol heicha is the tiny kol shu, less leishira. Now the Gemara is jumping on the other statement. Because remember again, we made two statements. when it comes to this matter of shemira. And if the shemira pertains any amount of karka. Any amount of karka, so then ultimately, again, it's not considered to be a gift with a t'nai, and therefore even if he recovers, the gift remains. The gift remains. So now, before we were challenging, does karka just mean karka? Now we're asking over here, what about kosher? Right? It says if you retain any amount of karka. So what's the shaila now? Does any mean any? Now, listen, what does kosher sound like? Kosher means sounds like anything. Anything. Is that really what it means? The kol heichad b'tani kol shu less than shu. Is that true? Whatever is kol shu, there's no shear. But time we learned, Rabbi Dosa ben Hercules Omer, Chamesh v'chilos, gozizos mana upras, chayavos. Chayavos bereishis hagas. Also, there's an interesting halacha of bereishis hagas, which means you have to give the first of your shearings, wool shearings, to the kohen. One of the most, so if you are shearing your sheep, you have to give the first shearing to the kohen. Now, interestingly enough, there's a shear. There's an amount. There's a basic floor amount of shearing that you have to have in order to be tied. What do you have to have? Mana plus, so 1.5 manas. So you have to have 5 sheep, which produce 1.5 mana of wool. That's the shear. That's the shear. The Chum say, Chumash v'chilos closes, those kosher. The Chum say, there's no shear. Interestingly enough, you need a minimum 5 sheep. But it doesn't matter how much wool they produce. A lot of wool, a little bit of wool, so there's no wool requirement. So they say kosher means any amount. V'aminan, shekama shosher means. How do you want to feel that? How much is any amount? How much is any amount? How much kosher means? Amarav mana upras, 1.5 manas. As long as ultimately, again, 1/5 of that amount comes from each of the sheep. So interestingly enough, the wool yield, the wool output has to be evenly divided amongst the sheep. And I was like, what do you see from there? What do you see from there? That kol shavu doesn't just mean any amount. Kol shavu can mean a small amount. But even a small amount ultimately has definitions to which the answer is no. Husband the logically kosher. In reality, by this case, we have to use the word kosher. And then again, Chazal, rabbis are giving the shear. They are giving the shear. The idea is the Amar Tanakama Shira Rabal. Amar Iu Shnami Shira Zugal Karde kosher. And it was here's the difference. Since at the end of the day, there was such a disparity between the shear, between the amount, between Rabbi Dosa ben Hercules and the Chachamim. So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Dosa ben Hercules' shear is a large shear, and the Chachamim's shear is a small shear. We do not call the shear of the Chachamim Kol Shavu. Kol Shavu representing that obviously it is much less than the shear of Rabbi Dosa, but obviously Kol Shavu is what I said. But the word just sitting over here is we would have normally think that's like Kol Shavu just means anything. Any amount, no shear. In this case, you see over here that kol shavu doesn't mean shear. To which the Gemara says, you're right, but it's not really a truth because at the end of the day, you didn't even really need this lashon of kol shavu at all because everyone is giving exact shiurim. So why use lashon of kol shavu? It's more used for contrast purposes. The first opinion is a large amount. The second opinion is a small amount. So the second opinion is a relatively large amount. So the first opinion is a kol shavu. Okay, beautiful. Says the Gemara. So pshita. Some interesting cases over here. So pshita. I'm going to talk to the plan. So let's listen to this. Shemira says, I hereby convey my metaltalin to you. This is metaltalin. So it says, call money tashmishta kani mebarniti b'isari. So pretty much what he does is he's giving over to Ruvain everything. Call money tashmishta. In other words, any utensils, any items, movable items, with the exception of wheat and barley. So essentially what the Gemara saying is like this. Metaltalin means movable property like utensils, but it doesn't include food. Now, what's the kiddush over there? Let's say, is food without food? Food without food? Yeah, I mean, technically, food is eatable. But you understand, that's not really what metaltalin means. Metaltalin really means movable property and not movable food. And not food. Okay, fine. The Gemara says, we call metaltalin the fine. What happens if Ruvain is stimuli using the lashon? Hereby give all of my metaltalin to Ruvain, then I feel he is sorry. then that's going to include food. Why? What is he adding in over here? Kol. Kol. That one word, everything changes the dynamic over here, and therefore will include the food. Not only that, most of the first white line on Kafino Lamadal 458, not only that, the Gemara says, Vafilu Rechayim Hal Yonah Kana, the Banu Rechayim HaTachton. Furthermore, it also includes the upper millstone, but not the lower millstone. So let's remember that a mill had two stones. The upper stone was small and mobile. The lower stone was much bigger and wasn't really used. So again, interestingly enough, so you see the progression. If Shmira says, like you mentioned, how to use the day, that includes really almost no properties, utensils, doesn't include food. If Shmira says including all my metallic material, then that's going to include almost no property, food, and even the upper stone of the millstone, but not the lower millstone. Okay, Kol Dimit Helto. Notice the shifts in lesson. It's going from the total to Kol Dimit Helto. Anything which is movable. That is a much more expansive statement. In that case, I feel like I'm at that tone of money. In that case, Shchina is conveying everything. Everything. So again, movable property, food, upper millstone, lower millstone. Includes everything. See, by the way, the Kasha. So after Kimikar call or Kimikar here's the side of what is an Eved like? Is it an Eved like Karka or is it Eved like Mikar? Which one? Srimar says, look, if you take a look at the Rashban, I will say, when I first glance, it seems like a very strange question because we always operate under the idea that we have it like Karka. So what's the Shiloh? Take a look at the Rashban. Rashban is about 10 lines up in the bottom. Why do we obviously talk to Gami? Nihi Bada, the object in the Karka, in Shua, in Kaza, in the Shkava Kazaka, the whole meaning to all rights of Din in the Karka, in Shwan, and they start eating the history to help them to make them a higher. In the Russia, when they Adam, Mikru Lugu Mitzvah, we do Yeshtan, the Far Matras Mitzvah, so we'll say, so the Shiloh. The Gemara is understanding that, of course, for a lack of matters, and Eved is considered to be Karka. That we know. The Shaila is, in terms of the way people speak, right? Because remember, we're seeing over here, these deathbed gifts are conveyed verbally, and the meaning of those words is very much dependent by how just contemporarily you understand those words. Like I can see a difference. Metallically, called metallical, all these different things. The Shaila is the way that people speak. The people, you know, halachically, I know that Avodim aren't Karka, but people refer to Avodim as Karka, or ultimately again as metallical. So over there, Rabbi Abi the Ravashi, Kashma Tanalas. Hamocha Esayir, so it's an interesting case over here. Hamocha Esayir, so a person sells a city. So let's say again, who owns a city? Hey, so again, own a city, Mocha Bati, season, that's also based about the Mesa and so let's say, so now let's talk about it here. So when you sell a city, what is included? What is included in the sale of that city? So when you go ahead and you sell a city, including the sale of that city, homes, ditches, pits, water systems, backhouses, olive presses, all these different things, right? So the Gemara says, "Avalos metaltalin," but no metaltalin. Right? So movable property is not included in the sale of the city. But if you go and you sell a city, right? I sell a city to Ruben, and I say, Ruben, I'm selling you the city and everything in it. So let's say again, if I sell you the city, I sell you the city and everything in it, and what's included? What's included? Everything. You have to look at the Russian over here. It says everything, including what? Including livestock and abundance. So the Gemara said, listen to this. So again, if you tell me that Avodim are treated like the Talmud, then it makes sense. Because that's why Avodim are not included in the initial sale. Because remember again, essentially when you sell a city, anything that is, if you just sell stock in the city, anything that is Karka, or attached to Karka is going to be included in the sale. And in the Talmud, that is included in the sale. Therefore, in the Risha, it makes sense that Avodim, if you say Avodim on the Talmud, it makes sense in the Risha that Avodim are not included in the sale. Ella, Amet Kimikar Idam. But if you say that Avodim are like Karka, then Amailum is David. Then why would Avodim not be included in the initial sale of the city? The Elamai Kimatal Idam. So what do you see? What do you see? You see that Avodim are like Metalfin. Are like Metalfin. So I'll say, so the point out how fast we do, right? So if you have over here, like the suggesting halacha l'maisa, halacha l'maisa, and evet, although we know that we call it kinyanically, right? Kinyanically, and in certain respects, halachically and identity-wise, an evet is like karka, right? An evet is acquired like karka. An evet is inherited like karka. Yet, in terms of how people talk, how they refer to an evet is often referred to as metalpul. So the Gemara says, the Elamai, metalpulin dami. Rather, what do you see from here? The evet is like metalpulin. So the Gemara says, medali dami. My afidu, Elamai is the chol meimar, shani metalpul denayid metalpul delonayid. So we'll say, so again, interestingly enough, what's unique about karka? What's unique about avodim? That even though an evet is metalpulin, interestingly enough, it's metalpulin that moves on its own. And maybe again, there are different categories of metalpulin. So that's why when it says afidu avodim, even avodim are included, because an evet is a different type of metalpulin. The metalpulin ultimately again generally doesn't move on its own. It's easily movable, but doesn't move on its own. But yet an evet is a type of metalpulin that moves on its own. First thing says, by the way, if you look at karka, even if you say that an evet is like karka, so the shiny make karka, denying the karka alone. Ultimately, again, evet would be in a different category of karka, because generally, again, karka is immobile, but avodim are mobile. So just before we go on, that if you look what the Gemara is saying over here, is that an evet is both like karka and like metalpulin. So let's say, if you notice, I think that this is a profound metaphor that karka is right. The state is stationary. Karka remains in place. Metalpulin moves. Perhaps also the Gemara is teaching us is what's the job of a yid? The job of a yid is to become a servant of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what does it mean? How does one actualize that identity? The answer is you have to be both karka and metalpulin. Karka means I'm stuck in place. There are certain things that I will not do, certain things that I will not compromise. I'm standing my ground and I'm absolutely immobile. There are certain kinds of faith, there are certain kinds of hashkafa, there are certain halachas, and no matter what, I'm not moving. Same thing as just like so often, again, it's me, very neutral. There is going to end Shabbos. My grandfather's name was Rabbi after the war. Lost his job every Erev Shabbos when he first came to this country because he refused to work on Shabbos. He had a young family, had no other means of supporting him. There was no account. He lost everything. He lost everything and everyone during the war. Came to this country with two young children, one in a refugee camps, and would not work on Shabbos. There are certain things in life you have to be karka about. Can't move. I'm stuck in place and I will not compromise. On the other hand, you also have to be metalpulin. What's metalpulin? Metalpulin is moving around. And this represents two things. Number one, it represents that on certain days you do have to be mobile. Right? You can't stand your ground on everything. You have to learn when to be out, when to be in, when to be in the back. Metalpulin also represents constant movement and growth. Like it's called metalpulin. So this perfect combination of a person, an evet and Hashem. An evet has to be karka, and an evet has to be metalpulin. What are the things that you are immobile on? What are the things that you are stationary on? And then what are the things which you're willing to be on, willing to yield on, and what represents your desire for intangible growth? Metalpulin, karka is the evet in the Gemara, it's becoming the evet of life. So just playing Gemara. All right, let's go back to. So the Gemara says as follows: The Gemara says, good. I'm going to do Rashi. So again, we're still trying to figure this out. Is it Evan Karka or is it Evan Metal? So says the Gemara, I'm really Rabbi Rashi, Tashma, Hakol save, the Abdul Kolnafas of Yatzav Ben Kohen, Shir Karka Kosher, Yatzav Ben Kohen. So you know what we're saying before. Person goes ahead and writes his property to his Eved, so the Eved becomes a Ben Kohen. If, on the other hand, the master retains some amount of karka for himself, he doesn't go free. Shimon says, we only Ben Kohen, and Shimon Kohen Chassan is only Anti Chutz Mi Echad Ribo Shabbat. So Shimon says, in reality, holding back karka does not prevent the Eved from going free. What does prevent the Eved from going free? When the master retains a percentage of the estate for himself. That's where it's problematic, because in that ambiguous percentage, perhaps again the Eved is included there. I'm not the Yosef, I'm not the Lozer. Asum Talkun Shir Eitzel Eved, although Asum Talkun Shir Eitzel. So this is literally the same exact amount of time down the other. So again, holding back properties, even holding back the Talkun would be a problem for the emancipation of the Eved. But interestingly enough, the Metaltalin case doesn't work by the issue. Maybe about the most case the Ksuba. Case the Ksuba is the husband is gifting his estate to his sons. He gives property to his wife as well. The wife is so honored to be included to be one of the recipients that Halakha Lamaisa again she forgives the rest of the Ksuba claim. That only applies if he's gifting her property, real property, land, does not apply to Metaltalin. Bummerly, Rav Nachman, Rav said to Rav Nachman, I don't understand my time. What's the reason for this? Avda metaltalahu, and Eved is metaltalan, and therefore what says the Gemara? Umetaltala habishir. And again, halakha l'maisa, holding back metaltalan. So therefore again, if you treat the Eved like metaltalan, so therefore again, if I'm gifting you guys, I'm the master, and I'm going ahead and I'm saying to the Eved, I'm giving you my entire estate, except for 1,000. Right? And again, that 1,000 can be carved out, can be calculated, and we're concerned that what I'm actually retaining is the Eved himself. So you see from there that the Eved is treated like metaltalin, and therefore when I withhold metaltalin, there's a real problem with the emancipatory process that the Eved may not be undergoing. When I withhold metaltalin, the concern is what I am withholding may be the Eved himself, because the Eved is treated like metaltalin as well. On the other hand, the Gemara says, but on the other hand, the ksuba of a wife is real property. And therefore, giving the wife some metaltalin, right, is not going to cause her to release the lien on her ksuba. But I was like, again, but what do you see from here? This is pretty close. What do you see from here? They're an evidence considered to be metaltalin. Amalei anan yishim v'lokrat isa mastin. Interestingly enough, as he explained, actually, there's a different issue over here. What's the different issue? The reason why the Eved doesn't go free in this case is for something else. Take a look at the Rashba. It's actually quite interesting. The Anan Mishum Lo Tasbita Masnilama, Eved Gamar Lo Mikisha. So let's say, remember again, interestingly enough, the emancipation process of an Eved is very similar to the debt process. We learned now a lot of halachos, actually, zero shaval of law from the woman to an Eved, meaning that halakha l'maisa is similar that the Eved requires a document of emancipation, like a get shifter. So Isha requires a get in order to be married with us. The marriage is something, but even gets pieces. Now watch this. The Chiva Gish, the Baal Ha'eved, was Bishtar Shekosibon, Shishir Karko, Umetab Atzmo, Lo Hekin Allah Hashtar Lekamin, Shigam Spusa Adon Kosovo Hova, Lo Torinon, they get pieces, in the exact spiritual way of Hanai. The Gami Shafarish Gami Olam Abdot Kimikarko, it's almost like, so therefore again, the Gemara says as follows. The issue over here is as follows. The same way, when a husband writes, let's say, a get for his wife, and he divorces her, or let's say he keeps some clause in there that demonstrates, let's say, this is your get on the condition. The gives you an example. This is your get on the condition that you never go to your father's house. So the issue is, a get is called a get frisos. What's the definition of frisos? The relationship is done. How does that manifest itself? you have no control over it, right? In other words, you have no say over what it is that I do. The moment that a husband retains some element of input into or control over what his wife does, that's not a get. That's not a get. The same concept ultimately applies to the emancipation of an Eved. So as long as the other is retaining something, it's not full emancipation. So the Gemara says that's the issue of here. It's not really an issue of Karka versus Metaltalin. It's an issue of that the document of emancipation is not complete because in some way the master is still retaining some level of control. Let's finish up that. Anytime you should see some dollar value. The Hebron Shadesh Metaltalin, Malin want to Bahale Fountain. Sorry, different definition. Okay. The idea over here is so what's the masculine? What's the conclusion? The conclusion is that really for our purposes, what we'll call 9 out of 10 times in halacha, we continue with the motif that we've always known to be true, which is an Eved is karka. An Eved is karka. That's really what we know to be true. Halacha l'maisa, we just begin to see that in terms of some of the verbiage used with avodim, that sometimes avodim are considered to be metaltalin as well. But again, it's much more from I'll call it from a verbal perspective than from an actual halachic perspective. Okay, let's go right there. What's a couple of interesting cases over here? Omer Rav Nachman, Amisha, actually look from the set. Look at the 5 cases. 5 cases. Where halacha l'maisa again, these people, they're all giving a matana. And the matana is not complete until they convey all of their property. Okay, so this is what the Rashbam. Omer Rav Nachman, Amisha, almost very popular. Nostim matana, in the Yuran Cholok, Nostim Misas actually Yichibur Cholok say. If you go to Rosh, it says there are 5 people. Rabbi says, there are 5 people where in order for their gift to have a special and unique status, they must be gifting their entire estate. Failure to gift the entire estate, the gift is still valid, but it's just a regular gift. Okay, so look into this. He's the father. Avdo or Shamit was from all these pieces. Ishto, right, wife, Bana, children, Mabrachas. Okay, Mabrachas really means one who wants to shield your property, remove your property from someone else. Again, like I said, we'll get into all of these cases. Here we go. That's not right. Shkabira. So what's that? Shkabira. What's the case of Shkabira? So let's say, even before we go into this, we know this. What's how about Shkabira? Shkabira in general, a deathbed gift is like a gift given us now. What's the condition? What's the condition? If I die, this is a gift. And if I recover, then I want it back. Like we said before, that night only kicks in when the Shkimra is gifting his entire estate. So Shkimra is not so Shkimra goes ahead and writes his estate to someone else, and he retains some karka for himself. Now what that means is, in this case over here, he's gifting the property but retaining some for himself. So then it's rushed over here because it looks a little confusing. Matanasa terms means his gift stands. His gift is good. And what does it mean his gift is good? It means that even if he recovers from his illness, he cannot claw back the gift. Okay. On the other hand, and if halacha l'maisa again, he did not retain anything for himself, and ein matanos hakaimus, which that means is he didn't retain anything for himself, and he then recovers. Ultimately, again, the gift does not stand, and he has the ability to claw it back for himself. Okay, so what do you see here? That halacha l'maisa, a true mashkimira only applies when someone is gifting his entire estate. Next, Avdo. What's the case of Avdo? This man, a kosik from the pasuk la Avdo is outside by Kovi. So we just saw this before. Right? The person goes ahead and, so in this case over here, if I gift my entire estate to my Aved, By definition, my Eved goes through by dint of that gift, because part of my estate is him. So I'm also doing the going ahead and conveying to him, conveying to my Eved himself. Shir Karka Koshnu, if however Allah Kolomais again, the Eved retains some proper aspect, I retain, I the owner, retain some property for myself. Well, yes, the Eved is not. Why doesn't the Eved with me? Because we're concerned that in that ambiguous retention of property, what's included in that retained property, the Eved himself. Okay, that's the example of which I'll say again, just to follow the chain of thought. There are 5 cases where in order to avail yourself of the unique benefits of the gift, it has to be a gift in totality of everything that you own. Good. Next, what's the case of the wife? If a person gives his entire estate to his wife, and you don't really do that as a gift, rather what do you do it as? He's making her the apotropos. Like he's making her ultimately again the executor of the estate. Because you also spoke about this idea that it's uncommon for a person to go ahead and gift their entire estate to their wife to the exclusion of their children. It's just a strange dynamic. So that is again, we better understand what you mean. And Allah when I say making her the apotropos. Okay, Bana, what's the case of Bana's sons? It's this night. Hakosik from the cost of Lebano, the cost of Ishta Kolshu, of the Ksubasa. That's a scenario in the case of a person who goes ahead and is giving his estate to his sons, and we reference this case multiple times in Ramadan. And on one side, he gives to his sons, he also gives a piece of property to his wife. So in that case, no remember again, she again is covered that she is receiving along with the son's real property, ownership of the property, and therefore Allah says she forgives Shiva over the rest of the estate. But once again, that dynamic only applies when he's giving away everything. Mavrachas. What's the case of Mavrachas? So the Gemara says, Mavrachas, the Amar Mavrachas, Slicha, Shekitzo, Kol Nikasel. So ultimately, again, she wants to take a look, what is the case of Mavrachas? So let's take a look at that 304th Rashbam, Mavrachas, the Amar, Kilomar, Isha Amana, Shish Anachasi. What's the Eblacho? Rachel is a widow. And Rachel is a widow with assets. Right? She has property. So what's the halacha? The guy can be nothing. Now Rachel wants to get remarried. The Lord said, "Haviach nefkaseh mitbaylo, shelo yehei zakai b'nefkaseh." So what happens? Rachel's married to Reuben. She was widowed. She has property. Now she's marrying Shimon, but she does not want Shimon to have her property. Okay, I would have very like a red flag, right? So now let's say you got this. She wants a prenup. She doesn't want to know. She has kids. She loves Shimon very much. But she does not want him to have the property that she has going into this marriage. What's halacha? The road to lahaviach nechasei b'ayla shelo yehi zakai b'nechasei. Then tiskalmin or tiskarish yachzu lo nechasei. And therefore, again, just in the event, ultimately, again, that she is widowed or divorced, she just wants to have the property. Where she's so cold and Yisuim, Yiske Bahen Bao. So ultimately, again, obviously, anytime a woman brings property into a marriage, a husband, by definition, has rights in that property. She doesn't want husband to have rights in the property, so she just kind of wants to keep her property out of the marital pool. So how do you do that? The Gemara says, the Mishnah says, Ramina B'Ksubas, Rashbam says, Ramina B'Ksubas, Ramina B'Ksubas, Tzricha Shetikto, Kol Mechasel La'achar, Stam. David will Shavi Mide, Anansani to Nitno, Yizah, Ella B'Shosh Lotzim B'Nasei, or Shetiksa Yachzilva. So what could she do? She just gifts that property to someone else. So she's marrying Shimon. She's like, hereby gift my entire estate to lady. I was saying that in halacha, what you understand is this is a little bit of it's like a tax shelter, but for marriage. Like in other words, so like it's so what she's doing over here is she's creating in halach shelter for her property, so that she can move her property out of the marriage. Also, that the husband is not going to have anything to do with it, but it's understood that she has the right to call the gift whenever she wants. She can ask for it back whenever she wants it. First one, again, whenever she wants it back, all she needs to do is say, I want it back, and it comes back to her. Now, when does that work? So again, along our thing, when does that work? When she gives away everything. However, the Rashman says about Shaira, Kosheru, Kanaham Kadal, so we'll say that again, halacha l'maisa, let's say she gives most of her property to you, or retains something for herself, and halacha l'maisa again, that is not going to work. She also is collecting dinner. So the word says as follows: fine. So the Gemara says that so those are the 5 cases where, in order to avail yourself of the unique status of these gifts, you have to be gifting everything in its entirety. I was saying all of these cases, so retaining the calculator is considered to be retaining property. The binding subas and binding suba, except for suba, the amikar quite talking about one of the talking about the kingdom. So we take things very many different types. And when it comes to suba by definition only devolves upon the talking. It's not devolved upon. Sorry, suba only devolves upon karka, not upon the talking. But the Gemara says, Amema Amar, the calculated seed with suba, there is no beinayo hadashir. So Amema says there is an exception. The exception to this would be if you have a calculated written in the suba itself, and those calculated are extant, then the retention of those properties could actually be a shayach. We'll stop over here for today. Think I'm going to cuss one new case. Was that tremendous shayach? What a beautiful and incredible week together. Such a schus. Amir Hashem, we'll continue. We're actually nearing the end. Not so far away from the last session. Let's say shayach. Good Shabbos. All right, Shabbos on Zoom. Shabbos, everyone, a good Erev Shabbos for Jerry Mazel Tov. Again, Tabra, we look forward to Mirza Hashem to celebrating many Simchas together to be Shabbos of Soros Tovos, Shabbos of Simchas, Shabbos of Aliyah, Shabbos of Menucha for us, all of Kali. So,
I saw her deck and I didn't even know that's what I thought it was going to be Oh my god, I love the resurgence of bean cheese. I've been saying it way too many times, dude. Yeah, that's like I mean, look at him, dude. That is, and I'm like, the more you watch it, the funnier it is. Dude, bean cheese. Yeah, dude, the stepmom does that. No, but it's a great actor. Yeah, honestly, that's, you know what I mean? It should just be like, it should be the Mexican cookie bit, beans, cheese, and the special. What flair did he pick for this? Was it highly rated? Let me see.
Good morning, welcome back. All right, so let's say good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share.
Segment the clips again, because there's so many this week.
All right, let's say good morning. Let's go and thank our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Peloton sponsors for the year. Our top shin payment 5785, the Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim and drushos this year as a schus for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael.
Dude, this is amazing. This is the kind of clip where you want the chef to come to the table.
Okay, good. To thank our Kamadan sponsors for the month of Kachlan, Abba Tovos, Stephen Tarizin, for dedicating all the children drushos this month in honor of the birth of their granddaughter, Devar Eliana Zin, graduation of the Arzai of Dr. Zin, the founder of William Tzvi Ben Chaim Shmuel Ramin Karatkin, and since we're fortunate with Rabbi's Kasi serving the idea of Young Chaim Yitzhak Ben Moshe Hano, graduation of the Arzai of Rabbi's mother, Hassan Mirat Bas Chaim, Dr. Moshe, and Aaron Yes, the Mary of Dr. Devan's parents, Yaakov Meir Ben Moshe Lee, and Sheena Bas Abba. Dr. Bezak and Nir Salford of Los Angeles is dedicating shiurim and drushos this month in America for the Fushlim for Esther Bracha Bas Chaya. And our Dr. sponsors for today, Yankee and Elisa Stackman and Nixie and Rebecca Stackman in the Swiss of the Fushlim for Chaya Yufka Bas Nechama. We hope that in the words of our talent, all of the show Slavia and your families in the Nechama, all of those who need to have them together with Konkum and Yisrael. So we don't show some Shomer has to do the Shomer and the Kalav shall allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidayim. Let's see that, and let us begin with a lot to detail about Hashem. Today, that is Kuf Memches 149. We are picking up on Kuf Memches on the days of 148. 148b in the wide lines is Vaylavu, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. About 18 lines up from the bottom. Vaylavu marks the Shiloh. Chazara the Mitzvah. Habi Chazara, Kula Ola. So let's just remember again, we actually started on this a little bit yesterday. We know that even if Shemera goes ahead and gifts property, he has the ability to attract those he wants. Right? He has the ability before he dies. Let's say, but it's just outsiders. We're going to talk more about this morning. But generally, the way that the Mapana of a Shemera works is as follows. You have Shemera. Shemera wants to convey property to someone. So what does he do? He gifts it to someone. But when does the gift actually take effect? When does it take effect? When he dies. Now, by the way, this is an important dynamic. That's why he has the ability to go ahead and retract. Right? If you don't actually never mind, because remember, nothing is actually given until Shemera dies, which, by the way, is very important because this is also the connection between Shemera and Yerusha. Remember, again, already 2 days ago, the Gemara highlighted the idea that, according to the opinion, that the concept of Matna Shemera was a Doraisa. The psukim that the Gemara is quoting were the psukim of Yerusha. But the problem is because Shemera is a Matana and Yerusha's inheritance. What's the commonality between Yerusha and Shemera? So it's this exact point. Generally, you cannot give a posthumous gift. In order to give a gift, it has to be a living donor. There's no such thing as a posthumous gift. Only thing you can do posthumously is inheritance. Yerusha. So what's interesting is the only posthumous gift that exists is a Matnas Shemera. So therefore, Chazal, when we go into the approach that Matnas Shemera is a Dirabanan. So therefore, again, when Chazal created this concept of Matnas Shemera, can essentially award gifts during his lifetime that will only take effect posthumously, they modeled it after the only other posthumous mechanism of conveyance, which is Yerusha, which is inheritance. So that's why there's this linkage between Matnas Shemera and Yerusha. So now what says, remember, so now Shemera is gifting a property. Gift is not really taking effect until after he dies. So therefore, again, between the time of the gift and his death, if he wants to go ahead and change stuff up, right? So Shemera gave gifts to Ruben. I don't give it to Ruben. Ruben didn't come to business. So I'm going to go ahead and give it to Shimon. So he has the ability to do that. The challenge that you might asking over here, you want to do Chazal makes us Hadi Chazal the Kula Olo. When he, let's say, retracts on part of the gift, does that represent a complete retraction or not? Now, to illustrate this, take a look at the Rashban. So Rashban says over here, it's right before the lines get wide, about 6 lines before the lines get wide. You write the roof, Chazal makes us, here you go. Shemera, Shekasa Kona Kasa La'achar. Right, so Shemera went ahead and wrote his property to Ruben. He gives his property to Ruben. Because of what makes us, La'achar, Shayach La'achar, listen to this. So Shemera originally went ahead and said, I hereby give all of my property to Ruben. Then Shemera had to change his heart. They said, you know what? Let's say he gifted 10 fields to Ruben. So you know what? Change my mind. I want to give 5 fields to Shimon. I want to give 5 fields to Shimon. So now we'll say, what's the Shiloh? We have the Chazal, the Chomer Chaz, which is not so Rishon. So the Shiloh is something. Here's what I know. What do I know? I know that he gave 5 fields to Shimon. What's the Shiloh? The Shiloh is, what about the other 5 fields? Is he leaving those in the possession of Ruben? Or do we say no? Effectively, what he's done is he's kind of taking them back for himself. In other words, he's fully negated, right? See what's happening over here? Originally, he gifted his entire estate 10 fields to Ruben. Then he changed his mind. I'm giving 5 fields, half of it to Shimon. So what about the other half? Do we say that the other half remains in the possession of Ruben? But since he reneged on part of the gift, clearly what he did is he reneged on the entire gift, and therefore again the other 5 fields are coming back into his estate. So now it's the Rashbam. You see that he's effectively reneged on the entire gift to Ruvain. The Gully died there, Shemi's Kali for Rishon, because clearly by reassigning part of the estate to Shimon, it is clear that he doesn't really want to give to Ruvain. So we see one hand, since he clearly retracted on part of the gift, so therefore again it's clear he doesn't really want Ruben to have anything. So therefore again he gave part of it to Shimon, but the other part of it he didn't give to Shimon when Shimon dies, his heirs of Shimon have the ability to claw back from Ruben. Although Habi Chazar, and we're not sure when Shimon Kana Shimon, I know it's a kind of Rishon. Maybe not. Maybe at the end of the day, look, the part that he assigned to Shimon obviously goes to Shimon, but the other part remains in the possession of Ruben. Why should you say that's a Shabbos? Now I got back to the Gemara. Chazar makes us, if Shimon Ravina is part of the gift, how do you Chazar the Kula or no? Is it a full reneging on the entire gift? Or no, only the part that we assigned to Shimon, but it goes to Shimon, but the other part remains with Ruvain. That's our Shiloh. For Tashma, let's analyze Kula on the Rishon itself. Shimon Kana, Rishon Lo Kana. So the Gemara brings down this case. If you take a look at the Rashbam again, second wide line, he says, the kind of Kula on the Rishon, the Master Shimon on the Tzad, the Master Shimon Shchaz on the Tzad. So again, that's a Yitzhak case. Shimon was only assigned to this state to Ruvain, from the Tzad on the Shimon, then he changes his mind, and he goes and he gives part of it to Shimon. So what's that? Shimon Kana, Rishon Lo Kana. Shimon acquires his portion, Ruvain does not acquire his portion. So we're just, okay, what's going on here? My lab, Bisharesh, are we talking about a case where the Shimon died? Which the Marshal no. No, Bishamar. No, it's actually talking about a case where Shimon recovered. The Marshal says, how can I understand this needs to be clear why? With the Tony Seifa, Mitzasam the Rishon, the Kuba Machine. If you look at the Seifa says that if he assigned part of it to Ruvain and gave all of it to Shimon, Rishon Kana, so Ruvain acquires his portion, Shimon Lo Kana, and Shimon acquires nothing. If we're talking about a case of recovery, Shimhaki Sheni Lo Kana. Therefore, again, Shimon didn't acquire anything. But if we say that it's the case where Ruvain died, the Gemara says, they should both acquire. Actually, because we should even set it up in a case where the Shimon recovered. If you want to say that partial reneging is effectively total reneging, but again, I understand why Shimon, but I was required, but if you hold the ultimately again partial reneging is not effectively total reneging, then halacha neither of them should acquire. So let's say fine, it goes back and forth. Bottom line, Chazara the Mitzvah Chavye Chazara. So let's say what is the bottom line halacha? The bottom line halacha is Chazara the Mitzvah Chavye Chazara, which means, so let's say for our purpose, it's very important. So just to illustrate this, what this means in essence, which much suggesting is, Ruvain goes ahead and Shemira assigns his estate to Ruvain. Right? He's gifting my estate to Shemira, gifting his estate to Ruvain. Watch Shemira still alive. He has a change of heart. So I want to give Ruvain. I want to give 50%. I want to give 50% of the gift I give to Ruvain to Shimon. Okay, so now it goes to Shimon, and the Gemara says that what that effectively shows is really he's fully reneging on the gift to Ruvain. The way the Halakha understands this is by pulling away some of the property from Ruvain, he's effectively pulling away all of the property from Ruvain. So therefore, the part that is assigned to Shimon will go to Shimon, and the rest of it comes back to the estate. Right? The rest of it comes back to the estate. That's how the Gemara is asking over here. Chazar the Mitzvah, Hadya Chazara. So as just mentioned, there's a tremendous and beautiful Mitzvah Haskell in this as well. And what is that? So what's a Chazara? Chazara is also a lashon of Tshuva. we know in the Gemara of Elisha ben Avuya, when the famous story of Elisha ben Avuya Acher, when Elisha ben Avuya leads the fact, if you don't know the story, we'll go into the different time. One of the most profound and incredible of morning stories of Tshuva. It didn't quite occur. So Elisha ben Avuya goes off the path, and all of his rabbinic colleagues essentially take leave of him, except Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir, his devoted disciple, is always trying to get him to come back, and they have multiple discussions. And the lesson that Rabbi Meir always uses with Elisha ben Avuya is Chazar B'cha, come back. Right? Because that's what Tshuva is. We translate Tshuva as repentance. No one knows actually what that word actually is, right? But Tshuva is Lashon of Lashut, to return. Hate, sin, distances me from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Tshuva is the process by which I return. So Tshuva is also referred to as a chazara. I'm coming back to where I was. I'm coming back to who I was. I'm coming back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if you look at these words, also something so profound that sometimes we think that Tshuva is an all or nothing proposal. Right? Either get it right, or so I'll give you an example. Let's say I struggle with a particular Avera. It's not a hypothetical. I struggle with a particular Avera. So I decide that, I'm stopping to do that Avera. And what happens? And I'm really good. I'm really good for a week. I'm really good for 2 weeks. And then what happens? I fall off the wagon. I relapse and I commit that Avera again. So a lot of times we think to ourselves, well, obviously, all of that period of Avera abstinence was meaningless. Right? All that time of Avera sobriety, right, was meaningless. Because look, I just relapsed, I fell off the wagon again. But the answer is that's not true. Every little unit of Tshuva, every little unit of return, every little unit of Hazara, everything I do to try to make myself a better person, even if it's not consistent, and even if I'm not able to keep it up, it changes me. It has a profound impact. Also, look at these words of the Gemara. This is like a mantra. You know what's up? Well, say, what is halacha l'maisa Yiddishkeit? Chazara b'mitzvahs habi chazara. Even a partial Tshuva, even a partial Chazara is still considered to be Tshuva. Never think that Tshuva is absolute. Never look at Yiddishkeit and Yiddishkeit or our Yiddishkeit as an absolute. There are ups and downs. There are wins and there are losses. There are successes and failures. And the failures don't take away from the successes. And the losses don't take away from the wins. Because Chazara b'mitzvahs habi chazara. Even a partial return to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even if it's not sustained, it's still something so meaningful in the eyes of the Rebbe, incredible. Okay, that's you. Every once in a while, you come across like a phrase that is literally a mantra for Yiddishkeit. A mantra for like, this is one of them. Chazara b'mitzvahs habi chazara. So the next time you fall off the wagon, which some of us already happened, right? I've only been up for 15 minutes, right? And again, that's the nature of life. Don't become despondent because whatever you've done, even if you can't sustain it, Hazara b'mitzvahs, incredible. So you must make sure I'm being serious, being shallow. So the first part of life, so you can see a case where the Shira went ahead and died or recovered. Same thing with Kafka, but the last part of the life, if you only failed or if you only reconciled to the case, where the Shira recovered. Okay, so what's the some further applications of these concepts? Quite interesting. This called the cost of the Allah now. Look at this case. Here's an interesting one, right? So Shira is on his deathbed, and what does he do? He decides to dedicate all of his property to the shul. Right? He's not the shit. Right? He's not the campaign. He's not all the minor custom. So what happens? So fantastic, right? He's a hero. Only one problem. He gets better, right? He recovers, right? So now we talked about awesome conversation. Right? I got better. What now? So again, remember in the Beis Hamikdash context, this is Hekdesh. He's makdish his property to the Beis Hamikdash. And now again, because remember again, because he's a shrinera. Now he gets better. So what's the halacha? What do you do in this case? Call the guy Hekdesh Gamra Umakni. So do you say, look, whenever it comes to Hekdesh, right? A person is makdish. But when a person is makdish, they do a wholehearted Hekdesh. And therefore, again, essentially, to use the legal term, no vaccines. That's it. You cannot renege on hectares. Also, let's understand over here. Shchimera gifted away his property. Why did he gift away his property? Because he thought he was going to die. His intention is never to leave himself destitute. So therefore, as much as he, yes, it's a beautiful gesture that he was not shepherd into the Beis HaMikdash, but Lamaisa, that his only thing that he's not intention, he's going to die. But if he's not going to die, that shouldn't be the math on everything. So the Gemara says, in a similar case, take here from the Chas of Nahu. So what if a person made all of his property hefker? Now again, pretty dramatic thing as well. All his property hefker. So what is that? And now what's like the bread this evening, and he recovers. Now remember again, all of this, just to be clear, this is like so far as the mechanics of Shchimera. The way Shchimera works is Shchimera is doing something that is going to take effect posthumously, right? So everything he does, Matana, Hagdish, Hefker, this is all after he dies. Remember, going back again, that's the connection between Matzah Shchimera and Yerusha. That's why again, Shchimera is derivative of Yerusha. So what happens if he was mafkir his property? So the Gemara says, and then he recovers. Now, Nehemiah gave him the Afla'ani and Kashi and Gama Umachni. So we say, look, since in Hefker, there is a benefit to the rich and to the poor, right? Because when you mafkir something, anyone could acquire it. So maybe since there's also a potential benefit to the poor, you can't be right on that. I'll give him a call to Gama Umachni. And maybe, however, I always say, anytime that there's a matter of Shchimera, what's the Shchimera's intention? Is to benefit someone else. But it's never to put himself in a detrimental position. So in any of these cases, if he recovers, of course, he would want to be able to walk back the gift. Personally, again, what about politics? You may call a couple money in marriage. What if he gave his estate to tzedakah? So Shchimera says, when I die, will I give this estate to the tzedakah? And then what happens? He recovers. So do we say, look, tzedakah, certainly he's conveying, right? Tzedakah, certainly he's giving it over, right? And he's not going to walk it back. Oh, no. Let's keep coming back to that same concept. Maybe, again, as much as the Shchimera is willing to do good with his estate, that he supposes that what? He's not going to need it. But if he's going to need it, he's walking back all of these gifts. To which you might answer in all of these cases, take it. You want to be open-ended. Okay. You might go back there. So I'm going to chase. What's the last two? I'm going to chase. You told the Yiska, the Yaksik, the Yisna, Kudon Mashamatane. So it's now the Shishis gets into a little bit more the Lashonos of a Matnas Shchimera. Right? What's the type of verbiage that Shchimera would use in order to make a gift? So it's just, for example, Yitol, take, Yiska, which literally means like acquire, Yaksik, take hold of, or also acquire, Yitna, also acquire. Kudon Mashamatane. These are all expressions of gift giving. So we might say, interestingly enough, if the Torah uses the Lashon of Yaksin and Yaras, these are expressions of Yerusha. These also work. That was who do they work with? They work with people who are in the inheritance line of the Shchimera. Now you ask yourself, one second, why does the Shchimera have to go ahead and give to anyone who's in his inheritance line? So remember why? What's that? Rabbi Yochanan ben Baruch. Remember Rabbi Yochanan ben Baruch? You think to yourself, absolutely not, right? So, okay, I remind you, who is Rabbi Yochanan ben Baruch? It's the Rashban. I didn't either. It's not Rabbi Yochanan. Rashban says that a person could go ahead and gift property or will property to someone who's in his inheritance line, even if he's not necessarily first in line for inheritance. Right, so the Yochanan says, as long as someone is in your inheritance line, you can get property to them through the mechanism of Yerusha. So if I get a really perfect example of this, let's say Shchimera has whatever it is, brothers or others, and he wants them to get property as well, or daughters. So again, because they are in the inheritance line, he could shift property to them through the mechanism of a matnas Shchimera. And again, to those people who are ready to inherit in some way, you use the shows of inheritance. Okay, and you don't have to. You can use gift the Shlomo also, but these expressions of inheritance work for people in the inheritance line. By the way, let's Kasha, Papa, Kuchman, Test 149. What is that? So what is it called? Yeah, never, no. So this is interesting. What happens if the Shekhinah gives a matana to someone, and the lashon, the expression that he uses is Yehaneh. Right, so I give right. So Shekhinah gives his property to Ruvain. I want you to benefit from this property. So Shaul is like, what does that mean? What does Yehaneh mean? Shemahu. So the Gemara says, "Dini habi kulu matana ka'amar, or gilbal lishani minay midi ka'amar." So what does Shekhinah say? So Shekhinah says, I want Ruvain to benefit from my property. So what is that? What is that? Is that saying that Shekhinah is giving the property to Ruvain? Or is just saying, Ruvain, I'm happy for you to benefit from my property. But you hear the Shiloh? Because again, this is not a classic, at least that's why the sorry with Rosh statement. This is not a classic notion of conveyance. Then as a benefit sounds somewhat ambiguous. So again, is that conveyance of ownership? Or is that just saying, feel free to get some benefit from it? So the Gemara says, another question. Similar idea. What happens if Shekhinah says, I would like Ruvain to be seen in my property? Okay? Yamod Bahen, I want him to stand in my property. Yishon Bahen, I want him to lean on my property. Mahu, what is the halacha in all of these cases? Which the Gemara answers Pegu. So interestingly enough, what you begin to see is as follows. So you begin to see essentially there's like three buckets of Rishonos. Bucket number one are expressions that represent conveyance. Great, that works for everyone, all cases. Bucket number two are expressions that connote inheritance. These work for people who are in the inheritance line in some way. Third bucket are expressions of usage. Those expressions, we're not sure what they do. We're not sure what they do. Do they just allow for some level of usage, or do they actually go ahead and convey ownership? So that is as of now still somewhat unclear. Okay. So let's say, this is very interesting. So what happens if the Shekhinah sold his property? So let's say, you hear what's happening over here? So up until now, what we've been focusing on is a matana of a Shekhinah. Shekhinah gifts property. And remember again, what's the principle with the gift? The way it works is like this. Everything depends on what is he gifting, right? If he's gifting some of his property, right, and keeping some of it, then that is not considered a matana Shekhinah. That is just considered a bona fide gift. And even if the Shekhinah recovers, the gift is not reversible. But if the Shekhinah goes ahead and gifts his entire estate and gives everything away, then we do that almost like what we saw yesterday, like a gift with a tonight, with a condition. What's the condition? If I die. So obviously if he doesn't die and he recovers, so he's able to go ahead and claw back the gift. He's able to get back the gift. So that's an interesting question. What happens if he doesn't give? But instead Shekhinah sells all of his property. He liquidates his estate. Sells it off. So this is now the Shiloh. Do we treat the sale of a Shekhinah like the gift of a Shekhinah? Whereas we say that since he's liquidating his estate, that he's selling off all his property, it's a sale almost done with a t'nai. And what's the t'nai? That he's going to die. And therefore, if he recovers, the sale is reversible. So the Gemara says, here we go. So you might know, some have to come alive in almost in a photo. So he's in a rag, the halacha so if he recovers, he cannot retract. A sale is different than a gift, and a sale is going to be valid under all circumstances, and therefore even if he recovers, halacha lets you can't retract. Listen to this. The Sindin, Amar Yehuda Marav, in Amar Koda. It's interesting. So that's what Yehuda is sending the Rav sometimes. And other times, that he's sending the Rav, that if he recovers, he can take back the gift. So it says, okay. Yehuda in the Rav is not contradicting himself. Hod Isni Vizuzi Beinayu, Hod Harinhu Bikobo. So what's this is interesting? It's not a contradiction. One piece is referring ultimately again to a Shekhinah liquidated his estate, but has all of the money in his bank account. The other is where he liquidated the estate and he paid off his debt. Take a look at the Rashban for just a moment. The Rashban says, Tap Rashban, Hod Isni Beinayu, Hod Zed Mahati Shakinu, in Aaron Mikoli Akziyah. So it's interesting enough. This is fascinating. In the case where he holds on to the money, so it's like, so interesting enough to understand that is with a Tanai. Why does he hold on to the money? Because in the event that he recovers, he wants to be able to go ahead and return the money to the purchasers. The fact that he holds on to the money indicates that he's holding it in his mind, maybe I'll recover, I want my property back. So therefore, again, he doesn't spend money, he holds on to it. In that kind of case, ultimately, the gift will revert. On the other hand, if he used the money to go ahead and pay off his debts, then what does that show? That ultimately, again, he has no intentions of ever purchasing back the estates, which indicates to us that this is an unequivocal property, which indicates to us that this is an unequivocal gift. And if Allah, even if he recovers, he cannot claw back the properties or purchase back the properties. Okay, fascinating. Another kasha. So this is very interesting. Okay, so this is fascinating, and it's fascinating not just because it's Shkhinah, but because it opens the door to a brand new union that perhaps many of us never heard of before. So here's the shadow. So Shkhinah is on his deathbed. And what Shkhinah says, I need to get something off my chest. Right? I need to show everyone that the 5 fields that I own, in New York, they're not mine. They belong to the He knows that, right? He admits that he does not own this property. So the shaila is, what's the status of that admission? Now, take a look at the Rashba for just a moment. So let's look at the Rashba. Let's start third line down from the top. By the way, he says, he could be real estate, it could be money, it doesn't really matter what it is. Maybe it works better, like people get very confident, right? So again, this item that everyone has thought is in my possession, in fact, does not belong to me. It belongs to me. This first short line in Rashban, shiny yoke and change, shows Yamo, the Bayamahe. Near me, she overcame Shimon Lashbi as Manok, Odi, the Odi. So let's say, so interestingly enough, so we do not show what to do with this admission. So the Rashban is coming out over here to be very close in Sanhedrin. So that sometimes wealthy people would deny that they own certain property in order to make themselves not appear as wealthy. Whether it's saying whatever it might be. So the shaila is when Reuben does this, it's Reuben kind of looking to minimize the vastness of what his estate looks like. And therefore, again, he doesn't really mean that the property belongs to someone else. He's just saying that to minimize the wealth of what he possesses, or maybe not. Maybe he's going to tell the truth. And actually, in halacha l'maisa, he really is trying to continue. He wants to leave this world with a clean slate, and he's admitting that stuff that he owns is not really his. That's the shaila. So let's now listen to this. He might introduce a fascinating story here. So Tashma. You don't know the story. The Isser Yurahava. What's like this? There was a guy by the name of Isser, and he was known as Isser the Convert. So let's say, so interestingly enough, so it's fascinating to call someone Isser the Convert. Generally, when a person converts, right, we don't go ahead and call them, hey, it's about it's Chaim convert, right? Come over here, let's make all kinds of it, right? You don't always do that. Just because, again, it's part of the sensitivity that we have to the gear, we just don't do it. So it's fascinating to see that this guy, Isser, is forever known as Isser the Convert, Isser the Yura. Now, the reason we're known as this view is we're going to see that's a very important piece in the story, but there's a backstory to this. Take a look at the Rashba. Who is this guy? Isser also quite a look at the Rashba. Isser, who Isser the Yura? Sheba al-Rochel Bas Mashmuel Kodesh Nizgayer B'Nis Abraham Rabbi Yus. So it was like There's a story over here. The daughter of Shmuel was taken captive. She was taken captive by a guy, a non-Jew, by the name of Issa. She was violated by her captors, the daughter of Shmuel. She was violated by her captors. She became pregnant. Somehow, over the course of this relationship, she developed a connection with her captor, and the guy converted. He converted. His name is Issa, right? He converted. He becomes known as Issa Gula. So the daughter to Rachel is birth to a boy. That boy becomes none other than Rav Mori. Rav Mori of the Gemara. Rav Mori. So Rav Mori's father, his biological father, was a non-Jew. Yeah, but something is good. And that's by the way, Rav Mori wrote the Shas as Rav Mori Bas Rachel. He's known ultimately again, he's known as the Mori, the son of Rachel, because his father doesn't, from a halachic perspective, he doesn't have a father. Now, what's fascinating to know over here is Issa converted. Now, when did Issa convert? So at the time that he was separated with Rachel, he was not Jewish. But by the time that Rachel gave birth, he was Jewish. So when young Rav Mori was born, so his biological father, who was not his halachic father, had already converted. Which quite, you think your family has issues, right? I'm just saying, some of my sons, a little bit of a complicated massive, as they say. Okay, so what happens? Let's go back over this. Rav Mori Berei, Harasso Shemo B'Kusha. I'm sorry, we go back. Issa Gila, how many tracer alpha Zuzurila? So what's this interesting? Issa, this guy Issa, had 12,000 users. Now, he deposited, Issa deposited the 12,000 users with Rabbi. This Rabbi. Okay, so now, part one of the story. Rav Mori Berei, who was the biological son of Issa Gila, but not the halachic son of Issa Gila, he was conceived, what we call conceived, not in a state of Kedusha, but was born in a state of Kedusha, which means when he was conceived, his father was not Jewish, his biological father was not Jewish, but by the time he was born, his biological father, not halachic father, but his biological father was Jewish, okay? Okay, Rabbi, at this time, Rav Mori was in yeshiva. His mind was in yeshiva. Yeah, he was getting why that he was young. He was in yeshiva. I'll tell you why I think that's 2 important this morning. Alright, so let's listen to this. Here was the concern. And this is a fascinating story. So let's say, here's what, now remember, Rabbi is in possession, Rabbi is holding the money for Isser. Isser apparently was ill. So now, Rabbi, what was Rabbi? Okay, what was Rabbi anticipating was going to happen? What was he anticipating? Isser was going to die. Isser was a ger, which means in this particular context that Isser had no more children after he converted, which means that technically speaking, Isser was a ger with no inheritors. Right? No inheritors. Which meant that when Isser dies, what happens to his property? Hezbollah. Who's in possession of those 12,000 zuzim? Rabbi. So Rabbi wants to make sure that when Isser dies, it shouldn't happen too soon, but also why did he suffer so long, right? So what happens when Isser dies, that Rabbi gets the property, and that it doesn't go to Rav Mori. So he wants it for himself. Let's say, there's definitely more to his backstory that the Gemara is not showing, but I think we'll have to see why this is intentional here. Somewhere else, so this is fascinating. So Rabbi says like this: anything that brings Rav money to how to do this. Rabbi wants to understand. Look, I want to obviously, I'd like to possess this money after Isser dies. So what are you thinking? What possibilities would exist for Rav Mori to possibly acquire this money? So Rav Mori is not an inheritor. Why is Rav Mori not an inheritor? Why not? Because halachically, we're not related. It's always like hard to say. Again, clearly, it's his biological father. But halachically, they're not related, and therefore, again, Rav Mori is not an inheritor. Okay. This is fascinating. Watch this. This is why we spent some time with this concept at the beginning of the year. But okay, so maybe you'll say, one second. Let Isser make a deathbed gift of Matnas Shchidmira, right? And he could gift the property to Isser. Well, that's not going to work. Why? Because Matnas Shchidmira is Kedusha Shadir Rabbanot. Matnas Shchidmira is a derivative of Yerusha. Is what we spoke about at the beginning of the year today. Kol Hecha D'Isi B'Yerusha Isi L'Matano. Kol Hecha D'Lesi B'Yerusha Lesa L'Matano. So this is fascinating. So Allah that wherever ultimately again a person is subject to Yerusha, in the parsha of Yerusha, they can make a matnas shchidmira. If they're not in the parsha of Yerusha, they can't make a matnas shchidmira. Now what does that mean? What does that mean? So let's say, look at the Rashbam. The Rashbam says, there, la para yuchid lachmona after zari be'ovi kochavu. So let's say, what it's saying over here is like this. If you are someone who has people who are subject to Yerusha, then you can make a matnas shchidmira to whoever you want. But if you're not in the parsha of Yerusha, then you can't make a matnas shchidmira. In this case, Isser was not in the parsha of Yerusha. Why is he not in the parsha of Yerusha? Why not? Because he has no halakhic heirs. This is such a fascinating detail. When can you avail yourself of matnas shchidmira? When you have people to halakhically inherit you. Now, you don't have to give the gift to them. But because you see what's happening right here, it's like this will tell us in the share. Because matnas shchidmira is a derivative of Yerusha, you have to halakhically be in the parsha of Yerusha in order to make a matnas shchidmira. If you are not in the parsha of Yerusha, meaning you do not possess halakhic heirs, you cannot make a halakhic deathbed gift. So because Isser ultimately is not in the parsha of Yerusha, therefore you cannot go ahead and make a matnas shchidmira. So therefore again, so there's no Yerusha, there's no matnas shchidmira. Even Mashiach, that's the Gabe. Right? So again, if it's about Mashiach, so here's the issue. Rav Mari doesn't have the money, I have the money. Alright? Either Kalitin, maybe King Kalitin, Ein Mater, Nikan Kalitin, above the sea days. So what is it? So ultimately again, if it's about Kalitin, then Halach again, you cannot acquire money through Kalitin. We establish that. I'Agav Karka, let's like Karka. Maybe Isser will convey the money to his son, Rav Mari, through Karka. I'll give him a piece of land, and it requires Agav Karka. But remember again, King Agav doesn't require the Natalku in Pascha Israel. It doesn't require the Natalku to be piled on top of the Karka. That's why we're giving to give over Karka, and by beat of the Karka, you put on the top of it. What's the issue? So again, Rabbi said no problem there, because Rav Mari, Isser didn't have any Karka. Even my Mishvashtan, this is great. What about my Mishvashtan? What's my Mishvashtan? What's my Mishvashtan? My Mishvashtan is you could assign something to a third party when all of the interested parties are present, right? So technically speaking, if Isser, Rava, and Rav Mari were all to be present, so Isser can say, I hereby transfer the money ultimately over to my son Rav Mari. So Rava said, if that's going to happen, no, Ishamachli, I'm not showing up to that. Right? So Rava says, I'm not showing up. I'm not going, and therefore he will be no way to go ahead and transfer the money. So that's the law. That's the thing that I don't think so. Interestingly enough, this conversation is happening in the Medrash. And you'll see why this is important for the narrative also. So what happens? So they're having this conversation, and Rabbi is in possession of the money, wants to make sure that he holds on to it at the time that Isser dies. He's trying to figure out, is there any threat to my ownership of this money, or is there some way for this money to get to our money? So he's going through all the possibilities, it sounds like there's no way for it to get to our money. So we're asking Rabbi Kili Rabani, Amai, the Lodi Isser, the Halim Zuzi, Rabbanino, for the Kili Ba'odisa. Okay. So what's this? We might as well introducing us to a brand new kinyan. It's called a kinyan Odisa. What's a kinyan Odisa? Like from Hodah, from Moda. Means we admit that someone else owns this item. So let Isser say, I hereby declare that my son, my biological son, not my halakhic son, my biological son, Rav Mari, is the owner of this money. So let him make a kinyan Odisa, Moda, and let Rav Mari acquire it that way. So Adahafi Nafik Agisa Yubei Isser. So let's say what happened. So as this conversation was happening, suddenly word got back to Rabbi that Isser made this kinyan Odisa. Isser on his deathbed said, I hereby declare that the money belongs to my biological son, Rabbi. Okay? Ekbid Rabbi. Rabbi was not happy. Rabbi was not happy. Amar Kamagami Tanasal Inchi Umafsidi. So interesting enough. So he said, by the way, take a look at the Rashbam, not Rashbam. He said, Adahafi Nafik Odisa. He told Shneman of this message. Since this whole conversation is taking place in the base message, Yotza HaKol, they will do a lit on king. Ultimately, again, so he went ahead, the word got out, somebody ran over to Isser, said, Isser, here's the way to convey the money to your son, and ultimately, again, Isser made a kinyan Odisa, transferring over the money to his biological son, Rabbi. So ultimately, again, Rabbi is happy. If Rabbi, Amar Kamadani Tanas, other people are teaching some people are teaching other people how to make proper halakhic statements and causing real loss. Rabbi is upset. Ultimately, again, that he lost out on the money. So I'll point out something very interesting just quickly. So first of all, generally you don't do a kinyan Odisa. Generally don't do it. There is one time of the year that we do a kinyan Odisa. Some of you have seen this. We do this during the Kiyas Chametz. When we sell, generally again, remember, if you sell a couple of things, let's say you fill out the power of attorney, you give it to me, and then I sell the couple on behalf of whoever says to a non-Jew. We do multiple kinyanim in that transaction with the non-Jew to ensure that the non-Jew understands that halakhically this is a bona fide sale. One of the things that we do is a kinyan Odisa. So we pick up the documents, give it over to the non-Jew and say, I hereby declare that all of this chametz belongs to you. Now, generally, we would not rely on a kinyan Odisa by itself. But when we multiple other kinyanim, it is there. So again, outside of the Kiyas Chametz, I don't know how often we see it, but again, it is a fixture of the sale of chametz each and every year. So let's say, to be honest, this story also a little bit, it's strange, no? It's a little bit strange, right? Rabbi's trying to keep the money left in the other. So let's say, so perhaps, this is what I was thinking about with this story. To be honest, I do not have a chance to be too much into this and too much. I'm sure that many of the folks, I can't ask you, and then I can't say no, I never had time. I did not use my time appropriately yesterday, and therefore did not allow sufficient time to be able to research this, so yeah, I should research, so I apologize for that. But I think something interesting, if you notice that the Gemara points out that Rabbi was Beirad. He was in yeshiva. Meaning what? He was young. Perhaps what's happening over here is Rabbi was very concerned about a young person inheriting a lot of money. Because generally, young people do not know what to do with a lot of money. And he was concerned that his young and budding Hamishpachah, let's say you run into that amount of money as a young person, a lot of things can happen. You leave yeshiva, right? You get involved in all the wrong stuff. You just spend it on things that just are not going to be helpful for you in life. So it's also quite possible that the desire of the young Rabbi was not to deprive Rabbi of this money. Right? Rabbi is Isser's son. He's Isser's son. But so let's say sometimes even parents, very well-meaning parents, feel like they want to give their children everything, and then they don't realize that giving your children everything is a colossal mistake. Do not give your children everything. Give your children a lot, love them, make them feel loved and secure. Do not give them everything, because if you do, you will spoil them and they will turn into rotten adults. So instead, give them a lot, more the emotional than the material stuff, but give them a lot. But be careful not to give them everything, because you're ruining them if you give them everything. So perhaps that's what's happening over here, and that's why the Gemara felt compelled to add in the thing Rav. That Rabbi was still in yeshiva, Rabbi wanted to hold on to it. Of course I'll give it to his son. I'm going to hold his money, I'm going to keep his money for myself. I'm going to give it to him, but not now. Not now. I'll give it to him a little bit more mature, a little bit more advanced, and ultimately, again, when I can help him structure, utilizing it in a more efficient way. Perhaps, okay, let's go back on the base. Shir Kak, we got Shir Kak culture. So what happens if halacha l'maisa, So remember again, Shliach gave away property, but he obtained some karka for himself. And what's the halacha? Matanoso kayanis. So that's the story again. So this is Mishnah. Shliach gives property away, but he obtains a piece of property for himself. So remember again, once you're obtaining property for yourself, what does that show? That you have in mind that you may recover, and therefore whatever you gift is a bona fide gift even if you do recover. In other words, the only time that the matzah of shchidra is made out tonight that I die is when everything is gifted away. But if you retain something for himself in halacha l'maisa, that gift remains even if he recovers. How much is kol shu? Right, so the lesson of the Gemara over here is if shchidra gives a property but retains something, a little something for himself, then ultimately again, even if he recovers, his gift the gift remains a gift. So how much is kol shu? So I'm going to karka k'dei parnasa. So something like that, he retains enough property to support himself. So again, that's how I support himself. That Yirmiyah bar Abba Amar is talking k'dei parnasa. Yirmiyah bar Abba is not land. Even metaltalin, so he receives enough metaltalin to generate enough support for himself. So therefore, in the event that he recovers, he's not going to be destitute. Already zero. Commonly, Rabbi said the Sabi, watch on Rabbi says, how precise are the words of our elders? Karka, Taimanai, because Summit Ale. The Gemara says, so what happens? He's retaining enough karka to be able to support himself. So this very thing, he has enough in the event that he recovers. How he should recover, the gift that he gives is that's going to stand. But this way, he does have enough money to live on. Similarly, again, the Talmud Nami, Summit Alayu, if he recovers, he'll be able to go ahead and support himself. So watch this. So watch this according to this first version. So here's what we know, right? So first, Shchidra gifts away his entire estate. That is considered to be a gift of tonight. If I die, the gift is good. If I recover, I'm taking everything back. Now, again, remember, this tells us mechanically. Nothing's actually been given away, right? Because everything's going to be given away when Shchidra dies. But if I don't die, if Shchidra doesn't die, he takes everything back. But if Shchidra gives a gift, gives a property, or retains something for himself, then what that says is, this is not a gift of tonight, just another gift. Keep it, I die, I recover, it doesn't make a difference, keep the property. How much does he have to retain in order for it to be a complete gift and out of tonight? So again, according to his first approach, so again, Yirmiyah bar Abba, enough property for him to live on. To live on, whether it's karka or it's also what he's clearly doing over there by retaining that, what he's showing is, if I recover, I'm retaining enough metallically or karka to be able to live off of. And therefore, whatever I gifted away, that remains a gift. Not skip for Yosef, but Yosef, I understand, doesn't make any sense. For my cover also, non-government talk, when that's not. So first of all, how can you, so Rabbi Yosef is bothered by this. And then Yosef said this makes no sense. Why? Because how can you say that it applies to the Talmud, right? The halacha is, the Brisa says, and the Mishnah says, karka. Or the Brisa says, karka. So dafka land, not the Talmud. Not the Gemara says. Furthermore, Manda Kedei Panasaso, kol shu tonight. So the one who said Kedei Panasaso, again, will say, why would you say the amount that you need to sustain? That's not what the Mishnah says. The Brisa says, right? It says kol shu. We'll say, what does kol shu mean? Kol shu means any amount. Any amount sounds like what? What does any amount sound like? Any amount. According to the first approach, this whole thing is operating with the assumption that the share is retained for himself enough to sustain him, enough karka or enough metaltalin to sustain him. And therefore, once he does that, the gifts that he's giving are non-conditional gifts, and they're binding whether or not he dies or he recovers. The Musa comes along and says, what you're saying is not consistent with the wording of the Brisa. Number one, the Brisa says karka, doesn't mean metaltalin. Number two, the Brisa says kol shu. Kol shu means any amount, not dafka the amount that you need to sustain. So I don't say, we're going to stop. So Abai isn't better, just I'll tell you, just come to attractions. Abai says, I'm not really Abai before, it's like you're telling karka dafka. So Abai says, one second. Do you think every single time the Gemara says karka, the karka only means karka not metaltalin? So we'll go on to my mission to prove that point. One side, tremendous day. Tremendous day. Shkayach everyone. And we are officially caught up. We're pretty much caught up. Because that's shy of a few lines. This is pretty good. It's not like that. Considering where we started, excellent. Shkayach outside.
Schwab Cruise
Probably
continues.
Scott, have a great day, everyone.
Yeah, coming in with the Modelo's. I think Bud Light owns Modelo. Their stock's through the roof. And everyone's like, yeah, take that Bud Light. And it's like, I was like, we own them too, dumbass.
Another 6-pack.
You got Bud Lights too, if you want one of those.
I'll crush any beer.
Oh, yeah, you drink Bud Light?
I like Bud Light. It's like beer's beer. Beer's beer at the end of the day. I like to
Start sucking cock.
What does he mean? Oh, because Bud Light, because of the thing. But
All right, well, say good morning. Let's go. Begin to thank our sponsors for this morning. To thank our Torah sponsors for the year of Tafshin Hey 5785. The Tosa Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shiurim and Drushos this year as a source of the Saros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael.
so it's kind of weird for him to keep saying
To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Abalim Tova, Stephen Tarizin, for dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this month in honor of the birth of their granddaughter, Devar Eliana Zin, and nation of the Arzite of Dr. Zin's father, Bunim Tzvi Ben Chaim, Shmuel Rabin Karatkin, and the sister of Lushna of Rabin's constant serving the IDF in Yamin Chaim Pesach Ben Moshe Chana, and nation of the Arzite of Rabin's mother, Hassan Mira Bas Chaim, Dr. Moshe, and Ellen Grant. In memory of Dr. Zivan's parents, Yaakov Meir Ben Moshe Leib, and Sheena Bas Abba. Dr. Bezat and Nina Salfer of Los Angeles dedicating Shiurim and Drushos this month in America for the Fush Lema for Esther Bracha Bas Chaya. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Yankee and Elisa Statman and Yitzi and Rebecca Statman in the schus of the Fush Lema for Chaya Rivka Bas Nechama. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah families in Nechama, all of those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. The Ribbon Shalom Shalom Omar has to give the Shalom and the Karva should allow our holy soldiers to be successful. L'chol Maaseh Yidei. But with that, let us begin with a lot to do today about Hashem. Today's topic is 149. We are picking up on Tukman Test on the page 148b in the wide lines, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, about 18 lines up from the bottom. Shibaylu, Mas Shaya. Chazara the Mixas. Hadi Chazara, Kula Ola. So those Sesmenu, again, we actually started on this a little bit yesterday. We know that even when a Shemira goes ahead and gives property, he has the ability to retract it if he wants. Right? He has the ability to this before he dies. So say, brother, just to outline this, we're going to talk more about this morning. But generally, the way that the matana of a Shemira works is as follows. Yeah, Shemira wants to give a property to someone. So what does he do? He gives it to someone. But when does the gift actually take effect? When does it take effect? When he dies. Now, by the way, this is an important dynamic. That's why he has the ability to go ahead and retract. Right? He has the ability. And change my mind, because remember, nothing's actually given until Shemira dies, which, by the way, is very important because this is also the connection between Shemira and Yerusha. Remember, again, already 2 days ago, the Gemara highlighted the idea that, according to the opinion that the concept of Matna Shemira was a Doraisa, the psukim that the Gemara was quoting was psukim of Yerusha. But it bothered us because Shemira is a Matana and Yerusha is inheritance. What's the commonality between Yerusha and Shemira? So here, it's this exact point. Generally, you cannot give a posthumous gift. In order to give a gift, there has to be a living donor. There's no such thing as a posthumous gift. Only thing you can do posthumously is inheritance. So what's interesting is the only posthumous gift that exists is a matnas shemira. So therefore, Chazal, when we go with the approach that matnas shemira is a drabanan. So therefore, again, when Chazal created this concept of matnas shemira, essentially award gifts during his lifetime that will only take effect posthumously, they modeled it after the only other posthumous mechanism of conveyance, which is Yerusha, which is inheritance. So that's why there's this linkage between Matna Shemira and Yerusha. So now we'll say, remember, Shemira is gifting a property. Gift is not really taking effect until after he dies. So therefore, again, between the time of the gift and his death, if he wants to go ahead and change stuff up, so Shemira gave this to Reuben. I don't want to give it to Reuben. Reuben didn't come to this one. So I'm going to go ahead and give it to Shimon. So he has the ability to do that. The challenge the Gemara is asking over here, when he, let's say, retracts as part of the gift, does that represent a complete retraction or not? Now, for illustrators, take a look at the Rashbam says over here, it's right before the line here, why? It's right before the line here, why? Here we go. Shkinira, Shekasa Kolakasa La'aka. Right, so Shkinira went ahead and wrote property to it. Because of what it says, the reference to La'aka, Shayach Alasas, meaning that keeping that also keeping well. Mia, so Shkinira originally went ahead and said, I hereby give all my property to you. Then Shkinira has to change the sentence. You know what? You know what? I want to give 5 years to Shimon. I want to give 5 years to Shimon. Now goes to what's the Shimon? Me had to cut out the whole of it. Here's what I know. What do I know? I know that it needs 5 years to Shimon. What's the Shiloh? The Shiloh is, what about the other 5 years? Is he leaving those in the possession of Reuben? Or do we say no? Effectively, what he's done is he's kind of taking them back for himself. In other words, he's fully negated. Right? You know what's happening over here? Originally, he gifted his entire estate 10 fields to Reuben. Then he changed his mind and giving 5 fields, half of it, to Shimon. What about the other half? Do we say that the other half remains in the possession of Reuben? No. Since he reneged on part of the gift, clearly what he did is he reneged on the entire gift. And therefore, again, the other 5 fields are coming back into this estate. Do we say that he's effectively reneged on the entire gift of Reuben? And also, the Gully Daite, Shimon's current solution is clearly by reassigning as part of the estate to Shimon, it is clear that he doesn't really want to give to Reuben. Master, not only Shimon, not kind of a necessity, the Ikashir, the Hadi Rabbas, the Machiyah, Kolamosa. Do we see on one hand, since he's clearly retracted on part of the gift, and therefore, again, it's clearly he doesn't really want Reuben to have anything. Therefore, again, he gives part of the gift, but then when Shimon dies, his heirs have the ability to draw back the Reuben. Although Hadi Rabbas, I imagine nothing is changing for us, I know it's a kind of show. No, maybe not. Maybe at the end of the day, look, the part that he assigned to Shimon obviously goes to Shimon, but the other part remains in the possession of Reuben. In other words, why should this start that back to tomorrow? By the way, Hazar the Mitzvah, which Shimon are being next on part of the gift, Hadis Hazar the Kulo Olo. Is it a full reneging on the entire gift? No, only the part that he assigned to Shimon. Where it goes to Shimon, but the other part remains Reuben. That's our Shiloh. The first one, that's Shiloh. Who don't believe in the text will change? Change for that reason, but the mother is on the street. Take a look at Jesus, found again, second wide line. He said, kind of full of the result. The not such thing on the customer, and the same thing. Again, okay, this is actually, we've seen it out of many scientists, escape to the end, and the customer says, anything, this is behind, and it goes in, this is one of these Shimon, for us, how the Hakim is one of these come up there. Shimon acquires his portion, Reuben does not acquire his portion. My last vision is, are we not talking about the case of Shimon died? Which means, no, it's Amar. No, it's actually like this, the Shimon are recovered. Where the Father and the Sabbath is used to be pure wine, with the current people, the suffering of the Shimon, the Shimon, that here, he is starting part of the Shimon, he only Shimon, Rishon, the Reuben acquires his portion, Sheni Lokan, and Shimon acquires nothing. He Amish on the Sha'amad, if we're talking about a case of recovery, the Shimhaki Shani, Shimhaki Sheni Lokan. Therefore, again, Shimon didn't acquire anything, he Amish with names, but if we see that the case of Reuben died, that I would no, again, you should both acquire. You remember that actually, because the Kahane non-nutrition, if you set it up in a case where it's been out of if you want to say that partial reneging is effectively total reneging, you must change the Shimon last comment. And again, I understand why Shimon, but I require part, not low with you. If you want the ultimate you again partially maybe. It's not effectively fully reneging. A lot of no stuff neither of them should acquire. So let's say friends, you want to go back and forth. Bottom line, look this up. Hazara the mixed up Hadith Hazara. We'll say what is the bottom line halacha? The bottom line halacha is Hazara the mixed up Hadith Hazara. Which means, what this means in absence of blood justice is Ruben goes ahead and Shimera assigns his estate to Ruben, right? And 15 my estate, Shimera is 15 his estate to Ruben. What's Shimera say a lot? You know, I want to give Ruben. I want to give 50%. I want to give 50% of the gift I give to Ruben to Shimon. Okay, so now it goes to Shimon, and the Gemara says, but what that effectively shows is really fully reneging on the distribution. The way the halacha understands this is by pulling away some of the property from Ruben, he's effectively pulling away all of the property from Ruben. So therefore, the part that is assigned to Shimon will go to Shimon, and the rest of it comes back to the estate. Right? The rest of it comes back to the estate. That's how the Gemara is asking over here. Chazar b'mitzas, hadiyah chazar. So listen, I just mentioned there's a tremendous and beautiful Musar in this as well. And what is that? He wants a chazara is also a mushroom of shuvah. We know in the Gemara about Elisha ben Aviya. So the famous things that Elisha ben Aviya after, when Elisha ben Aviya leaves, he doesn't know. We'll go into a different part. One of the most profound and incredible and loving stories of Shuvah. So Elisha ben Aviya goes off the camp, and all of the rabbinic colleagues essentially believe in him, except Rabbi Meir. And Meir, his devoted disciple, is always trying to get him to come back. And they had multiple discussions. And the lesson that Rabbi Meir always uses for Elisha ben Aviya is Chazar b'cha. Chazar b'cha. Come back. Right? Because that's what Shuvah is. We translate Shuvah as repentance. No one knows that. Right? But Shuvah is Russian like Lashon, to return. Faith, sin, this is part of it. Shuvah is the process by which I return to. Shuvah is also referred to as Chazar. Chazar. Coming back to where I was, and back to who I was, and coming back to that responsibility. So, if you look at these words, sometimes we think that Shuvah is an all or nothing proposal. Right? Either get it right, or so I'll give you an example. Let's say I struggled to figure out here. I started to figure out there. So I decided that, I'm stopping to do that out there. And what happens? And I'm really good. I'm really good for a week. I'm really good for 2 weeks. And then what happens? I fall off the wagon. I relapse. And I look out there again. So a lot of things we do to ourselves, but obviously, all of that period of data access was being risked, right? All that kind of data sobriety, right, was really risked. Because look, I just relapsed, I fell off the wagon again. But here's the perspective. There was every little unit of Shuvah, every little unit of faith, every little unit of Hazara, everything fighting to myself a better person. Because it's not consistent, and even if I'm not able to keep it up, as it becomes this is like a mantra. They'll say, what is halacha l'maisa of Yiddishkeit? Hazara b'mitzas, hadith hazara. Even a partial shuvah, even a partial hazara is still considered to be shuvah. Never think that Shuvah is absolute. Never look at a Yiddishkeit. Yiddishkeit are arranged by parts as it actually. There are ups and downs. There are wins and there are losses. There are successes and failures. And the failures goes away from the successes. And the losses goes away from the wins. Because Chazara b'mitzas hadiyah chazara. Even a partial return to our first even if it's not sustained, it's still something so meaningful and unbelievable and incredible. Let's say that's every once in a while you come across as a phrase that is literally a mantra for Yiddish. A mantra like this is what Hazara b'mitzas hadiyah chazara. So the next time you fall off the wagon, fall off the wagon, don't give up for 15 minutes. And again, that's the nature of life. Don't become despondent. Because whatever you've done, even if you can't continue, another the mitzvah, have you found out? Incredible. Congratulations, Dr. Smith.
First of all, I love
But the died.
Is acting as if somebody else is
But the bottom, but the last time the right is only be found, only be reconciled, and it is sitting out. Okay. See, by the way, we'll say some public applications of these problems. By the way, put this on the cost of dollar now. Oh, look at this. Here's an interesting one, right? So sitting actually has on his death, right? And what does he do? He decides to dedicate all of his property to the shore. Right? He's not the shit. Not the shit. Right? He's about the same thing. He says, you know, I can make this all of my costs. So what happens? It's fantastic that you do it. Only one goblin. He gets better, right? He recovers, right? So now, yeah, that's better up his conversation, right? I got better. What now? So again, remember, it's not and now, again, remember again, this is a shooting. Now he gets better. No. So what's the halacha? What do you do? All the God hectares from it, not to lose it. Whatever it comes to hectares, right? A person is not to. That's when this person is not to. They do a wholehearted hectare. And therefore, again, essentially, so you believe it's a, no back. That's it. That you cannot be mad on hectares. Also, maybe not. Let's understand over here. Shimira gifted away his property. Why did he gift away his property? Because he thought he was going to die. His intention is never to leave himself destitute. So therefore, again, as much as he had, yes, it's a beautiful gesture that he's not just everything to make God, but Lamaisa, that his only gives him saying he's not intention, he's going to die. If he's not going to die, that shouldn't be command on everything. He wants a similar case. Gift on the cost of nothing. So what if a person made all of his property hectare? Now, again, pretty dramatic thing that made all of his property hectare. So what is that? And now again, we'll say, this is parentheses, and he recovers. And remember, again, all of this is clear. Right, so far, some of this is the way Shemira works is Shemira is doing something that is going to affect Hashivas, right? So anything he does, Mashana, Hagrid, after, this is all after he died. Remember, going back again, that's the connection between Shemira and Yerusha. That's why again, the dividends of Yerusha. So what happens if his master is practice? And then he recovers. Now, me and giving the Asma, I mean, Kashmir and Gama Umat. After, there is a benefit to the rich and the poor, right? So when the master is anyone can follow, right? Legislation is also a potential benefit to the poor. You can't do that. And give them a call to Gama Umat, then Gama Umat. Maybe come up with anything you hope. Or as well say, anything that does not go to that, let's just see what he says. To benefit someone else. But it's never to put himself in the detrimental position. So in any dispute, if he recovers, he wants to be able to walk back to it. So again, we're back to you may call the hustle by your night. What if he needs to see stuff? And so, when the Lord says, when I die, if I give to the state, and stuff. And then we'll see what happens. You recover. Nice. You have me notice about how that you need more dollar in Matthew. He was stuck up, certainly he's condemned. Right? So that's the story he's getting. Like he has, and he's not going to walk it down. Oh, well, no. Hold it up enough. But they keep coming back to that same concept. Maybe, again, as much as he's going to agree to do goodness to the state, that he supposes that's what he's not going to need it. But if he's going to need it, he's walking back all of these gifts. You might answer all of these cases. One of these people. Okay. You want to go back. So I'm gonna change both of that. I'm gonna change it. You told this guy, the Yaksik, yeah, who don't know Shamatana. So it's now the future speaks a little bit more the Lashonos of a matnas. Right? What's the type of verbiage that Shemira would use in order to make it clear? You told, hey, this guy, really like a choir, Yaksik, also a choir, you guy, so much of my time. These are all special parts of the Yaksin, Yaras, the right so just remember again, interestingly enough, if you use the lesson of Yaksin and Yaras, these are expressions of the Mishnah. These also work. That was who do they work with? They work with people who are in the inheritance line of the Shkibna. Now you ask yourself, what's like this? Why does the Shemira have to go ahead and give to anyone who's in his inheritance line? Remember why? Let's say Rabbi Yochanan ben Roka. Rabbi Yochanan ben Roka. You give yourself absolutely nothing, right? So, okay, I'll remind you. Who is Rabbi Yochanan ben Roka? It's Rashbam. I didn't even know that's Rashbam is going to say that a person could go ahead and give property or will property to someone who is in his inheritance line, even if he's not necessarily first in line for inheritance. Right? So if you're looking at the rope, if only someone that's in your inheritance line, you can get property to them through the mechanism. Of you. Therefore, you know, listen, you would be a perfect example. Let's say Shkidnila has whatever it is, brothers or other, and he wants them to get property as well, daughters. So again, because we are in the inheritance line, we can shift property to them through the mechanism of a matnas. And again, those people who are willing to inherit some money, you use the songs of inheritance. Okay? And you don't have to. You can use gifts to show them also, but these expressions of inheritance work for people who are in the inheritance. By the way, what's also US the top of the 40 million. Pretty much as follows. Yeah, never, and no. What happens if the Shemira gives a masculine to someone, and the Russian expression that he uses is yeah, right? So I give right to Shemira gives this property to Ruvain. I want you to benefit from this property. The friend is like, what is that? What is that? The mouth. So what is it? Right? What is Shemira say? Shemira says, I want you to benefit from my property. So what is that? What is that? Is that saying that Shemira is giving the property to Ruvain? Or is just saying, no, Ruvain, I'm happy for you to benefit from my property. Listen, you hear the Shiloh? Because again, this is not a classic, that's not a statement. This is not a classic notion of conveyance. Then at the benefit sounds somewhat ambiguous. So again, is that conveyance an ownership? Or is that just saying, you'll see to get some benefit from it? Another question. Similar idea. What happens if Shemira says, I would like you to be seen in my property? Okay? Ya'amod Bahem, I want you to stand in my property. Yishan Bahem, I want you to lean on my property. What is the law of all of these cases? Which the Gemara answers cases. We'll say the interesting enough, what you begin to see is as follows. You begin to see essentially there's like three buckets of the shoulders. Bucket number one are expressions that represent conveyance. Right? That works for everyone, all cases. Bucket number two are expressions that denote inheritance. Those work for people who are in the inheritance line in some way. Third bucket are expressions of usage. Those expressions, we're not sure what they do. We're not sure what they do. Do they just allow for some level of usage, or do they actually go ahead and convey ownership? So that is as of now still somewhat unclear. Okay. Very good. That's another chapter. Makar from the Pakar, not. So this is very. So what happens if the Shemira sold? You guys have any idea? So up until now, what we've been focusing on is the maternal Shemira gift property. And remember again, what's the principle with the gift? The way it works is like this. Everything depends on what is the gift, right? If he's gifting some of his property, right, and keeping some of it, then that is not considered a mathematical Shemira. That's just considered a bona fide gift. And even if the Shemira recovers, the gift is not reversible. But if the Shemira goes ahead and gets his entire estate, and gets everything away, then that we do that almost like what? So yesterday, like a gift with a condition. What's the condition? If I die. Now, obviously, if he doesn't die and he recovers, he's able to go ahead and fall back to the gift. He's able to get back to the gift. So now the Gemara asks an interesting question. What happens if I'm But instead, Shigera sells all of his property. He liquidates his estate. Sells it off. Those now it's a Shiloh. You would treat the sale of a Shigera like the gift cash. Whereas we say that since he's liquidating his estate, and he's selling off all the property, it's a sale almost done with a Tinai. And what's the Tinai? That he's going to die. And therefore, if he recovers, the sale is reversible. So the Gemara says, here we go. So you buy no Macha from the person now. Some Rabbi with the Marad in Amad in a total. So who's saying a Rab that Allah can make up if he recovers, he cannot retire. A sale is different than a gift, and a sale is going to be valid under all circumstances. Even if he recovers, Allah will make it the Sinyan, Amad with the Marad in Amad Total. So that's the name of God sometimes. And other times, they'll use the name of Rab that if he recovers, and it's that not the good name of God. It's not tempting himself. Not a contradiction. One piece is referring ultimately against the similar liquidated estate, but has all of the money in his bank account. The other is where he liquidated the estate and he paid off his debt. Look at that moment. What's interesting enough, social media and in the case where interesting enough that you want to understand that is good. Why does he hold on? Why should he hold on? Because he said that to recover, he wants to be able to go ahead and return the money to the person. The fact that there was money indicates that he's holding in his mind, maybe I'll recover, I want my property back. So therefore, he doesn't spend money, he holds on to it. In that kind of case, ultimately, the gift will reverse. On the other hand, if you use the money to go ahead and pay off his debt, then what is that for? What is that for? That ultimately, again, he has no intention of ever purchasing back these things. This indicates to us that he is honest with other properties. And if Allah recovers, he cannot walk back to the property or purchase back. Okay, fascinating. By the way, another category. Also is very interesting. Looking at the Hodra mountains. So this is fascinating, and this has a necessity of the Shura, and because it opens the door to a brand new kingdom that perhaps many of us have never heard of before. Here's the terrible thing. Shura is going to test that. What is Shura? This Shura says, I need to get something else like that. I need to tell everyone that there's 5 fields that I own, in the north, they're not mine. They're not mine. They belong to me. Moda, it does not own the property. The Shiloh is, what's the status of that image now? Look at that property for a moment. So let's say, let's start third line down from the top. One of the Arba Chalio, while he's said, subject to Ma'os Halalu, still for it. By the way, it could be real estate, it could be money, it doesn't mean right? So again, this item that everyone has bought in my possession, in fact, is not belong to you. It belongs to you. The Abba B'Shahayim, it's something that Hashem alone is. So also for me, first short line in Rashman, China Yogi change, so Zamo, the Rama. Near me, to overtake, to know the Ashia, Lashia, Sarah, all the material that all the so let's say, interesting enough. Interesting enough. So we not know what to do with business. So Rashman is coming out of here. Because of this idea that sometimes wealthy people would deny that they own this property in order to make themselves not appear as whatever it might be. The site is one of the things that is really kind of minimize the vastness of what the experience looks like. And therefore, it doesn't really mean that the property is more it's just to say that minimize the wealth of what it possesses, or maybe not. Maybe he's saying the truth. And actually, in the local America, he really is something that wants to leave this world with a clean slate, and he's admitting that stuff that he owns is not really. That's the China. That's the China. Okay, now listen to this. You are inclusive of fashion and studies here. Chashma. Very well played. the Isser Yura, was like this. He was a guy by the name of Isser, and he was known as Isser the Convert. Isser the Convert. So it's like so interestingly enough. Interestingly enough, so it's fascinating to call someone Isser the Convert. Generally, when a person converts, right, you don't go ahead and call them, hey, everybody's trying to come over, let's go try and get it. You don't really do that. Because again, you just don't do it. So it's fascinating to see that this guy Isser is forever known as Isser the Convert. The reason he's known as this Jew, you're going to see that's a very important business story. The backstory. Who is this guy? This is also look at that. Who is Yura? Sheba al Rochel Bas Mar Shmuel Kodesh Nisgayer B'Nis Abraham Menachus Eshad Mori Bar Rochel. So there's a story over here. The daughter of Shmuel was taken captive. She was taken captive by a guy, a non-Jew, by the name of Isser. She was violated by her daughter Shmuel. Somehow over the course of this relationship, he developed a connection with her captor, and the guy converted. His name was Isser, right? He converted. He becomes known as Isser. So Rachel speaks good to a boy. That boy becomes none other than Rabbi. Rabbi of the Gemara. Rabbi. So Rabbi's father, his biological father, was a non-Jew.
What?
That's why, by the way, Rav Mori goes down as Rav Mori Bas Rochel. He's known ultimately again as Bara. He's known as Rav Mori, the son of Rochel. His father doesn't come up with a Latin perspective. He doesn't have a father. Now, what's fascinating to note over here is Isser converted. Now, when did Isser convert? So at the time that he impregnated Rachel, he was not Jewish. So by the time that Rachel gave birth, he was. When young Rav Mori was born, so his biological father, who was not his halachic father, had already converted. Which is quite so nice. A little bit of a complicated mouth. Okay, so what happens? Let's go back over this. I'm sorry, let me go back. How about the tracer out the Israeli lines? What's the thing? This guy Isser has 12,000 Jews. Now, he deposited Isser deposited the 12,000 Jews with Rabbi. Okay, so now, part one of the story. Rav Mori, who was the biological son of Isser, but not the halachic son of Isser. He was conceived, what we call conceived, not in a state of Kedusha, but was born in a state of Kedusha, which means when he was conceived, his father was not Jewish, his biological father. But by the time he was born, his biological father, not halachic father, but his biological father was Jewish. Okay? And they Rabbi. And at this time, Rav Mori was in Yeshiva. His mind was in Yeshiva. And I didn't say why that, meaning he was young. He was in Yeshiva. I'll tell you why I think that because of Yeshiva. Rabbi. So let's listen. Here was the thing. Now this is a fascinating story. So let's say, here's what, now remember, Rabbi is in possession, Rabbi is holding the money for this. Isser apparently was ill. So now, Rabbi, what was Rabbi? What was Rabbi anticipating was going to happen? What was he anticipating? Isser is going to die. Isser was a ger, which means in this particular context, like Isser had no more children after his birth. Isser was a ger with no inheritance. Right? No inheritance. Which means that when Isser died, what happens to his property? Hefker. Who's in possession of those 12,000 zuzim? Rabbi. So Rabbi wants to make sure that when Isser dies, why should he suffer so long, right? So what happened that when Isser dies, that Rabbi gets the property, and that it doesn't go to Rabbi. He wants it for himself. But let's say there's definitely more to this backstory that the Gemara is not showing. I think we have to see why he's Sum it up. So let's say this is fascinating. So Rabbi says like, taking the Hindu money behind it. Rabbi wants to understand. Look, I want to obviously. I'd like to possess this money after these guys. So let me think. What possibilities would exist for a Mori to constantly acquire this money? If you shall have Ayusha, it's not going to be Yusha. Right? For a Mori, he's not inherited. Why is a Mori not inherited? Sir, why not? Why not? Because halachically, you're not related. It's always like hard to see. Again, clearly, history is a biological problem. Right? But halachically, they're not related, and therefore, again, Mori is not inherited. Okay. Even last one, Masna Shibira, Kirushi Shatyabana. Also, this is fascinating. Watch this. This is why we spend some time with this concept of being the Shia. But okay, so maybe you'll say, 1 second. Let his son make a deathbed gift of Masna Shibira. Right? And he could give the property to his son. Well, that's not going to work. Why? You might say, because Masna Shibira, Kirushi Shatyabana. Masna Shibira is a derivative of Yerusha. It's going to show that to the Yerusha. Less than one. So this is fascinating. So I love for myself that wherever ultimately again a person is subject to Yerusha in the parsha of Yerusha, they can make a Masna Shemira. If they're not in the parsha of Yerusha, they can't make a Masna Shemira. Now what is that? Where is that? So let's say looking at Rashbam says here, La Bar Arusi Zachmona Akil Uzari Ovid Kokav. So let's say when single over here is like this. If you are someone who has people who are subject to Yerusha, then you can make a Masna Shemira as you want. But if you're not in the parsha of Yerusha, then you can't make a Masna Shemira. In this case, Isser was not in the parsha of Yerusha. Why is he not in the parsha of Yerusha? Why not? Because he has no halakhic care. This is such a fascinating detail. When can you avail yourself of Masna Shemira? When you have people who halakhically inherit you, then you don't have to give it to them. But because you see what's happening over here, that's why Satan tells us in this here. Because Masna Shemira is a derivative of Yerusha, you have to halakhically be in the parsha of Yerusha in order to make a Masna Shemira. If you are not in the parsha of Yerusha, meaning you do not possess halakhic cares, you cannot make a halakhic deathbed gift. So because Isser ultimately is not in the parsha of Yerusha, therefore you cannot go ahead and make a Masna Shemira. So therefore again, there's no Yerusha, there's no Masna Shemira. Even Mashiach, that's Megabe. Right? So again, if it's about Mashiach, here's the issue. That Mari doesn't have the money, I have the money. Alright? Either Chalitin, maybe it can be Chalitin, Ein Mater, you can put it back up on the series. If it's ultimately again, if it's about Chalitin, then Halakha again, you cannot acquire money to establish that. Agav Karka, less than Karka. Maybe Isser will convey the money to his son, Rabbi, the Karka, or give him a piece of land, and will acquire Agav Karka. Let's remember again, keeping Agav doesn't require the mentality of the Karka, it doesn't require the mentality to be held on top of the Karka. It's not you're getting to give over Karka, and by dint of the Karka, you're on top of it. Let's see, so again, Rabbi said no problem there, because Rabbi, Isser didn't have any Karka. Even my Mitzvah does great, but my Mitzvah was there, had I'm frustrated to assign somebody to a third party when all of the interested parties are present. Right? So technically speaking, Isser, Rabbi, and Rabbi will also be present. So Isser can say, I hereby transfer the money ultimately over to my son Rabbi. So Rabbi said, if that's going to happen, no, you shabakli, well, as we know, I'm not showing up for that. Right? So I'm not showing up. I'm not going. And therefore, you know, we could to go ahead and transfer the money. So Maskif law, Rabbi Yisrael Rabbi. So interestingly enough, this conversation is happening in these members. And you'll see why this is important in the argument also. So what happens? So they're having this conversation, and Rabbi, who's in possession of the money, wants to make sure that he holds on to it at the time that Isser dies. He's trying to figure out, is there any threat to my ownership of this money? Or is there some way for this money to get to that money? He does all of that money, he does like to really try to get to that money. So that's the way he's going to am I? The low you is the Halin, you get that money, so like, but Okay? What's this? The word that is just a brand new kingdom. It's called a Kinyan Odisa. What's a Kinyan Odisa? Like from Hodah, from Moda. Means you admit that someone else owns this item. So let Kisser say, I hereby declare that my son, my biological son, not my biological son, my biological son, not Mari, is the owner of this money. So let him make a Kinyan Odisa, you mow that, and let Mari acquire it that way. So I'm happy nothing of Esau, you date still. So let's say what happens. So as this conversation was happening, suddenly word got back to Rabbi that Isser made this Kinyan of Esau. Isser on his deathbed said, I hereby declare that the money belongs to my biological son, not Mari. Okay? It did Rabbi. Rabbi was not happy. Amar, Kamagami Karnasa Ishi, Umafsidi. It's interesting enough. So he said, by the way, take a look at the Rashbam, that's not fine. As a Hoshi, not take himself, we told him on the base medrash. Since this whole conversation was taking place in the base medrash, Yotza HaKol, for him do a lit own king. Ultimately, again, so he went ahead, so word got out, somebody ran over to Isser, they said, Isser, here's the way to convey the money to your son, and ultimately, again, Isser made a Kinyan of Esau, transferring over the money to his biological son, money. So ultimately, again, Rabbi was not happy. If the kid, Rabbi, Amar coming down in China, other people are teaching some people are teaching other people how to make proper halachic statements and causing real loss. Rabbi is upset, ultimately, again, that he lost out on the money. So let's say, so I'll point out to something very interesting just quickly. So first of all, generally we don't do a Kinyan of Esau. No, we don't do it. There is one time of the year that we do a Kinyan of Esau. Somebody else seen this. We do this during the Firas when we sell, or generally we get, remember, we sell a couple of things. So you fill out the power of attorney, you give it to me, and then I sell the couple of have to cover stuff. We do multiple Kinyanim in that transaction to ensure that the non-transparent methodologically is a bona fide sale. One of the things that we do is a Kinyan of Esau. So we pick up the documents, give it over to another and say, I hereby declare, hereby declare that all of this comes along. Now, generally, you do not rely on the Kinyan of Esau by itself. But the other thing is this. So again, outside of the Irash comments, I don't know how often you see it. And again, it is a picture of the Shalom coming each and every year. So let's say, to be honest, this story also a little bit strange. Not a bit strange, right? Rabbi's trying to keep the money. What's going on here? Okay, so perhaps even I was thinking about this story. I to be honest, I did not have a chance to be my I'm sure there are many more. I can't imagine it. Right now, so I'm not use my phone properly. Therefore, you're not allowed to I apologize for that. But I think it's interesting to notice that the Gemara points out that Rabbi was day loud. He was in the streets. Meaning what? Perhaps what's happening over here is Rabbi is very concerned about a young person inheriting a lot of money. Because generally, young people do not know what to do with and is concerned that these young and funny themselves. I mean, let's say you run into that amount of money as a young person, a lot of things could happen. You do yeshiva, right? You get involved in all the wrong stuff. You just spend it on things that just are not going to be helpful for you in life. So it's also quite possible that the desire over here of Rabbi was not to deprive Rabbi of his money. Right? Rabbi is your son. It's your son. But you know, say sometimes even parents, very well-meaning parents, feel like they want to give their children everything, and then they don't realize that giving your children everything is a colossal mistake. Do not give your children everything. If your children a lot, love them, and think you'll love them secure, do not give them everything because if you do, you will spoil them and they will turn into rotten adults. So instead, give them a lot. More the emotional than the material stuff, but give them a lot, but be careful not to give them everything because you're ruining them if you give them everything. So perhaps that's what's happening over here, and that's why the Gemara felt compelled to add in the Pei Rat. that Rav Mori was still in yeshiva. Rava wanted to hold on to it. Of course, I'd give it to his son. Like, I'm going to hold his money. I'm going to keep his money for myself. I'm going to give it to him, but not now. Not now. I'm going to give it a little bit more short, a little bit more advanced, and ultimately, again, when I can help him structure, utilizing it in a more efficient way. Okay, let's go back on the base. On the base. Shirkan kosher. We got it. Shirkan kosher. So what happens? I walk for myself. Remember again, Shimira gave away property, but he retained some karka for himself. And what's halacha? Machanasa kayamis. So what's the story? His Mishnah. Shimira gives property away, but he retains a piece of property for himself. Remember again, once you're retaining property for yourself, what does that show? That you have in mind that you may recover, and therefore, whatever you gift is a bona fide gift, even if you do recover. In other words, the only time that the machon of a shimira is made of tonight or die is when everything is gifted away. But if you retain something for himself and halacha and myself, that gift remains even if you recover. Big time of culture. How much is culture? Like, so the lesson of the Gemara over here is if Shimira gives a property but it means something, a little something for himself, then ultimately, again, even if he recovers, his gift, right, the gift remains a gift. So how much is culture? Someone who's how can he kind of stuff? Since in the Rashi, he retains enough property to support himself. So again, that's how right to support himself. But you're me about Abba, I'm going to calculate the difference. You're me about Abba, doesn't have to be land. Even the calculation, he retains enough calculation to generate enough support for himself. Therefore, in the event that he recovers, he's not going to be destitute. Amar Zira, how many people watch the example of the site of the words of our elders? Karka, Taimamai, because some of others. So what happens? He's retaining enough karka to be able to support himself. So he's making he has enough in the event that he recovers. If he should recover, the gift that he gives that's going to stand. But this way he does have enough money to live on. Similarly again, the Talmud Nami, if he recovers, he'll be able to go ahead and support himself. So watch this, put it in this. Here's what we know, right? So a person Shimira gifts away his entire estate. That is specifically a gift out to none. If I die, the gift is good. If I recover, I'm taking everything back. Now, again, am I right? Just as a mechanically, nothing actually been given away, right? Because everything's only given away when Shimura dies. But if I don't die, Shimura doesn't die, he takes everything back. But if Shimura gives a gift, gives a property, or retains something for himself, then what that says is, this is not a gift of tonight, it's a regular gift. Keep it, I die, I recover, it doesn't make a difference, he keeps the property. How much does he have to retain in order for it to be a complete gift without its merit? So again, according to this first approach, so again, if you do about Yirmiyah, the Yirmiyah about Abba, enough property for him to live on. To live on, whether it's partial or it's what he's clearly doing over here by retaining that, what he's showing is, if I recover, I'm retaining enough, the Chaldean or Karka, to be able to live off of. And therefore, whatever I give away, that remains a gift. Not gift of Yosef, I understand it, doesn't make any sense. In my covenant, so, man doesn't talk, when Karka says, so first of all, how can you, so if Yosef is body, and then Yosef makes no sense. Why? Because how can you say that it applies to your covenant? Right? The halacha is, the Bryson says, and the Mishnah says, Karka. The Bryson says, Karka. Stop the land, not metal to land. Not the Gemara says. Furthermore, man that was kind of so-so, Koshu Tanan. So the one who says Kedei kind of so-so, again, I will say, why would you say it's not the same? That's not what the Mishnah says, the Bryson says, right? It says Koshu. Also, what does kosher mean? Kosher means any amount. Any amount sounds like what? What does any amount sound like? Any amount. In other words, according to the first approach, this whole thing is operating with the assumption that Yeshua is retaining for himself enough to sustain him. Enough karka or enough Mitotalim to sustain him. And therefore, once he does that, the gifts that he's giving are non-conditional gifts, and they're binding whether or not he dies or he recovers. Rabbi Yosef comes on and says, what you're saying is not consistent with the wording of the Bryce. Number one, the Bryce says karka. Let's say you're on the Politan. Number two advice that says potion. Potion means any amount, lav dafka is the amount that you need to sustain. I don't say nothing against that, but Abai is like this. I'll tell you, it's coming faction. Abai is Abai the whole. It's like a kind of karka dafka. The advice is one second. Do you think every single time the Gemara says karka, the karka only means karka not the Politan? So we'll go on to my mission to prove that point. One side, tremendous day. And we are officially caught up. We're pretty much caught up. So that's shy of a few lines. This is pretty good. Yeah. It's not a, considering where we started, excellent. That's what I was saying. All right, Kevin, zoom in the great everyone.
Complaining about how much slap fighters get paid while simultaneously not paying his own employees. Posted by Man Unted Fan 1998. Let's see here.
I watched it once and my girl couldn't stop laughing. She couldn't believe it's real. I go, I can't either. And then once that dude's face got fucked up, I was like, oh, now I'm sad. Yeah. And then you find out how much they make. You're like,
sorry, it's like good morning.
I guess. Hey, dude, here's 2 G's and your face is done for life.
Good morning, let us begin my thanks to all of our sponsors for this morning shift. First, our commentary sponsors for Touch Chin Pay Hey. 5785. The person got me dedicated oversharing justice this year. As a special soil cover for all of our needs, small commentary sponsors for the month of Christ Fund. Season 10 is given honor of the birth of the grandmother daughter Devala Eliana June. And then of Dr. James' father, winning Zvi Mankind, Shur Ramin Grafkin, and Swiss with Fuhr Shalima for the young Chaim Pesach Ben Mushahana, and the young site of Pesa Mira Bas Chaim. Dr. Moshe and Ellen Grant, in memory of Dr. Grant's parents, Yaakov Noah Ben Moshe Leib, Shina Bas Abba, and Dr. Bezat and Yuna Salfer of Los Angeles, in America, with Fuhr Shalima of Esther Bracha Bas Chaya, and a late-breaking background sponsorship, Italian and Michelle Strum, in honor of the grandson born just a few hours ago in Israel, to the children Yala and Kiva Strum, Mazel Tov to Zocha Lachmita Levita Shamari Bizmano, and the guy from Tola, Nekofa, in the 1920s. Mazel Tov. Also with that, let us be with the last of you today. I really great chat ahead of us today. Today's Dr. Skripman and Chapter 148, and we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Kufman Zion on the days 147b. We're actually thinking of, let's pick up 3 lines down from the top. You're embarrassed to say that, but let's just do it. Sometimes you like getting over your own embarrassment and just getting the job done. So 3 lines down from the top, focus really and just to orient ourselves a little bit. So remember again, we were talking about the concept of Matma Shchina, right? So we're talking in general just about the concept where you go to the Shchina to convey property on your deathbed without any formal kinyanim. So the Gemara now, interestingly enough, remember we've been talking about this for such a long time. Now the Gemara decides to kind of get into the mechanics of it and understand, is this a being D'Oraisa or a being D'Rabbanan? So remember again, all of the opinions that we spoke about, I really adopted the approach that this is a maternal D'Oraisa. Comes along Rabbi in the name of Rav Nachman and said that it is a D'Rabbanan. D'Rabbanan, now the Gemara says, in the name of Rav Nachman, Rav Nachman really say that Matna Shchina is a thing D'Rabbanan. After all, the Gitalim is the Ha'amar Rav Nachman, Avagav Dom Shmuel, even though Shmuel said the following, Hamuk Hashkach B'Chadero, L'Chazer U'Nochlo Nochol, Ba'Gidu Yorei Shmocha. So first, let's analyze this all in the abstract. I lend you $1,000. I decide to sell the note to Shimon. Okay, I'm signing the collection of the debt. The halacha is fascinating. The halacha is, I, the lender, still have the ability to forgive and to cancel the debt even after I've sold it. They say to yourself, how can you do that? I've sold the note. So the halacha understands selling of a loan is as follows. What I've done is, I've assigned the right of collection to Shimon. I don't have the ability to make Shimon the lender. See, when you loan someone money, that is a very specific relationship that is created between lender and borrower. That relationship, the relationship is non-assignable. Collection is assignable. So when I sell the note to Shimon, I'm selling Shimon the right to collect. But I always retain my identity as the lender. And because of that, I have the ability to cancel the note, to forgive the debt, even after I sold it. Now again, Shimon can then have a timer on me, obviously. Right? Shimon can come back to me and say, well, second, you sold me the right to collection. I paid for that, now you cancel, but that's a separate discussion. The point is, even after selling the debt, I have the ability to cancel. Not only that, if I pass away, my Yorish, the person or my son who inherits me, who also inherits the debt. Remember again, my son essentially inherits my position as a lender, has the ability to cancel the debt as well. Okay, so the Babi Yorish Lochel, so let's say Shemel from his Yorish world, Shemel from Maka Shchidira, the inner Lochel Lochel. Very interesting. Yet Shmuel, so again, so let's say, this is the Halacha. And by the way, this is actually Halacha myself. I didn't money to Shimon. I didn't money to Evan Scott to the day. I then sell the note to Shimon. Halacha l'maisa, I, the lender, could still cancel the note even after I sold it. Right? Not only that, if I pass away, my son inherits my lender kite, right? My ability to go ahead and the fact that I'm the lender, my son could also go ahead and cancel it afterwards. Okay? That's conventional. So it says, however, let's say Shchimera is on his deathbed, right? So Shchimera went ahead and lent $1,000 and then Shchimera goes there and says, I hereby assign this note to Shimon. You give me matana. You give me the matana to Shimon. And Shmuel agrees that Allah makes in that case, Shchimera cannot then decide to go ahead and do Lochel. Right? Fascinating. So Shmuel on his deathbed, after Shchimera assigned the debt to Shimon, Shchimera can't say, you know what? I hereby forgive the debt. So what does the Shmuel say? What that shows you is the matana we give to Shchimera, to a certain degree, is even stronger than any other gift. Not technically, it's stronger than any other gift, or it's even stronger than a sale. Right? Because normally, with a healthy lender, if the lender sells the note to another party, the lender still retains the ability to cancel the debt. And I'm not going to scrutinize that. Once he gifts it to someone, he can no longer cancel it. And the Gemara says, let's analyze this. See, I'm going to show the Alaisa, you should have to eat a minhag. See, if you hold that matnas scrutinize is a Dalaisa. Right? That is a Dalaisa. The mechanism is a Dalaisa mechanism. So I understand then why after the Shemira you gift the note to someone else, you can't forgive it. You can't forgive it because this is a Dalaisa gift. Ella, Sigma says, I'm not going to but if I want to release, I'm not going to Shemira. I didn't do so I would say, why can't the Shemira lender, why can't he be more held to death even after he gifts it to someone else? Which the Gemara says, you're right. In reality, really, Halacha follows the Rav and the matna shemira. The concept of a matna shemira ultimately again is the Rabbanon. It is not min Torah. It is a Torah, Basua Kishal Torah. So in fact, the ability of shemira to go ahead and convey property without any provoking warning is not a din d'oraisa, it's a din d'Rabbanan. But how did the Rabbanan fashion this halacha? They endowed it with the strength of a d'oraisa. Now, by the way, we see this in many different areas of halacha. Like the ability, the concept of matna shemira, the concept of a Rabbanan to be endowed with biblical-like strength. This, by the way, is a separate concept. Let's say if you think about it, one of the interesting anomalies of rabbinic law, right? From when the rabbis have the ability to legislate law. Why can they do that? Well, why do Chazal have the right to make new laws? Why? It's a din d'oraisa, right? So let's say, well, some of the say you look like you're small. Do not do that from what they do Chazal, the rabbis tell you to do right or left. So the Torah itself endowed the Rabbanon to make halachas, which by the way creates a fascinating, a little bit of almost like halacha canal, which essentially tells you that every Rabbanon essentially is a d'oraisa. So there's a lot of literature about this, about how exactly you understand this, but not exactly for today. But we're far enough behind you, Dr. Cycle, right? But fascinating to point out that sometimes you see this concept that you can have a din d'Rabbanan that is endowed with biblical-like strength. That is possible. Chazal could do that, just like Chazal could fashion halacha, but because because their power to legislate halacha comes from the Torah. They have the ability to make rabbinic legislation that has biblical-like strength. So this is fascinating. We learned this over here that halacha l'maisa, the concept that a shivnera could go ahead and convey ownership of things from his deathbed without using any formal kinyanim. That is a din d'Rabbanan. Now, by the way, how could d'Rabbanan go and make a halacha like that? Because remember, again, there's another concept, which is hefker based in hefker. Chazal, d'Rabbanan have control over all monetary matters. So they could decide what works, how. So they decided a shchidnera has the ability to get ownership of property without any formal kinyanim. Once again, why did they do that? Going back to the Aleph, because they felt this is in the best interest of the mental well-being of the shchidnera. The Yishuv Hadas, the inner quietude that comes from knowing that he could pretty much set up his estate as he was from his deathbed, right? He doesn't need an estate attorney, he doesn't need any abatement, but he can just verbalize it and it happens. That helps him in a difficult time, and Hashem doesn't exacerbate an already difficult situation. But Chazal endowed this halacha with biblical-like strength, and therefore, again, coming full circle, that's why if a shchidnera goes ahead and assigns a note, assigns a debt, he can't cancel it. There's a full assignment over there. He removes himself from any interest in that, and even as the lender, he can't cancel it. Take that for just a moment. And you shouldn't do it, then go to the well. But there's one other piece over here, which I want to mention, which Shalom brought up to me after the shir, which I didn't think about it yesterday, but actually we're going to talk about it today into tomorrow, which is, remember, according to the opinions that hold that matna shchidnera is a da'araisa. So remember again, where did they learn it from? That's enough. They learned it from Sukkim of Yerusha, of inheritance. But shchidnera is not Yerusha, it's Makana. So how are you learning Makana and Yerusha? So just hold on to that, because that's going to focus very hard on the also. We're going to see that the truth is, even if you hold that shchidnera is a din d'Rabbanan, which seems to be the conclusion of the Gemara over there, which we'll see in this little bit, that everyone agrees conceptually it is a derivative of inheritance law. We're going to accept that premise. We're going to get to that in more explicitly in just a little bit. Okay, let's go back there. So what's that example again? We must suggesting over here, this seems to be the conclusion of the Gemara that matna shchidnera is a din d'Rabbanan, but ultimately endowed with biblical strength. So let's say, so by the way, I'll just mention, so it's a good time to use there, but I'm going to write the real close to Zikri Umatana, Parakir Halacha Beis, I'm going to it's much more loud, but it says, Matnas Shchidnera, Afafu Shuhim Divrayim, Asu Otsa Kishal Torah. So that's what I'm about to, because they got nothing, the Halacha Shchidnera is a din d'Rabbanan, but endowed with biblical-like strength. Now he says, this is what he writes. If you even kind of mamon shebishtam in Torah, the deal we are not lo nishad yoish for kinyan, but if I know mochal. So we're going to see that halacha l'maisa. Okay, see how he's asking. Like shivnera din d'Rabbanan, but endowed with biblical-like strength. Good. Now let's really get into a little bit more of some of the technical details of matna shchidnera. Here we go. So it says in the Gemara. Yider ploned devices that your ploned that payers that not on a point. So this is interesting. So Shchidnera says, very important about this Shchidnera. He says, let Ruvain live in his house, or let Ruvain eat the fruits of this tree. Where it says, this is a meaningless gift. The conveyance does not perform. Actually, two bias is the point of view about what Shchidnera could say is give his house to Ruvain and let him live there, or to move that Gazal for the Yochaperosa, or give the fruit, or give the tree, like give the palm tree to the race and let him consume the fruit. And listen, now what's the logic over here? You must highlight over here, in order for that Shchidnera to work, Shchidnera has to give something of substance, something tangible. The problem with giving someone the right to live somewhere, the right to dwell, is not a tangible right. Not a tangible right. Similarly, conveyance of produce is talking about produce that doesn't yet exist. You got to show up Aviola. So conveyance of produce that's not yet on the trees also is meaningless. So there's an interesting detail over here. That matna shchidnera only works if Shchidnera is conveying something that is absolutely physically tangible. The Gemara says, L'meilo, the Savra Nachin, most of the Isi B'Shchidnera. So let's say B'Shchidnera. So what are you taking here? And Rav Nachman is model, a shchidmira's conveyance is modeled after a healthy, normal person, regular person's conveyance. In other words, whatever you could convey as a body, as a healthy person, you could convey as a shchidmira. So let's say, this is very important. The difference between the matana of a shchidmira and the matana of a normal, healthy person is what? Is kidney. Right? So a shchidmira can't convey anything that a regular person can't convey. Right? So from a conveyance perspective, it's the same. The only difference is the mechanism. A shchidmira doesn't need kinyanim. But again, in terms of what you could convey, whatever a body, a regular healthy person can do, a shchidmira can do. And conversely, whatever a body can't do, shchidmira can't do as well. So a body, same thing. Right? A healthy person can't say, I hereby demand you the right to dwell in this house. What is that? What are you conveying to me? Remember, I always say, so let's say we're using kingdom. What physical item is being conveyed? The answer is nothing. Future, I hereby convey to you future produce. Okay? What are you conveying to me? There's nothing. There has to be something tangible to convey. So the same that a body can't do it, the shchidmira can't do it. So you're telling me then that a matna shchidmira has to mirror the gift of a regular healthy person. Whatever works for a healthy person works for a shchidmira. Yes, obviously, the top of Kutman Cut 148A. Shchidmira Shami to have also the pony, have also the pony. The Alpha job, the let's say the body. Now, let's say the body, that is not true. Because look at the following case. Never turn it on Nachman. That's what? A shchidmira who says, give my debt to Chloe. So again, shchidmira lends $1,000 to Elaine, and the shchidmira says, give this debt. Right? I hereby assign this debt to Shimon. It works. It works. Even though such a concept does not apply to a body. A body can't just simply say, right, so again, if I lent money to you, and now I want to assign the debt to Shimon, I can't just say, okay, the debt is hereby assigned to Shimon. So you see from the idea of Allah, Shchidmira can do things that a body can't do. If you look at Rashbam, it shows us how Asim Kohen Kapashlam, he says, Mamo Shechayu Yitloni, Binova Alpet, and he knows how to Yitloni, the Yifei. So let's say this is very, and now an important detail over here. What are you talking about? A verbal loan. A verbal loan. You see, if a loan is in writing, there is a way to convey it. How do you convey it? You've already started. Right? So if I lend $1,000 to Lizanne, and I want to assign this loan to Shimon, no problem. It's actually very simple. Give the document to Shimon. Give the document to Shimon, because now I get money, so that document represents the vehicle of collection. So that works just fine. The case over here is, I lent money to Lizanne, it's in Nova Alpet. I lent him $1,000, it was just a verbal transaction. The halacha is by a shchidmira. So now you have the Nova Alpet, and you know to the point, you frame the halacha, you call me, it's kind of like hard. You should have also the point of the Alpagab to the body, and they say, daily yapala haknos, the Kavela Nova Alpet, the halva, Nikna. Sorry, well, sorry, it's not. But you keep in trophies, I look at very shoot the end. So this is incredibly important. Kinyanim only work with tangible items. So therefore, if I go ahead and I make it $1,000, a verbal transaction with no charge, I can't convey that to Shimon. There's no way for me to convey it to Shimon because there's nothing physical to convey over here. Yet, interestingly enough, the shchidmira can't do this. The shchidmira lent you $1,000, and then shchidmira wants to assign the collection of that debt to Shimon. He has the ability to say, I hereby assign this debt to Shimon, and it works. So from there you see that the shchidmira can do things that a body can't do. Which the Gemara says, no. The Papa of a Homo B'Yoresh Yersha. That Papa says that this is different because since a Yoresh will inherit this, it's fundamentally different. What does that mean? Almost right across the Rashbam. When we shine Homo B'Yoresh Yersha, we see Hamilva, Kivi B'Shusavi, Famina Lakamon, Matnas Shchidmira Kirisha Shavi Rabbanan, Hilpa, Kevan V'Isa B'Yerisha, Isa B'Matnas Shchidmira. So once I see here it is, by the way, we're going to see it in tomorrow's daf. So it's different over here. Why? Because since if the shchidmira dies, the son inherits this loan, even though it was a verbal transaction, the son will still inherit the right to collect his father's loan. Since it is in the framework of Yerusha, therefore it's also in the framework of Matnas Shchidmira. Why? Because the Gemara says the ability of the shchidmira to go ahead and convey property is based on the halachos of Yerusha. Again, we don't know we kind of know how it is because the psukim, the Gemara brought up a psukim of Yerusha, but we'll see a little bit more. That's how that works. Therefore, the Gemara wants to suggest that essentially anything that works out Yerusha works out Matna Shchimera. So therefore, because of this death is an inheritance that if Shchimera dies, it doesn't convey ownership. His son inherits the debt, so because it's subject to Yerusha, therefore it works out Matna Shchimera as well. Okay? Achad raised up Ika Alan, no. How about Yisrael about it? It's not true, by the way. This concept works by a healthy person as well. It looks like this whole shire came up because we made a thing that what a Shchimera could do, a healthy person can't do. Right? So a Shchimera could assign a verbal loan. Shchimera could assess that. Shchimera lends $1,000 to living. Shchimera could say, I hereby assign this debt to Shimon. And we assume that such a concept does not work by a body. You might say, yes, it does. It does work by a body. It does work by a body. Very good. Because that's me now. No, Rav. Who's in Rav? Mana Libi Agacha, today we're uploaded. Listen to this. So, Rabbi, what is the name of Rav? I say like this. I lent you $1,000. So you don't owe me. You don't owe me $1,000. I say to you, then, go ahead and pay back the money to Shimon. We're not going to Shimon. The Gemara says it works as long as the Maimer Shloshton. This is the famous concept of Maimer Shloshton. Maimer Shloshton says that if you have lender, borrower, and intended now recipient, third party all standing together, lender could convey collection of the loan to the third party as long as all three parties are assembled. Again, why that is, we're not going to get into it right now, but nice again, that's called the concept of Maimer Shloshton. So you see from here, and this will appear to work even in the case of Novalcha, even though in the case of where there's just a verbal loan without any document. So you see from here that this concept does apply by a body as well. So let's say, so therefore again, the Gemara's premise that in order for a Shchimera to do something, the transaction has to be accomplishable by a body as well. Just the only difference is the Shchimera can do it without the Kinyarim. But apparently, according to what the Gemara is saying over here, is that a Shchimera can never do something that a healthy person couldn't do. So the transaction wouldn't work under normal circumstances. It's not going to work by Shchimera either. So it's interesting. This is a fine point. The Shchimera's transactional strength is no greater than a regular person. So whatever a regular person can accomplish, Shchimera can accomplish. Just the difference is the Shchimera doesn't need formal kinyanim to accomplish it. But if something is transactionally impossible for a regular person, it's transactionally impossible for the Shchimera as well. So more specifically, the same way that a regular person cannot convey something that is not tangible, Shchimera can't do it either. Okay, fascinating. Anybody there's some more questions about this? So it's an interesting case here. So let's say Shchimera decides to convey, he has a pontoon, and he decides to convey the fruit of the tree to one person, the tree to Ruvain, and the fruit to Shimon. And the fruit to Shimon. Now, what's the issue over here? So again, we just got finished saying that halacha l'maisa, conveyance of fruit is complicated. Why is it complicated? Because presumably you're talking about a real fruit doesn't yet exist. So therefore, again, it's a government shalom on the olam. So does this type of conveyance work where he's giving the tree to one and fruit to another? I think we'll get to that just a moment. Before I really hoping to just begin. Everybody read Deka La'achot. Please manipulate your body before all the years. If you actually just skip a little bit down, he says, it's the first white line. The Al-Karpin, the Shchimera Mukhiran, the Amastusin Kai, the Train, the Shchimera Shira Karta Koshu, Matanasa Matano. The Boynavu, the Nasan Deka La'adam Achot, the Nimba, the Kaza, the Nasa, the Rosa La'achar. I mean, the first, okay, so let's actually go to the Pasuk chapter here. So the Pasuk chapter here is kind of probably the whole thing before. If you just shoot to one person and shoot to another person, what's that lacha? You shear makom b'iri, although shear, so it says, here's the interesting shayla with this. I understand that conveyance of fruit doesn't work, right? Why? Because it's a double shalom of the olam. But maybe when Shchimera conveys fruit, what is he really conveying? What is he really conveying? Maybe it's also like a part of the branch where the fruit is going to be attached. Now that physical, right? That is tangible, and that's here right now. So maybe that's the conveyance. Maybe that's the conveyance. And therefore, again, such a conveyance should work. Engines alone are Yakala Habishir, Lahatzmo Kismikuro, said nothing. Others will say, so let's make sure that that's the thing, though. That's not how it works. So when Shimon gives the tree to Ruben and the fruit to Shimon, what is he conveying to Shimon? Just the fruit, no part of the tree. And therefore, such a conveyance is going to be flawed. What happens in a different kind of case? Let's say Shimon goes ahead and says, I'm hereby conveying the tree to Ruben, but I'm withholding the fruit for myself. For myself. So what is that? And it really says that when he holds back the fruit for himself, he's holding back a piece of the tree for himself as well. I'm not into so like that girl so maybe when Shimon conveys the tree to Ruben and the fruit to Shimon, that's why he's not giving Shimon any part of the tree, just giving the fruit. However, that girl the sheer maybe when Shemira gives the tree to Ruben, but retaining the fruit for himself, maybe Shemira does retain part of the tree for himself. Why? My time out, because it is profound. I will say, because in any transaction of withholding something for myself, if you count on one thing, it is I'm going to be generous for me. I'm going to be generous for me. And therefore, when I go out and I retain the fruit, what am I doing? I'm retaining part of the tree for myself as well. So maybe when I'm conveying to someone else, right? When Shimon conveys to someone else, he's only giving the truth and a part of the tree. And Shimon is retaining ultimately again the fruit for himself. There's no question that what he's retaining part of the tree for himself as well. Call Mugadi Nakshe the Ayin Mishaya. Anytime you're retaining something for yourself, you're generous for yourself. So let's say, I'm going to point out something very interesting over here. This is really quite, I think, a fascinating thing to remember. What does Chazal mean when they go ahead and they espouse something like this? Because it's interesting how you find something like competing motifs. Like Akiva said, Kalamoka to Ayin Yokamoka. Whenever you go out and you sell the spirit of generosity. Right? All right, you want to give more. And yet here again, the Gemara is saying that when you're retaining something for yourself, you're looking out for yourself. So it's slightly interesting what Chazal are telling us, and this is, I think, very important in general in interpersonal dynamics. People do things that serve their own interests. And that's not a bad statement. It's not a bad statement. It's just a true statement. At the end of the day, a person has to look out for themselves. And therefore, by definition, almost by default, without even thinking about it. When a person engages in something, a person asks themselves one simple question, which is, what's in it for me? And again, let's say, sometimes we say this and it sounds like so cynical and so sarcastic. It's not. Deep down, remember again, that the strongest human instinct is self-preservation. And self-preservation manifests itself in many different ways. And at the end of the day, and by the way, it's not a bad thing because this also fuels a lot of personalistic advancement. Same thing even in our ruchnius. I'm doing something in our ruchnius. I'm going to do something. I ask myself, what's in it for me? What's in it? I'm going to do it. I'm going to say, by the way, this goes in all the direction. Because I'll say, right, when a person sins, Ein Adam Chote, the low. There's no such thing as like altruistic sin. I'm just going to do it because, it's important. I want other people not to feel bad when they sin, so therefore facing me sinning. Why do I do that? I want something. Why do I do mitzvahs? I want something. Why do I learn Torah? I want to. By the way, to want something out of witness to be, I want reward in the next world. I want reward in this world. I want to be schnack of feeling good from witness. Right? I want to feel good when I. And this is incredibly important because we notice in our human interactions that everybody wants to get something out of whatever it is that we're doing, which is beautiful. Because if you can acknowledge and embrace that, and if you want people to help, you have to somehow highlight how it's beneficial for them to help. So people will do things as long as you see. Now again, are there altruistic people who will do stuff for absolutely no self-interest? Absolutely. Absolutely. Sometimes it's hard to gather a million of those people, but they do it, and that's why when you stumble upon people like that, you're like, wow, you have no self-interest, right? So it's what I point out, the self-interest is not a bad thing. It's an thing that stems from that most basic instinct of self-preservation. There's certain dynamics, and there are certain interpersonal dynamics, if you just understand it, you can utilize it to your benefit. If you want people to do things, if you need people to do things, you need ultimately to understand, you need to make them understand how it benefits them. If it benefits them, you'll be able to onboard them. If not, if you're lucky to have some security altruistic people, maybe, but chances are not. Incredible. And listen, that's what I don't move on. The emotional understands this is why there is so much discussion in the Torah about schal. There is, right? About what? It goes like the miracles. It needs to cite the Shmoni. Hashem says, right? If you follow my mitzvahs, you know what does the Torah do? Torah launches into an exhaustive discussion about what Torah rewards. Why? Leave that out. The Bible understands it also. The heart of the ask, you know, that Bible says, why is it that? Why is it disaster, right? Why is it so much time, so little time? Why should have stepped into 550? Why is it that the Torah says, why is it arichos something by honoring parents? Right? So the Bible says so beautifully, it says, you know why? Because honoring parents in the right way will literally suck the life out of you. It literally will deplete you of your deplete you of your emotional resources, of your physical resources. It could literally, because Baruch says, I promise, I got your back. Whatever you give to your parents, and sometimes, you know, we all know this, especially. Sometimes it's difficult, especially when a person is that sandwich generation, when a person is children and parents, and literally a person feels like, I can't do this, like it's literally draining me from everything. After the Baruch says, I promise, I got it, and I promise whatever you give, I will give back to you. Now come on, why don't you say, but that's your parents, I'll just did so much for you. People. At the end of the day, every child reaches that, maybe not every child, most children reach that moment like, you know what, I don't want to do this. I don't think I can do this and still remain normal. As long as I promise, take care of them, and I will take care of you. It's so understands the dynamic. And he says, okay, I got you, you're human being. So I'm telling you, there's something in it for you. You will not lose. You will be taken care of, and not just in this world, not just in that world, but in this world as well. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Let's be hard. So again, we said we have this same discussion. I'm going to said as follows. I sell my house to Ruben. And I said, Ruben, I'm selling you the house, but I'm keeping the rooftop. That was the rooftop is an enclosed rooftop. Now, enclosed rooftop, that's prime real estate, right? The enclosed rooftop. Right? So now I'm selling you my property, and I'm keeping the enclosed rooftop. Now watch this. So we must do it to sell you. Sure, fine, it's no problem. I can do that, right? I can sell my house to Ruben and keep the rooftop to myself. So we must say as follows. That's straightforward. So you buy your own base. So he says as follows. Can't catch a break over here. Tomorrow again. So it says as follows. Okay, so let's see now. Watch this case. Same question that we just had before. Just bring it over to twice. Let's say I buy this. I have a house. I say, Ruben, I'm selling you the house. Shimon, selling you rooftop terrace. So the Gemara says, "Me have a shear or low." Do not go ahead and withhold everything to share the boss. And I want to point out over here, this is not a matna shchina, right? This is not a matna shchina. This ultimately, this is a matna, the Shmuel points out over here, this is a matnas bari. This is a regular gift. Now, what's the time over here? See, now watch this. In general, there are three sets of rights over here. There's the domicile right, the house, there's the rooftop, and then there's airspace. Right? There's airspace into the chutzner. Now, normally when I owned everything, so I had all three of those rights. So generally, the person who has the house has the rights. So the shaila is over here as follows. But in this case, I sold the house to Rabbi, and I sold the rooftop to Shimon. So did I withhold the airspace rights for Shimon, the Shimon rooftop owner, or do the airspace rights not belong to only belong to Rabbi? That's the shaila. So we'll say it's the same shaila as we had before, just applied differently. Beforehand, it was Shchimera goes ahead and gives the palm tree to Ruvain and gives the produce to Shimon. So our shaila was, does he withhold some of the tree, the area of the branches where the tree of fruit will go, and give that to Shimon or not? That was our shaila. So we had the same idea, but it's not Shchimera. I'm selling the house to Ruvain, selling the rooftop terrace to Shimon. Do I withhold some of the airspace rights for Shimon or not? So you says second line from the top, 148b, see if at the end of the day you say that when I again will have a shear. So you say no. In general, when you sell the house to Ruvain and you sell the rooftop to Shimon, Shimon doesn't get airspace. But let's look at the Rashban for just a moment. Top Rashban. He says that everybody who buys the echad, the maklas bari the dita the echad, having makom shear. Dita the high dita shear makom the chaser. Lotzas zizim all low. So let's say here's the shaila. The shaila is when I sell the rooftop terrace to Shimon, the Shimons have rights in the airspace of the chaser or not. So they'll have a shear up in the price. So let's say that אם תמצאו הבית לאחר וגידול לאחר לא הבשיר חוץ מגילותה מהו. Okay, so let's say normally we would say that when I sell the house to Ruvain and I sell the rooftop terrace to Shimon, so again Shimon only gets the terrace, he doesn't get any airspace rights. What happens if in a different case I sell the house to Ruvain and I retain the rooftop terrace for myself? For myself, I'm not gifting it to anyone, I'm retaining it for me. What's the halacha there? So the Gemara says, "Nahu, Amar Rav, Amar Nachman, Intim Shana Bayis La'echad B'Dita La'echad Lo Havishir, Chutz Midita Havishir, Bali B'Drav Zivit." So we'll say, so again, even if you want to say that normally when I sell the house to Ruvain and I sell the rooftop terrace to Shimon, I don't withhold any airspace rights for Shimon. Maybe when I keep the diuta, when I keep the rooftop terrace for myself, I do retain some airspace rights. The Amar top first by line, She'in, Rotzala Hotzi Bazizin, Motzi, because Rav Zivit says, when I sell the house to Ruvain, but I keep the rooftop terrace for myself. What's the halacha? I retain airspace rights for myself. For myself. So what do you see from here? Amma kevan yeshir diyuta makom zizin nami shir. So I'll say, what do you see from here? It's very interesting. What you see from here is the following paradigm. When I sell something to someone else, I don't necessarily go ahead and withhold any additional rights for them other than the actual item that I sold to them. Conversely, when I withhold for myself, what do? I give myself maximum benefit, which makes sense, right? So again, let's go with the house model because I think it's even a little bit easier because it's not similar. I have a home, I'm selling my home. I sell the house to Ruvain and I sell the rooftop terrace to Shimon. Now, if you're Shimon, what you're wondering is, okay, does that rooftop terrace come with airspace rights? So I'm saying, again, I don't know, even if Shimon wants to hang a clothesline and the clothesline extends off the roof. Classy guy, right? So extends off the roof. So does she have airspace rights or not? So the Pashas of the Gemara saying no. What did you buy? You bought a rooftop terrace. Now again, obviously the terrace will come with some rooftop rights, right? Where does rooftop rights go? They go up, right? They go up. They just don't go across into the chutzner. But you don't have anything more than a rooftop terrace. Yet interestingly enough, if I have the same case, but in this case I sold the house to her and retained the terrace for myself, the Gemara seems to understand, which makes sense. I provide myself with maximum benefit. That's maximum benefit. So it's my focus whether or not to actually include this line or not. Well, not this line, but we'll just read it. So it would appear the same case applies to the trees. That although normally, if I sell the tree to Ruvain, or I gift the tree to Ruvain, or the Shimon, I gift the tree to Ruvain, and the payros to Shimon, and halacha l'maisa again, Shimon is just getting payros. He's not getting any part of the tree. Yet in the same case, if I retain the fruits for myself, I will get part of the branch. Okay, let's go right there. Amar Rav Yosef Bar Yuli Amar Rav Nachman Shemira. Okay, let's go. Shemira Shekasav Kol Nepasav LaAcharim. So now listen to this. So Shemira writes all of his property to us. So what's it? Just one thing that's in us. Remember, one of the interesting distinctions that we saw in the Mishnah, was when is something called a Mishnah? When is something governed by the halachos of the Shemira gift way? When you give away all of your property. Right? Because when a person is giving all of his property, that shows that he feels he's going to die, and therefore he's giving everything. The moment that you begin to retain stuff, then again, that's not really called a Ma'ana Shemira. Because if a person is keeping property, what does that show? Then it sounds like he's leveraging, he's like leveraging his risk over a little bit. Like maybe I'll die, maybe I won't die. Right? So then that changes the reality of it. Now we're going to delve into that just a little bit. So Shemira, so I'm Rav Nachman, I'm Rav Yosef, I'm Rav Nachman. Shemira, Shekasav Kol Nepasav LaAcharim. Shemira, listen, if I sort of point out, just I'm thinking about this because it's so fascinating. This idea that a Shemira is more powerful than a regular healthy person. If you think about it, right? So now, as much as transactionally, a Shemira can't do anything that a regular person can't do, but nevertheless, kinyanically, right? A Shemira is stronger than a regular person. And also, if you think about it, it's fascinating because you would think if I were to ask you, who's stronger, a Shemira or a Bari? You would say, a Bari, of course. But you see that in halacha, that's not true. And I'm not saying Ashkaf, I think that's what Chazal trying to teach us as follows. Sometimes in life that we think, if we don't have all of our abilities, whatever those abilities may be, physical abilities, emotional abilities, financial abilities, that we're compromised in what we could accomplish in life. And the reality is, it's not true. It's not true. The power of the Jew is the ability sometimes to even transcend whatever limitations there are and be able to accomplish. That's like the metaphorical meaning of Shemira. Here, this guy is on his deathbed, and what can he do? He can move worlds. Right? It's like you have to imagine the ability to change the entire financial landscape of his family just by gifting, by moving, by this, by that. He can move assets all over the place. And on myself, he's on his deathbed. No matter what your limitations, right? Because we all have limitations, right? And we all have certain handicaps. And we think that those are the very things that keep us from accomplishing the things we want to accomplish. The obligation of the Yid is to transcend, is to move past, to say, yes, the limitation is definitely creates difficulty. Limitation creates difficulty, but limitation does not create impossibility. If the Shemira could accomplish more than the Bari, then that becomes the metaphor for how we live our lives as well. So this side, so now goes back there. So the rest of the style. So Shemira, Shekasav Kol Nepasav LaAcharim. Right, so here's what we look at. In the Mechalik mace, Kanakula. So look at the Rashban for just a moment. Rashban says this out. In the Mechalik, Shemishal Yishona, Shitz Mechalik, Kali Bedaita Mechalik, Kol Nepasav LaAcharim. So listen, here's what's interesting. So now, let's say the following case. Shemira is on his deathbed. Obviously, Shemira is getting out of this thing. And we're saying, now, Shemira is giving away his property. Now, the issue is, he gave away, let's say he has 10 parcels of land. So he gave away parcel 1, right? And parcel 2, parcel 3, and then he died. So he died. So what's the problem now? See, let's say, what's the problem? The problem is, so technically speaking, he gave away some of his property, and he retained other property. So let's not look in such a situation like that. It's not a Ma'ana Shemira. It's not a Ma'ana Shemira. So that's governed by a second set of halachos. So the problem just is, he died, and you see, up until now, you've almost been focusing on like a Shemira who just gives you everything at once. What if Shemira is dividing up his estate, but he dies while he's gifting away the property? So what you do is, we have to kind of look at the mindset of the Shemira. In the Mechalik means, so if it's clear to us, that the Shemira is liquidating his estate. That's what he's doing. He's gifting away his estate before he dies. And it's clear to us that that's his intention. Then ultimately, again, Kanukulan. Ahmad, Chol Zebekulan. So once again, the reason why this is important is because like this. So that's what I'm saying. So now let's say he goes and he gives away parcel A, parcel 1, parcel 2, parcel 3. But there's 7 other parcels that he didn't get the chance to. So if he died, okay, the gifts are a gift. That's not really the Shiloh. What's the bigger Shiloh, we'll say? What's the bigger Shiloh? If he recovers, right? If he recovers. Now, again, so the Shiloh is, now, that we don't want his recovery to sound like a downer, like, well, Hashem, it's a good thing, right? But the Shiloh is, what's the status of the first 3 parcels? So remember again, if you're a matna shchidira, so you stand in the Mishnah, then every matna shchidira is effectively like what? A gift with a t'nai. What's the t'nai? This is your gift if I die. So obviously now, if it's a matna shchidira, so the mice again, they have to return it. But if it's not a matna shchidira, it's a regular gift, then what? They get to keep it. Now you see the difficulty in this case? The difficulty in this case is the shchidira didn't go ahead and convey everything. So the shaila is, what is that? So the says it's a din in his mindset. If it's clear that he's liquidating his estate, right, but he just didn't get around to do everything, so the says if he dies, the gift is a gift. And if he recovers, so it's clear that it was a masna shchidira, therefore it was given up tonight that he died. He didn't die, and therefore he may have to return the property to him. Incredible. In the Nimrach, also it's like, again, if when the Shkimra is going ahead and dividing up his estate, meaning again, so we see he's on his deathbed, and it's not clear to us that he plans on divesting himself from everything. In other words, he's kind of just going through his portfolio and says, oh, you know what, I'd like to give this to Rabbi. But again, you don't see any mindset that he plans on liquidation of the estate. Then Mace, kind of cool. I mean, obviously, still, if he dies, the gifted properties remain, but ultimately, Ahmad, Eino Choser El Ba'achlon. So this is fascinating. If he recovers, the only gift he's able to reclaim, ultimately again, is the last gift. Right? Why? Because the night said the earlier gifts, ultimately again we're done with the intent we're done when we're still under the intention of retaining assets. The last gift is the one that we could say maybe his intention was unsure. And if our local Maisa, that's the one that's made out tonight. Take a look at the Rashban. The Rashban says, because again, by the last gift means the last piece of property. If you got around to gifting with the last piece of property, so that's the final gift. That's the one that can be reckoned as a matnas shchidnera. But the rest of them, there was this ambiguity. Because again, he didn't divest himself of the entire estate. So the other ones, the matnas shchidnera, not a matnas shchidnera, so we look at them and ultimately again as a regular matana. As a regular matana, even if he recovers, they still stand. Only the last one is looked at as a matnas shchidnera. Okay, fascinating. One second, maybe in this case of Nimlach, he's not really, in other words, he's not really thinking about whether or not he should give away all his property. He's going to give away all his property. But rather, he's just contemplating, like, what I should give to it. In other words, don't interpret the pause as him not being sure if he wants to give to his property. Maybe the pause is just like, I'm not sure what I want to do with what. The Gemara says, he really come out in the Hadar Yard, Stamik Shchimera, made up dies the Hadar Yard. So in general, it's fascinating. The way Shchimera works is generally the way a management is in general, just basically it's just on fact. The way Shchimera works is first he decides what he wants to give, all his entire estate, and then he executes. Really, there's a Shchimera, is a person on his deathbed. Because he's on his deathbed, what doesn't he know? How much time he has. So the person he doesn't really have the luxury of. He's like deciding, you know what, okay, I'll do this today, I'll get to this tomorrow. So the way Shchimera works is, I'll say, by the way, not a bad mindset. The Shchimera mindset is not a bad mindset to live life with. Right? In other words, there is no delaying of anything because I don't know. So the Shchimera works, the Shchimera already has a plan. And therefore, again, he thinks about the plan and then he executes. And he executes at once because he does not know if he has time. Okay? So let's listen to this. So Shchimera, who went ahead and gave away all of his property to others, and then he recovered. Eino Choser. He cannot go ahead and reclaim the property. Why? Chayshina is fascinating. I must say, that seems to fly in the face of what we just said, right? Because we already said, the Shchimera gives away all of his property, and Halacha L'maisa again, then recovers, give them a Shchimera like a gift out tonight, and therefore should be able to recover it. But in this case, he can't recover the property. Why not? Chayshinon, Shamiyesh on the Chasam and Medina Acheres. Interesting. What are we concerned about? Maybe he has some overseas property. And because he has overseas property, therefore, again, really, he didn't give away everything. He's still retaining something for himself. And therefore, again, this is considered to be like a regular matana. And therefore, Allah Khalamais, again, he cannot reclaim it. The Alamas Nisim Diktani, Lo Shir Kaka Konshu. In Matarasu Kayanas, Hakim Mishkachasla. So I said, what's that? What are you doing, Mishnah? Right? The Mishnah says Mishnah has given you all this property. So why don't you have to be concerned that he has some overseas property? It's where the case in the Mishnah is where the Shiraim said, and the Shiraim himself said, I'm hereby giving away all of my properties. The Shiraim is making the declaration that he's giving away all of his properties. If he says all of my property, we take that at face value. If he doesn't say all of my property, but I'm not going to suggest we have to be concerned that maybe there's some overseas property. Okay, Ma'abar of Ashi Amar, the Mukhsak de Laslan Ba. We're talking about a case where Allah, so you know that he doesn't have any property, any other property. By the way, Chazar makes us, Hami Chazar Bukula, Ola. So we'll say now a very interesting case here. So the Gemara says, Chazar b'mitzas. Now what's this case? Take a look at the Rashban. Rashban says, Yibai v'zu Chazar b'mitzas, Shema shakasav kol nechasav la'achad, the Chazar b'mitzas, Yimnason shuv la'achar. Shayocha lasos kinki. I mean, carrying that tiki, v'atas that tiki. So we're going to see something very interesting. A Shemira has the ability to change his mind. Right? So let's say Shemira says, I give my property to anybody. He has the ability to go ahead and change his mind. No, I'm giving it to Shimon. He says before that tiki is that will. He has the ability to change it. So what if he does a partial reneg? You know what I'm saying? Let's not over for today. We'll pick up a minute so we can see tomorrow. Tremendous. We covered a tremendous amount of ground today. Excellent job, everyone. Tomorrow is a short nap. We'll be all caught up. We're going to start by tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, have on Zoom. Have a wonderful day. Jerry, looks like you're going to get some additional drop today. So it looks like you're back on the sky with Inshallah. Wow. Kind of a viral also. Beautiful. What a backdrop. I couldn't make a better screensaver than this. That's beautiful. All right, I'll be to join you one day. All right, Shkoyach. Have a great day.
70% chance they're going to get how much money they're getting on something. They're just talking about Instagram. What's up, Joel Melvin? Great guys, never met him.
All right, Josai, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tuf Shin Pei Hey, 5785 the Tilson family for dedicating all the children drushos this year as a schus for Besaros Tovos for all of our Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Terry's in honor of the birth of their granddaughter Devora Eliana Zin, and in memory of Dr. Zin's father, Bunim Tzvi Ben Chaim, Shmuel Ramin Karabkin, and Soldier and Fuhr Shalema for Binyamin Chaim Pesach Ben Moshe Chana, and the yard site of Pesa Mira Bas Chaim. Dr. Moshe and Ellen Grant, in memory of Dr. Grant's parents, Yaakov Meir Ben Moshe Leib, Shina Bas Abba, Zichron Livracha. And Dr. Bezad and Yamina Salfer of Los Angeles in America for the Full Shlema for Esther Bracha Bas Chaya. And a late breaking Daf Yomi sponsorship, Tali and Michelle Strum in honor of a grandson born just a few hours ago in Eretz Yisrael to their children Yala and Akiva Strum. Mazel Tov Shmizoch Elak Misha Rabisa Shalom Avinu Bizmano and the God of the Torah L'Chopa U'Lamaisim Tovim. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Well, so with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. A really great daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Kuf Mem Ches 148, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Kuf Mem Zayin on the days 147b. We're actually picking up. Let's pick up 3 lines down from the top. I'm embarrassed to say that, but let's just do it. It's about getting over your own embarrassment and just getting the job done. So 3 lines down from the top. So let's remember again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. So remember again, we were talking about the concept of Makna Shchimera, right? So we're talking in general just about the concept or the ability of the Shchimera to convey property on his deathbed without any formal kinyan. So the Gemara now, interestingly enough, as much as we've been talking about this for such a long time, now the Gemara decides to kind of get into the mechanics of it and understand, is this a din d'oraisa or a din d'Rabbanan. So remember again, on Amud Aleph, all of the opinions that we spoke about, I really adopted the approach that this is a matana d'oraisa. Comes along Rava and Yuma Rav Nachman and said that it is a d'Rabbanan. D'Rabbanan. So now the Gemara says, "Few lines down the Yuma Rav Nachman." Rav Nachman really say that matnas shchidmina is a din d'Rabbanan after all of the colonies. The Ha'omer Rav Nachman agagav the Shmuel, even though Shmuel said the following. Hamocher shtarfo b'chavero, because of the mochlo mochel, bakudu yorin shmocha. Suppose so first let's analyze this halacha in the abstract. I lend Reuben $1,000. I decide to sell the notes to Shimon. Okay. I'm allowed to do that in other words, I'm assigning section of the debt. The halacha is, it's fascinating, the halacha is, I, the lender, still have the ability to forgive or to cancel the debt even after I've sold it. They say to yourself, how can you do that? I've sold the note. So the way halacha understands selling of a loan is as follows. What I've done is, I've assigned the right of collection to Shimon. I don't have the ability to make Shimon the lender. See, when you lend someone money, that is a very specific relationship that is created between the lender and borrower. That relationship, the relationship is non-assignable. Collection is assignable. So when I sell the note to Shimon, I'm selling Shimon the right to collect, but I always retain my identity as the lender, and because of that, I have the ability to cancel the note, to forgive the debt, even after I've sold it. Now again, Shimon could then have a taina on me, obviously. Shimon could come back to me and say, 1 second, you sold me the right of collection, I paid for that, now you cancel, but that's a separate discussion. The point is, even after selling the debt, I have the ability to cancel. Not only that, if I pass away, my Yorish, the person who my son, who inherits me, also inherits the debt. Remember again, my son essentially inherits my position as a lender, has the ability to cancel the debt as well. Okay? So Baku Yorish Moko, so let's say Sinansin is Modishmo, Shenaslamak Shchibina, Gaino Yakal Moklo. Very interesting. Yet Shmuel holds. So again, so let's say this is the halacha, right? And by the way, this actually is halacha for myself. I lend money to Shimon. I lend money to you. I lend $1,000 to Rabbi. I then sell the note to Shimon. Halacha l'maisa. I, the lender, can still cancel the note even after I sold it. Right? Not only that, if I pass away, my son inherits my lender kite, right? My ability to go ahead and the fact that I'm the lender. My son could also go ahead and cancel it afterwards. Okay? And Shmuel says, however, Makna Shchimira. Let's say Shchimira is on his deathbed, right? So Shchimira went ahead and lent $1,000 to Rabbi. And then Shchimira goes there and says, I hereby assign this note to Shimon. Gives him matana. I'm giving this note to Shimon. Shmuel agrees that Allah in that case, Shchimira cannot then decide to go ahead and be mocha. Right? Fascinating. So Shmuel on his deathbed, after Shchimira assigned the debt to Shimon, Shchimira can say, you know what? I hereby forgive the debt. So what does that share say? What that shows you is the matana, the gift of Shchimira, to a certain degree, is even stronger than any other gift. Not is stronger than a gift, or is even stronger than a sale. Right? Because normally, with a healthy lender, if the lender sells the note to another party, the lender still retains the ability to cancel the debt. And once he gifts it to someone, he can no longer cancel it. And Gemara says, let's analyze this. So if you hold that Matnas Shchimira is a Doraisa, right? That is a Doraisa, the mechanism is a Doraisa mechanism. So I understand then why after the Shchimira gifts the note to someone else, he can't forgive it. You can't forgive it because this is a Doraisa gift. Hello. Sigmar says, but if halacha l'maisa, matna shchimira, is a din d'Rabbanan, so understand, why can't the shchimira lender, why can't he be mochel the debt even after he gifts it to someone else? To which the Gemara says, you're right. In reality, in a Shal Torah, really, the halacha follows the Rav Nachman. And the matna shchimira, because of the matna shchimira, ultimately again is the D'Rabbanan. It is not min Torah. In a Shal Torah, vasua kishal Torah. So we'll say, so in fact, the ability of Shchimira to go ahead and convey property without any form of kinyanim is not a din d'oraisa, it's a din d'Rabbanan. And how did D'Rabbanan fashion this halacha? they endowed it with the strength of a Doraisa. Now, by the way, we see this in many different areas of halacha. Right? The ability, the concept of matna shlimira, the concept of Rabbanon to be endowed with biblical like strength. This, by the way, is a separate concept. Let's say, if you think about it, one of the interesting anomalies of rabbinic law, right? So where do the rabbis have the ability to legislate law? Well, why can they do that? It's not when you say something this. Why do Chazal have the right to make new laws? Why? Because it's in Doraisa. Like Torah says, well, Sasha and Doraisa, you look like you're small. Do not fear from what today, they being Chazal, the rabbis tell you, to do right or left. So the Torah itself endowed the Rabbanon to make law. By the way, it's fascinating. A little bit of like, almost like halachic analogy, which essentially tells you that every Rabbanon essentially is a Doraisa. So there's a lot of literature about this, about how exactly you understand this, but not as of it for today, but far enough. But fascinating to point out that sometimes you see this concept that you have a din Rabbanon that is endowed with biblical-like strength. That is possible. Chazal could do that because Chazal could fashion halacha, but because their power to legislate halacha comes from the Torah, they have the ability to make rabbinic legislation that has biblical-like strength. So this is fascinating. We learn here that halacha l'maisa, the concept that a shchivnera could go ahead and convey ownership of things from his deathbed without the use of any formal kinyanim. That is a din d'Rabbanan. Now, by the way, how can the Rabbanan go ahead and make halacha like that? Because remember, again, there's another concept, which is hefker based in hefker. Chazal, the Rabbanan have control over all monetary matters. So they could decide what works how. So they decided a shchivnera has the ability to commit ownership of property without any form of kinyanim. Once again, why did they do that? Way back to Aleph, because they felt this is in the best interest of the mental well-being of the shchivnera. The Yishuv Hadas, the inner quietude that comes from knowing that he could pretty much set up his estate however he wants from his deathbed, right? He doesn't need his estate attorney, he doesn't need any abasement, but he could just verbalize it and it happens. That helps him in a difficult time, and Hashem doesn't exacerbate an already difficult situation. But Chazal endowed this halacha with biblical like strength, and therefore again coming full circle. That's why if a shchivnera goes ahead and assigns a note, assigns a debt, he can't cancel it. There is a full assignment over there. He removes himself from any interest in that, and even as the lender, he can't cancel it. Take a look at Rashbam for just a moment. Torah. We shouldn't do if that could go out. Fine. Also, by the way, there's one other piece over here, which I want to mention, which Shalom brought up to me after the shir, which I didn't think about it yesterday. But actually, the Gemara is going to talk about it today into tomorrow, which is, remember, according to the opinions that hold that matna shchivnera is a zoraisa. Remember again, where did they learn it from? That's enough. They learned it from Psukim of Yerusha, of inheritance. But shchivnera is not Yerusha, it's Matana. So how are you learning Matana? You just hold on to that, because that's going to focus very importantly. We're going to see that the truth is, even if you hold that shchivnera is a din d'Rabbanan, it seems to be the conclusion of the Gemara over there, which we'll see in a little bit, that everyone agrees conceptually it is a derivative of inheritance law. We're going to accept that premise. We're going to get to that more explicitly in just a little bit. Okay, so let's go back there. So we'll say, therefore, again, the Gemara is suggesting over here, this seems to be the conclusion of the Gemara, that matna shchivnera is a din d'Rabbanan, but ultimately endowed with biblical strength. So we'll say, so by the way, I'll just mention, so it's a good time to do this now, but I'm not mentioning real close to Zifi Umatara, Parakir Halacha Beis, I'm writing it's much longer, but he says, Matnas Shchivnera, Afal Ishihim Divrayim, Asu Osa Kishel Torah. So that's what I'm asking. He passed like Rabbi Nachman, the Halacha Matnas Shchivnera is a din d'Rabbanan, but endowed with biblical life strength. He says, this is what he writes. וכאילו כמנה בממון שבשתה מן התורה, והגיע לידו ולא נשאר ליורש בו קניין, לפיכך אינו מוכל. I will say, so we're going to see that halacha l'maisa, I guess this is how he passed it. It's like shchivnera din d'Rabbanan, but endowed with biblical like strength. Good. Now, once we're going to get into a little bit more some of the technical details of matna shchivnera. Here we go. It says the Gemara. It says the Amar Nachman. Shchivnera she'amar yigar ploni b'bayis is that. No ploni bet at Paris Tekels that. No Amar Koch. He says, let Ruvain live in this house. or let Reuven eat the fruits of this tree. The Gemara says this is a meaningless gift. The conveyance does not fulfill. Actually, Yomar, Tnu bias is the other point of view about what Shmuel can say is give this house to Reuven and let him live there, or to me that as the other point of view of what they were saying, or give the fruit. Or give the tree. Give the palm tree to Reuven and let him consume the fruit. So listen, now what's the logic over here? You know what the Gemara is highlighting over here is in order for Matzah Shemira to work, Shemira has to give something of substance, something tangible. The problem with giving someone the right to live somewhere, the right to dwell, is not a tangible right. Not a tangible right. Similarly, conveyance of produce is talking about produce that doesn't yet exist. So conveyance of produce that's not yet on the trees also is meaningless. So there's an interesting connection, an interesting detail over here. That Matna Shemira only works if Shemira is conveying something that is absolutely physically tangible. The Gemara says, the main law, the several matter, no say you see the bar, you see the Shemira, the less of the bar, less of the Shemira. So what do you see here? Then Rav Nachman's model, a Shemira's conveyance is modeled after a healthy, normal person, regular person's conveyance. In other words, whatever you could convey as a bari, as a healthy person, you could convey as a shchimira. So let's say, so this is very important. The only difference between the matana of a shchimira and the matana of a normal healthy person is what? Is kinyan. Right? So in other words, a shchimira can't convey anything that a regular person can't convey. Right? So from a conveyance perspective, it's the same. The only difference is the mechanism. A shchimira doesn't need kinyan. But in terms of what you could convey, whatever a bari, a regular healthy person can do, shchimira can do. Whatever a bari can't do, shchimira can't do as well. So a bari, same thing. A healthy person can say, I'm hereby demarcating you the right to dwell in this house. What is that? What are you conveying to me? In other words, remember, I can always say, so let's say we're going to use a kinyan. What physical item is being conveyed? The answer is nothing. Future, I hereby convey to you future produce. Okay, what are you conveying to me? There's nothing. There has to be something tangible to convey. So the same way that a bari can't do this, a shemira can't do this. The Gemara says, oh, so you tell me then that a matna shemira has to mirror the gift of a regular healthy person. Whatever works by a healthy person works by a shemira. I've Homer of Nachman. Yes, obviously Rav Nachman was a chapter of Kufman Ches 148a. Shemira Shomer to Hava Asi Leponi, Hava Asi Leponi. The Afal Gav, the less say Bibari. That was it, but we see that it's not true. Look at the following case. Rabbi said Rav Nachman, that was a Shemira who says, give my debt to Ploni. So again, Shemira learned $1,000 to Reuven, and Shemira says, give this debt, right? I hereby assign this debt to Shimon. It works. Even though such a concept does not apply to a bari. A bari can't just simply say, right? So again, if I lent money to Reuven and now I want to assign the debt to Shimon, I can't just say, okay, the debt is hereby assigned to Shimon. So you see from here that Allah says Shemira can do things that a bari can't do. Take a look at Rashbam, which says this Hava Asin Ploni Tar Rashbam. He says, Mamon Shechayiv Li Ploni V'Nova Alpeh Ani Yosim Ploni the Yifrei. So what's this? This is very now an important detail over here. What are we talking about? A verbal loan. You see, if a loan is in writing, there is a way to convey it. How do you convey it? Give over the shtar. So if I lend $1,000 to Reuven and I want to assign this loan to Shimon, no problem. It's actually very simple. Give the document to Shimon. Because now I can remember some error that document represents the vehicle of collection. So that works just fine. The case over here is I lent money to Reuven. It's a no valpeh. I lent him $1,000 and it's just a verbal transaction. So the halacha is by shchimira. So Mom Shechayim Ploni B'Nova Alpeh Yosim Ploni. If you explain the halacha and call me this kind of advar, you have also Ploni the Afagav to the bari. And they say daily yochel ha'chnos b'chavero Nova Alpeh the halva nitna. Sorry, v'lotzad nitna ve'im kitchen tofes ela b'dar shu be'ed. So this is incredibly important. Kinyanim only work with tangible items. So therefore, if I went ahead and I lent Reuven $1,000, a verbal transaction with no shar, I can't convey that to Shimon. There's no way for me to convey it to Shimon because there's nothing physical to convey over here. Yet, interestingly enough, the Shchimira can do this. The Shchimira lent Reuven $1,000 and as Shimon wants to assign the collection of that debt to Shimon, he has the ability to say, I hereby assign this debt to Shimon, and it works. So from here you see that a Shimon can do things that a Bari can't do. To which the Gemara says, no. The Papa Amar, Hoil the Yoresh Yarsha. The Papa says this is different, because since a Yoresh will inherit this, it's fundamentally good. What does that mean? Rashman, almost right across from Rashman. Mishani Hoil the Yoresh Yarsha, Mizu Hamilva, Ilu Birshu Sohi, Karmina Lakaman, Matnas Shidmira Kirusha Shadi Rabanan, Hilcha, Kavan the Isib Yerusha. So once I see here it is, by the way, we're going to see it in tomorrow's daf. So let's just different over here. Why? Because since if the Shemera dies, his son inherits this loan. Even though it was a verbal transaction, the son will still inherit the right to collect his father's loan. Since it is in the framework of Yerusha, therefore it's also in the framework of Matnas Shemera. Why? Because the Gemara says the ability of the Shemera to go ahead and convey property is based on the halachos of Yerusha. Again, we don't know. We kind of know how it is because of Psukim, that the Gemara brought up of Psukim of Yerusha. But we'll see a little bit more in depth how that works. Therefore, the Gemara wants to suggest that essentially anything that works out Yerusha works out Matnas Shemera. So therefore, because this debt is an inheritable debt, if Shemera dies and doesn't convey ownership, his son inherits the debt. So because it's subject to Yerusha, therefore it works out Matnas Shemera as well. Okay. No. It's not true, by the way. This concept works by a healthy person as well. It looks like so Shaila came up because we're assuming that what Shemera could do, a healthy person can't do. Right? So Shemera could assign a verbal loan. Shemera's on his deathbed. Shemera lends $1,000 to Judah. Shemera could say, I hereby assign this debt to Shemera. He assumes that such a concept does not work by a bari. Yumar says, yes, it does. It does work by a bari. What is work by a bari? Here we go. Rafuna Amarav. Rafuna Amarav. Who's name of Rav? Mana Libi Azacha.